And that's going to do it. Michael DiBenedetto Plummer wins the Pro Tour here in Atlanta.
After 10 years, Seth Manfield is once again the world champion.
Pro Tour Lorwyn Eclipse champion, the Big Dane, Christopher Larson.
Nathan Steuer is your Secrets of Strixhaven champion.
And welcome to day 2 of Pro Tour Magic the Gathering Marvel Superheroes with live coverage here from Amsterdam in the Netherlands. It is a beautiful city and a beautiful day for some Pro Tour Magic. We have 220 players back to do battle today, down from the 362 who started this weekend. We also have MagicCon Amsterdam happening here today as well, with 17,000 people here to celebrate the greatest game of all time, Magic the Gathering. It is truly epic and incredible to see. I was walking the show floor a little bit earlier. Take a look inside the building. Just magnificent to see so many people here celebrating Magic today. Over on the Pro Tour side of things, we've got Draft and Modern on for you today. A $500,000 prize pool, a title, and a trophy on the line. Hello and welcome to the News Desk. Maria Bartholdi, I'm your host for the weekend, joined by Frank Karsten and Riley Knight. Day 2 of competition. Day 1 was awesome. What are you most looking forward to today, Frank?
Today, Maria, I'm particularly excited to see the draft of Martin Juza, our 8-0 player overnight, to see if he can convert that into another top 8 finish. Now, Martin is one of the most experienced and most successful limited players of all time, so he's well prepared. I'm just excited to watch his masterclass on this limited format, which is particularly important because for the first time in 15 years, tomorrow's top 8 will be decided by another draft.
Yes, it's very exciting stuff. Seeing Martin draft has just taken me back. Riley, what are you most looking forward to?
Well, usually, of course, we get to explore the constructed format all the way through to Sunday, Maria, but not this time, and I'm very excited to see what Modern has in store for us today. It'll be we'll be putting away our 60-card decks at the end of day number 2, so I'm going to make the most of the 5 rounds that we have remaining of Modern. I can't wait to see what is in store with my favorite constructed format.
Absolutely. It's been fantastic to see Modern kind of showcased here on the big stage for the first time in a year. Let's check out how we did things here at our tournament. As far as our schedule is concerned, on Friday, this was yesterday, we had 3 rounds of Marvel Superheroes Draft, followed by 5 rounds of Modern Constructed. Everyone who made 12 match points or better is back here to battle on day 2 of competition.
And after 362 players came in yesterday, today 220 returned for another Marvel Superheroes Draft, followed by 3 rounds in their own draft pod, and then 5 rounds of Modern. The Modern field still remains diverse. Is it Affinity the most played deck? And everyone who reaches 36 match points, that's 12 wins, before the final round automatically qualifies for the top 8.
And the top 8, of course, takes place on Sunday. And as we mentioned, it is draft this time round. For the first time in a long time, we are going to see limited Magic on a Pro Tour Sunday. The format, of course, Marvel Superheroes Draft, and we're playing best 3 out of 5. This is very normal on a Sunday. It's not so normal for limited. It's not often that we get best out of 5 limited games, but that's what we're going to see on Sunday as we crown a Pro Tour champion.
I know, I cannot wait. They don't only go home with that trophy. First place also goes home with $50,000. Not too bad. Second place goes home with $30,000, $15K for 3rd through 4th, $9,000 for 5th through 8th. Not a bad weekend at all. If you missed any of the action from the feature match area yesterday, Riley's got you covered with these highlights.
Yes, indeed, and there are a lot of highlights for us to get across as well, with a jam-packed day full of action here from the beautiful Netherlands. MagicCon Amsterdam playing host not just to 17,000 Magic fans from all around the world, but of course, all the action of the Pro Tour. 80 countries or more represented here at the pinnacle of Magic's professional competition. And we kick things off, of course, as we said, with draft. 3 rounds of limiteds, saw the best players in the world go at it in this 40-card format. Before later on, we moved to constructors. Modern took to the big stage, tends to do so around once a year. And it was a year ago that we last saw Modern showcased in this way. Great to see it. Once again, explore the nuances of a format that is constantly evolving, constantly changing, but also giving some old hands, some of Magic's old guard, an opportunity to come back and play with their favorite decks of yesteryear. Of course, there are old decks, there are new decks, there are decks that are somewhere in between, and Modern had a bit of everything for us as we explored this format, and I can't wait for us to continue to do so as we head towards our top 8, where Maria, someone will be hoisting that trophy there before very much longer.
Yes, and a beautiful trophy it is. Let's take a look at our standings after day one of competition. Martin Juza is the lone player in the room, Hall of Famer with a perfect record, pacing the field at 8-0. In second place, Timo Bertram, also technically undefeated at 7-0-1. Lyndon Coote kicks off our 7-1s. A long list of those players are the top 3 decks, all Boros Energy. I want to note too, as we look here at the top of the standings, we're going to see our 4 featured pods for draft here this morning, because of course you do play in the order of standings at your pods. So a lot of huge names here doing very well this early in the tournament, and we'll see them in our draft pods later on. Well, we've been checking in with some of our top players and our top testing teams all weekend long. Let's find out how they're doing after one day of competition. And Riley, an interesting story to start us off.
Yes, indeed. We've got Team Cosmos Heavy Play, who've actually split for this tournament. They've divided themselves into 2 separate teams to take different approaches to testing and preparation. One of them led by Javier Dominguez, Team Cosmos Heavy Play Espanol. And look, I have to say, with all the respect that is due to this titan of competitive Magic, this team, they're not doing so well. A lot of 5 and 3s, couple 4 3-1s and whatever else, but these are not the numbers that you would expect from one of the best teams on the Pro Tour. As for Team Cosmos Heavy Play English, led by Anthony Lee, a compatriot of mine from Australia, well, a couple of 6 and 2s, but again, I would say that this is not what Heavy Play would be expecting as they come into this tournament. They are a very, very dominant team, and these numbers, while still respectable in a vacuum, relatively speaking, for these players, they'll be hoping to do a little bit better heading into day number 2.
Team TCG Players has more Hall of Famers than any other team in the entire field. Martin Juza leading the standings at 8-0, but there are also 3 players at 6-2. That's reigning world champion Seth Manfield, Team Pro Tour champion Alan Wu, and RC champion Will Kruger. Overall, 11 of their 16 players made it into day 2. Good performance overall. Looking forward to seeing what they can do today.
Let's check in with Team Handshake Moxfield, who absolutely dominated the last Pro Tour, putting 3 players into the top 8. Good performance on a day 1 of competition for this team, led by Alex Rohan and Jesse Hampton, who are both kicking off day 2 at 7-1. Arch Dota, also great finish at 6-2. Only 3 players out of the 13 here did not make day 2 of competition, so well done to Handshake Moxfield.
And with Team Moriyama Japan, 12 of their 16 players made day 2. That's a good performance, with a good number of them on pace to make top 8. At 7-1, I want to highlight Rei Hirayama, former RC champion, and Toshihiko Okai in his 4th Pro Tour start. None of them have really made a really deep run at the Tabletop Pro Tour yet, but these rising stars are in a prime position to do that this weekend.
And we move on now to another team that's worth putting under the spotlight, Team Novo TCG eBay. This is a team led by Guillermo Lupi, who was once on Team Handshake, but after a Pro Tour top 8, split off to pick up this team filled with Italians. And you can see Lorenzo Gruppi, Filippo Ciappini, both of these players on 7-1, and the rest of the team doing very well indeed. Only 1 player missing out on day 2. So a team to watch, these Italians. We'll see how Team Novo TCG eBay keep going.
Let's check in on our Player of the Year race coming into the tournament this weekend. Christopher Larson leading the field well and truly with 50 points, coming in 1st and 2nd at the first 2 Pro Tours of the year. Let's see how he's doing here on day 1 of competition. Pretty good, sitting at 5-3. So if he puts together a deep run here today, he could lock up the Player of the Year race without needing any points at all from the World Championship. So we'll see if he can get it done.
Finally, we look at our top limited players. Again, limited has been very much the highlight of the weekend and will continue to be into tomorrow as well. So it's worth keeping an eye on the best performing limited players. And you can see, unsurprisingly, a lot of them are doing very, very well. Anna Hushenbet, Alex Rohan leading the charge at 6-1. But keep an eye on some of those 6-2s. Ken Yukihiro, Tony Portland. These are some of the winningest players on the Pro Tour. Some of the highest win rates you are going to see in both limited and more broadly. So it's well worth keeping an eye on our top limited players because they're doing very well so far.
And here you see an overview of the wins and losses of all players on teams. Team Novo TCG eBay, that's the Italian group, is on top with a fairly wide margin over Sanctum of All and Moriyama Japan in 2nd and 3rd. Note that neither iteration of Cosmos Heavy Play is among our top performing teams.
All right, very interesting stuff there. Well, we're kicking it off with a draft here this morning. Frank, this format has proven to be really awesome.
Yeah, Marvel Superheroes has been an excellent limited format. 10 2-color archetypes, even though it's not so synergy based, it is important to know like what's going on and how to draft a coherent deck. Now, for example, green-white often favors heroes, white-black often favors villains. Now, the consensus among teams going into the Pro Tour was that white, particularly green-white, white-blue, were going to be heavily contested based on the depth of their comments, whereas red was comparatively more shallow. But turns out, if we actually look at the 3 decks from yesterday, well, red, and shockingly black-red, overperformed with the most trophies overall. Sure, white-blue still did well, but it turns out that finding the open lane was a more successful strategy than just fighting for all the archetypes that were already heavily contested at the table. So I'm looking forward today, if everyone still keeps fighting over the red, over the white, if red will again overperform like it did yesterday.
Yeah, that is fascinating to see. This is why I love drafts.
Surprising.
Self-correcting, right?
Exactly.
It's so interesting. Let's take a look at our feature pods this morning. We saw them on our leaderboard. We are playing in scorecard order here, starting with draft pod 1. We got some killers at the table.
Yes, indeed, as we take a closer look at our first draft pod here. No surprises, Martin User 8-0. He'll be our featured drafter. Can't wait to see what magic he cooks up at the table. But it's worth also noting, Timo Bertram, undefeated, didn't come off with the perfect 8-0 record, but still hasn't lost a match at 7-0-1. And then finally, Alex Rohan, another player to watch, with a overall number 2 limited win rate. It has the second highest win rate in the field today.
Now, table 2 is another incredible table. Going into this pod, there are 3 players at 7-1. That's Jesse Hampton and also Toshihiko Okai and Rei Hirayama, both teammates from Moriyama, drafting next to each other. The other 5 drafters at the table are 6-1-1 or 6-2, so they have their work cut out for them, but still all on pace to make top 8.
And draft pod number 3, the fun doesn't stop here. We have some amazing players here, including your number 1 and number 7 limited win rate players. Number 7 in the form of Ken Yukihiro, who's sitting at 6-2. Tony Portalon, number 1 win rate in the field, currently at 6-2. Hall of Famer Li Shitian, also at 6-2.
And finally, our fourth featured draft pod, I should say, features some big names, as you would expect. Probably the headline act here, Seth Manfield, of course, the Hall of Famer. He's won just about everything there is to win in Magic, and we're excited to see how far he can go today. Alan Wu, another player that many people will be familiar with, had a lot of success at 6-2. Those are our players in draft pod number 4.
And turning our attention back to draft pod number 1 as the players enter the building here for the first draft of day number 2. Sitting down, certainly some nerves among them, but not so much perhaps for a player like Martin Yuza, who has been here many, many times before, knows his way around a draft. He is a king of Grand Prix with 32 Grand Prix top 8s and 5 wins, so I've seen him draft countless times, a Hall of Famer. His best finish is second at Pro Tour 25th anniversary. 4 top finishes at the Premier level to Martin Yuza's name. So excited to see him draft here this morning. But of course, if you're the overnight leader, that doesn't always translate into a top 8 berth. Sometimes it takes a lot to get there. So we're going to take a look, since the return to Paper Magic in 2023, what starting out at 8-0 means for when you clinch top 8. You can see here that Benton Madsen managed to do it in round number 15. Jim Davis missed in 2023. Round 16, last round for Simon Nielsen, so he really had to sweat making that top 8. Round number 14 for Anthony Lee, who was able to lock it up a little bit earlier. It's not always an easy road.
Well, in 2024, Yoshihiko Ikawa converted his 8-0 start into a fairly quick top 8, where he ultimately claimed a trophy, while the other overnight leaders all, they made like deep top 16 runs, but they all fell short of reaching the top 8.
Certainly no guarantee that an 8-0 start will get you into that top 8, as evidenced by Matt Nass and Shuhei Nakamura in 2025. As for Christian Baker and Derek Davis, well, the sweat was very real for poor old Christian at around 16. Was how long it took until that top 8 spot was locked up there. Derek Davis, slightly easier time of things at the World Championship at 31 after a 7-0 start. Round 14 saw him get into the top 8.
And what's it looking like so far in 2026? Well, a sweat is the word for it. Top 8 lock for both Marco and Nathan. Until round number 16 it took them to lock it up. So what will happen with Martin Yuza here today? Only time will tell. Here's a look at the broadcast team with us here this weekend. Paul Cheon and Marshall Sutcliffe in the booth with us here this morning. Corey Baumeister and Ailey Loney will be on the mic a little bit later today. Well, I cannot wait to get underway with draft here this morning. And it's not even our last draft of this Pro Tour. Our top 8 will be draft as well. 2 guys I know who are also very excited for draft. Marshall and Paul, take it away.
Yeah, that's right, Maria. We are always excited for Booster Draft, and that's how we're going to start our day off today here at Pro Tour Marvel Superheroes. Marshall Sutcliffe with Paul Cheon. Thank you so much for joining us to watch Martin Juza coming in at 8-0, as I just mentioned at the news desk there, Paul. And stylistically, Martin's a pretty straightforward drafter.
Yeah. I mean, when I found out who was the undefeated player going in, I knew for a fact that we were going to be featuring him. And I go, you know what? This is a draft that I know I'm going to be able to follow, right? Sometimes we watch a draft, drafters, they have different kinds of styles. I think Martin has a very similar approach to Limited that I do. So I feel like there's not going to be too many picks that we're really going to be arguing. So I'm excited to see kind of how he approaches this format.
Yeah, take a look at the table as it sits here. Right next to Martin Juza is Arne Huschenbeth, sitting there at 7-1. And of course, this is significantly different from our feature pod yesterday where it was random seeding. Now it's based on the player's record. So, these are the toughest competitors in the field as of yesterday, all sitting down to draft against each other.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, given their records, every single person in this pod went at least 2-1 in their drafts coming into this second draft. So they kind of know their way around a 40-card deck here. Now, Martin passing to teammate Arne Huschenbeth there. So this should be interesting to see where, it's always nice to have somebody who has a lot of experience drafting just because you know that very likely you'll be able to cooperate with each other.
That's right. As you can see, this is, of course, a timed draft, which means that one of our excellent judges out in the field here will be instructing the players for each of the picks that they make, when they can make them, when they can review their picks, all of it. This is a very regimented draft. It's a little different than if you're used to drafting at your local game store or with your friends. I think that the biggest difference is that you can't look at your cards in between packs. Okay, pack one, pick one is underway here for Martin Juza. He's known to be one of the better limited players in the history of our game. Let's figure out what he likes here. Paul, anything standing out to you? See a Red Guardian, Night Nurse there?
Yeah, he's immediately putting kind of the top uncommon options here. Heroic Feast is the rare, which is not really something that you're interested in playing here. So I think he's going to probably choose between Night Nurse and a Red Guardian. Always nice, of course, to start with a white card if possible, as it is the strongest color. Personally, I do prefer Red Guardian in general, but it is interesting because we are talking about an open decklist format, and that kind of changes things because if Martin has a Red Guardian in his deck, passes with 3 mana up, well, a nice counterplay is just simply not attack and just continue playing creatures. So where I think Red Guardian is generally a stronger card, I could see the case being made to take the Night Nurse.
It looks like Martin agrees with you, though, Paul. He's going to go for Red Guardian Super Soldier to kick off his draft here, putting him in white, at least potentially.
Yeah, excellent creature here. This just almost always, if you just pass with 3 mana up, and what are they going to do? Just not attack with their 2-drop, right? They almost always do, and you get to eat something and have a 2/2 in play.
Let's take a look at pack one, pick two, the Ruinous Wrecking Crew in the rare slot. There's also Falcon Winged Wonder, and there's a Claw there if you want to move into black for some reason. Ruinous Wrecking Crew is one of the shining bright lights in the otherwise rather dim pool of black-red, which tends to be the worst archetype, but Ruinous Wrecking Crew's nice.
Yeah, it's extremely powerful, but it's a little bit early, and after first picking Red Guardian, taking a black-red rare, taking a card that's kind of in one of the weaker color combinations is a little tough when there's already Falconed Winged Wonder and a Frozen and Ice in the pack. And Falcon is a great card, highly splashable as well. And, coming into this, we actually ran into Martin Juza, and he did say, hey, just like everybody else, if blue-white's open, I want to be in blue-white.
He said he's determined to let the seat dictate what his deck does. He's not going to try to force or push anything. He's a drafter who's very much willing to go with the flow. And look at that. He's got a Brave Brawler, a solid 2-drop if he wants to solidify white. If he wants to go blue, he's got a few options here. Wiccan. Sure.
Yeah, there's a Wiccan and an Atlantis Attacks, and I think it's really between the Brave Brawler and the Wiccan. Wiccan, of course, a nice top-end threat, but you already have a Falcon. And there's a limit to really how many expensive cards you want to play. When in doubt, kind of lean towards the cheaper card. Also a good thing, when in doubt, maybe take the white card in this format. So personally, I think I'd be leaning towards the Brave Brawler here.
Yeah, looks like Martin agrees with that one. not
Draft.
much else to do in any other
Shuffle
colors
and pass
either. So there
11
wasn't anything
cards to your
drawing
left.
him away. You know, we saw that Ruinous Wrecking Crew. You think, well, maybe there's something. Nah.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that next
Pick
pack,
up the
there
back,
wasn't
you
much
have
there.
35
Yeah, I mean, if there
seconds.
was an undercover scroll or an Hour of Defeat, something, a Cruel Alliance, any of those cards, he would have taken it, but Brave Brawler was just simply the best option in that pack. And
This pack doesn't look super great here, Paul.
Yeah, it's a pretty weak pack overall
Spider-Man?
here. So I think he just has no choice but to kind of take Spider-Man to the rescue. Fine card that, like I mentioned in yesterday's draft, plays out a little worse than you would expect. There's a lot of words on the card. It's kind of flashy, but that's exactly what it is most of the time. A flash 3/2
5
that you can
seconds.
play on your end of opponent's turn. But still a pretty good card. I mean, just playable. You're never going to cut it,
Draft.
at least
Right.
the first copy. And you know, your
Shuffle
opponent
and
definitely
pass
has to
10
respect it if they
cards
know
to
you
your
have it in your
left.
deck.
Yeah, the upside's nice.
Yeah.
But as you mentioned, these are open pools, meaning that every card that the
Pick up the
player
back, you
drafts,
have
their
30
opponent
seconds.
gets to see. They don't get to know the final build, but they can figure out mostly what the cards are in the deck, and they'll be very aware of these flash creatures. And in fact, there's 2 now for Martin. What does he see here? Oh, another Brave Brawler. There's also a Helicarrier Strike. He's looking at Miss Marvel, Kamala Khan,
Yeah,
but
not going to take that one.
not that one. But Brave Brawler, a Helicarrier Strike, another good white card. Just, again, solid checkbox type cards here.
Right, right. And actually prioritizing the
5
Brave Brawler here
seconds.
doesn't have any interaction yet. And of course, it is very important to pick up a lot
Draft.
of removal in this format because of how powerful the bombs
Shuffle
are.
and
He
pass
does have the
9
Red Guardian, but
cards to your
Brave
left.
Brawler is kind of the 2-drop that you want in these aggressive white decks. It lets you race and just allows you to put pressure on the slower deck. So
Pick up the back, you
certainly
have
a fine
25
pickup here.
seconds.
All right.
And yeah,
it's
you know,
just white cards.
It's
Those
just
are no-
white cards.
There's not even another option,
No,
right?
there's
It's-
not.
it's
White Widow
just the
free
White
agent.
Widow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he's going to go ahead and take the White Widow free agent here. And it's really feeling, Paul, like he's solidified himself in white at this point,
Yeah.
right?
5
I mean,
seconds.
like he has one blue card with that Falcon and everything else is just white cards.
Yeah, and you know, honestly, that's not a bad
Draft.
place to be in the format. We saw Nathan Stoyer's draft
Shuffle and
yesterday,
pass
which was
8
kind of
cards to your
similar, where
left.
he did have a bunch of white cards, and he really needed to open something awesome to kind of put himself in a position to pick that second color. And you can just wait. If you open a bomb in pack number 2, then you can just kind of move into that color. So for right now, took a bunch of white cards. And so he knows for sure that he's white, and he's still trying to find that signal for the second color. We still haven't seen it yet, though.
Let's take a quick look at how this draft has gone so far for Martin. Here's the pick so far. White card, blue card, and then the rest are effectively white, although Spider-Man technically can be green as well. So, you know, 5 out of 6 are white
Right.
cards.
Yeah.
And if that's the case, then the question becomes, what would make him want to go into another color? What are the types of cards that he could take that might tempt him into other colors? Some of the commons might be
Right? And these are, of course, the best commons in the other colors. When you see a late undercover scroll, Cruel Alliance, or Trickster Stratagem, again, individually the best commons in these colors, that's kind of an indication, right? You see any of these cards, 6 pick, you go, wait, there might be a shot that this color is open. That's when you take this over perhaps a filler level white common such as Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D.
And, you know, we don't see a red card here, and that's because if the red cards that you need would really have to be strong like this, like Jessica Jones you see here, Kazar of Savage Land, and Justice Vance Astrovic. These are the top tier level uncommons that would actually draw you into these other colors.
Yeah, and I think at this point, the only card that you can probably get is Jessica Jones, because, of course, nobody's going to be looking to pass a Justice or a Kazar at this point in the draft, but certainly something that he could open in pack number 2.
That's right. And of course, if we're going to dream a little bit,
Why not?
you know, what might pull you in a different direction? How about a Leader Super Genius, a Doctor Doom, and of course, no Dream Picks board would be complete without the Superhero Civil War.
Absolutely.
So these are the things that Martin's going to be thinking about for the rest of this pack, and then of course, more so even heading into the second pack. So let's head back down and see how the rest of pack 1 goes here for Martin Yuza, and then of course the rest of his draft as well.
Pick up the pack, you have 20 seconds.
Being solidified in white this early,
Yeah, it's a good
Pretty
feeling.
good,
It's
yeah.
a good feeling. The only thing for Martin is he's still trying to figure out where he needs to be for that second color. Right now, of course, leaning into blue because you have that Falcon Winged Wonder. Here we have the choice between Shuri, Wakandan
5
Inventor,
seconds.
and Supersuit. I kind of prefer Supersuit if you already have all creatures, right?
Draft.
And you know, sometimes I put Supersuit
Shuffle
into
and
my
pass
deck as my
7
23rd
cards
card.
to your
I was
left.
I've been pleasantly surprised. Every now and then you can just kind of get people with the card. It's a, you know, it's not a take
Pick
up
up
the
the back,
shield,
you
but
have
sometimes
15
you need
seconds.
something like this to kind of round out your deck. All right, Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D.
Super Suit, Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. We're definitely late in the pack.
Yeah, I
you
mean,
know?
and Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. probably going to slot right
5
into that
seconds.
3-mana slot. Totally fine, playable card here, especially, playing a turn 2 Brave Brawler,
Draft.
gain a bunch of life. But yes,
Shuffle and pass 6 cards to
that's
your left.
exactly where you should be taking that card.
Exactly. And, honestly, these are relief
Pick
picks
up the
here
pack, you have 10
as well for
seconds.
Martin, because it is not uncommon to find yourself at this level of draft and have nothing. And you're
Absolutely.
just like, oh,
you have to take, for example, a Hydraulic Helper. And you're like, well,
Exactly.
I don't want to play that in my Blue-Eye Proactive deck. Now, of
Draft.
course, you are certainly very happy picking up an AIM Scientist,
Shuffle and
pick
pass
9.
5 cards
It's
to
just a
your
solid
left.
card to play, and almost all the lane cyclers are playable.
Pick up the
Yeah,
pack,
and it's
you
interesting.
have
It's
10
another
seconds.
little leaning towards blue. The Super Suit, the Aim Scientist. These are
Right.
not the type of cards. Same thing. I'm Iron Man. None of these are the ones that make you go, all right, I'm in blue.
Sure.
Draft.
But
You can
he's
play
a
them.
Pass
little
4
bit more
cards
lean towards. But I'll
to your
tell
left.
you, if Martin opens a
Pick up the
Doctor
pack,
Doom,
you have
he's like,
5
cool.
seconds.
Yeah,
Like,
I mean,
he will ditch that Super Suit right quick.
absolutely. I mean, we saw Nathan Stoyer yesterday
Draft.
open Massacre Girl, and he goes, okay,
Yeah.
that's definitely my second
Pass
color
3
now.
cards
I mean,
to
we
your
even
left.
saw him take Kang and not play it. Like,
Pick up the pack.
Right. Well,
5 seconds.
that I don't necessarily agree with, but yes.
Pim Technologies there, a nice little pickup as well if there is a Black Splash
Draft.
on the
Right.
way here for Yuza. And now we're kind of in the
Pass 2 cards to
dregs
your
of
left.
the pack here, the,
You
can
the
pick
up
last
the pack.
couple of picks.
Just
So
5
Taking the
seconds.
tricks.
Martin now gets to kind of reset,
Yeah.
right? He will get to review
Draft.
all of his picks and go, okay,
And pass the
where am
final
I
card.
at? And I think the checkboxes for him are
It's now
I'm in white.
your
I've
review
got a few
period.
feelers
You
out
have
on blue,
60
but
seconds.
I'm very willing to abandon that if something better comes along. Curve-wise, he's actually looking pretty good so far,
Yeah.
right? He's got double Brave Brawler, and then he has the 2/3 drops.
Yeah, this is not certainly the most exciting deck, but you do have a fine curve. You have a good amount of tricks, right? Even Iron Man and Super Suit, if you don't have enough spells or removal spells, of course, tricks can also act as removal effects, especially in combat. So a fine configuration here. No rares or anything along those lines, but just sometimes if you draft a deck like this, you're still happy. This is a decent start, and it still has a lot of room for flexibility. Now, for Martin, I think it's a slight lean into blue-white, but like you mentioned, you open one of those bombs in any of the other colors, he's just going to move right in.
Yeah, this is also expectations management, right? For those of you that haven't been along with us for a lot of these Pro Tour drafts, they play out much differently than your average draft, say, on Arena or Magic Online or even at your local game store. These are much scrappier. It just feels like you never get
Time
a gift.
for review is complete.
Right, like people just
Please
cut a
return
card
all
or
your
they'll move
drafted
into a
cards to
color
a
and they
single face-down
just,
pile.
you feel like you're fighting just to get a deck.
Find a pack
So when you
labeled
have a deck
A-
like this that is a
sorry,
nice
labeled B.
curve on reasonable playables, even
Open the
though
pack
there's
face
nothing
down,
really
turn the bottom
exciting in
card
here
face
yet,
down,
you
and
actually feel
count
okay.
14
Yeah.
cards. Please
Sometimes
confirm
you don't
all
even
the
get that
reviews
far.
are
Sometimes
marked.
you just go 2-drop, 3-drop, 4-drop, kill your thing,
Right.
and that's good enough.
And by the way, that is a Martin Yuza
Special.
staple. Yeah, he loves the curve out type
Right.
decks. He's very mana base and curve
Pick up the
conscious
back, you
as a
have
player.
50
He's
seconds.
a very responsible player, I,
I mean,
would say.
those decks always have a much higher floor, right, when you're drafting. And this
Ooh,
one, well,
there we go.
I,
Let's delay that decision a little
Right.
further. Hero in Training, the best common in the set.
And the-
Martin's going to windmill it here.
right, and simply put, just the best card in the pack here.
Mm-hmm.
So oftentimes it will be the best card in the pack, as Hero in Training is extremely powerful. And with the 2 Brave Brawlers, you got a couple of heroes to play on turn number 2. Being able to gain the life means that if Martin plays against another aggressive white strategy, I mean, he's going to be able to outrace those decks pretty easily.
And if you look at what Martin's doing here, he's taking a quick look at the next 7 best cards to see what might wheel.
Right.
He could pick up maybe a playable out of this pack. It's
5
possible.
seconds.
And he wants to know what those possibilities might be because they may shade his
Draft.
decisions in future
Shuffle
picks
and pass
to,
13
well,
cards to
I
your
might
right.
be getting that giant-sized flying wasp back, and I'll stick in blue or whatever. This more information, the better.
the pack, you
and
have
for a veteran
45
drafter
seconds.
like you, he's going to be paying attention to everything.
I think he would love to have that ant table. And now guess what? We're just going to decide between white cards again.
Yeah.
Cruel Alliance, certainly a very powerful card, but not enough better than these white options anyways. So now this is interesting because Red Guardian is a powerful card, but it is your second copy of Red Guardian. It's open deck list. It's a legendary creature, and you don't have kind of that unconditional removal for big things like a Murdoch's Crusade, which is also very, very powerful. So I would consider the Murdoch's Crusade here just to get a pesky blocker out of the way, or let's say your opponent plays a leader and turns it into a 2-4. It is a nice, effective counterspell. Now, you can certainly overdo it on Murdoch's Crusade because the first copy is very good, but they get worse as you get multiples, and for that reason, it looks like Martin is taking the second Red Guardian.
Yeah, but the first copy is really good.
Right. And again, I think that's kind of a close pick.
It is.
Stylistically, which one do you like better? And Martin, of course, going for
the Mind Stone. Oh, and there's a web up as well as
a Burrow backup.
A White Widow double agent.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like you just need the interaction here. I don't really see the Mind Stone doing that much here. Martin's really looking to curve out, be a little aggressive. He doesn't really have a whole lot of top end.
Does he have anything to
He's got the one hero in training, and he's got the White Widow, but Web Up is just so perfect and just kind of helps you answer everything. I've been a little bit underwhelmed by this card. It's got high upside, of course. But Web Up is one of the best removal spells in the format, so that's an interesting pick. I really want to see how many good cards Martin picks up to flicker with the Mind Stone because of how premium a card like Web Up is in this format.
Yeah, he's kind of shooting for the fences here. Sure. That is not. I would have thought he may just take the web up, because many games, the Mind Stone is just a little mana rock anyway.
Right.
Like it doesn't always get to the harnessed stage. By the way, Martin, interestingly, he loves the Bold Biochemist because he saw that and he snapped it off, even though there's a Wakandan drone flock in this pack that he may be interested in, and a Baxter Building, which is also just a really good card.
Right.
But you saw it as he was flipping through that pack. He got the Bold Biochemist, and he's like, "That's my boy."
Yeah, I mean, just another good 2-drop to play in your deck. It is a card that you would like to flicker with the Mind Stone. Once you harness the Mind Stone,
to reset it.
Yeah, you reset it end of turn, and then you get the discount, and you only pay the 4 mana to draw more cards over and over again.
No, that's cool. That's cool. But I mean, we're now 10 mana deep before we get our
absolutely.
Like,
I mean, Mind Stone is a really nice card if you first pick it. But of course, Martin still has some runway here to really put together a good Mind Stone deck here if possible.
Nice pickup with Raft Security Officer here.
Great interactive
this is
card.
Fifth pick.
Another 2-drop here. So Martin's curve looking absolutely beautiful here. Bold Biochemist, Raft Security Officer, and double Brave Brawler.
5 seconds.
Martin,
so if you can pick up, Hero in Trainings, of course, is going to be very difficult to pick up, but Shield Deployment Drones, Herbie, right? Cards like that certainly increase in value now that you have a card like the Mind Stone in your deck.
Definitely.
Pick up the pack. You have 25 seconds.
All right. Nothing in this pack here.
That's just a brick. Kree Commando.
But yeah, maybe because you already have an Iron Man. He might just take Kree Commando for the sake of the mana curve if you feel like you just need that 3-drop. I don't think there's really anything else you can consider unless you are interested in a second copy of the Iron Man
5 seconds.
This is also one of those spots where if there was a really nice card, he could consider just cutting one.
Yeah, it's possible.
It's just
but
a pick that's just not.
Maybe the Reptile, right?
Sure.
That's an okay card that you can play in your green hero decks.
Pick up the pack. You have 20 seconds.
All right. Okay. Well, that's a pretty easy shield spike hit here. So very, very nice to pick up, especially when you have all these 2-drops in your deck. So I imagine that's going to be the pickup here for Martin. So still really not necessarily locked into a second color yet, right? I mean, he took one blue card in pack number 2.
He was excited about it, but it's still just a Bold Biochemist.
Right.
It's funny, this whole draft has gone kind of exactly the same. Like almost all white and almost all just middle ground solid stuff.
Yeah, well, except he doesn't have a Massacre Girl. Or you mean this pack? I thought you were talking about the draft yesterday.
Oh, no, yeah. No, this one I just mean like pack 1 and pack 2 is just like kind of the same stuff. He picks up an Agent of Atlas. It's like, yep, that's a white middle ground card. It would be interesting if he actually opened up Massacre Girl.
Right, what
like,
do you do?
It's like probably worth it, right?
Just take it here, yeah.
I mean, like pack 3, pick 1 Massacre Girl. It's like, yeah, I think I'd probably just do that. What is he going to take here? Pim Particles. That card is not really performed, but it's at least in his colors. Yeah, sure.
Yeah. I mean, if you pick up a Colleen Wing, right, and maybe get a late Kamala Khan, perhaps you can kind of fit some of those cards into your deck. And maybe just hate drafting a Mr. Hyde here as it's the best card in the pack.
Sure. Okay, pack 2 winding down here for Martin.
Draft.
And yeah, checking the boxes. I would say he's leaning a bit hard removal-wise on the Red Guardians.
Right.
As we mentioned, with the open pools here, people will be able to play around them pretty effectively.
Right. He's got a tapper.
He has a RAF security officer, but no web up, no Murdoch's Crusade.
No helicarrier strike, and no frozen in ice.
No frozen ice, or did he have one?
No, he took the Falcon over it.
You're right.
So he is lacking in interaction here. So would like to pick some up here in the last pack.
It's just going to take a Panther Pounce.
And that's why I'm kind of going back also
Draft
to
and pass the final card.
the Mind Stone pick, just because I feel like at that point it kind of looked like you needed the interaction.
90 seconds.
Maybe the thought process is it's pack 2, pick 1. I will have access to a web up or something, but
or a helicarrier strike.
That didn't happen.
Yeah. So again, pack 3. The thing is, look, oftentimes going into pack 3, you're often looking to kind of fill the holes in your mana curve and figure out what you need. Well, Martin's kind of got that covered. He's got a bunch of solid 2s and 3s and a lot of things to play. For him, going into the last pack, he's going to be prioritizing interaction. Any type of interaction that he can find. If it's even over a creature that might be slightly better, I would bet that he takes the removal spell.
He's done a good job of putting a foundation for a deck here. The two things that he'd love to really pick up are the removal that Paul just mentioned, and then something upper rarity. You know,
leader,
just
Captain Marvel.
Right. Just some really nice rare or even uncommon to just, Captain America, Living Legend. Just something like that to boost his overall punch. Because right now he's kind of right down the middle. And again, that's not the worst at a Pro Tour draft table, but
right. I mean, especially
dare to dream.
Yeah, of course. You want to just make sure you lock in that top 8. But hey, I mean, Martin has those decks. Has one of those decks where you go, well, if I just curve out, I mean, could pretty easily see myself going 2-1 so far. Right. And we still have a pack to go.
And Martin's not going to change the way he drafts because he's
no. I don't think. I think he always kind of approaches limited the same way every single time.
To review is complete.
And
please return your cards to a single
I think this is just how he would have drafted regardless of the situation. He could have been 4-4 going into day number 2 and would have drafted the same way.
Okay, pack 3 incoming. Can he open up some sweet bomb? Leader,
Captain Marvel. Agent 13 Sharon Carter.
All the bombs. We saw Agent 13
Justice.
Sharon Carter just to work yesterday.
Justice would be nice.
Pick up the pack. You have 50 seconds.
All right, here we go. Oh, that counts. Agent Phil Coulson.
What a pack. There's a political triumph. There's like 5 or 6 cards he wants in this pack. This is a double rare pack. The Vision is also in this pack.
Wow.
So, incredible pack here, but this is a very easy Agent Phil Coulson here for Martin Juza. One of the best rares in the format. If you don't kill it, and you're playing against the hero deck, and the blue-white deck is typically a hero deck, it will run away with the game.
Look at Martin's face. He
is
pained by the fact that he has to ship off
I already know.
Vision.
I already know what he's thinking.
What is he?
Goes, can I just take this pack?
Yes, just take the whole thing.
Just forget the rest of this pack. Forget the rest of pack 3. If I can just put these cards into my pocket.
Political triumph, the Vision, Agent Phil Coulson in a Frozen in Ice. He's like, lock that in.
Lock it in.
I am happy.
Yeah, that is fantastic with all the heroes that Martin Juza already has in his deck, with the Brave Brawlers, the Agent of Atlas. Great pickup. So now that he's got the curve, he's got the bomb, can he find some interaction?
Ooh, Namor the Submariner.
Yeah, I'm not super high on Namor the Submariner, and I saw Murdoch's Crusade.
Yeah.
He's got to take that Murdoch's Crusade here. Needs the interaction here. Patriot, I found to just be a little bit underwhelming. It's a fine card, but it's just so expensive to actually utilize. You kind of have to get to a board state where you have a bunch of mana up, or else you never use it.
Yeah, it's a never gets cut, but also rarely gets activated type card.
Right. Yeah, and so great
Murdoch's Crusade. Yeah. So he has checked the 2 boxes
bomb
right away. Yeah,
right.
It's like that went about as well as you could possibly hope. I think he's really sad to pass the Vision
5 seconds.
Because it's a super solid card, and no matter what, it's going to get played by, I guess in this case, Arne.
Wait, he just drafted the removal spell for it, though.
He did.
He's got the answer now. you can
Wow.
pick
If
up
he
a-
can continue like this,
Yeah, I mean, just
11-0 coming out of
Yeah,
draft.
perhaps
anyone?
another Frozen in Ice.
Captain America Living Legend.
Oh, by the way, Captain
Oh,
America.
but there's a Frozen in Ice.
so Captain America plus Agent Phil Coulson is insane.
That is nuts.
If you can get that curve, it's incredible.
But here's the question, Paul. You said he may take a removal spell even if it's slightly worse than a creature. It's like Captain America is one of the better uncommons. Like,
Yeah.
that is a really powerful card.
I think if you want to do the cool thing, you take Captain America. I actually think Frozen in Ice is the pick here.
Really, it's that he needs removal that much.
It fills the hole that he has in his deck.
Wow.
He's got 3 drops already. Captain America is fine.
5
but look, the
seconds.
whole argument on the Agent Phil Coulson Captain America is fine, but if Agent Phil Coulson lives,
Draft.
you're going to win the game anyways.
Shuffle and
I
pass,
just think that
11
Captain
cards to your
America is
left.
better than fine even without the agent.
Yeah, but
I understand he
Yeah.
needs
This
removal.
is responsible drafting,
back,
and
you
this
have
Wow,
35
that is a
seconds.
bitter pill to swallow to have to pass a card of that quality. but
absolutely.
he did it. Ooh, Electra.
Yeah, I mean, just that's basically uncastable here. So, a Cruel Alliance would be the only other card I would
Well, yeah,
consider.
he can't take it.
Because that is certainly a splashable card. You can also just take Agent of Atlas, just because I know you got a bunch of 2s, but hey, you just picked up Agent Phil Coulson. If you just want
Yeah.
to make sure you up your hero count for that,
Yeah,
can
Aim
cer-
Scientist is a villain.
Yeah, can certainly be interesting. Or you can
5
take Aim
seconds.
Scientist, and then now with 2 Aim Scientists, then if you see a Cruel Alliance, perhaps you can
Draft.
look to splash if
Shuffle
you need the
and pass.
interaction.
Wow, he
10
did
cards
take
to
it.
your
I'm a
left.
little surprised. I feel like you just want to slam any playable 2-mana
Right.
Pick up the back, you have
hero,
30 seconds.
right?
I think he's got kind of a hole in the 4-mana slot, and Aim Scientist is not the worst to flicker with the Mind Stone, right? It just gives
Oh.
you some bit of value, so perhaps he's
Wow,
looking into
this is
that.
a gift. Avengers Hanger here.
Yeah, blue-white land here,
Dude,
great
That
pickup.
is such a nice because Martin's in a rare position here at a PT draft. He has too many playables. Like he's already doing just fine on playables, and picking
5
up
seconds.
a gain land at this point is such a help. I mean, your mana base really does get
Draft.
meaningfully better with just one
Shuffle
of those
and
in
pass,
it.
Yeah,
9
absolutely.
cards to your
Great,
left.
pickup. You
Frank
always
Carson's
want
like,
it.
slam it.
Oh man, he is a very, very big fan of good
Pick
mana
up the back,
fixing.
you
And he
have 25
knows.
seconds.
Speedball,
Speedball,
another
a
aim
third
size,
one, I don't think-
intelligence. Kree Commando's not a hero.
So there's a Repulsor Blast that you can maybe put in your sideboard
Mm-hmm.
with the 2 Aim Scientists if there's something you absolutely need to kill. Alternatively, you can take Super Intelligence for the sideboard.
Oh,
if
okay.
you are playing against somebody who doesn't have a lot of removal,
Oh.
then
5
Super
seconds.
Intelligence actually just becomes a card.
And you get to
that-
actually know.
right, because you can see your opponent's deck. So
Draft.
He
if
took
you're-
it.
Yeah,
Shuffle and pass,
I mean
8
it's
That's
cards to your
interesting.
it's
left.
the highest upside pick, right? If your opponent only has 2 removal spells, right, and let's say
Pick
you
up the
play
back,
Agent
you
Phil
have
Coulson and
20
they use one of
seconds.
them, all of a sudden you know the coast is clear, and then Super Intelligence can draw you a ton of cards.
That's kind of interesting.
All right, this is a pretty easy
Wiccan?
Wiccan here, I would guess, for Martin Yuza. Another flicker type card
Yeah.
to go with
So
some
what
of the
did he
other
end up
cards.
with that he can flicker?
So there's a hero in
5
training,
seconds.
Aim Scientist.
bold biochemist.
It's a little rough.
It's
Draft.
not great.
Shuffle and
It's not
pass,
great,
7
and I
cards.
think if you were to ask Martin, what would you rather have in your deck?
Uh-huh.
Web up
Pick up
100%.
the back, you have 15 seconds.
Given how the draft ended up.
How it ended up. Okay, Super Suit, or what is that, another Black Widow? No, it's a Mockingbird.
5
Yeah,
seconds.
maybe just another super suit here, good against red-based removal.
Yeah, sideboard.
Yeah,
Sure.
might even play
Draft.
at least one. I know he has 2.
Shuffle and
Might
Yeah,
even
pass,
play
this is
one.
the
cards.
second one.
He doesn't have any of the combat tricks, right?
Pick
He
up the
doesn't
back, you
have
have 10
to
seconds.
take up the shields or anything to save his
That
creatures.
is
so.
true.
All right, well,
And
there's
we know that Martin Yuza loves himself a combat.
right. Yeah, well, I mean, that's a flicker target. It's not the greatest card, but hey,
What? Oh, the
Draft.
Shield Helicarrier?
look, if you got Wiccan
Shuffle and
and
pass.
Mind
Okay.
Stone, you ramp into it.
Yeah.
I could see him play, and
Flood
he
the
doesn't.
board.
You
He doesn't
10
have a lot of
seconds.
force.
Okay.
Right? He doesn't have a Wakandan drone flock or a Herbie, which are the typical 4-drop
Oh,
that you play in the
He
blue-white
needed
decks.
a Herbie.
Herbie would have been great.
He needed a
but who
Herbie.
doesn't need a Herbie?
Draft.
Yeah, we all need
Yeah.
a Herbie.
Shuffle and pass 4 cards.
Well, he picks up a Grim Reaper with just 4
Pick up the
cards
back, you
left
have
here.
5 seconds.
Doesn't look like there's going to be much for him. No, nothing
probably
left.
just hate drafting that thing or something.
Yeah,
Draft.
Yeah.
Pass
whatever
3
the
cards.
thing, whatever card is most problematic for him. And
Pick
he
up the back,
decides
you
it's
have
the
5
thing
seconds.
Ben
Maybe
Grimm.
you bring it in against a red-green deck, right? Just because they can't really kill it, right?
Dude,
It's
and with 2
gigantic.
aim scientists, you
Right?
could probably make it
Hey,
work.
why not? Yeah.
That's
Pick up the
funny.
back.
He also has a lot of
You have 5
heroes, so
seconds.
it'll grow. Oh, man, that's funny. And then
Yeah,
he's going to
Mr.
pick
Fantastic.
up a Mr. Fantastic
Draft
Reed
and pass
Richards,
the
which I
final
don't
card.
think he has. Well,
A cyborg reach creature, it would be my guess.
and he did pick up the shield helicarrier.
Right? Yeah. So
So it could be anything.
Now you should check that.
Well, that's going to do it for the draft there. Paul, thoughts overall? You know, it looks like he took a pretty middle ground route.
yeah, I think the only real color that we knew for sure was somewhat open was white. I wouldn't even say it was wide open, but he was able to kind of put together enough playables, picked up Agent Phil Coulson, got a couple of interactive spells, maybe would have liked one more, but I think he actually doesn't have enough here. He's going to have to put filler level cards in his deck.
Let's see
and
what
we
he
can see
did.
it here.
Double super suit made it in.
Right.
Wow.
Yeah, and he's got that I am Iron Man as a combat trick here as well. He does have a totally fine mana curve. Actually, he's got a ghost in there too. That is not a hero. That is just an evasive creature here. So this deck looks fine, but certainly not the most exciting deck here. I would say that Martin probably would be happy to get a 2-in-1 with this deck.
It's really funny. He has Ghost, Spectral Saboteur, Double Red Guardian, and Spider-Man to the rescue. If he passes with 3 mana, it's like
Right.
anything could happen.
Yeah, I mean, you
know?
do get to play that Flash game along with the Super Suits and I Am Iron Man. So
You know
yeah,
what?
It is tough to play against.
Yeah, you know what would have gone a really long way in this deck is a We Say Thee Nay.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Where when you pass with that 3 mana, your opponent has to think, well, maybe it's a counter spell, maybe it's not.
Right. And here we're looking at, a deck, again, nice curve, but you have, 2 removal spells, 2 Red Guardians, and the Security Officer. Slightly light if he does run into a deck that has a couple of rare creatures that absolutely needs to be dealt with here. But other than that, just, you can't be too mad at this deck, given that it's a Pro Tour draft, but, certainly the ceiling could be higher.
That's right. A checkbox for Martin Yuza as he tries to continue his winning ways from day number 1. We're going to take a short break here from Amsterdam. When we come back, we'll have Martin Yuza versus Timo Bertram. Don't go anywhere. And welcome back to coverage here of Pro Tour Marvel Superheroes. We are in Amsterdam in the Netherlands, and to MagicCon out there. Thousands of Magic players converging here in Amsterdam to enjoy the game in all the many ways that you can do so. If you happen to be one of those people who loves high-level competitive play, who likes to try to optimize, to try to maximize, to try to find the best thing in a given environment, You found your home. This is the Pro Tour. That's Paul Chian, I'm Marshall Sutcliffe, and we're so happy to have you along. We are just about set here for our first round of day 2 action between Martin Juza and Timo Bertram. And as you can see, both of our players are actually undefeated coming in, though Bertram did pick up a draw in day 1, so he's 7-0-1 with Martin with the perfect 8-0. Take a quick look at Martin's list. We just went over this as he just finished drafting it. Solid blue-white, nothing to scream about, but it's got little feelers into everything. If there's a weakness, maybe not quite enough removal spells. On the other side of the battlefield, though, it's Timo with triple undercover scroll, double super scroll.
It's a man after my own heart. Undercover scroll, my favorite common in the format, and he's got 3 copies here, which of course lets you ramp into one of the 2 copies of the super scroll, and also lets you utilize any of the 4 abilities on the super scroll here. Really, really cool deck. A little bit light on interaction because you do have the Widow's Bite and the Cruel Alliance and the Punishing Punch, but I suppose the super scrolls can also kill creatures. Actually, I missed it. There's an Electra, Daughter of the Hand, as well. So, man, those 4 mana creatures look extremely powerful here from Timo.
We could see turn 2 Undercover Scroll into 4-drop Bomb.
Right.
And remember, Martin's problem here is he has a little bit less removal than you'd ideally like.
Right, and the thing is, a lot of it is conditional. You have a tapper. That doesn't work against Super Scroll, really, right? You can still just get value with it. And then you have the Red Guardian, but you just don't need to attack with Super Scroll to win the game with it, right? You can just draw cards or pick your right spots to actually spend the 5 mana to deal 4 damage.
Yeah, Super Scroll's been my favorite rare of the format. I think it's the most interesting. I think it poses some interesting deck building challenges. You don't always get to use all of the abilities, but if you focus on the really good ones, which is primarily the red and the blue, then you can do some serious work. Brave Brawler to kick things off here for Juza. He's got a very good curve with this deck. I wouldn't be surprised to see him go 2 into 3 pretty regularly. Timo on 6 cards. And he's just going to try to keep his life total as high as possible here. He's going to Widow's Bite straight away.
Yeah, that was a great draw. I don't think he had that in hand previously. The only issue here, of course, there is a downside for Super Scroll, and that is the difficulty in casting it really requires you to have lots of black mana. And right now, 2 forests in hand for Timo, so won't be able to get it out here on turn 4 unless he draws back-to-back swamps.
Or
Undercover Scroll.
Your boy.
There you go. Can't kill that one.
Scroll.
But Martin, with that solid draw here, a lot of his draws are going to look very, very similar here. Lots of 2 and 3 mana creatures. Has a Agents of Shield in play. Has to deal with an injured hand, choosing not to attack here.
That's actually a pretty good blocker here for Timo.
Right.
And it works. It's going to hold off the 2/4 Agents of Shield here from Juza, who simply plays a land and says go.
Yeah, and as you can see, Martin does have Ghost Spectral Saboteur in hand, so that'll be a nice way to push damage through with the Agents of Shield in play. Hydra Troopers here, not at its best when you don't have the creatures in the graveyard, and just mills, Cruel Alliance.
Cruel Alliance and a swamp.
Yeah.
And there's the Ghost Spectral Saboteur here on end step for Juza. Can he use this to start getting something going? I mean, we're already here.
3 damage a turn here, but Timo does have a really great play lined up next turn. That's a Madame Mask in Timo's hand. One of the more powerful uncommons in the format. Very, very strong card. And Martin knows about the rare creatures in Timo's deck. You see that he's got that Frozen and Ice in hand. He's not going to be firing that off on any of these random common creatures that are on the battlefield.
Yeah, that Frozen and Ice is a very precious commodity here for Juza. Juza also has to be careful of the Ninja of the Hand. He's going to have to keep an extra card in hand. If he goes down to 1 card, he may just find it gone.
Right.
So he's kept a island.
And Timo has, I suppose, 2 options here. Can either play out the Brutes here or the Madame Mask, but given that Martin doesn't have any counter spells, pretty safe to just run out Madame Mask here and get that trigger.
Oh, look at this attack here with the Ninja. He did play his land first, so he has power up available.
Power up available, and just not a really great block here for Martin. So just going to take the 2 here, and then Timo can just slam the Madame Mask here.
And he's just going to play Madame Mask, so this is going to trigger.
Yeah, looking for a swamp here if possible. You do technically have it with the Rocks and Brutes, as you can land cycle next turn for it.
But you'd rather have both.
Yeah, I mean, if you
right?
naturally draw Swamp, you can just discard the Brutes and then just play the Swamp next turn and just play the Super Scroll out of the hand here. And that is a White Tiger. And discards that. Yeah. And if you're Martin, you have to be thinking, you're at 5 lands and you discarded White Tiger? You're 1 land away from playing White Tiger and activating it. So you have to know that Teemo must have at least one of those rare creatures in hand.
It's also interesting position here where Super Scroll, it's okay here. Like,
yeah.
He's not really doing much with it without any other colors of mana.
Yeah.
I mean, the Roxanne Brutes is arguably
just as
good on this board, like roughly speaking.
Yeah, but Teemo does have, of course, the triple Undercover Scroll and the Villainous Land, right, which lets you actually utilize all of Super Scroll's ability here.
That's right.
And the issue for Martin is he's flooded. He doesn't really have anything else to play. He's got a land and a Frozen and Ice in hand, and he's only chipping away for 3 damage. I mean, Teemo's in a position where he can start attacking with, at least the Ninja of the Hand every turn. And even in this spot, he might just play that other Ninja of the Hand that he just drew.
And then just power it up immediately.
Right.
Yeah, this could get awkward for Yuza for sure. I mean, he gets to use his Wrath Security Officer to kind of manage this board.
Right.
But, if Teemo goes Ninja of the Hand, level it up, you discard your planes, Martin draws his card for the turn, and he may be forced with a choice because the other Ninja of the Hand could take away one of those cards. If he draws a spell, he'll really have to decide whether he wants to cast it or not. He may lose Frozen and Ice as a result.
Yeah. Alternatively, you could just play the Brutes if you wanted, just to have another big threat. But just being able to play Ninja, have a 3/3 Death Touch creature, and make your opponent discard a card is really, really strong. Because now this puts...
Yeah, what does he draw?
Martin,
this gets interesting.
Now this puts Martin kind of in an awkward spot.
Yeah, he's just going to have to keep the Mind Stone in hand.
Right.
Unless, is there anything to do with it right now? No, right?
No, and that's kind of the issue, right? It's a bit of a risk taking it because you could just have a deck that has... If you only have 3 things to flicker in your deck, it's really just not that strong.
No, especially when your curve's already really good.
Right. If you had more of a controlling white deck that looks to, has higher things up your mana curve, maybe you're trying to ramp into Atlantis attacks, that's one thing. But here, it's just a mana rock.
I feel like Martin just needs to keep it in his hand in case Teemo decides to activate the other Ninja.
Yeah. Especially because
it's just risky.
Yeah, I mean, it would, of course, be very, very different here if Martin had a hero in training or something to play.
Then he could maybe say, all right, I'm just going to play the Mind Stone, play Frozen and Ice on something.
Yeah, the alternative is you just play both of your cards.
Exactly.
Right, but remember, Teemo discarded White Tiger.
Yes,
right?
so you know he's stacked up on something really good.
Look at this.
Yeah, he's just going to play both then.
Then he's just going to play the Mind Stone here. And now the coast is clear for Teemo to get that Super Scroll in play. And if he can find a red source, then he would be able to, of course, just whittle away and kind of shoot down Martin Yuza's board.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what Teemo draws here. I mean, I think a Swamp would be excellent for him.
Right.
Oh, he drew Madam Hydra. Not great.
Yeah, not a good card in general, but Teemo had something like 15 villains in his deck. So I suppose at that point, you get kind of, with all the good mana fixing that you have, perhaps it's something that you're okay playing.
That's right. But we see the Wrath Security Officer with the discount here tapping down the Death Touching Ninja. And that actually is going to clear the way because if Martin were to block, yes, he wouldn't lose a card, but he would just lose his Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. to a power-up activation. So he's going to take the 2.
I think he's just going to play the Scroll here.
Yeah.
Just go get the Swamp. I know it's weird because you also have that Madam Hydra, and you can't cast it here, but just getting a 4 or 5 flyer on the battlefield here basically means that Security Officer and 2 mana just tied up until Martin can find another way to get it off the battlefield.
Okay.
Yeah.
And there it is, Super Scroll on the battlefield, though. At this point, it isn't doing that much. It is huge.
It gets tapped down here, but Teemo does have a bunch of other creatures that he can attack with. Okay.
Super Suit was a draw here for Yuza.
I wonder if
is he just going to use this as a quicker clock?
It does turn it into a 3-turn clock here, right? Because
it does.
Ghost currently attacks as a 3/3 with the Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. If you put the Super Suit on it, that turns it into a 4-powered unblockable creature.
One card left for Teemo, but again, right now, the Super Scroll doesn't do anything. There's no black activation on it, and the green one just pumps it.
Yeah.
So it just is going to get tapped down by Raf Security Officer, and Martin may just go, I'm in a race situation here.
Yeah, he absolutely is, because Teemo just has 2 Death Touch creatures. Next turn, he could just attack for 6 by leveling up or powering up the Ninja of the Hand on the right side. And, I mean, Martin's at 14. I suppose he can wait 1 turn.
He can wait 1 turn. He also has an interesting play here where he can activate the Raf Security Officer and then use the Super Suit to untap it and then tap a thing again.
Yeah. I think
and that really does change the race math here for Yuza, especially considering that he can then re-equip the suit and hit twice with Ghost and just win the
Martin
game.
considering harnessing the Mind Stone here? Because if he does, then he will not be able to tap down the Super Scroll here.
Does it even do anything here?
I think he's just seeing if he wants to kind of utilize the mana here, but there's nothing. So I think you just, because the Super Scroll, you can still pump it with the green mana. So you have to keep up 2 mana to tap down that Super Scroll.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then, he can tap down the other Ninja. He also could maybe tempt Teemo into activating the other Ninja of the Hand with 1 card left for Yuza, and he could be like, gotcha.
That's the second Super Scroll here. And, I mean, Teemo has nothing else to do with his mana, so I can totally see him powering up the Ninja of the Hand here.
So first off, he's going to tap down, assumedly, the Super Scroll.
Yeah. Completely makes sense. But now you can also attack with the Menace creature here if you like, right? There's only 1 blocker in play.
Well, unless Martin goes for the Super Suit double tap play.
Yeah.
Which I think he's kind of forced to do here. Right?
Here, is he going to do it on the Security Officer?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Put it on, and then it'll jump onto the Security Officer, which would untap it.
Right, because you can just move the Super Suit on the next turn.
Exactly, and still have the 2-turn clock.
Doesn't need to tap 2 mana for that, right? It's just 1 mana?
It's just 1 mana for that.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter here.
Yes.
So this is 4 damage coming in.
Maybe 5.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose Teemo can just play the other Super Scroll if he just really feels like he needs the blocker.
Yeah, I was just thinking he could activate the Ninja of the Hand. Even though Martin doesn't have a card in hand, he could get in 1 extra damage. You can also just do it during draw step, right?
Yeah.
There's no timing restriction on that?
Right, you can do it during the draw step, which would be kind of preferable, but I suppose you also have to do the math here in terms of just how close you are to.
That's what we're seeing him do.
Yeah, and this
I see counting.
Right. And this is also the issue with Teemo's deck with just not having access to that much removal here. That tapper is actually being really effective.
Yeah, that's one of Martin's only real ways to interact.
But I mean, look, unless Teemo can find something here, Martin is looking pretty good here. He is winning this race.
He's going to draw step, hit him with the Ninja.
So does Martin find an instant to play?
No, it was just the land, and it will go away.
Right. And now you just move the Super Suit over to the Ghost.
And 2-turn clock. He's just got to stay alive.
That's right. You just got to stay alive.
But he does need to keep Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D.
Right.
And the Ghost.
Yeah.
Like, it's getting a little sketchy.
Wait, is he not moving it?
And then I tap this. I take 6.
He's seeing if he's dead on the crackback, I guess.
Yeah, because you got to tap the Super Scroll.
All right.
Oh, he didn't move it.
He didn't move it. Did he miss that? Because he has nothing else to do. He definitely should have moved it.
Definitely should have
You can
moved
move it and then you move it back, if that's what you want to
do.
Well,
that makes it a 2-turn clock.
Right.
Oh, no.
Oh, that is rough because, wait.
Cool.
Oh.
I was going to flip this and, well, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, this completely changes how this game can end up here because that would have put Teemo on a 2-turn clock. Now Teemo's at 5. And I
Martin
think Martin's
realizes
realizing
his error.
it. Yeah, he moved it over. He's like, oh, wait, this was a 2-turn clock.
I think he was saying he wanted to Mind Stone and then...
But
he hates it. He hates it. He hates it.
That is brutal.
That could cost him this game very easily.
Absolutely. Now, Teemo did draw Dark Fortress here.
He's talking about us.
Did he? What do you say?
That coverage is going to get him on this one.
Yeah.
Martin, we've all done it, dude.
Right, absolutely. And again, we'll note, Teemo did top deck a Dark Fortress here, giving him access to the red mana. So now the ghost dies.
Oh yeah, so now it does.
So it wouldn't have.
So Martin can sleep.
You could be like, okay, it didn't cost me.
I go to combat.
Yeah.
Get this.
Wow. And it's an untapped red source too, so
Yeah.
that will just clear away.
Oh, this didn't. I think I also just missed an attack with my mana square, right?
A couple
No.
times. Yeah.
Okay, well,
Well-
Martin loses the game, but maybe has a little bit of an emotional bump up thinking, my mistake didn't actually cost me that time. I was going to lose anyway.
Yeah, but I think he's a perfectionist. He's a pro. I think he's still going, man, I still should have moved it, right?
Absolutely.
Even though it didn't matter.
He wants to be playing tight, especially 8-0 coming overnight. This is an absolutely golden opportunity for Martin Yuza to get a top 8. You don't get these opportunities very often. It is far from guaranteed, as we saw at the news desk. It is quite common that you see people miss top 8, make top 16, something like that off of an 8-0 start. But a player of Martin's caliber, it's go time when you get a top 8. These almost never happen.
Right.
I mean, you can talk to the top pros and say, how many times were you straight up undefeated on day 1 of a PT? And they'll all say 0 or 1.
Yeah, definitely.
Brave Brawler here for Yuza to kick things off.
Great answer to the Brave Brawler here from Teemo in the Agents of Hydra.
It's like not even a good card, but it looks
here,
really good right here.
There are times where it can be awesome here. Martin going to be running out the Kree Commando here as an evasive threat.
The 2-drop into 3-drop for Yuza, as we mentioned before, is kind of a feature.
And Teemo just has the mana here. He's got a Super Scroll, and he has the Villainous Hideout, which you can use to use any of the colored abilities on the Super Scroll.
Yeah, that's huge. That means any ability you want.
Right.
So Hydra Troopers, but since there's not 2 creatures in the yard, it's going to mill a Reptile and Swamp before passing the turn back.
And Martin just needs to just...
Can he just leverage I Am Iron Man or something?
I feel like this turn is likely going to be a Mind Stone into Ghost turn, right? Just kind of get that mana going, get your evasive creatures online. Yeah.
Hit for 3.
Hit for 3.
17.
Maybe you can cheese out a win here with Ghost and I Am Iron Man and finding a way to get that done. But he doesn't have an answer for the Super Scroll.
Right,
If Teemo
that's
just
the problem.
slams Super Scroll, then plays Villainous Hideout. He just every turn he doesn't need to play any more spells for the rest of the game.
Nope. He could just take his draw step, put it face down, and say, which one of these things am I going to kill? Yeah, for 4 in a red, you get to do 4 to any creature, and it basically, once you get to that point, you'll most of the time just see players activate that every turn until they're not allowed to anymore.
Right.
Because it more or less kills anything on the board.
Right, and then eventually when they find the removal spell to kill it, well, you still have a handful of cards.
Exactly.
Right?
Every once in a while, you'll find yourself in a position where activating it for 5 and a blue, draw 4 ends up being a thing. But if you can control the board, you are using your mana to kill things that your opponent has already put their mana into. And a lot of times the opponent just looks at their hand and goes, I can't do anything. And there it is, Super Scroll on turn 4. Yuza really needs to find one of his few answers for it.
Yeah, Murdoch's
He's going to
Crusade.
flash in the Ghost here. Murdoch's Crusade, Frozen in Ice.
He's thinking about cycling the I Am Iron Man to try to find a way to kill the Super Scroll instead of running out Ghost. I think that was at least the consideration.
I think that's what I think you're right, Paul. But he does ultimately play the Ghost. He does, and again, he's looking at the mana,
Right.
And he says, "Well, it doesn't really matter because, the green activation. Yes, it's a nice clock, but I can maybe manage that."
So he's got the Shield Spy Kit that he just drew, which is an interesting draw here. You can play that on your unblockable creature, right? Turn that into a 3/3. And if Teemo goes for Villainous Hideout, kill your Ghost, then you can cast I Am Iron Man, and you would actually save the Ghost.
You also can attack with Kree Commandos here, right?
Right.
If you keep up Iron Man and just
Sure.
free roll it.
Yeah, the question is, do you want to get the Scry trigger from the Shield Spy Kit?
Oh.
And no, you want to just get in for maximum damage here. Yeah, no, this is great. That Shield Spy Kit was huge because now, next turn, if you spend an entire turn activating the Super Scroll and you have a combat trick to stop that from happening, it's a pretty big blowout.
It is. See, the key thing here is the Villainous Hideout because Teemo does not want to take a big chunk of damage, but he knows if he waits one turn, he is going to have that repeatable removal effect that he can use to dominate this board.
And also, if he wants to play around combat tricks, he doesn't have to use the red ability. Right now, if he gets to untap, he just plays a land. If Martin attacks, you just block and you can just give your creature +4/+4.
Sure. But if he plays the hideout, then it's really gnarly for Martin because he won't even be able to attack.
Yeah, I mean, you just pass and all of a sudden you're just...
Good luck.
Yeah, exactly.
Enjoy. And then, what will end up happening is Martin will decline to attack with the commandos. He'll probably move the Shield Spy Kit over. Then he'll just kill the ghost. And Martin Juza is not looking good in game number 2 against Timo Bertram. How can he find his way out of this? I mean, look, if he just cold top decks a removal spell, now we're in business.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely, because he's got, he's got that some of these evasive threats in play. Timo can only kill one of them, but he needs to find it within the next 1 or 2 draw steps. Timo does have that villainous hideout, and of course that is the combination with Super Scroll.
Look at Martin.
Like, that's good.
Not that one.
That's good. I was hoping you could only give it +4/+4.
That was really the question, right?
Yeah.
If you're in Yuza's seat, you're like, do you have... Because he probably looked at the pool and said, wow, you've got 3 undercover scroll, and he hasn't seen one yet.
Right.
That is how it's supposed to go, where Timo's activating his Super Scroll. But now the question was, does he have the land? And he
Yeah,
did.
I mean, Timo's mana base is actually fantastic. Not only does he have the villainous hideout, he's got that Dark Fortress in his deck as well.
Yeah, this is going to be really difficult for Martin Juza to get out of. Now, could get lucky.
Yeah, of course. And Timo playing it
Timo
very
passes the turn.
conservatively
That's all
here.
he needs to do.
You just need to keep passing. Big draw.
It was Wiccan.
That is not something you want to play on this board here. Tapping out to play a 4/4 against an active
What do you mean? It's
Super
5 mana
Scroll.
for 5 mana. What's the problem, Paul?
Yeah, well, there you go. It's an even trade.
Yeah.
It's an even mana trade.
Yeah,
We'll
it's an
go with
even mana trade. We'll call it that. Yeah, this is the catbird seat here for Timo. He can just do whatever he wants.
Now, if you're on Martin's side, he could have moved, I suppose, the Shield Spy Kit over.
Mm-hmm.
But I suppose then maybe Timo activates in response here. But just going for the attack here, and Timo deciding, all right, do I just go for it here, or is it okay? I'm at 11 life. Maybe I can just take 2 and then just do things at end of turn. I feel like I would lean towards just taking the damage here.
Yeah, no blocks.
No blocks, he says.
Yeah.
Down to 9.
And now if you're Martin, what do you do? Right? It's such a tough spot here.
He's just going to play Wiccan.
He's just brute forcing it, and of course Timo goes, "Hey, that's a 4/4. That's a target."
But he can block that one.
He can.
But it's so tempting to just hit the Wiccan here, right?
It's just so, and you can't. Martin, if he plays a spell, you can start flickering away your opponent's blockers. So you kind of have to kill the Wiccan here.
Yeah, he just play.
Yeah.
Oh, which one? The Wiccan. Okay, yeah. So he kills the Wiccan. And Juza can only laugh.
Yeah. Now, if it was just a 4/4 with no abilities, you could make the case that you kill the unblockable creature there. But given Wiccan, you play any spell, you flicker away the Super Scroll and attack with everything.
So he's going to take out Wiccan for just low cost of 5 mana.
I mean, again, you just don't need to do anything. Also, the cards that he has in hand doesn't really help block flyers or deal with the ghost here. So I think you just play a land and pass again. Oh, going for the main phase? Maybe trying to play around any trick here. But now the commando gets to safely attack. He has to know that Martin can be representing Super Suit and I Am Iron Man here.
Yeah, and it gets kind of interesting with I Am Iron Man plus
it gets +1/+1
Shield Spy Kit and or Shield Spy Kit plus Prowess. Like, that's getting to be a lot of damage and more than 4. So Timo's playing very safely.
Martin found an answer.
No.
He found a Red Guardian, so if Timo...
That actually works!
It works now. Timo is still going to be far ahead on cards, but the moment Timo activates the Super Scroll to deal damage, Martin can now cast Red Guardian to kill the Super Scroll.
Yeah, and the fact that Timo didn't wait, or was
taking a lot of damage
fired
here.
away, is that he can't, I mean, I guess he could but very risky to block here. Wow, scry to the top too for Yuza.
It could be a Murdoch's Crusade here. So this is 3 damage coming in, and with Iron Man, that would turn the Commando into a 5/5.
Wow, does Teemo feel like he needs to block here?
No, he takes it here.
It was just 3, but it could be.
It was very close, but not quite.
It wouldn't be quite enough.
Yeah.
He could add 5 more, so he would put him to 1.
Right.
Maybe 3 more.
Yeah, so it would get the prowess trigger and be a 5/5 at its base plus the shield spike hit. So 6 damage.
6 total.
Yeah.
Okay, well, Teemo's still at a relatively comfortable 6 and gets a merciful untap here.
Right.
Again with the Super Scroll at the ready.
I suppose you can just play White Tiger here and still keep up the red ability, which is what Teemo's doing. He just passes again.
Basically, Teemo says the longer this game goes, the better it is for me.
Right. I just need to slowly chip away at all your evasive creatures because I already have the ground locked up.
And he did not go for the main phase this time.
Right.
So that's going to tie up a little bit more of Martin's mana with the Red Guardian.
Yeah, I mean, he's picking his spots, right? Knowing what Martin can be representing. When Martin is tapped out, that's when you do it so you don't get Red Guardian. But now when Martin passes with 3 mana up, certainly you don't want to be firing off the Super Scroll's ability.
So what happens now?
It's a tough spot here for Martin. I mean, if he attacks with the Brave Brawler, Martin just has so many blocks. He's just passing here.
Pass. So this will now get Teemo to take out one of these 2 threats.
Right.
And then Martin can get him with Red Guardian.
Yeah, I believe that is something that he can do. Now, it's not intuitive.
Teemo could go super next level and make a wall.
Yeah, what I mean is it wasn't super intuitive. Oh, he's going for it.
Yeah, he's going to do it.
Red Guardian.
And now we're going to see Red Guardian hit because it did deal damage.
Scroll deals 4.
Yeah.
And
so
Teemo's like, yes, it does.
Right.
Work.
Yeah, that is. Okay, so, hey, he dealt with that, but, hey, he doesn't have any flyers. And
Yes.
Teemo still has Ninja the Hand, Savage Land Dinosaur, and Madden Mask, but at least he got that rare off the battlefield. What I was alluding to previously, though, is instead of playing White Tiger, because you already have the ground mucked up, if your opponent just passes with a bunch of mana, don't kill anything. Just draw 4 cards.
Oh,
Right? You can just draw 4 cards with the hideout. So I think that might have been a slight misstep from Teemo, just given the fact that you know that your opponent has 2 Red Guardians in their deck.
That's a great point, Paul, because if you've ever played with Super Scroll, once you activate that, draw 4 cards and get to untap, like you just feel like you've got all the things you need at that point.
Right. It's like, at that point, if your opponent kills your Super Scroll, it just doesn't matter.
Right. Well, we'll see. Martin Yuza is trying every trick in the book here, and he has, by the way, gotten Teemo down to 6 throughout all of these shenanigans.
Right.
And Martin's at a very healthy 19 life.
Now, Martin does have a nice card advantage engine if he can find enough lands. Does have the Mind Stone in play and has a hero in training in hand.
Yeah, so long game looks okay for Martin as well.
I'll block the White Tiger
With the Brave Brawler.
with the Brawler.
Yeah, just kind of asking Teemo, would you like to spend the mana to make a 4/4 this turn? I think I'm okay if you do that. And then on Teemo's side, you go, do I want to make a 4/4 or do I want to just play out a Dinosaur or a Madam Mask? Madam Mask is going to be really, really nice because not only do you get the token this turn, you've got the villain land in play, right? The hideout. So now every turn, you can just connive onto your villains and just make a 2/1 every single turn.
Yeah, I mean, both players have really interesting long games. If I'm Teemo, I am fighting for every bit of life total that I can here. Well, he's going to... It's interesting. He keeps making the most upfront value play.
But no creatures? Okay.
This could get interesting.
Now, by the way, if you Iron Man the Mind Stone and then move the Shield Spike hit, that's 5 damage, right?
Yes. And with flying.
Did Martin have a potential lethal situation with it? No, none of the other creatures had a counter on it, right? So you wouldn't... If a
Not
creature had a
yet.
counter on it, you would actually be able to set up a lethal situation.
Yeah, that would have been the Brave Brawler with power up and then trying to set that up. But
Right. So as is here, but Martin with that I am Iron Man can set up a situation here where he can kind of surprise kill Teemo here with the evasion.
He sure can.
Yeah.
You see the AIM scientist coming down and conniving.
Kind of likes that land. Certainly not going to throw away I Am Iron Man. That is your route to victory.
Dude, if Martin pulls this out, was that a triple activated Super Scroll?
Yeah, it would be very impressive here. You could just discard the Super Suit because it doesn't. Once you get the counter on the I Am Iron Man, right? If you cast I Am Iron Man onto a creature with a counter on it, it'll be a 5/5 flyer.
Yes.
You move the Shield Spike, get onto it, and that's a lethal attack, and Teemo's at 6.
I guess also Super Suit plus Spy Kit plus 4/4 is enough, right?
Right. It's just you want that extra land to get closer to harnessing.
Right. And he said no. So Plains goes in the bin.
Because you don't have the second blue to be able to play Super Suit and I Am Iron Man.
Right. Yet.
Yeah, I don't know. I think that was close. You get the counter on there, you have a potential lethal attack next turn.
Yeah, and that counter costs you no mana.
Right.
Yeah.
Yep.
Adam Hydra, and Martin says, just tap out. It's okay.
Yeah, tap out.
And
Okay.
he kind of did.
But
Swamp doesn't represent anything.
But again, Martin doesn't have a lethal situation
Not
unless
yet.
he finds Island.
Island is lethal, right?
Island is lethal, but had he discarded Super Suit,
Yes.
it would have
he
just been
would-
lethal.
He wouldn't have needed it.
Oh, he drew
he
Island!
found Island off the top of the library.
I mean, there's just one black mana up. You just got to go for it here, right?
I mean, that doesn't even represent anything.
right.
You just got it.
You have all the pieces here. There's nothing with reach. Martin going, I guess I
nothing
just
in the
go for it,
format.
right?
Play Super Suit. Equip.
Give it flying, draw a card.
I'll make him 4/4 and flying. I'll draw a card.
Wow, Teemo's heart just must be sinking here. He
Yeah.
had this one.
I thought he had
it's
a
a-
greed open for the fight
So
spell.
it's a 5/5
No, he doesn't have green open.
That's a 5/5
He was
flying.
thinking attack and then cast Super Suit, untap it.
Oh,
Oh, he drew Agents of Shield, same thing. Sure.
Sure, same
6 damage.
difference. That's 6 damage coming across. And Teemo just has to say,
Oh,
holy smokes, this guy's good.
unbelievable. I am Iron
Wow.
Man.
Martin Yuza won that game.
Sorry,
When
I didn't
that
mean to
Super
play it that
Scroll
slow,
was
but I
up,
thought-
I
I
would
thought I had
have
a green open. I
never
was
thought
wondering
he
if I
could
can
pull that game.
Right.
do it different.
No, absolutely.
You know, it's that
absolutely.
turn I keep going back to where you just say, okay, fine, don't kill anything, draw the cards,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
don't worry
I mean,
about
I think that was the
Ibra.
play. What is having an extra 2/2 in play when there's already a Hydra Enforcers and an Agents of Hydra in play, right? You already have 2 ground blockers. You know that there's 2 Red Guardians in your opponent's deck. Just don't kill anything.
Yeah.
Draw 4 cards. Find more interaction.
And the Tigra also led him to make the creature off of it, which
Right.
ended up being a non-relevant threat as well. Wow, game number 3 between
Oh,
Teemo
man.
Bertram and Martin Yuza. I can't wait for this one. And somehow Teemo does not have the
So I guess
turn to
becomes 3/5 or
Undercover
6/6.
Scroll. Again, he's got 3. We haven't
got
seen
3.
one. What
It
is
is
going
rough.
on?
It is rough.
His deck is built to have that. He's got a lot of really good 4-drops to play off of it, including 2 Super Scroll, and he just can't find it.
Right. Interesting turn here for Martin. You can just run out a 2-drop or set things up with a Mind Stone. But you can just go 2-mana creature, next turn Mind Stone into 2-drop if you like.
All right, it's going to be old Biochemist here for Yuza. But with a land drop, Teemo can threaten to chip in for that 1 damage, baby. Or you can upgrade it.
Yeah, it turns into a 3/5 Vigilance creature.
He does have the land.
So he can just attack if he feels like he wants to be the aggressor here. Certainly.
Pretty low stakes either way.
Yeah, yeah. And certainly not going to be using Cruel Alliance here on a Bold Biochemist.
Certainly not at this stage.
But nothing to play here.
I guess maybe you just get in, you just activate, get in
Yeah,
for 3.
just activate. If you have nothing else to do, you
Yeah.
just get in for 3 and you still can block the
Yeah.
Biochemist, right?
Yep.
And if you're Mario, you're like, okay, I am happy you
This
did
is
nothing this turn.
Probably the best case scenario
Right.
for Martin.
Yes. 21-17.
And I don't think Martin can really bluff anything by attacking here in the sense that Teemo is just going to be happy to block with a 1-drop. So Martin just playing out his creatures.
And just says, go.
Better to just have a 1/3 on defense.
Brave Brawler plus the Mind Stone here for Yuza, using up all of his mana.
And with that acceleration, those power-up creatures are active. I mean, the Brave Brawler, you can tick it up next turn if you like, and then you play the 6th mana source, and then you can start drawing cards off the Biochemist.
Teemo drew Hydra Troopers.
Yeah, he draws that one a lot. So it's always been a 3-mana mill 2 cards.
It has. I guess this time he can go for Unliving Legionnaire this turn.
Sure. Just get a flying threat in play.
Man, I have to say, with some of the raw power that Teemo has in this list, that these are very disappointing draws. I mean, no undercover scroll in 3 games. He hasn't even seen one, I don't think.
I don't think he's even drawn one.
Right.
No. Yeah.
Like, what are the chances of that? I mean, he's
very
seen
unlikely.
So many cards, let alone having one in your opener, which is what he built the deck for.
Right. I'm sure Martin's going, please no scroll. Okay, that one I can deal with. That one I can deal
That's
with.
much more palatable.
Yeah.
Teemo is setting up for Madam Mask next turn at the least, and that could potentially help him find one of his bombs.
Now, Martin did draw one of his few answers to a clean answer to Super Scroll in that Murdoch's Crusade. That's reserved for 1 Super Scroll. Hey, look, Martin's also, by the way, the more this game progresses, he's got a lot of good targets this time for a harnessed Mind Stone, right? The Mind Stone with, you know, the White Widow in hand and also the Bold Biochemist if it gets to that point.
So what's Martin's plan here? He just passed the turn. He's got Spider-Man to the rescue.
Yeah, Spider-Man to the rescue if there's a weird combat situation and you can use this to block, or you can just, of course, just power up the Brave Brawler end of turn.
Yeah, I mean, do you think he would just want to trade Spider-Man for the Legionnaire here?
Yeah, I mean, that's certainly a consideration as well.
Just trade.
Okay.
Well, I was thinking more Madam Mask than Madam Hydra, but there it is.
As you can see, Teemo not attacking there. 2 copies of Red Guardian and Spider-Man, knows about it, so doesn't want to leave himself open there with against all that open mana.
Yeah, but as you said, he did have a thing to do with his mana.
Right.
He can power up his Brute, so pretty good sequence there for Yuza, just getting slightly ahead as he goes.
Absolutely.
When is it time for the Brawler to brawl?
So it's currently a 4-3, so I suppose a double block with a 3-2 and a 2-3 would get it off the battlefield. You could play White Widow, though, and put a counter on the Brave Brawler, and that would force, if Teemo blocks, he would lose 2 creatures on that exchange, right?
Okay. Any 2 of the...
Right, exactly.
Well, that's tempting.
I think that's what he's going to be looking to do here. White Widow, probably a counter on the White Widow herself. Possibly the Bold Biochemist, actually. But certainly Biochemist not getting in there. If your plan is to flicker the White Widow, then at some point maybe you put it on the Bold Biochemist.
You can also do interesting stuff. You can put one on your opponent's creature.
Yeah, but I'm certainly going to... That is a valid line, but we are saving that Crusade for a Super Scroll.
Okay, it's just earmarked.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, that's 5. So we go to
Wow,
16.
so that's a big attack here with a lifelinker.
Yeah, huge life swing here. Now, Teemo does have that Cruel Alliance. Now that the Brave Brawler has been fully powered up, might use that Cruel Alliance here.
Can Teemo find one of his bombs?
Yeah, or you can just slam Madam Mask, right?
Claw's interesting, too.
Yeah, no creatures in the graveyard, so it would just get 1 card out of Martin's hand here. It's probably better to play Madam Mask. You get 2 villains onto the battlefield.
Totally.
Maybe you discard a creature, for example, the Hydra Troopers, and then your Claw allows you to, you know, maybe look at 2 cards or 3 cards. And now with only 2 mana up, no Spider-Man as an option or Red Guardian, so now we attack with the Unliving Legionnaire.
Yeah, Teemo also knows that Martin doesn't have any copies of Helicarrier Strike in his deck. That would be another normal consideration. Look at this, though. This is kind of going off here for Teemo. He plays Madam Mask, gets the trigger, and then he'll get a second 2-1 Menace thanks to Madam Hydra. The 2 Madams teaming up here and building out a serious board state. So what is he left with? Cruel Alliance, Claw, and then he discarded the Troopers, right?
Right, so now when you cast a Claw, not only do you get a 2-1 token off Madame Hydra, but you get to look at 2 of the cards in Martin Yuza's hand. So great turn here for Teemo.
You can see why he took his time with getting Madam Hydra down first. Now he's got that kind of maximum value.
I mean, I think Martin's deck only has a Frozen in Ice to deal with Madam Hydra. Madam Hydra is generally not that great, but against Martin's deck specifically, Martin just can't kill it.
Right? Yeah, he'd have to do something silly like what we were talking about.
The counter onto the Murdoch's Crusade, right?
Right. So now Martin's hand is Spider-Man to the rescue, Murdoch's Crusade, which he's probably got earmarked for a bigger bomb than this, Aim Scientist and an Island.
Yeah, and remember, Teemo's got that Villainous Hideout too, with the Madam Mask in play. So lots of good options here.
Right, you were talking about that being a really powerful 2-card combo.
Absolutely.
I mean, churning through your library plus getting board state presence in the form of these 2/1 Menace villains, that adds up really quick.
Yeah, and now the ground has been completely mucked up here. You can't, you know, now if Martin attacks with the 5/4 Brave Brawler, Teemo can just put 2 of the Menace tokens in front of it, right?
Right. And he'll just say there's more where that came from.
Yeah. I can potentially make 2 more next turn. Yeah, tough spot here for Martin.
Man, this has been a sweet match, by the way.
Yeah, definitely.
We got a really great opener yesterday, and we've been lucky enough to get one here as well. Hopefully this one comes to a natural conclusion. Yesterday we ended up going to turns.
Oh, there it is.
What did he find?
An Undercover Scroll. Now, of course, its effectiveness not nearly as strong here. In fact,
now he just wants to connive it away.
Exactly.
Right?
In fact, we might actually.
Oh, it's so sad.
We might activate Villainous Hideout here and get the Undercover Scroll into the graveyard to perhaps get a Claw for 3 going.
Sad.
Yeah, I mean.
Sad but necessary in this case.
Oh, it looks like, or you can just play both and make 2 tokens, right? So that's, of course, perhaps the other option here. It looks like he's just going to play a Claw for 2.
Okay, Claw for 2. There's only 3 cards in hand, so he's going to get
I assume
either an Aim Scientist or a Spider-Man, I suppose.
Well, Martin can also respond by activating the Bold Biochemist and drawing 2 cards and
buffering himself a little bit. No, he's going to show him. Oh, he's going to show him the Murdoch's Crusade, too.
Because I suppose if Teemo had Super Scroll, would have likely played it already.
Sure.
But the Murdoch's Crusade would have also been very nice once Teemo activates that Legionnaire, as it becomes a 5/4 flyer. But I guess Martin just wants to be able to flash in the Spider-Man to the rescue as it has reach to block the flyer.
He's going to take the Murdoch's Crusade and leave Martin with
a token,
Aim Scientist, and yet another token. Man,
right?
Teemo's deck knows how to create value. There's no doubt about that. Remember, he's splashing for that Madam Hydra. That looks like a stretch until you realize how many villains he has and how good his mana is.
Right. Yeah, and Teemo, I mean, with all that open mana, he can play it kind of slow if he wants, right? It's not like Martin has a Wrath in his deck. You can just play a Scroll, right, and just make another 2/1 here. But it looks like Teemo wants to get very aggressive here. Cruel Alliance on the Brave Brawler. Spider-Man to the rescue does not work. This is an exile removal spell. Spider-Man to the rescue gives Indestructible.
That's also going to be 3 extra life there for Teemo, and then he's just going to say go.
Okay.
But look at this board state. He has really whittled down Yuza, and now Yuza has to activate Bold Biochemist to try to get something going.
This is tough. Needs to find the Frozen in Ice here. Get one of the Madams off the battlefield.
Right.
Both very, very strong here, but just finds, what is it, land?
Plains and an Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. off the top there. Yeah, he found Island, Plains, Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., 2 cards plus his draw step.
Aim Scientist time. Yes. Maybe we can connive something here. That's a Red Guardian. That is a good, relevant card. But Teemo has been very good about playing around it here. So
he certainly has. There's also that Legionnaire sitting there to buy back something if it were to die. Now, Frozen in Ice, of course, we keep it on the battlefield, but irrelevant, which is kind of the sweet spot there.
Yeah, and as long as Martin just keeps up a bunch of mana, I just don't think that Legionnaire is ever attacking. I think it's just going to.
Why is it? He wants to keep power up for later.
Save the power up for later, not run into Spider-Man or Red Guardian, because you just get that extra value. And he's in no rush. Like, there's no way Martin can turn this game around. He's got a fair blue-white deck. His best card is Agent Phil Coulson, right? So at that point, you can just keep casting villains, conniving, making villains, and then you can just overwhelm Martin with an army of these 2/1 Menace tokens. Undercover Scroll. This is now a 3/3. Another villain token. I mean, Martin did a great job of navigating that previous game against an active Super Scroll, but that's because Teemo wasn't really advancing his board state.
I mean, he's super dead here.
He's
and
so
Teemo is being extremely, because he just passed again.
Yeah, absolutely.
Man. I mean, he doesn't have any attacks here.
No, he just goes, you know what? I'm just going to keep playing it slow here.
Yeah, Agent Phil Coulson looks way too late here, even with that Spider-Man out. It's only Spider-Man and Black Widow that are heroes. The AIM Scientist is a villain. Bold Biochemist is merely a human. And by the way, he doesn't even have Agent Phil Coulson. That's just all theory.
Right.
Ninja of the Hand in hand here for Teemo. That's another good one.
Yeah, another good one. But I think we're just going to continue to see these connives here, especially with that land in hand.
Eventually, what point does Teemo decide to?
Well, eventually he's going to find Super Scroll, right?
Oh, sure.
He's got 2 in his deck. Oh,
yeah, and he's got to be like halfway through his deck by now.
Interesting. Plays out the land here.
Whoa, what is his plan?
Well, because now because you have the mana to power up the Legionnaire now too. Might be looking to do that.
Is he going to attack with 5 2/1 Menace creatures?
And we're getting very aggressive now.
Okay, so he's planning on activating the Legionnaire this turn. That's the deal?
Yeah.
That's why he played the land?
Yeah. I don't know if the Reptile needs to attack here.
You can only do one or the other.
Right. So that kind of puts you in a tricky spot. It's only that 1 extra point of damage, and Teemo doesn't have a lethal attack, so... Okay. Because if he attacks with more creatures, then Martin doesn't have to block with the Menace creatures and can just try to eat all the other creatures that are attacking.
He's going to attack like this.
Now, Reptile can turn into a 6/6 Trampler here if Teemo channels all of his mana there.
Yeah, I mean, it turns out it works out pretty well here for Teemo, though he is going to be forced to either activate the Legionnaire or activate the Reptile. He can't do both.
Right, because if you put Spider-Man in front of the Legionnaire,
it still trades, right?
It just trades, and then you kind of put Teemo in that tricky spot, and then you can potentially eat the Reptile,
right?
If you like.
So, and you know, interestingly, there's nothing really great to get back here with the Legionnaire.
Right.
I mean, nothing's bad at this point,
especially because you can connive every turn with the villainous hideout.
But he's going to force the issue here, and I think it's going to work.
Absolutely.
Because Martin does not have a good situation on his hands here. This could easily just be a 2-turn clock, even with Martin sitting at 19 life.
And it looks like he wants to fight through all of these Menace tokens. Oh, by setting up 2 creatures here. What's the other creature on the right there?
Maybe Spider-Man.
Well, you would lose both, right? If you turn that into a 6/6?
Yes.
Okay.
I'll block like this.
These 2 go in front of this?
Oh, but Martin does have Red Guardian in hand.
And that would kill the Legionnaire no matter what.
At some point, yes.
Yeah. So he's basically blocking this way. It's like, hey, if you want to pump up the Reptile, then you don't get to pump up the Legionnaire and get something back from your graveyard. And then I'll still kill the Reptile and I'll kill the Legionnaire.
Right. They will both end up being gone. Teemo can either decide to kill both creatures on the other side or to get himself a creature back.
Now, Martin will still take 12 damage after this, right? He's going to go down to 7, and he still has to deal with 4 Menace tokens.
Yeah.
So still not a great spot here for Martin Yuza.
Teemo deciding if and what to activate. Sure. And he just says, all right, I'll lose my Reptile.
Okay.
I take 8. No, I take more.
No, you take more than that. Take 12.
Okay.
You're down to 7.
So didn't activate the Legionnaire. What is the play here? You can play Ninja of the Hand and activate if you like. Perhaps that is the line here.
I mean, it's not bad just because you have Madam Hydra out anyway, but...
No, it looks like he's going to go for a connive here. which still generates a 2-1 no matter what. And then you can just play Ninja and make another 2-1 on top of that. So
basically, it feels like we're at the stage where Timo can just kind of
he can just
kind of autopilot here in some ways.
If he takes legal game actions,
right,
it's going to be hard for Martin to lose, to win.
I think the thing though is, after last game, he's probably like a little like,
how did I lose?
I had that one.
Right.
I got to be careful.
Yeah.
Martin's crafty and.
Yeah, that reptile attack still doesn't make any sense to me. I don't. I think you just kind of lost that one, but it doesn't matter because you're so far ahead.
Right.
Yeah. All right, so now you get a 2-1 here off the Connive. Then you can just play out the Ninja here to make another Menace creature, and Martin just can't block enough of these Menace cards, even through this Red Guardian.
Piling up.
Yeah.
That's a lot of tokens.
That's a lot of tokens, says Martin Juza. He's going to go ahead and kill the Legionnaire, but that is going to be way too little too late at this point.
Martin's deck doesn't have just the top decks necessary to come back from a board like this.
No, we like his deck as a solid curve-out deck, but it doesn't have the type of cards that can get you back from this. He's just gonna end up losing to all these Menace creatures, and that's gonna do it. Timo Bertram picks up the win, 2-1 over Martin Juza, in a real showcase of both this format and Limited in general. Really great stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I thought this match was going to be over 2-0, right? I mean, just given Timo had that active Super Scroll in game number 2, but Martin doing a really good job of kind of navigating that game. But Timo's deck is the one that kind of has that late game superiority, right? With the double Super Scrolls and even a card that, most people don't really like in cards like the Madame Hydra. Well, it can do a lot of work in the right matchup. This certainly was one of them because Martin didn't have too much removal in his deck.
Yeah, super impressive stuff there from Timo, and a really good matchup for him, right?
Yeah.
Light on removal is exactly what he wants to see. And honestly, that wasn't even the best of what his deck can do because we didn't get to see the Undercover Scroll and the Super Scroll, which his deck can do pretty consistently with 3 copies of the first and second of the other. So really great stuff from the feature match area. Martin Juza is going to have to get back on the horse, as it were. He picks up his first loss of the tournament, but there's plenty more where that came from. We're going to take a short break here from Amsterdam. When we come back, we'll be at the news desk. Don't go anywhere.
Hey friends, you can join us for another Spotlight series for Magic Spotlight Fracture. Hartford in the US is October 23rd through the 25th, and in Beijing, China, October 30th through November 1st. A really sweet Jace promo card is on offer as well. Wow, that is beautiful. It's standard constructed if you're a standard fan. You can get more info about this event at mtg.social/spotlightfra. And indeed, welcome back to coverage here of Pro Tour Marvel Superheroes. What a cool shot here. Amsterdam, the Netherlands is where we're holding this tournament. We're in day 2 of action here. 220 Pro Tour players back to battle here on day 2 of competition. Here, all working our way towards our top 8 later today. There you can see a look at the convention center. It is packed in here, 17,000 people celebrating Magic the Gathering. Welcome to the news desk. Maria Bartholdi, Frank Karsten, and Riley Knight here with you to break things down. Speaking of breaking things down, let's take a look at our leaderboard and find out where we're at after 9 rounds of play. Well, we have a new tournament leader after the first round of draft this morning, and that is none other than Timo Bertram at 8-0-1, so still technically undefeated in this tournament. Martin Hughes of the Hall of Famer picks up a loss, falling to 8-1. 5 players now 8-1 in the tournament. A lot of big names though behind them there. You can see Eduardo Sajgalek, who is at 7-1-1, the Worldly Council draft leader there. No surprise to see him doing so well in a limited heavy tournament. Ken Yukihiro up there on the leaderboard as well. Now for a full roundup of everything that happened at the top tables for draft, we turn to Riley.
Yes, indeed. Let's have a look at the results from around the traps after our first round of draft. Kicking things off with draft pod number 1. Martin is going down to Timo Bertram there, who remains the only undefeated player in the tournament at 8-0-1. Also worth noting that Alex Rohan picked up a win against Filippo Ciappini. Alex Rohan, a very accomplished drafter, I think with the second best overall win rate in the field in Limited from memory. We move on now to draft pod number 2 and a couple of players to keep an eye on here. Rei Hirayama still going strong at 8-1. Steve Gann, another player only to have picked up 1 loss, sitting pretty at 7-1-1. We'll keep an eye on these players and how they, if they're able to defend their records as we move on. Number 3's got some big names, including Ken Yukihiro, Li Shiqian. There's plenty for us to talk about here. Tony Portal and Ian Robb as well, but Yukihiro and Li Shiqian will be playing against each other in the next round at 7-2 each. Hopefully we'll get a chance to see how things go between them. And finally, on draft pod number 4, I want to point out how Marco Del Pivo is going along with Mattia Aneto. The Italians both on 7-2. The Italians have been doing very, very well. We have this Novo TCG eBay team that seems to have come ready to get it done here. The Italians certainly putting their mark on this tournament so far. We'll keep an eye on things as they progress.
Yes, we will. Let's turn our attention now to our next feature match. Round number 10 is on the way here. Draft this morning. On day 2, we've got Timo Bertram, the tournament leader, up against Bernardo Torres, 8-0-1 against an 8-1 record for these 2 players. Let's get to meet them. Timo Bertram, this is his second Pro Tour. Started playing Magic in 2008, went 7-9 at Pro Tour Secrets of Strixhaven, so has a chance to do better here this weekend. Known for being a legacy and vintage player, says his goal is 10 match wins to qualify for the next Pro Tour. So close!
And we can see, look at this, just hasn't stopped winning since that round 1 draw. We did see a couple of draws in the limited portion yesterday. It can be a grindy format here and there, but no, look, Timo's been firing on all cylinders since then, just win after win after win. Has played Eldrazi Tron 3 times and Izzet Affinity twice, so obviously has a good matchup in those particular instances, but no, look, it's been a stunning performance from Timo so far and hope to see it continue.
Up against Bernardo Torres this round, started playing Magic in 2010. Goal is to win the Pro Tour here. Bernardo is a Magic Online killer. He has Mox top 8s in 2018 and 2023, won 11-5, so a very good finish at Pro Tour Secrets of Strixhaven.
And we've got, Mary, we've got some stats here to have a chat about, and this is worth noting that these are stats heading into the weekend, and we can update that trophy draft section now with the one that he picked up yesterday. Bernardo Torres, 3-0 in draft yesterday, so is actually chasing a second draft trophy here. We'll have to polish up those stats after the end of the weekend.
Yes, very interesting. All right, Frank, tell me about the decks they drafted.
Well, Timo Bertram, I gotta say, read his seat perfectly. He was only one of the 2 base green drafters at the table, so that color was open. And while there were 3 black drafters in total, the only 2 other ones were both on his direct left, which meant that he got past all the goodies throughout all packs 1 and pack 3. Now, highlights in his deck are 3 copies of Undercover Scroll. Right, great green common that fixes your mana for the 4 in particular. 2 copies of Super Scroll, the triple black card, and all the off-color abilities. Yeah, this deck is looking great. I haven't even mentioned Electra, another powerful bomb that, yeah, it was passed pretty late to him. And then just a villainous number of discard effects between Claw and Ninja of the Scroll ties it all together. This deck is looking quite powerful, and that's what you get when you're in the open seat. Now, Timo's opponent, Bernardo Torres, drafted black-red, while being sandwiched between the other 2 black drafters at the table, and while there were 4 red drafters at the table in total, so Torres' colors were not open for his seat. This left him with fewer premium cards, and comparatively, this deck looks a bit weaker. Unimpressive creatures, there's a blue splash that leads to a somewhat shaky mana base. I do want to highlight 2 copies of Traktos, which means that his opponent Timo should avoid falling out to 4 life if he can help it at all. Still, he has strong 6-drop, strong removal, and this should still be a great match to watch, Maria.
I know. I'm sad. It's time for round number 10. These decks could be very sweet. Ailey and Corey are with us in the booth, so we'll pass it over to them.
Thank you so much, friends. Hello, everyone, and welcome to our second round of draw for the day. I'm Ailey Loney alongside Corey Baumeister, one and only. We're super pumped to get into what looks like it's going to be a bit of a slugfest between 2 pretty interesting-looking decks. One a lot more powerful than the other, I would say.
Yeah, absolutely. Both decks do look pretty solid, but man, one of them's got the bombs, to say the least.
Moly.
So yeah, Super Scroll, one of the better cards here in the whole set, and an absolute blast to play.
Yeah.
Now, the triple black to be able to cast it, of course, is a real cost, but not really in Timo's deck, you know?
No, not at all.
A lot of fixing.
Absolutely. You know, Undercover Scroll, I'm sure Paul gushed about it a whole bunch in the previous round. His absolute favorite card in the set. And we saw some of the power of the other cards, not even the Scrolls. We saw Madame Moss go absolutely crazy in the last round. He had like 7 2/1 menace creatures on the board. It was insane.
Yeah, I mean, that is kind of a rare. Like, that card is really so powerful as well.
I think I've made, on average, I make 1 creature off of Madame Moss because it's just it's a lightning rod. It gets killed immediately.
And honestly, that's usually good enough. It's a little bit Grave Titan-esque, you know? Even if you just get the 1, it's still very, very strong.
Kicking things off here with Misty Knight, Hero for Hire. Powerful 3/1, able to do some discard nonsense for you. Trying to fix out the hand a little bit more. And here, speaking of fixing, we're going to cycle this dinosaur and go and get us a land. I wonder if it's going to be a swamp.
Yeah, we shall see. Both hands look pretty good. Right now, Bernardo does not have access to black mana, but does have the Sentinel to be able to search that up if we need, but might have to take that turn off, which is a little less than exciting.
Yeah. Definitely not something you want to be doing too much of, but hey, if you're given these cards with triple pips in them, they're really good. You gotta do what you gotta do here. So Kree Sentinel will be able to find Bernardo the lands he's missing. On the other side of things, looking pretty solid here for Timo. Got himself nicely set up for the next turn.
I do love kind of waiting till turn 4 to land cycle. It's just a little slow, but if you can cycle and then activate Misty Knight, you do get to discard and draw 2, which is pretty nice.
That is pretty cool, yeah.
But I think on turn 4, U.S. Agent John Walker, one of my all-time favorite uncommons here from the set.
Yeah, you like him?
Is really, really tough to ignore here. That shield that gets left behind has such value.
I do like the shields in this set. Captain America specifically, you know, who
doesn't
have a 0/8 buff. Claw Sonic Subjugator now, with 1 critter in the bin, is going to force Bernardo to reveal 2 cards. And Timo can pick his favorite here. And do we want to take the land?
I mean,
cut him off?
If you have perfect information, you maybe take the land, but that's the thing is Timo does not have the perfect information, but whoa, does it anyways.
Love it.
That did feel like it was kind of bait a little bit.
Yeah.
So now you could run into a problem if Bernardo cycles here to get the swamps and doesn't draw land 4. You feel kind of brutal, but if you do draw 2 lands off the top, you know, this is just genius here from Bernardo.
Gets to keep his powerful 6-drop, the Masters of Evil, but also gives Teemo time to find an answer for that eventually.
Yeah. I absolutely love the claw as well, and Teemo has 2 of those, which is excellent. Anytime you can get one of these 3-mana 2/2 bodies that 2-for-1s, here on training, one of the mythic commons here, it's 2-for-1s in the sense where it takes a card from your opponent, is really powerful as well.
I'm curious to see now if Bernardo's going to sniff out a Electra, Daughter of the Hand, incoming here, potentially, before damage is dealt.
Yeah.
Da-da-da-da. Here she comes. There Misty Knight goes.
Most of the time, this is a card that you very rarely sneak in, just because it's so good on 4, but when you're picking up the claw, I mean, that is awesome.
That's just going to be so brutal again, especially if he's able to, you know, pick a spot where he can disrupt the entire hand of Bernardo, you know, get full information out of him.
Look at this choice from Teemo that just paid off, not picking the card of Master of Evil, and all of a sudden, Bernardo drawing a blue card into a 4-drop has nothing to cast at all. So, I mean, 100% if Bernardo could have saw the future a little, would have picked any other card in hand and gave Teemo the option there.
Yeah, you know, you run the numbers in your head, you're like, yeah, my deck is mostly land. I'm sure going to find something, right?
Yeah.
At least at that point, but yeah. Sonic Subjugator once again. Oh, man. And now this is going to be information for Teemo. You know, just, okay, obviously missed land drop. Like, you've got some gas in hand.
Yeah. And now at this point, you're just like,
Just
well,
like the cheapest thing.
Yeah, either or. Bernardo is not too upset about either one of those cards going away. A 6-drop or a 3-mana card that is just uncastable. And another little thing that just went wrong for Bernardo here. The Warrior discarding in the way that Bernardo tapped, unable to actually play Stark Industry Executive. So kind of every little minor decision Bernardo has had so far has kind of backfired so far.
Yeah, that's real rough. And you can see on his face, you know, a slight grimace there. He's not super happy with how things are going. And, you know, I wouldn't be either. There's 2 impactful creatures on board here for Teemo. He's correctly picked, you know, the right cards to discard, and Kunlun Moria has no choice but to get in the way here, just to try and mitigate the damage a little bit.
Yeah, Teemo has 2-for-1 Bernardo every single turn of the game, starting with turn 3, so that is, you know, really, really brutal, that's for sure. Bernardo, of course, like Maria was saying, just an absolute Magic Online crusher, has just been a part of the Magic Online Champion Showcase over and over and over again.
And that guy tapped. Yeah, tapped.
There we go, there we go. Wasn't going to do too much blocking here anyways, that's for sure.
Here comes the captain. Oh, excuse me.
There's somewhere.
What's his name, John?
A captain.
A captain, yes. Not the captain.
Agent John Walker there
we
bringing
go.
in the shield. That's a nice card. Even if you lose the powerful 4/4, then you get the shield to hang around.
Yeah.
Bernardo requalified by going 11-5 at the last Pro Tour, so on a bit of
Good
a heater.
record.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah, he had 5 day 2s in a row, I think. So, you know, he was certainly scratching at the door of the top 8.
Yeah, we look at our Survivor segment where we're seeing 15 in a row for Ely and Javier, but 5 in a row day 2 is excellent.
That's respectable. Yeah, absolutely. Truck Toss, Hour of Defeat, so 4-mana answers for whatever team is going to be deploying soon. I bet he's saving that for a certain Super Scroll. Stark Industries Executive, it's fodder at that point, unless he really gets desperate. Widow's Bite now, taking care of the U.S. agent.
Yeah, and just looks far too much to come back from, unless we have Avengers Disassemble, which we know that he does not. No way to come back here. And that's going to be game number 1 to Teemo in just impressive fashion. Everything was a 2-for-1, and that just looked really, really strong.
Yeah, you know, Teemo never took his foot off the gas, and unfortunately fumbling on mana there a little bit for Bernardo. But let's go game 2 and see if his fortune swings this time around.
Teemo, the only undefeated player left in the event, has the 1 draw, but still just absolutely dominating so far.
Look at that. 3 lands, a way to get a 4th turn 4 Super Scroll.
Yeah, looks like it.
Yeah.
I mean, that's great. You know, no turn 2 play, which is a little less than ideal, but Bernardo is obliging to not have a 2-drop as well. Looks like Bernardo may have mulliganed a little bit here.
Yeah. Might see Aim Scientist cycled. Nope. Gonna hang on to that. Do we have blue? No. Hidden Lair, does that make blue?
Hidden Lair?
What does that one do?
God,
yeah, that is blue, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, that's the Dimir land.
And let's see if we have any. The Master of Evil doesn't find any plans in this
No.
deck, so it is just a 6-drop.
I don't think I've ever used that ability on it.
I did early on because I was, kind of trying out the
Yeah, yeah.
plans, and now the plans, I wouldn't say are like a big miss or anything, but they are really tough to work out.
I think the
Yeah.
coolest thing I've done with Masters of Evil is chuck it on turn 3 or whatever, and then on turn 4 or 5, turn 5, get to attack with the guy that reanimates something.
Oh,
Bring it back.
yes.
Yeah, pay
Yeah.
for reanimate.
That is incredible, that's for sure. I've gotten a lot of Doom Reign Supreme. That one is quite nice if you get the villain strategy going.
Oh, that's so nice.
Well, Bernado's got a Claw as well.
Claw.
The 2-for-1s on Bernardo's side instead of Teemo's.
Yeah. Here comes our AIM scientists. They're going to connive. Let's see what he chucks on the yard here.
True Agent Walker there.
U.S. Agent John Walker.
And you're in a much better spot here with U.S. Agent John Walker than the previous game because, well, he had no time to really stabilize with that card. This game looking a lot better.
Sure is. And with some, removal backup, Hydra Troopers with one more thing in the bin will create another 2-1 for him if he's patient enough with that. On Teemo's side, where do we go from here? We've got a Cruel Alliance, we've got the Claw Sonic Subjugator, or we can
Super
just jam
Skrull.
Super Skrull.
Yeah,
Unfortunately, it's going to get a little frosty.
Exactly. I think Teemo was just saying, like, all right, do I have the luxury to not just play my best card and try to buy out a removal spell with something else? And I agree with him. The answer is no, it just does not.
Yep. Frozen in ice, so Super Skrull gets to cosplay Captain America for a little bit.
Yep, there we go.
Yep.
And not really many ways to kind of blink it out or remove the enchantment in, Golgari or Teemo's deck in general.
Yeah.
So the only way we're going to have a Super Skrull activating and doing its thing is, well, if we find the second one. Which
Yes, yeah.
Normally we can't say that you got 2 of that
Oh,
card.
but see, then we can Legend Rule it, and then we can use Unliving Legionnaire and bring it back to the one in the graveyard, and that's fine. He's going to be able to activate both, I betcha.
But the flip side, Bernardo just top decked Tony Stark.
Ooh.
Not really going to care about casting the front side there, but 1 more mana, getting the back side of a 5/5 hasting flyer should pretty much lock up this game if he's able to find that in a timely fashion.
Yeah, I've never gotten to play Tony Stark. In all the drafts I've done, I haven't found a Tony.
Yeah, that card is really, really good.
Even just the front side, just drawing you cards endlessly. It's
Yeah,
pretty sweet.
it's a little tough because the artifact theme is tough to get together, but man, the backside is still incredible.
Yep.
5/5 flying haste. You
Yeah.
pay
Stick an
even a
artifact
little
on the
more
board.
than that. Yeah.
I don't think there's too many artifact synergies going on, really.
Keen
but
Sentinel.
Just a 5/5.
Keen Sentinel, putting that into play.
Pre-Sentinel,
Yeah, I've done that quite a bit, and that is a very powerful
That's pretty
combination. And something that
Imagine you have the 10 rings.
and something that Bernardo can do in his deck does have a Kree Sentinel to kind of combo with.
Yeah. All right.
Or Herbie.
Or Herbie, yeah. Don't forget about that little guy. But what about a Deathlock Soldier? So there are some options here, but, hasty 5/5 at what, Teemo's life is right now. I think we're going to get there.
Yeah, I was pretty shocked that Bernardo played the Trooper there last turn instead of the U.S. Agent.
Maybe just want some inevitability or, absolutely make sure about it.
Wanted more bodies, but I definitely would have played the U.S. Agent
Sure.
last turn. As the worst case scenario, you had to choose between this incredibly powerful 6-drop or U.S. Agent. But
Here comes the hasty Iron Man. And Troopers gets in as well as the 2-1. Down to 4 goes Teemo. Gains some life off of that Cruel Alliance.
Teemo does have the Punishing Punch, though, here to deal with the powerful creature. So
Okay, he might stabilize.
yeah, right now we are very much stabilized, and even a removal spell off the top from Bernardo is kind of not
Lost it?
enough.
Does he have green? He doesn't have green.
Oh, no, does not have green.
That's a punishing punch.
That is a problem. Yep.
Yep,
okay.
yep. Widow's Bite, however, can maybe keep him alive? Question mark? No.
Yep, that
Does
is
he
a
reach?
hideout, not a surveillance room, so unfortunately it will
Womp
not
womp.
have green. In that case, in that
Disregard.
in that case, the only way that we can survive is by shrinking Iron Man.
Yeah,
but
that's
then
3, but you can't block the what do you call him? The Menace Friend?
yeah, exactly. So I like this. You have to connive first, hope to find green, and that'll keep you alive. Impressive. You have to get rid of the bite.
Wow.
But we found it.
Yeah, he did it.
And now you kind of just have to main phase it.
Nice. Yeah. 2 less to cost if 2 critters are in the bin. And then, yeah, double a critter's power and whack something.
Yeah, and you get a counter on both creatures from the ability of the powerful 5-drop, which is a nice little combo with that land.
Rocks on Brutes, certainly made for the Connive deck, but fills in the gap. Fetching lands in multiple archetypes.
And I'm wondering, I think Timo's just thinking, can I wait with this punch, or what's the reason to wait? And kind of feels like you just have to do it now.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, he's going to wait.
I guess
It's an
Timo's
instant.
just saying, if you draw a removal spell anyways, I can't win.
Sure.
So just kind of going for that aspect.
All right.
Oh, that was a great draw. I think that was a
45.
Hydra Troopers off the top. Just putting in 2 more bodies here is going to be excellent.
All right. I mean, yeah, attacking into... Well, yeah, no.
Yeah.
No reach, no reach.
You could attack with everything, and Bernardo would just lose 1 of the ground creatures, and then, of course, the punch would kill Iron Man. But I like this no attack. Like, force Timo to have it right now.
Oh!
I think this attack is fine, too, because no matter what, you're getting in 2 damage, and then the Hydra Trooper is going to put in 2 more bodies, and you should still have it locked up next turn.
Yeah. Man, I bet he wished he could have kept that Widow's Bite.
Yeah, definitely. But the alternative of losing the game is probably okay.
Fair. You know, 1 extra card in hand just to chuck would have been great to keep another piece of removal in there for Timo, but he is alive. He's at 2. Troopers goes die, and Bernardo Torres will redeploy the Troopers.
And I think if Timo knew that there was going to be another Troopers there, would have probably double blocked one of the Menace creatures.
Yeah.
Because then you could draw a creature here and you could stabilize, but now, like, you can't even draw a removal, you can't even draw a creature. I don't know what kind of top decks we can have. Electra, probably.
Massacre Girl would be dope.
Electra is actually the one out.
How?
No way. Because he just drew it. Because you get to kill one of the Menace creatures, and then you have 3 creatures to block.
Oh, yeah, you do.
Oh my goodness.
Beautiful. Beautiful. I didn't see what he drew. Perfect.
That was the only top deck. Even Madame Mask wasn't going to be enough. Another Super Scroll wouldn't have been enough.
Good grief.
Incredible draw for Timo to stay in this.
Wow. All right. Where's that second Super Scroll? Come on. Come on. Let's see it.
Right now, Timo has had to, summon exactly 1 card for a couple different turns.
He's used his 1 time 3 times, basically. What?
Wow. Wow.
Sir.
Bernardo's like, come on, please stop.
Dude, I'm in that spot for him. This is ridiculous.
That does still legend rule the other one.
Yeah, that goes in the bin. That's great. That's where you want it.
Yeah, let's see if they catch that.
Yeah,
because that should be legend rule. I think it's so minor, but of course.
Yeah. I mean, it's still relevant. It's a body. There are fight spells in green, that kind of thing.
And using villain mana right now, you can use the ability to make a wall.
Yeah.
Right now.
Oh my gosh, this is just slipping away from Bernardo. Does he? Oh, he's got Truck Toss.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah, but
he's got Truck Toss in the deck.
Let's see. Yeah, there is 2 Truck Tosses.
There's 2. Okay, so his 1 time, he needs a Truck Toss.
And has a lot of time to do so. So
yeah. He's not under pressure, at least yet. You know, when Timo starts turning things sideways, then you got to start panicking.
Yeah.
Especially because he can start picking the creatures off now. He's got access to any color mana he wants, courtesy of that villainous hideout. So.
Yeah, the one thing that he can't do with Super Scroll is any kind of life game. If there was a life gain mode instead of make a wall, this game would be completely over. But at this point, open deck list at the feature match table. So Timo has to understand that he has to close the game out fast before the old Truck Tosses.
Oh, yeah. Double Truck Toss. So that's what Bernardo is hoping for here. Wow. Man, the top of Timo's deck has just been so...
It had to be Forest. Electra was the only out for that turn, and then it didn't have to be Super Scroll.
Have to be Super Scroll, but that's just, cherry on top pretty much.
Yeah, Super Scroll was just a treat. How about a Madame Mask?
Hang on, I'd like to report a bug, please. My opponent is drawing the nuts.
Yeah, my goodness. To be fair, Timo's deck is full of great cards.
Yeah.
And this is what is going to happen when your deck is full of great cards. Believe it or not, you draw them. But of course, he did have a plethora of different lands that would have lost him the game on the spot.
Oh, sure, yeah. Oh, goodness. Okay. So Bernardo's sitting there going, truck, toss,
Yeah.
truck, toss. He's got the mana for it. He just needs to find it.
Yeah, let's
Is
see.
there any other way? He's got like Repulsor Blast that he can bop him with?
Nope, looks like Truck Toss is the only out to just win the game straight away, but does have the ability to loot every single turn thanks to the Misty Knight. So
Yeah.
Bernardo's got 2 looks at it every turn, and the clock for Teemo, we'll see how fast it is because the +4/+4 mode is real, which we just saw. So that was an attack for 8. We
Two-turn clock?
We might need it this turn here from Bernardo.
Roxanne Brutes has Menace, so...
Yeah.
Oh, phooey. Come on, deck. Oh, I'm mad for him now. Come on, Misty. Truck, toss. Make sure you keep 2 red up. Truck, toss.
Oh, just
Damn
a
it.
robot.
Oh, man. I'm so bummed for him.
Yeah, Bernardo definitely had this game pretty locked up. His start was great.
Yeah.
And it just kind of fell apart. Now, we'll see if the game is truly over here. It might not be. I guess if we just play a land, you can double activate and fly in the air for 12. So, yeah, land off the top would just mean double green activation from Super Scroll.
Yeah.
But we shall see. Or just attacking with everything.
I think attacking with everything just does it too, right?
Well, attacking with everything will get in an extra 3
6,
damage.
6. That's 12, and then 4 in the air for however much he needs.
3, 8. It looks like 11 to me.
Oh, yeah, the Roxanne Brutes is a 5
Yeah,
now.
looks like 11 to me because you can double block the Roxanne, block one of the 3/3s. A 3/3 gets through plus Super Scroll, and you can give one of those +4. So it looks like there's going to be 1 more turn for Bernardo, which is 2 more draw steps.
Moly. Come on, truck toss. Give us a game 3. Truck, toss, truck, toss, truck, toss.
And Madame Mask, largely, irrelevant, as there's really nothing that Teemo can do to prevent a truck toss from winning. So here comes the top of the deck for Bernardo.
Truck, toss. Manifest, come on. Come on, there's 2 in there. How many cards has he seen? Like 15 at this point?
Yeah,
More?
looks like about half. You would think you're mathematically likely to draw a truck toss.
Truck, toss. Say it with me, chat.
That looked like
Was it?
U.S. Agent.
Come on.
That was a blank, a great card, but
Come
a
on,
blank.
Misty. Come on. Truck toss?
No, I think that was a Stark Agent. Yeah, that was a wild game for this to end with Teemo winning this one, but impressive deck. I do think Teemo's deck is better.
It's insane, yeah.
But
Teemo's deck is really good.
This game looked like it was going to be Bernardo's.
I'm so bummed. I really wanted a game 3.
Teemo didn't.
Sure didn't. No. Not with G's like. He's used up all his luck now, though.
I don't know.
He's used up 4 1-times. That's not allowed. Good grief. Super
Impressive.
Scroll number 2, getting the job done here for Teemo Bertram. But you know who the real hero was there? That Forest.
That Forest, yeah. That Forest
saved his butt.
And then, so the Forest, there were 6 of those, so it wasn't that wild to top deck the Forest there. But the turn after, it had to be exactly Electra. That was the one you gotta frame your stamped Electra after this if we're able to convert this to a top 8 for sure.
I think so, yeah. Electra, Daughter of the Hand, goodness gracious me.
So good.
That was so good. I love that match. I hope we get to see more of it. And you know what? We will, because we have a short break, and when we come back, we're going to see more action from this round of Limited. Welcome back to coverage of Pro Tour Magic the Gathering Marvel Superheroes. We are in Amsterdam and we are having a damn good time, I can say. Corey Baumeister. Here's a look inside of our hall, our players, our friends, our artists, our accessories makers. There's a whole myriad of people here, all from all over the world, and it's been such a wonderful sight to walk through and see everyone having such a great time around the game that we all love.
Yeah, and right when we come in, right when the gates open, the excitement, just a ton of people flowing in.
It's
Something's
crazy.
new every day at these Magic Cons. The energy is really electric here. It's really cool.
So great. I mean, also the preview panel that we saw yesterday, looking at all the new sets for next year. I'm so excited for it.
It was great.
I'm so excited for this match too, Corey, because we get to see Martin Juza, our overnight leader, up against Arna Huschenbett. They were passing to each other in this draft.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right.
So we're going to see where some of the cards that Martin didn't take, where they went.
And these two are good buddies, you know, testing teammates at a point and wearing the same shirt as well. And absolutely just both killers of the game.
Absolutely.
They both won a plethora of tournaments and, you know, are largely considered, you know, some of the best players in the world.
Yeah, and Arna has really been leveling up even the next generation of players. We saw, I forget his name right now, apologies, but the last Spotlight Series winner did a coaching session with Arna right before. And he was like, you know, he really leveled my game up, and now he's going to up his rates probably. So.
Yeah, absolutely. Arna's not only a fantastic player, but a fantastic commentator for those events as well. Just really all-around great guy.
Hell yeah. AIM Synthoids on the board here now for Arna Huschenbett. Shield Spy Kit, starting things off for Martin. And taking a look at the deck list, I don't think we've seen Arna's yet. Shown was talked about, but just a couple of the highlights for you. The one being Kang the Conqueror. Would you like some extra turns? Yes, please. He's got an Iron Man Master Machine, so really leaning into the artifacts build. We got Shuri, Wakandan Inventor, and that Ruinous Wrecking Crew that Martin opened. Well, he passed it to Arna, and Arna said, sure, why not?
Exactly. And also, you know, we remember from the draft that Martin had that pick between Agent Coulson and the Vision, so we know Arna got that second pick, Vision.
He did.
Which he was very happy about as well. So yeah, both decks look great. A little bit more consistent and streamlined for Martin, and you're in white, but then the power level from Arna's deck is a little bit higher.
Yeah, and he's got some good removal too. A Lightning Strike, Truck Toss, Repulsor Blast. So he's cooking here. I quite like the look of Arna's deck for sure.
And Arna right now does not have access to red mana, and I did see Kang in hand, but other red cards as well. So there, we say the Nay as well as Kang, and then red cards. So Arna has a solid follow-up here.
Was that?
A solid follow-up here, but is kind of out of gas after this.
Yeah. And it won't be very soon until he's taking an extra turn, but does have a 4/5 flyer. You know, sometimes that's enough to get the job done, as we saw from Super Skrull, the previous matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. Still a great card. Get four more land drops, and you're able to get it going. Plus, does have Stark Industries Executive, which maybe not the strongest card, but it's great at supercharging your power up, getting you there a little bit faster if you can find red in a timely manner.
Yeah. I also see Arna picked up a Castle Doom, which I've never gotten to work. You know, it always feels like there's a lack of artifacts in the set. But, you know, even with Stark Industries Executive, if you can turn those treasures into 3/3s.
Yeah, just 5 mana, make a 3/3 every turn. Like, that's a nice little combo.
Yeah, a good mana sink late in the game. We'll see if we get there.
An Agent coming on in for 4 here. This is a I dare you to block moment here, as Kang would just bounce off. But, I mean, Martin could have anything. Take up the shield or something would be a complete blowout. So we'll see if Arna calls here.
Did we see it take up the shield for him? I'm not sure.
I'm not sure.
He does have the Red Guardian, though. Those are the two combat tricks, in inverted commas, which would definitely be a blowout for Arna. I don't think he's blocking with Kang if his life well, maybe if his life depends on it, but you don't want to block unless absolutely necessary.
And that's the thing. When you see 2 Red Guardians, would Arna ever attack here? Probably not. Especially if Martin's like, you can go to combat. I'm not going to tap that down. Then it's kind of obvious. But Martin did a really smart thing when he built this deck. He has a plethora of other flash creatures. There's Spider-Man to the rescue and Ghost Spectral Saboteur.
Saboteur, yeah.
Which, that card's not that great, but think about how the games are going to play out. Martin's going to be holding up mana, and if people aren't going to attack into you, the best thing you can do is be like, okay, I didn't have it anyways, flash in a 3-drop. So he made a genius decision there in deck building. And, well, Martin Juza, when it comes to Magic the Gathering, absolute genius of the game.
Yeah, because I think there was one choice that he made between a Red Guardian or the first Murlocs Crusade, which he opted to go for Red Guardian with. And I think Paul and Marshall even mentioned, like, this is a really good, game plan is to keep your opponents guessing.
Yep.
And I like it.
And we noticed there, we didn't hear exactly what they said, but right after Martin tapped, he untapped. After he tapped Kang, so it was very clear that we were at end step there.
Okay.
So Martin did say, bring it for combat. And I saw a look at Martin's hand. I think I saw both Red Guardians. So.
Okay.
And on the flip side, Arna, more red cards, no red mana.
Red Guardian is ready to take down Kang the Conqueror.
Red Guardian's a vampire?
No, he's Russian.
Oh, okay.
Do you not read comic books?
I guess not.
Vampire. Psh. Wrong set.
All right, there is the mountain, though.
Okay, nice. Repulsor Blast can take care of the Agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. or even this pesky Roth Security Officer, which more times than not can win games. So
yeah,
let's see where we're going with this.
Cleaning that up nicely.
14.
And then saving the Stark Industries for a little bit later. Play that next turn, and then start making treasures to get the activation of Kang going.
Yeah. Accelerate towards that. Hope Martin taps out, which he probably won't do. And then start taking extra turns, yeah.
I would bet here that any time when Arna has the choice to get Kang in when a Red Guardian could pop up, he won't. So like this turn, I bet he'll attack, but I think he'll avoid that at all costs. And Martin knows that. He's, if you're playing on Arena, you're like, sure, I'm going to say go here instead of playing my 5-drop. I'm going to get my opponent. When your opponent's Arna Huschenbet, you don't try to set up traps because the greatest people in the games don't fall for them.
They don't.
And then you just wasted your mana.
Yep.
And then when you're wasting mana and limited and not using up your turns effectively, that's how you fall far too behind.
Yeah, certainly not going to get any freebies, at this level of competition, especially between these two players who, like you mentioned, former testing teammates. They're good friends too, and it's kind of like all right, this is the kind of like a testing house type thing.
Yeah,
just a little bit more on the line for sure.
But of course, they're so competitive. I was even talking to Martin here before this last round. And he was just saying, like, God, were you watching my last match? I was like, yeah, I commented. And he's like, I played so bad. And I was like, I saw like the one little mistake where he didn't play Blood Moon before he activated a Johnny, so he couldn't deal damage. He's like, yeah, that was terrible. And I was like, all right, Martin.
If that's the worst mistake you make all tournaments.
Exactly. But that just shows the attitude of players at their caliber.
Yeah,
like, any minor thing is something they want to correct.
Yeah, they certainly hold themselves to a very high standard.
Exactly.
Iron Man in hand for Arna Huschenbet. Can he deploy another big flyer and start adding on some artifacts?
Yeah, and this card's incredible. Whenever another artifact enters the battlefield, you draw a card there. So another really good combo with the 1-drop, with the Stark Industries Executive. So
yeah, get Pepper out here, Iron Man. Gosh, Tony. Wiccan Shield Spy Kit.
Having a 5/5 Flying Vigilance here is excellent, thanks to the Spy Kit.
Good.
And the Rising Magician here is just such an incredible card.
Yeah, Wiccan Sweep. If you're able to disrupt whatever nonsense your opponent's got going on, you can get blockers out the way. Power-up creatures, you don't really want to flicker though, but when needs be, he can utilize that.
Martin accidentally gave Arna a little bit of knowledge there.
Oh yeah, what do you do?
Well, he scryed the God, what's the stone called? The Mind Stone into the yard when it's supposed to be scry, not surveil. So
whoopsie.
He said, "Oh, my hand doesn't need the Mind Stone right now." Yeah, that is 2 Red Guardians in hand.
Yeah, that is information.
As well as a Super Suit. The Super Suit is a nice little combo with the Rising Magician here. And right now, definite advantage to Martin here, but it's a very fragile advantage. If this 5/5 ever goes away, Martin has no pressure, has to flash in these Red Guardians and start hoping they can get in there. And with the tapper plus the 5/5, you always will have a great attack. You either tap down Iron Man or Kang, whichever one you don't want Arna to block with. So usually you tap down the worst of the creatures.
Yeah, Iron Man in this case. No shade. No shade.
Yeah, of course, of course. Kang is just incredible.
Yeah, he's real strong.
And I think every single turn, Martin just says, when Arna says combat, Martin's like, go ahead.
What's Iron Man at the moment? Is it 4/4? Yeah. Flying Vigi, +1 for each other artifact. Sure. Oh no, he's a 3/4. Okay. Getting stuck on lands just a little bit there. Unless he's holding on to a couple.
Yeah, still
I don't
has.
see any though.
For Martin?
No, for Arna.
Oh, no, I don't think so, because he's definitely not going to hold any mana when once you count to 8. I wouldn't say you win the game, but an extra turn here in Limited is incredible.
So yeah, just deploying the Stark Industries Executive, get some more artifacts on board, grow Tony Stark, grow the Iron Man, Master of Machines, and get closer towards...
And Martin did exactly what I was saying there, tap down the lesser of the creatures, just saying, you want to block with Kang? Go ahead, buddy. Because eventually, chump blocking is going to start next turn if Arna doesn't have anything to do here.
Arna needs another red source, which he'll get next turn, and he can kill the Roft security officer. So
With the truck toss? Yeah, that's true. If we didn't have the super suit that Martin for sure has.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So that's going to be great. The super suit here, I think, is basically kind of checkmate because it's going to protect you against the truck toss. It can also blink out, you know, a creature thanks to the ability on the Rising Magician.
Oh my gosh.
So I think Martin's got this here.
Where is my super suit? It's in hand for user. Kree Commandos hits the board here. And another prowess flying threat, which I think is just going to get Arna a little dead here.
Yeah, and it's a... What it really is another lethal attacker. You can move the spy kit over to the 2/1 flyer and now attack with 2 lethal threats. Tap down a creature at Arna's end step, and then tap down a creature during Martin's turn. And
yeah, there's not really anything Arna can do,
Exactly. Yeah, I think this one is over.
Jeez. Take that, Kang.
Martin avoiding the kind of the worst feeling that you can have starting 8-0, starting to lose your first 2 rounds.
Yeah.
You know, that's always kind of brutal.
Martin, unless Martin disconnects, he's going to be 9-1 after this. And his goal for the tournament was to get 10 wins to requalify for the next one.
Okay.
I think he's going to get there. I'm just
Technically, he is already qualified for the next one with his Hall of Fame, but, you know, you get to save that one.
This was his invite. He used his.
Oh,
didn't he?
But the next one is PT1 and it resets. Yeah.
Reset. There you go. Gotcha.
But then he can save that for PT2 and he can kind of, you know, air quotes, be trained up a bit.
There you go. Choo-choo. Pepper Potts. Excuse me. Stark Industries Executive making that treasure. Now we have an instant speed interactive spell locked and loaded.
Now Martin actually has an interesting choice here because if he taps down and there's a removal spell, he can't protect it with super suits. So he does have to make a bit of a choice here. And there is a removal spell because, the treasure just got made, so truck toss is online.
Ooh, is he going to tap a small critter? No, he has to go for the bigger guys, so it costs the extra.
He basically has to go for that because it's going to draw a card. Yeah, and it is large. So now Kang could attack, but at this point you have to block. And if you truck toss the tapper, Martin can just move over the spy kit, attack with both.
You can't truck toss the face.
Yeah. Yep. That is possible.
Can he get 6 damage in? That's the question. I don't think so.
I would think not. I mean, maybe Martin goes really shallow on blocks here and lets through Kang, but no way you're letting through Kang and the drone. That's just kind of a little obvious. So I think... I mean, there's a lot of different options from Arna here, but I think Martin kind of has the counterplay to all of them.
Yeah. Man,
this limited format is so great. We're both just like, this is awesome. We want more.
I love this, yeah.
And here it is.
Okay. All right, let's see what Martin sniffs out.
And I think this is a bit of the, last chance to do something play. And just kind of the Hail Mary a bit, but...
Should he have waited to create that treasure?
No, because Iron Man triggers on attack, so you wouldn't get to draw a card. Yep.
Yeah, I suppose.
Yep, and just goes on the block with the Kang, and that's it.
Jeez. What a cool game here between Arne Huschenbeth and Martin Juza. He progresses to 9-1. Only the one fumble so far to an incredibly silly deck with 2 Super Scrolls. But yeah, picking up a victory here against a full-time champion.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, I mean, the Super Scroll deck, we saw how great that was. That's a tough one to beat for sure. So yeah, Martin's going to be pretty happy being able to play for a 2-1. I think its deck is definitely 2-1 ready to go.
Yeah.
Like, so I think he'd be a little upset if he lost the last round. His deck is good enough to 2-1 for sure.
Yeah, usually, friends, this is where we'd be saying there's only one more round of Limited left. But if you haven't been paying attention, tomorrow,
Top 8 draft?
Top 8.
Oh, it's going to be glorious.
Can't wait.
We haven't done it in so long.
Yeah, but what's in 2011, I think?
Yeah, I don't know, but yeah, it is going to be an
long.
absolute treat to watch.
Well, we do have one more round of draft this day. So, friends, come back after the break. We'll be back at the news desk to set up for that.
Hey, check it out. We've got a Spotlight Series event coming up. Spotlight Marvel Superheroes in Brussels, Belgium, July 24th through the 26th. A lot of people here planning to go over there and play this. Team Trios Limited is the format. So if that sounds like your jam, you should head to Brussels, 24th through the 26th. More info is available at mtg.social/spotlightmsh. Look now at MagicCon Amsterdam here. As you can see, lots of fun things to do no matter how you like to interact with Magic. There is a way for you here this week. And there was Ben Wheeler from Loading Ready Run. Lots of cosplay, lots of people having a great time celebrating Magic the Gathering. Over here, we're in the Pro Tour area. Maria Bartholdi, Frank Karsten, and Riley Knight with you on day 2 of competition. 220 players vying for just 8 spots, which we'll know by the end of today. Let's check out our leaderboard and find out where we're at so far in the competition. After 10 rounds, Timo Bertram with a win last round remains our tournament leader, still undefeated in the tournament at 9-0-1. Martin Juza, our overnight leader, picked up a win last round. Hall of Famer sitting at 9-1. 3 players there at 9-1, including Lorenzo Gruppi and Rei Hirayama, so excellent run for them. Eduardo Sajgalik, 8-1-1, our old coverage buddy there, doing very well here into day 2 of competition. Ken Yukihiro, your current reigning player of the year at 8-2.
Let's have a look at the second page of standings as we move down into the 7, 2, and 1s here. And you can see that there are still some names that we've been following throughout the weekend. Arno Huschenbetz, Tony Portolan, of course, who at 7 and 3, I think must have picked up a loss in Limited.
Unbelievable.
Oh, my goodness.
I don't believe it.
Oh, my goodness. But no, look, plenty of action, of course, still to come, and these players well and truly in the conversation for top 8. Terrific position to be in the top 32 as we slowly but surely winnow down our top competitors heading towards the end of the day.
Yeah, so we've got some trophies to give out in draft here, Riley. Walk me through the top 4 draft pods.
Yes, indeed. We're going to preview our trophy matches. Now, unfortunately, the players don't actually get a physical trophy. It's more of a nickname given to. We should start doing
Well, I think we should.
We really should.
It would be
start
very
doing
cute.
That. But no, quite seriously, we're going to have a look at who we'll be seeing playing for the pod for the undefeated 3-0 Day 2 draft trophy here. And on table number 1, it's Timo Bertram, of course, against Lorenzo Gruppi. Both of these players with 9 wins on the board. Gruppi 9-1 versus Timo's 9-0-1. They're both 2-0 this morning. Moving on to table number 2, Eduardo Sajgalik on 8-1-1. He's 2-0 so far in this draft. And Rei Hirayama, his opponent there, playing Golgari colours against Eduardo Sajgalik's Sultai. We move on now to table number 3, and our undefeated players on this table so far: Ken Yukihiro, the current player of the year, against Nicholas Odenheimer, who has a 4-colour concoction I'd be very interested to get stuck into there. 8-2 overall for these players, but 2-0 at this draft table. And finally, on table number 4, it is Mattia Onito, playing off against Marco Del Pivo. The Italian's doing very, very well at this tournament so far, it would seem. And these two players playing off for the figurative draft trophy rather than the literal draft trophy. But who knows? Maybe next time we bring
Next time.
Next time. Well, let's not make any promises. I don't want to bear any responsibility for that. That's all going to be Maria.
Ask for forgiveness, not permission, Riley. Let's set up our next feature match here as these players play for the pod. Here, the final round of draft on day 2. Timo Bertram, our lone undefeated player, 9-0-1, up against Lorenzo Gruppi at 9-1, one of the batch of Italians who's doing extremely well here in this tournament. Take a look at Timo here. This is just his second Pro Tour, went 7-9 at Pro Tour Secrets of Strixhaven, and has a very sick deck that I cannot wait to just look at again when Frank shows it to us.
And a dream run here for the Germans, starting off with a draw in round number 1, so still an untarnished record when it comes to the loss column, and then has just not stopped winning. As you can see, had some pretty lopsided matches in the modern there, modern rounds, playing only against Eldrazi, Tron, and Izzet Affinity, but it's done really, really well, particularly for a relative newcomer to the Pro Tour, only the second tournament here. An incredible result so far.
Yeah, Lorenzo Gruppi will be on the other side of the table. This is just his 3rd Pro Tour, his first day 2, part of that Team Novo TCG eBay team from Italy that is just crushing it here this weekend.
And you can see, again, another great run here for Gruppi, who made it all the way to round number 7 before being beaten in the last round yesterday by Martin Muser, who, of course, was our overnight leader at 8-0, but has come back strong with 2 wins in the draft. As we mentioned, these two playing for the pod, and we will find out very shortly which one of them will go 3-0 in our first draft of day number 2.
Well, Frank, can anybody beat Timo Bertram's deck? That's my question. Let's just look at it again. I mean, it's a work of art.
Yes, indeed. Timo Bertram is playing double Super Scroll. He was just in the open seat to draft black, was past all the black goodies, and along with 3 copies of Undercover Scroll, he will be able to play that triple black Bomb Rare and activate its off-color abilities quite consistently. A bunch of villainous teams in here. We already saw it win. It is a very strong deck, which was the result of just being in the open seat. Now, his opponent, Lorenzo Gruppi, drafted white-blue, the archetype that many consider to be the strongest in terms of depth. And well, Gruppi, like Bertram, actually had 3 or 4 consecutive drafters on his right who were in completely different colors, disregarding small splashes, so showing the importance of finding the open lane for your seat. He was in there and allowed him to pick up, for example, the Mighty Thor, Captain America, just a strong deck with a solid creature curve, lacking some spot removal spells for those Super Scrolls though, so that might be a problem, but he does have a bunch of pump spells to let him keep attacking. I can't wait to see who will like actually stay undefeated throughout all the draft rounds.
All right, well, let's find out who's taking home that teeny tiny trophy. Marshall and Paul, you'll figure it out. You can get those made for the players, right?
You're not putting that one on us, Maria. Somebody's going to have to come up with the trophies. But there is one at stake here, even if it is in the virtual realm. The 3-0 at a Pro Tour draft pod. That is a tough trophy to get.
Yeah, absolutely here. And, two really solid looking decks. We've already gotten to see Timo's deck in action. Looked fantastic. And, you know, he was able to win those matches even without kind of some of the ideal draws that deck's capable of. So really, really big uphill battle here for Lorenzo here. But Lorenzo's deck also really, really nice with cards like the Mighty Thor Jane Foster in his deck.
That's right. Timo is in the color pair that most would pick if they could choose. Which color pair would you like to be before the draft even starts? Blue-white. Sorry, not Timo. Lorenzo is in that deck is what I meant. And, yeah, I got a fine version of it.
Yeah.
That said, it really feels like Timo's deck is special.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Timo's got the double Super Scroll in the deck. Lots of value. Triple Undercover Scroll. Electra just kind of has it all in here. I mean, this is the hand that you want to draw when you draft this deck. Turn 2 Undercover Scroll, unlocking basically that turn 3 Electra potentially if Lorenzo has a 2-drop to play. Does not, though. It looks like a Futurist Forge.
Yeah, Futurist Forge just a cycle for this time. Kind of funny. Timo's finally ready to go, and there will be no targets. Though a super scroll off the top would be really nice.
Yeah, that would be incredible.
It was a claw.
Yeah, I mean, could certainly just play that out if you want, just to kind of get something going here. Ninja the hand in this kind of scenario probably want to play it out on turn number 5 ideally, or excuse me, when you get to 5 mana, so that you can play and activate on the same turn. So yeah, claw makes a lot of sense here.
Sonic Subjugator hits the battlefield. As it stands, it's just going to basically say, Lorenzo, show me a card, and you get to discard it.
Yeah. And then on the following turn here, Lorenzo still doesn't have access to a 3-mana creature, but has I Am Iron Man as a trick. You can actually use that to turn the Futurist Forge into a 4/4 blocker if possible. Now, again, open decklist format. Timo is aware that Lorenzo has 2 copies of I Am Iron Man. If he passes with 3 mana up, might not choose to attack.
Yeah, it's funny because Lorenzo actually has 3 I Am Iron Man. It's only playing 2, but the players don't get to look at the final submitted deck list. They get to look at the pool. And so he will not be surprised at all to see him I Am Iron Man fired off here.
Right.
Although this is a more assertive version while the shields are down here for Lorenzo to get in for 4 and get a card.
Going for a more aggressive tempo-oriented approach here.
Yeah.
Perhaps thinking, hey, look, if I just leave 3 mana up, Timo's just not going to attack me. So might as well just get my damage through.
It is a lot.
But if you do that, you are also taking damage on the attack.
Yeah, not getting attacked isn't the worst.
Right.
And then, of course, there's always the chance that Timo just says, I'll just go for,
Right. This feels like a land cycle here for the Savage Land Dinosaur. Might want to just go ahead and go get a mountain to be able to help activate or cast Madam Hydra. Could actually just get Undercover Scroll here as well. Oh, excuse me. Just playing out 2 creatures instead. I suppose we are 2 lands away from casting the Dinosaur, so maybe you want to kind of get up to that spot, but I would have really liked to not miss my land drop there.
Yeah, I think that maybe part of the thinking from Timo is also like, play something. There's a good chance I can kill it with Electra.
Right.
And just send in the rest. Because Lorenzo has done a good job of using up his mana in these turns, but hasn't done much as far as actually affecting the board.
Yeah.
Like no creatures so far.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, if you get to land cycle, not only do you not miss your land draw for the turn because you have mana sinks in the Villainous Hideout, but you get that extra creature in the graveyard, so you're only 1 creature away from actually turning that Undercover Scroll into a 3/3.
Certainly no shortage of cards in hand here for Lorenzo. 6 cards in hand, and it's going to be Wakandan Drone Flock, about the juiciest target you could hope for if you're sitting in Timo's seat.
Right.
A 4-mana 3/3. Use up your whole entire turn. And it's just going to get 2 for 1 right out of the sky.
Yeah, Electra will be cast here to get it off the battlefield here, and then a clean attack for at least 5 damage.
Yeah, if there's a land off the top, we can even bump it by 1.
Right.
Let's see if Timo finds a land. Either way, the play will be the same as far as what comes out of the hand. Oh, interesting. Cruel Alliance.
Yeah, probably want to save that for a bigger target if possible.
Yeah, this is a pretty straightforward. Electra, kill that thing. Slam for 5.
Yeah, I mean, Lorenzo's just going to be so far behind here. I mean, look at this. He's going to have no board.
I mean, this is...
I mean, look, you're taking a bunch, and what are you going to do? Follow it up with a Mockingbird, perhaps a giant-sized flying ant just to keep something tapped down, because if Lorenzo just taps out and plays another big creature, I mean, Teemo just has the Cruel Alliance here in hand.
Yeah, giant-sized flying ant at least dodges that particular aspect, but even then, it's not great.
Right.
Teemo still holding on to that Savage Land Dinosaur. He had a chance last turn to cycle it, but the turn after that, he really wanted to play Electra.
Right. I wonder if Lorenzo's thinking, I'm behind to the point where perhaps I need to try to get you with a Mockingbird, right? Mockingbird plus Panther Pounce would turn it into a 4/3 flying double striker, which can basically eat anything, right? If you just feel like you need to just hope that your opponent doesn't have something, maybe you take the play that might have the highest upside.
He's going to go for the giant-sized flying ant plan. It looks like as he's just passed the turn back over to Teemo. Teemo's going to go, what could that mean?
Right.
And then untap and draw.
Could be another I Am Iron Man. Certainly, we're just going to go straight to combat, given that Teemo has no other actual plays here with his hand.
Another land off the top there for Bertram.
I wonder if Teemo is considering using the hideout here.
Oh, that's
before
interesting.
Attacks. But I think I might prefer just seeing what Lorenzo's working with here.
Yeah, I think the number one concern would be I Am Iron Man, right? Because
Right.
the flying ant, you get to kind of know.
Yeah, but it's one of those spots where if your opponent's already cast one, you know, it's pretty unlikely that they have all 3 in their deck, so you just kind of play the numbers here. So
Exactly.
all right, so we are now entering combat, and now it's very clear that Lorenzo will play, of course, the Giant-Sized Flying Ant. And Giant-Sized Flying Ant, good tempo card, not a great blocker. It will trade with a Claw if need be. Might tap down the Reptile here if you really want to minimize damage, but... Still not a great spot to be in here. All right, tapping down the Claw, because if you attack with the Ninja, Lorenzo has the ability to block. Although, really wants to probably just block the Electra here, just because it is the
3.
most damage coming in. Yeah.
3 is the most.
But I think Teemo, should just line up all the creatures there on the right there to attack with. Certainly, Lorenzo's not going to be putting the creature in front of the Reptile, as that can turn into a 3/5 creature. And given Teemo's hand, he will be pumping up the Reptile here. So he doesn't really have any other plays. Block the Electra and take 5 damage for the turn. And this would put Lorenzo down to 7 with no board.
Yeah, it does get a little bit interesting, too, if you consider Helicarrier Strike as a possibility, where if Lorenzo were to block Reptile, it would kind of open up that Helicarrier Strike window.
Yeah, but, I mean, you're losing a Reptile. It's... then you get the second creature in your graveyard. Then your Undercover Scrolls turned on.
So you're
for the
just
next
fine
turn.
with it.
It's yeah. I'm 100% pumping here.
And as it turns out, Lorenzo does not have one in hand anyway. But I don't think Teemo would have been shocked to see if that were the case.
Right.
Okay, so a trade, as it were, but when one creature already ate your 4-drop,
right?
It doesn't feel like such a trade anymore.
I mean, look at what Teemo has in play. Everything is Claw's a 2-for-1. The Ninja of the Hand can be a 2-for-1. Electra, the Scroll ramps you. There's a lot of value here in this Golgari Villains deck. Lorenzo did draw Secret Invasion, which is a very, very potent removal effect here, but needs a creature in play first, of course, as it is an aura, and there's no creatures in play. And Teemo does have the answer in the Cruel Alliance in hand.
Yeah, that's right.
So I think this is just going to be it here. He's going to play out the Mockingbird, and we
And
can
just try to leave up that Panzer Pounce, like you
yeah,
said.
yeah, Panther Pounce, but Teemo can just run out this Cruel Alliance. I suppose would need to tap down the Claw to get it done. Might be 1 damage short here. Even if you land cycle the dinosaur, that would turn the scroll into a 3/3. And then if you cast the Cruel Alliance and tap down your Claw, that would be 3, 4, 5, 6 damage from the 3 creatures on the left attacking.
Why are we tapping the Claw?
Because the Mockingbird is a 4-mana card, Cruel Alliance only kills mana value 3 or less, unless you teamwork it.
Gotcha. Well, looks pretty straightforward.
Yeah.
GG.
Or go down to 1.
Lorenzo never able to get a foothold this game.
No, not at all. I mean, he did keep a hand with no 2 or 3 mana creature, right? He was just kind of hoping the Futures Forge would get him there. But it's kind of rough because Teemo's deck, it's just got that brilliant curve with the 3 undercover scrolls in the deck. Looks like, yep, he is going for the land cycle here.
And again, this is a bit of a combat trick there with the undercover scroll. It just jumped up to 3 power.
Right. Get that swamp. I suppose no need to find a mountain because all the red effects that you need in your deck, you can use through the Villainous Hideout that's in play.
Right.
Here comes the Cruel Alliance. Go up to 20.
Well, those 2 lands are tapped.
Sorry?
Yeah.
No problem.
Yeah.
He must just, again, be thinking of Helicarrier Strike or something, even though
Right.
that wasn't there last time.
Yeah.
Okay, there's Cruel Alliance with teamwork.
Yeah, Teemo's going to go up to 20. Lorenzo down to 1. And, I mean, he just doesn't have anything to come back.
Combat?
Once you're down to 1 and you're facing 4 lethal attackers here.
Yeah, this format is very low on sweepers.
Right.
There's effectively 0. There's a couple on the bonus sheet.
There's a black one.
There's a black one. There's also a white one.
Yeah.
Destroys all tapped creatures. But those come up very, very rarely, and they're not a factor.
And then a little too late. Finally found
Really
that
fun.
Helicarrier Strike.
Really? Really?
Could have used that could have used that a long, long time ago. And at this point, there's just not enough.
So Lorenzo's just going to say, I'm not going to show you any more of my cards, I guess. Pass the turn back.
And maybe you show me an extra card here,
Right.
even though Teemo doesn't have to. I mean, I suppose if Teemo wants to see one more card, he could just tick up the Ninja, right, and just make you discard a card.
That's true.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah, but he's going to attack with everything, and that is going to be game number 1 going to Timo Bertram, who is now a game away from the trophy.
Yeah.
Winning the pod here. And if you take a look, Timo is undefeated in the field still, though he does have a draw on his record, so it's 9-0-1. And he could come out of this with 10 wins.
Yeah. And that would put him 2 wins away from locking up a spot into the top 8.
Yeah, for those of you that don't know, if you get to 12 wins before the penultimate round, you lock up top 8.
Yeah.
You don't have to even play.
Right. Yeah, and I mean, taking a look at Lorenzo's cards, he's got a singular Red Guardian. I'm looking for things to deal with the Super Scroll here. And, you know, typically those are cards like Murdoch's Crusade, Web Up, and Frozen in Ice. But I don't see any of those cards. There's a couple of Helicarrier Strikes, but that doesn't even do enough damage to get the Super Scroll off the battlefield.
Very slow hand here for Timo. He kept Visions of Villainy, Ninja of the Hand, Hydra Infiltration,
Okay, and Lorenzo
on the draw.
This looks like Lorenzo has a completely different deck here, going
Right.
1-drop, 2-drop on the play. And Timo, without the scroll here, was probably hoping to find a play off of that surveillance room.
Exactly. Instead, it was a force that he put into the graveyard.
Lorenzo could find a
and he still
3-drop.
hasn't done anything.
Okay. Now
Yeah,
Timo will
4.
Timo will get a turn off here, right? Because Lorenzo doesn't have a 3-mana play. So I imagine Lorenzo going to be just looking to maybe attack with the security officer and pump it to gain that life.
21 to 17. Yes.
Still land go.
Yeah, land go. So that's certainly good for Timo because he's less on the back foot here. But Lorenzo's hand is still fantastic with the giant size flying ant plus trickster stratagem.
He drew White Tiger for the turn, but probably just wants to use up his mana for Ninja of the Hand.
Yeah, just a great blocker here.
But back to business here for Lorenzo because he does have Trickster Stratagem and Giant Size Flying Ant in hand.
Yeah, it's curious to see kind of which direction you go. If you play the Flying Ant, you just have another threat in play. So you can simply just play the Flying Ant, tap it down, and then just get in for 2 more points of damage. Certainly an option. Of course, you can also just cast the Trickster Stratagem here to just get it off play. But I kind of like playing the Flyer. This just puts such a big board presence. You get to get in for as much damage on the ground here while you can. Next turn, you can start tapping things down with the security officer, and you still have a Flyer to attack with.
Yeah, the Stratagem's going to be really good next turn, too.
Right. And Timo doesn't even just have a great play here.
There's the scroll.
The turn 4 scroll. I mean, you can double spell, right?
Yeah, I think you do.
You can go scroll into either Visions of Villainy or White Tiger, but that does not deal with the biggest immediate threat here, which is, of course, 4 power in the sky with the Ant and the Crowd of True Believers.
Yeah, I honestly wonder if this is a mulligan for Timo. I mean, a slow curve on the draw, and none of the cards were great either, right?
Yeah, I mean, the only argument is if you base your opinions on what you saw from Lorenzo's deck game 1, and you make the assumption that perhaps it is a slower version of Blue-White because he played nothing until turn 4.
I mean, I would just look at the pool and be like, well, there's 1-drops and 2-drops in here. I don't know. I also just feel like you're really looking for the scroll combo. Right. You want to see the 2 into the 4 there.
You just want any 2-drop, right?
And any 2 would be nice. Well, he's going to go double 2-drop this turn, so that might help him catch up with the Undercover Scroll and the White Tiger. You can see he's got Hydra Infiltration and Visions of Villainy in hand for next turn as well. That's a pretty good turn.
Pretty good. So Lorenzo...
How much is he taking here? Just 4?
Yeah, I mean, you could just bounce the scroll here. Looks like he's just getting in for the 4 here and choosing not to use Trickster Stratagem, given what we're seeing here. You could choose to upkeep tap the scroll, so you can't power up the White Tiger, right? Just because, of course, if you play a land, you can also just put a 4/4 into play and pump that up as well. But it looks like Lorenzo maybe content taking a bunch of damage and perhaps just looking to get a trigger off of the Avengers Tower to try to find some more action.
Okay. That must be what he's prioritizing.
That's what it seems like here.
Well, here's Hydra Infiltration.
Yeah.
So lose a couple.
Yeah, and Lorenzo does have 2 planes to just throw away here, so pretty easy decision.
Is he thinking about activating the tower first? That wouldn't really make sense. Right?
I mean, you just have 2 lands to discard. And you have 5 lands in play. This does not seem like a very difficult decision here.
Well, there's no way you'd ever discard whatever
and you want
off the tower.
Yeah, and it's better to just leave up a bunch of mana and represent whatever combat trick you could have. So I don't really like activating the tower here, but it's fine, I suppose. Looks like he hit a Mockingbird, but still probably just pitching 2 planes here.
I mean, you do get a little more info, but I just don't think it changes.
No, it doesn't.
Now
if you had 1 land, right, and 2 spells in your hand, then that gets more interesting, right? Because you might just find a filler level creature that you can throw away. But here, you just had the 2 planes to throw away.
He really thought about it, too. Oh, yeah. These 2? Okay, these 2.
Timo gets to at least get 1 life back here from the Hydra Infiltration.
Yep, and then we should see him cast, I assume, Visions of Villainy rather than Agents of Hydra here?
Yeah, probably really looking for a flyer or a way to deal with or a Widow's Bite to just deal with the...
Or Super Scroll. Oh, he did. Okay. He actually did cast
I suppose maybe just looking to do it next turn as well. Has plenty of mana at this point.
Yeah, I think I like doing it there a little better, just so I have all my mana available for whatever I drew. Because, I mean, I think the Agents of Hydra just does nothing here, right?
Yeah, just because the ground doesn't really matter.
Right.
Lorenzo getting in. I mean, this
And like
is,
if I drew Madam Hydra or something, I'd rather have that Agents in hand.
of course, yeah, definitely.
Meanwhile, life totals down to 8 here. There's the Mockingbird.
Okay, Mockingbird, and plays out a land, which is a little bit interesting, just because there is an active Ninja of the Hand in play.
Right, you
So
can
just
lose that
you could just
Trickster
lose the Trickster Stratagem here.
It's so tempting when you see your opponent with just the 1 card left
Right.
to fire that off.
And you have the land, so you actually can just make your Lorenzo discard his last card and play Visions of Villainy or Undercover Scroll here.
Yeah. So let's see. If you play the Visions of Villainy, does it change the clock? No, right? You're just taking
No, not
4,
currently.
4. So
And Trickster Stratagem plus Mockingbird is quite nice, if Lorenzo can pull it off.
let's
Are we
see.
in
Timo's
combat
gonna
again?
Attack, but is he going to go ahead and do the thing?
Okay.
Let's find out if he wants to power up. I
Could.
guess you would have just done it,
Right.
right? Because you don't want to get Helicarrier striked here.
Yeah, before attacks.
Right, you just
Yeah.
do it before.
No, he's.
Wow, okay. Playing with fire, but it's going to work out
Yeah.
for him here. The Trickster Stratagem does get discarded, and it was the last card in hand here as well.
Yeah, big hit. Big hit. Oh, when within combat, taps down the scroll here, which is big because this prevents Timo from actually playing out land and another 2-drop here.
Yep.
So had he played the land first, he could have at least cast the Visions of Villainy in his hand. So some little sequencing issues here,
Yes.
and it's possible Timo can get punished for this.
Can Lorenzo capitalize? He
Still-
doesn't need much,
Right.
right?
Because you're getting in for 4 in the air here regardless. Oh, you can get in for 5 now. He drew Captain America, Living Legend here. So also with the Wrath Security Officer, I mean, you could just attack with everything, right?
Oh, and he can double
You,
act?
you can double tap with the Wrath Security Officer. So if you tap down both things, now you have an open attack with the Double Striker as well. You can pump the Double Striker, or you can attack with everything. That's what, 4,
So he
7,
can do
8
3
damage?
of those things, right? He can tap down
Yeah.
2 things and 1 activation off the crowd,
Right.
or double activate the crowd and
So
tap
if
down 1
if he
thing.
taps down both of the creatures with the security officer, then it'll stay tapped, of course. You can then get in for 8 damage if you just attack with all the creatures on the right. Crowd of True Believers, of course, only triggers if you're attacking with an individual creature. So the biggest creature would be Mockingbird.
So
if
is,
you
is
individually
it 9 damage then?
no, so if you individually attack with the Mockingbird
Yes.
and you pump it twice, that's 8 damage.
Gotcha.
Right. So it's 8 damage no matter how you do it.
Either way.
Right.
But that's not enough.
Right. In which case, it's better to just attack with the Mockingbird, and then you get to gain 2 life
Yes.
instead of attacking with everything.
And
Yeah.
it looks like that's what's going to happen here.
Yeah. This is 8. Wait.
It's
is
not
that-
lethal.
Is that lethal? That's 8 damage. No.
No, 2, 4, 8.
Is there a counter? Does it get a count? Okay. Well,
I don't know what happened there.
perhaps we missed something.
Could be. Could be.
Yeah.
2. It was 2, right?
Mockingbird is a 2/2 double striker, and then you get
3, 4.
two Crowd of True Believers triggers with Captain America. You
Right.
you don't get to infinitely untap your creature.
Right. So that makes it 8.
8 damage.
And he was
Yeah.
at 9.
Okay. Wow. It's an interest that think yeah, that one if maybe Timo goes back on it, there are a couple little things there he could have maybe looked back on. What a draw though, Captain America.
Wow, Captain America, Living Legend, gets the job done. But that means that we do get a game 3.
Yeah.
And we got Kid Loki to kick things off here
Yeah,
for Lorenzo. But finally, the turn 2 undercover scroll. It is eluded, at least Paul and I.
Turn 2 scroll on the play. Your
And he even has a super scroll.
Your win
Well,
rate goes up
well,
to 70%.
Does he has a villainous
He has a
hideout.
villainous hideout. He's got it all here,
Dude.
and Lorenzo doesn't have counter spells.
No.
And so he can just slam it here. But Lorenzo does have an answer.
What does he have?
Secret Invasion.
Oh, I've always wanted my own super
You get your
scroll.
own super scroll here, and Timo doesn't have an answer, doesn't have a removal spell. So this is
Oh,
a turn
no.
3, 4, 5 flyer. Lorenzo has his own super scroll in play.
This is incredible.
Wow. So now Teemo,
He's all in on this Kid Loki, which is now a Super Scroll.
it is not, and remember, Secret Invasion also gives the creature Ward 2.
And Kid Loki also can get hexproof. Like, it gets really annoying.
Right. Now, at the same time, Lorenzo doesn't actually have the mana here to really utilize any of Super Scroll's relevant abilities just yet. You need to get to 5 mana and red, which Lorenzo doesn't have. And then if you want to get to the draw card effect, you need to get to 6 lands. And right now, Lorenzo doesn't even have a 4th land in hand.
Okay, Visions of Villainy here for Bertram. This is huge.
Digging.
Can he find a removal spell?
No, it's 2 lands. Okay.
Well, he gets to play Claw to nab a card.
Right, but I don't think Lorenzo cares about that too much.
No, he's got 4 cards in hand. He's got a nice hand here, too.
Absolutely.
He's going to get rid of Mockingbird, leave himself with Futurist, 4 giant-sized flying ant, and a Captain America living legend. But more importantly, Teemo has no answer.
Yeah, Lorenzo would love to find a land here just to be able to play out that ant. If he doesn't, he can still just play out the Captain America here and effectively have a 4/5 vigilance creature here. Possibly just run out the Futures Forge. But remember, Crowd of True Believers is not a hero, so you can't actually play it off of the Avengers Tower. And Teemo needs to top deck something here because his hand is just all lands. Now he can maybe try to race next turn. He's got White Tiger plus power up available. That puts 7 power and 7 toughness on the battlefield here. But hey, I mean, this damage adds up here. This is 4 every turn in the air. All right, Futures Forge digging for a land, finds it, I believe. It is an island here.
10.
Teemo down to 10.
Yeah.
They want it underneath the Secret Invasion is my guess.
Yeah. Just to know for sure.
Yeah.
Is there a removal
Cruel
spell?
Alliance, maybe your own Super Scroll, right? You got 2 copies.
And
Electra
by the
doesn't
way,
do it.
it would completely fall apart here for Lorenzo because that would be Teemo getting it back.
Right.
Not just killing the one on the other side, but it's rocks on brutes.
Yeah, so I feel like Teemo's got maybe one more turn here. You have a couple of options. Are you going to try to race with the White Tiger, or is it desperation time? And are you going to just utilize that villainous hideout to just try to dig and find a flyer or a removal spell? And it looks like we're going to go for White Tiger here.
And the hideout.
Yeah, and the power up, right?
Or the power up,
yeah.
I mean, yeah.
So that's, I mean, now we're looking at 10 power and toughness on the battlefield here. But that giant...
So what?
Right, that giant-sized flying ant is going to be such a huge tempo play. You can tap down that 4/4, prevent yourself from taking that 4 damage. That puts Teemo on a 2-turn clock here. That's an I Am Iron Man. He almost had lethal this turn. He could have turned that Futures Forge into a 4/4. That would have put Teemo down to 2.
Wow. So close for Lorenzo Group. He's only got 1 loss in the whole tournament.
Right. Yeah, this is a very straightforward attack for 4 and just run out the giant-sized flying ant to tap down one of the creatures. You get Teemo down to 6, and then you have, even if maybe you killed the giant-sized flying ant, you can still turn on the Futures Forge. So Teemo has this turn to really try and find either a Super Scroll or the one Cruel Alliance that he has in his deck.
This Kid Loki is going to attack, but as we know,
just pass.
See a 4/5. Go.
Yeah. All right, Teemo.
Teemo, can you find off the top of the library a Cruel Alliance?
Cruel Alliance. I don't even think a Super Scroll does it, right? You just tap down the Super Scroll.
Right. He found Cruel Alliance off the top of the library.
No way.
What a rip for Teemo Bertram. That's exactly what he needed.
He has 1 Cruel Alliance in his deck.
Oh, we got a game here.
I mean, Teemo's getting back his Super Scroll.
Right. It's going to completely flip the script.
He's going to go to 9 and get his Super Scroll back this turn.
Now, can Lorenzo find a win with giant-sized flying ant and I Am Iron Man?
I mean,
you get your Super Scroll, giant-sized flying ant to tap it down, and then wake up your Forge?
So you go down to 2 because Teemo gains 3 life from the teamwork on Cruel Alliance. So you go up to 9, right?
Cruel Alliance.
You tap down the Super Scroll, you use I Am Iron Man, that's 7 damage. Teemo will go down to 2.
Oh, I can't believe it. The perfect
What
top
a
deck for
draw.
Timo Bertram.
I mean, this is what it takes to go undefeated, right, at the Pro Tour. Timo's been playing pretty well, but you also need to draw well.
Lorenzo with the subtlest of head
my
nods you could
goodness.
ever muster as he goes, you actually found it?
Yeah, look at you see the look in
Oh,
his
and there's the
face.
grimace from him.
The life gain, everything falling apart. Lorenzo
He's
going,
like, I had it.
I think it was literally the only card Timo could have found in that spot.
And he had to really cold deck it because look, he doesn't have enough mana to mess around with anything else.
You can't use the hideout. He had to just draw it there. And now Timo's at 9. If he gets to untap with the Super Scroll, he is going to be fully stabilized. And remember, last turn, he put 7 power and 7 toughness on the battlefield. Lorenzo's down to 11 here.
Totally. This was a house of cards here for Lorenzo Gruppi. He was all in on that plan. It was a really good plan to be all in on.
Right.
But now it is completely collapsed on him.
Is there any way to get 2 extra points of damage through? I don't know.
Yeah,
I mean,
he's looking at the Futurist Forge. He's got the giant size flying ant in
Yeah.
hand for the big tempo swing.
he's just a
But
little bit
how
short.
could it fall apart like that, especially with the 3 extra life?
Right. You know, if he had the crowd of true believers in play with Captain America, ooh.
Yeah, he's going to go for the ant, and Bertram
Yeah,
can't do anything
doesn't
about
have
it.
a choice.
Is there anything that he can find? I mean, he can get in for 7 right
He had
now. It was the plains.
He had a Panther Pounce, but he doesn't have the planes either, so
And
he
that
draws
would
the
be
white source.
8.
Right. Now you can play offense and defense here because you can play Captain America and attack for 3, and it's effectively vigilance.
How much does Timo get to attack for here?
6, 9, 13, not including the scroll.
So 14 maximum.
And has the ability to clear a blocker out of the way, too, with the Super Scroll and the Villainous Hideout.
Now, he doesn't have the ability to get the undercover scroll up to 3/3 with the Roxanne Brutes alone, right?
Right. He has no creatures in graveyard currently.
Because sometimes you can do that, and all of a sudden the game just ends.
Right, absolutely.
There's Crowd of True Believers now for Groupie. Passes the turn back.
Okay, and instead looking to use I Am Iron Man here defensively.
And try to work out some kind of a win.
Right.
But now does Bertram just go to the control route with the Super Scroll active? Thanks to
There's
the
no
Villainous
reason
Hideout?
to attack with the flyer or do anything else. The way you lose is I Am Iron Man and flyers, right?
Yep.
So just keep the Super Scroll back. You have access to all this mana. Maybe attack with some of your ground creatures, perhaps the 4/4 and the 3/3.
Because
Keep
why
the-
not?
Right, and then keep the rest of the stuff back, and then just try to win that way. Because Lorenzo has 2 cards in hand, you have to think he has something to play this turn.
Yeah, he only has 1 giant-sized flying ant in his list, and Bertram will be very much aware of that. Because that is a type of card that can get you out of these really tight spots and squeak out a win.
Yeah, because if Timo, let's say, goes for the win here, right? Let's say you kill Crowd of True Believers, attack with everything.
Mm-hmm.
Lorenzo, I Am Iron Man's the Forge, blocks the Super Scroll, or the 4/4 rather, and you take 10, and you go to 1.
And then you still don't actually crack back.
Right.
I mean, it's interesting because Timo may be thinking similarly, but
Yeah.
it just has to be so tempting to be about as conservative as possible here for Bertram now that he has an active Super Scroll at the ready.
It's just so hard to lose if you just...
Oh, he's going for it.
Okay.
I mean, this is technically safe from what we saw.
Right,
But
right.
it may open the door.
Well, right. I suppose you can also just pump up the Super Scroll.
Oh, that's true.
Right? So so this kind of forces the action here.
He's not going to, though. He's just going to kill the Crowd of True Believers.
Crowd of
Hyper-aggressive play here from Bertram.
Yeah, this is a lethal attack, so Lorenzo has no choice but to fire off Iron Man on the Futures Forge to block something. Does he have another I Am Iron Man? If he does, what he can do, if he has another I Am Iron Man, block the 3/3.
He has 2.
Block the 3/3, take 10, go to 1,
And crack back.
top deck another I Am Iron Man.
Oh my God,
and
he
attack
has a
for
second
7.
copy. He actually has access to 3 of them.
If he brought a 3rd one in, I mean, that gives you an out here, right?
It absolutely does.
Block the
Timo has
3/3.
opened the door.
You needed to, you're right.
And he goes to 1 here, right?
He goes to 1. You could have attacked with the
8,
scroll.
10, and he could have sent in with the scroll.
Oh, this was really aggressive here. Can Lorenzo now top deck I Am Iron Man for the win?
Why did he leave the scroll back? He's not casting anything, right? He has rocks on Root's land. Don't
tell me he wanted to make a wall. He can make a wall.
That's true. He can't. I don't think so, but he better now. I'll tell you that. All right, here we go. Is there
Down
another
to
copy
1.
of I Am Iron Man?
Can he find it?
No, it was an island off the top. Lorenzo grimaces at the top deck because he actually had a window.
He had a card he could have drawn.
To win the game and punish Timo Bertram. But he can't find it, and it looks like Timo, with that timely top deck, has to be the top deck of his career.
Absolutely.
Frame that Cruel Alliance and put it on the wall, Timo.
That was an incredible draw. Literally determined that he had to have it. Lorenzo probably tasted victory there with the giant-sized flying ant in hand. And man, Timo finding the perfect card.
And now it's pure desperation.
Right.
Here. Lorenzo just has to crack
the
it. Futurist Forge and extend the hand. And Timo Bertram remains our only undefeated player, 10-0-1, and picks up the draft pod victory. And look at Timo. Look at him. Overwhelmed with that board state. That was such a crazy match. And you know Timo's looking back at a couple of those plays and going, I could have done that a little better.
Yeah, but you know what? You got the win, right? You get the win. You still have a few more matches to win. We've seen some undefeated players in day one not quite make it all the way. So Timo still is in excellent shape, but of course still needs to win a couple of more. But what a draw. That Cruel Alliance allowing him to... I mean, he was literally dead.
Yes.
I'm trying to think.
He needed all of the things.
I'm trying to figure out if there is anything else he could have drawn there, because any flyer just doesn't get it done. It had to be specifically that removal spell with the life gain and getting your creature back. What a draw, and now he's the only undefeated player.
Unbelievable stuff from the feature match era here in Amsterdam. We've got more Magic to bring you, but first we're going to take a short break. We'll be back with more right after this. And welcome back to coverage here of Pro Tour Marvel Superheroes. Marshall Sutcliffe with Paul Cheon. We're in Amsterdam at the MagicCon. Check it out. cosplay just one of the many things happening there? Yes, everybody's excited. There's an artist alley. You can get your card signed from some of your favorite artists. They have lines all day long for especially the big-time artists with a huge booth. Awesome stuff over there. It's just some of the many things that you can enjoy at a MagicCon like this one. But we're still here in the booth at the Pro Tour, and we've still got more Magic to bring you. In fact, in the feature, we have Eduardo Sajglic versus Rei Hirayama. And take a look at Eduardo's top finishes 4. Top finishes 1 there for Rei as well. And as we come in here, again, we're playing for the pod, Paul. These are our 2-0 players. Eduardo has had now actually a long and successful career. He's kind of bridged big finishes over his career and a long span. He's also often a big part of testing teams.
Yeah. Even when he's not qualified for the Pro Tours, teams will actually pick him up as kind of their limited mentor. And so that he is an extremely highly respected member of the limited community. So, you know, Eduardo's going to have a nice one here.
He also does a really good impression of an adult. And he'll make schedules and meetings and stuff so people can actually get information down. By the way, he also counsels people to keep 7 while their opponent mulligans to 5, and that's exactly what happened here
Key to
in
success.
game number 3. It's one of the few KPIs that Eduardo focuses on, and you can see he has your favorite card there, Paul. The Undercover Scroll is out. He's getting hit by White Tiger.
Great creature.
And is that Hydra Troopers just hanging out? That must just be a revealed card or something?
Yeah, off Rapid Rescue.
Off Rapid Rescue, okay.
So now just trying to slow Eduardo down here. Rei is only, you know, if you can't really play a game of attrition once you're mulliganing down to 5 here. That is
Mole Man?
Mole Man, yes. Not going to be able to block here.
You described it as annoying, but not necessarily great.
Yeah, it's fine, but you're just never ever taking the card high. But you know, if you're playing it looks like a value-based Sultai deck, you know, it's probably just like a fine card to play. But you're not taking it over any of the top commons.
Yeah, you can see this is very much a racing situation here from Rei's perspective. He is attempting to apply max value. I mean, you and I about fell out of our chair in our first match with that Cruel Alliance. In this case, it's just like, yeah, kill your 2-drop, get in there. Like, it's a little bit of a different setup this time than last time. Land will create that 1/1 as well as a second Undercover Scroll. This really is a Paul Cheon special.
And I mean, did you look at Eduardo's hand? He's got a Khazar in his hand, one of the best uncommons in the format. Such a powerhouse. Every time my opponents play it, they always just immediately play that land off the top.
Yeah, that happens to me too, and he is well set up to do so thanks to the Undercover Scroll.
Oh, and that's
going to be a super suit to eat White Tiger?
Yeah.
And it happens too.
This is brutal
combat
here.
Trick, take 2 damage.
And you know, powering that up was kind of one of Rei's routes to victory here, given
what's the follow-up for Rei?
Just doesn't have a lot of resources to work with.
Rei really needs to add something powerful to the board here to keep this pressure up, especially after that super suit blowout.
Right. I mean, you got it. The Scroll is a problem. The Mole Man's a problem, and that Khazar is coming down next turn as well. Oh, that's a Killmonger. Okay. So he's.
Oh, but he doesn't.
He would have to sack his 3-drop there.
What does he even kill?
I suppose it would be the Mole Man.
I mean, he'll be really happy.
Yeah.
If he does, because of the Khazar and the Mole Man combo. But as it stands, I think we're going to see just main phase or pre-land drop Khazar.
Khazar here,
and then hit a land.
We'll see. Get the 2/2. Doesn't look like it. But still has one in hand.
Backup plan there.
Okay.
And what else?
Oh, Serpent Specialist. So just a great draw here from Eduardo. This is just
Specialist so nice here too.
Against Killmonger, absolutely.
Yep, just gonna sit there and say, nah, I don't think you're gonna.
Wow, this is the most Hydra Troopers I've ever seen.
He has 4.
Yeah, and it is good now.
It's actually triggering now.
Yeah, but it's not going to be good enough here.
No way.
We got an active Khazar, and there's a Baxter building in Eduardo's hand, which also is a way to kind of get more action going. Especially if you just play the land, all of a sudden your token becomes a 4/4, which would turn on the Baxter building.
And there he hit a land off of Khazar. He can look at the top one at any point just for informational purposes.
Right.
Also, these players are playing very quickly.
So perhaps time running out here.
I know,
as we are in
I get a
game
little
3.
bit of a vibe of that.
Yeah. But Eduardo very much ahead here. What is this?
Oh, he's going to play a leveled up. He just prepaid.
Right, Legionnaire
for
power
the
up.
Legionnaire.
So now you have a 5/4 flyer and you got the Mole Man. So Mole Man Kazar combo online.
I just don't really see how Ray Hariyama's list is going to push 14 damage through this board.
Right. I mean, it always comes back to the sweepers, right? Does Ray have his own Massacre Girl?
Last time I had
Right.
4
We're kind of
plus
needing
this,
to rely on
played
a
land.
bonus sheet card.
And no,
And played land.
he doesn't.
Okay. Fair enough.
So
Did I do something?
And
I don't
unfortunately
think
for
so.
Ray,
Your plays are
Eduardo
pretty
knows
simple.
that.
Yeah.
Did I miss here or something? Or
What do you miss?
play
didn't
2
miss-
lands?
He didn't miss any counters, and he played a land every turn.
I definitely have the double black. Okay.
What?
I don't know. I genuinely don't know. Played land from the top, from this.
Yeah, I don't think Eduardo did anything wrong from at least what I've seen.
I didn't see it either.
Yeah.
I mean, you can always miss something. But
Right.
Like I told you, I almost saw the second card, but I didn't. Like, I mean,
you can look at it.
Yeah, you can always look at it. Anytime, as many times as you like.
You don't even have to announce it.
Yeah. Perhaps are we
Maybe there's a.
figuring something
I
out?
hope I didn't do
here?
anything wrong, because that would be really bad in this position.
Yeah, all he did this turn was play a land off the Kazar, and then play the Legionnaire, and got a creature from the graveyard back. Was the Mole Man exiled? No, right?
Did I
It was
play another
killed
spell
via
this turn? I don't
the
think so. This was the only one.
the Killmonger.
Killmonger
up?
got it.
So then that is not an exile effect.
Yeah, and you see the exiled undercover scroll. That was from Cool Alliance, so that's
Right.
correct.
Yeah.
Well, looks like they may just be. Sometimes that'll happen, and then they just come back and say, "You're good."
Yep. And I imagine that's going to be the case here. I don't think any additional lands were played here from Eduardo.
Yeah. It's because of the second card, because I almost looked at it.
Ah, okay.
But I let you know, obviously, so.
Okay. So
Yeah.
when mechanically speaking, when he went to look at the top card of his library, he said, "I didn't see," but he maybe partially lifted the second card.
Oh, I
It's-
see.
It's pretty small.
Yeah. Yeah, you do have to be careful when you're looking at the top with Kazar. And make sure you accidentally don't look at the second card down.
Yep.
Yeah, the judges do have ways to handle that type of situation as well.
Cannot know
They can
if
shuffle.
the second card or not.
Cool.
To remove any doubt, we will shuffle it
Sure.
back.
So I know this card.
Yeah. Did
From-
you do any mulligans in this?
No, I'm at 7.
Yeah, so you should leave
Assuming
that
you
one.
don't
Right.
know the bottom card of your deck.
No, there's no.
Right.
So I know this one because of this,
Yes. So
but
keep
not.
it aside and please shuffle back
Okay.
everything else.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
fine. Just
Sure.
to be sure. He,
Yeah.
Eduardo
Yeah, I
said I
indicated
couldn't
to him,
actually see it
obviously, like-
anyway.
Right,
But okay, sorry
But
for that.
if there was
Sure
even
helps.
a hint of that, then they
apologies.
can just do that.
right. Just making sure everything is nice and clean here.
Just wanna-
Ray has an extremely low chance of being able to come back in this game.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of feel bad for Ray having to sit through that.
Right,
just
he's like,
'cause
can we
it's
just can we
this
just
is-
progress
This
this?
is actually making this take a lot longer,
Yeah.
and I don't
maybe
think he
okay
has a
that
way to come back.
It's risky for no reason.
All right. Everything nice and resolved here. And Ray
Okay.
playing out the
Death
Serpent
Touch creature,
Society.
right?
Serpent Society, it is,
3/4 Death Touch creature effectively.
Top card.
but only the top card, as it were.
Right. Wonder if it's time to finally
So-
run out the Baxter building here.
And he has the Mole Man to play this turn too, right?
Right, yeah. So get that out first. Mole Man, land, and you still have the mana to activate.
The Baxter building.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
If he plays it out, of course.
Man, this is a gnarly combo
Yeah.
he's got.
Yeah.
You know, because he gets his creature that gets to keep getting bigger. He gets to keep making more creatures.
Right.
He generates value for any additional lands on the top of the library that he may hit.
Yeah. You can just mill away anything that you don't
Yeah.
want, and all you do is just lose a token,
There's Mole Man.
Trigger.
And he's going to play Baxter
Trigger and
building.
Void.
and then you can just pass.
He already attacked in the air with the Legionnaire, so he
Right.
gets to also apply pressure to the life total.
Yep.
It feels like Hirayama's behind on actually every metric
Every
possible.
single
like
metric.
Every onboard
Yeah.
thing. He's
Yeah.
just...
I mean, he just can't attack. Eduardo's drawing multiple cards a turn, putting multiple permanents into play every turn. That's a Moonstone, but that's certainly not going to be enough.
Yep.
It's only a 2/4 flyer here.
He found dependable Quinjet off the top. He's playing 2 of those.
Yeah, he's also splashing for a Cloak and Dagger. So that's when when you're getting up to the 4-color range is when you can start running perhaps a
Long
Quinjet here.
days.
Found an Electra. So
Wow.
just continuing to pull ahead here.
I guess he could take out the flyer
You
if
could-
he wants.
yeah.
Or the Serpent Society. If he
Right.
wants to be able to get in with his ground creatures at some point. Honestly, this is just giving him more of an excuse to just sit here and generate value.
Right. It's like, I
'Cause
can just
shields are kind of up.
I can kind of go all day. Now, there is an interesting thing where if you maybe attack with the Legionnaire, if you want to make the game go even longer, then you can
2-4,
sneak in
right?
the Electra, replay the Legionnaire, get some more value.
I do want to make the game go even longer, actually.
I mean, this
Now
game's
that you
basically
mention it.
over.
Fine, he just let him take the damage.
Right. And this is an Electra. Get that flyer off the battlefield because it can generate Ray some card advantage to get him back into the game potentially.
Counter.
And then he played a land, gets
Yeah.
a counter,
Gets
and
a
gets another
token.
token.
And with the scroll, still has Baxter Building activation up for end of
Goodness
turn.
sakes. I don't think Hirayama can take
Yeah.
any more. And that is Eduardo Sajkulik picking up
unlucky.
the
Your deck is
draft
open.
trophy and showing people why they should listen to him when he talks about limited. He's also 9-1-1 now. So really good position going into the modern rounds to make a run for top 8.
Yeah, absolutely. He has been stringing together some pretty nice finishes here. Got a top finish not too long ago with that Elementals deck, and now only needs a handful of wins now in the modern section to kind of get another top finish. He's really building up that resume.
He is.
Perhaps a couple more of these. We might be talking about some Hall of Fame stuff too.
That's true. That's
yeah.
absolutely possible for him. He is deep into the trenches when it comes to that. Okay, we're going to take a short break here from Amsterdam. When we come back, we'll be switching over to Modern. Don't go anywhere.
Hey, if you like Modern, why not play some Modern Constructed at Spotlight The Hobbit? You have 2 locations to do it at here. Brisbane, Australia, August 28th through the 30th, or in Dallas in the US, September 4th through the 6th. Once again, the format is Modern, so it should be a very fun tournament. You can find out more information at mtg.social/spotlight-HOB. Hey everybody, welcome back to coverage here of Pro Tour Marvel Superheroes, as well as MagicCon Amsterdam happening here in the Convention Center this weekend. 17,000 people interacting with Magic in all sorts of different ways. The Pro Tour is heating up here on day 2 of competition. We are out of the draft rounds of day 1 and day 2 now, moving our attention on to Modern here. But of course, we have draft tomorrow for our top 8 yet to come. Welcome to the News Desk. Marie Bartholdi, Frank Carson, and Riley Knight with you here. And speaking of being out of draft, Riley, why don't you give us the highlights of what happened at the top pods?
Well, yes, indeed. We had our pod winners, the trophy winners here at our Pro Tour day number 2, and we're going to jump through all 4 of these feature tables because I got the chance to catch up with each of the 3-0 players, kicking things off with Timo Bertram, the only player who remains undefeated on the tournament floor at 10-0-1. I had the chance to have a chat with Timo after his win, and here's what he had to say. Timo, a terrific performance from you, undefeated across the 2 drafts here. Well, unsurprising based on the deck that you drafted. The deck you put together was incredible.
It was a very, very nice deck. So got a lot of black bombs, a little bit light on removal, but a very, very good deck, and I'm very happy about what I drafted today.
Did you feel like it was a 3-0 deck as you were putting it together?
It was definitely like, I didn't want to get too confident in it because things can always happen, but it was a very good deck, and I was thinking this is like at least a 2-1.
We were talking before the interview about how you feel about Modern. You say you feel a bit more prepared, a bit readier for this format. Yeah. Tell us how you're feeling about the approaching rounds as we move into Constructed.
Yeah, so I'm playing Boros in Modern, and I'm a Modern player, so I think I know the format. I feel pretty confident about it. So I'm looking forward to the rest.
Well, as our only undefeated player in the field, you're in great position, Timo. Best of luck as we move into Modern.
Thank you, thank you.
It was really good to catch up with Timo, and I really do wish him all the best because this is his 2nd ever Pro Tour, and he is just firing on all cylinders. We move on to our 2nd draft pod now, where the winner was Eduardo Sajgalik, a bloke who has sort of flipped and flopped between being a professional player. He's worked on coverage. He's done a bit of everything, and it was interesting to get to catch up with him because he wasn't so focused on his own result, as he told me when I talked to him after his match. Eduardo Sajgalik, congratulations on another draft trophy. I know you've got plenty under the belt over the years, but you were telling me that there's been something else that's been your focus, not so much your individual record when it comes to draft.
Right. So for me, what I care about when I go to the Pro Tour is how well our team does in Limited, because I lead and help them out. A lot of first timers as well. So like for me, a mark of success is really how well the team has done in Limited. Obviously, I'm very happy with this. It's been many moons since I've had a Frio at the Pro Tour level, but no, I'm like our team's been doing pretty well. I just saw Nick Frio his pod as well. Pivo still went 2-1 in contention. I'm like, Team World League Council, we're gonna get there. We want multiple top 8ers.
Well, you're feeling good, and you have every right to be with a 3-0 in the draft. Congratulations, Eduardo. Best luck in Modern.
Thank you so much.
And a little sneak preview there from Eduardo. Wow, showing off his coverage chops as he transitions us very neatly into draft pod number 3, which was won by Nicholas Odenheimer, the Nick that Eduardo was referring to before. Lovely chap, this Nick. I got the chance to catch up with him as well. He's sitting pretty at 9-2 after a clean sweep of the 2nd draft, 3-0. Here's what he had to say after his win. Well, Nick, after a 2-1 result yesterday and then a 3-0 today, you've had a pretty good time in draft. What was the difference? What got you across the line undefeated in the draft pod today?
Well, I guess I would say yesterday my deck was all more like little combos and synergies going on where like none of the cards were very impressive by themselves, but all when it came together, they were all really good. But today, I just drafted individually good cards that looked bad because there was no combos going on. But then I realized, wait, every card I cast is just insane. So I was like, all right, as long as I have the mana that works, I'll just cast good cards and my opponents keep dying.
And obviously very happy with the 3-0. I mean, a draft trophy at a Pro Tour, that's a terrific thing to have done.
Yeah, this is my 2nd draft Pro Tour, or draft trophy at a Pro Tour, and it still feels great. I mean, yeah, nothing better, especially at this record. So,
fantastic, mate, and best of luck in Modern.
Thank you so much.
Finally, we can look at draft pod number 4 here, where our winner was Mattia Anito, who took it out again at a 9-2 record with a 3-0 trophy on the day 2 draft. And draft pod number 4 had to overcome some stiff resistance, but got there in the end and was very pleased with the result. He actually let us in on a little secret. You'll be interested to know what the defining factor was behind his victory. Here is what Mattia had to say after his win. Mattia, 2-1 in draft yesterday, 3-0 today. Tell us, what's the secret to your success?
So, the secret to my own success is luck. Luck, definitely. But our team is doing pretty well as a whole. We were the team with the highest draft win rate yesterday, and I think today we did really well as well. We prepared a lot. We did a lot of house draft. We have Guglielmo, our team leader, who is really strict with us. We have to be up at 9 a.m. drafting, and that paid off, actually. But this is as a team. My own success, luck.
Purely luck. Well, however you get the 3-0, mate, it still counts on the scoreboard. Mattia, congratulations. Best of luck in Modern.
Thank you.
Awesome to get some insights into all those wins around our top pods. Thank you to Riley for that. Take a look at our leaderboard now. We're going to show you 3 pages of our leaderboard. Somewhere on these 3 pages, you are looking at the champion of this Pro Tour, which is very exciting. Timo Bertram leads the way, still undefeated at 10-0-1. We just heard from Eduardo, who's sitting right behind him at 9-1-1. Martin Juza, the overnight leader, Hall of Famer, is at 9-2, so managed to pull off a 2-1 in his draft this morning. Nicholas Ottenheimer, just heard from him as well, sitting at 9-2. As we work our way down some more of these standings, we get into the 8-3s. All these players still in very good position, in contention themselves. We've got Ken Yukihiro, your current reigning player of the year, sitting at 8-3. The grinder, Jesse Hampton, sitting at 8-3, has been playing this game forever. Tony Portolan, the guy is just incredible at Magic, sitting at 8-3. And further down our leaderboard, still open for all of these players as well. Take a look, there is Matt Costa, sitting at 7-3-1. Congrats to him on a good start to the tournament. Ian Robb knows his way around a Pro Tour top 8, has done it twice, currently sitting at 7-4, as is Andrew Ellenbogen at 7-4. Well, those are some of the players. Why don't we check in with our testing teams here in the room? You heard Eduardo kind of talking about how important it is for team results. So let's find out how our teams are doing here on day number 2. Frank.
Well, Team TCG player had overall pretty poor results in the second draft for most players on the team. Martin Juza, overnight leader, now only 9-2. I do want to shout out Luna Eason, another valued member of the team, who's doing well at 8-3. She's in her 5th major event start, best being 10-6 at Pro Tour Edge of Eternities last year, and now she's well positioned for potentially a personal best breakout Pro Tour run. But many of these players not in the best position.
All right, let's check out Team Handshake Moxfield. How are they doing on day 2 of competition? Their leader, Alex Rohan, currently sitting at 9-2, followed by Jesse Hampton. We saw him just mere moments ago at 8-3. Only 3 of their players didn't day 2, so good job to them there overall for their day 2 conversion.
Team Moriyama is currently being led by Rei Hirayama, previous RC champion and RC finalist, making a deep run. He was actually driving his team towards the Slumbering Trudge deck that many of them settled on, but he himself switched to Simic Neoform, which has done well for him so far, and I look forward to seeing how he and other players on his team, like Ken Yukihiro, shape up.
Another team that is overwhelmingly dominated by players from a certain country is Team Novo TCG eBay, who are representing the proud nation of Italy here. And you can see they're doing very well for themselves. Lorenzo Gruppi, Mattia Anita, we caught up with him earlier on at 9-2. Guillermo Lupi, 8-3. This team is sitting pretty. I would imagine we're going to see these guys make a very convincing run at our top 8 today.
Meanwhile, Team World League Council Heavy Play had quite a bit of success in the feature match area in the previous round. So let's take a look at their full roster and how they're doing this weekend. Well, Eduardo Sajgalik and Nick Odenheimer both managed to get that trophy in their draft, hugging there, sharing that emotion. Marco Del Pivo was also playing for a trophy, ultimately didn't get there, but yeah, they have multiple players in great position to reach the top 8. Eduardo said they wanted to put multiple players in the top 8, and that might just very well happen today.
Let's check in on Player of the Year. This is where we were at as far as points are concerned heading into the weekend. Christopher Larsson leading us off here after doing so very well at the first 2 events of the season. Might be that nothing can stop him. Let's find out how they're doing right now with our eyes, of course, mostly on Christopher Larsson. Where is he at? 7-4. Hey, great record here for the Dane. He needs to put in a deep run today, and if he does so, he might just lock up his spot as Player of the Year, which would mean so much to him.
And finally, we're going to round out the look that we're having across the tables at our top limited players here, and it's unsurprising to see a lot of them continuing to do very, very well. Alex Rohan, 9-2, Anna Huschenbett, 8-3, Ken Yukihiro, Tony Portland, Justin Chavo, Yumin Ji, all of these players
I'm
at
sensing a trend.
8-3. How surprising it is that they're doing well at a Pro Tour that is featuring limited so prominently. Well done to all of them, and we'll continue to see how they go into Modern.
And here is a look at all the teams and how they are shaping up relative to each other. Novo, TCG, eBay, the Italian team, still leading with a 59% win rate overall. This is also actually the first sighting of Cosmos Heavy Play English this weekend. We'll keep an eye on them as the weekend progresses.
All right, there is a look at how things stand after draft on day 2 of competition. But of course, we are shifting gears on day 2 now into Modern. And I know, Frank, you love this metagame.
Oh yeah, and I love this format, Maria. Now Modern, as we know, it's the non-rotating 60-card format based on 8th edition forward, and kind of matching the expectations going into the tournament. Boros Energy and Izzet Affinity were the most played decks, tied at 12.7% apiece on day 1. Now, the most played non-land main deck card was Kozilek's Command, heavily featured in Brute Scale Combo and Eldrazi Tron, both of which were a bit more popular than many had anticipated. Now, the metagame features a lot of combo strategies as well, with Esper Gorgios rounding out the top 5. And don't forget that 15.7% other category. Modern just features so much diversity. There is a wide diversity of strategies, competitively viable, in this format based on just 23 years of card history.
Yeah, it's awesome to see Modern showcased here this weekend. So let's dive back into the action. We have round number 12. Who will we see do battle? We have Yuya Hosokawa on Jund Cosmogoyf, nice, and Nicholas Odenheimer on Izzet Affinity. Both of these players currently at 9-2. Zooming in here first on Yuya, started playing Magic in 2003. Really is looking forward to playing here at this Pro Tour this weekend. He qualified via a top 8 at an RC in Chiba. He has 2 Grand Prix top 8s, has played more than 40 over his lifetime.
And has done very, very well in recent rounds, as you can see. Picked up a couple of early losses yesterday, but is absolutely crushing it. I was at the Spotlight where he qualified, and I'll tell you what, that was some cutthroat magic there. A great way to get valuable experience heading into the Pro Tour. Yuya Hosokawa, a real contender with a deck that Frank, I can tell, is just absolutely so excited to tell us about.
Oh, yes, I am.
I'm excited too. Up against Nicholas Odenheimer, heard from him on camera just moments ago. Started playing same year I did in 2012. Winner of Spotlight Foundations in Atlanta, has had a very solid Pro Tour performance over the last few events with Team Worldly Council.
And the player stats don't have this in them anywhere, but also just seems to be a lovely chap. Had a bit of a chat with him. We don't tend to quantify that sort of thing. Perhaps we should. But you can see here very, very respectable win rates, overall at 59.4%. Heading into Constructed at 60% as well, so it looks like Nico does enjoy playing 60-card formats, and I'm looking forward to seeing how he goes, even if his deck isn't quite as sweet as the one he'll be up against.
Well, let's jump into it, Frank, here. Jund Cosmogoyf, tell me about it.
Yeah, we got some spice here, Maria. Jund Cosmogoyf is a deck that is capable of threatening a consistent turn 3 kill, where the primary game plan is to exile 20 cards as quickly as possible, sometimes before the game has even properly begun, thanks to Devourer of Destiny and Serum Powder. So the mulligan portion is actually essential for the deck. Then after you play a Cosmogoyf, which can then have 20 power, Thud lets you sacrifice it to deal lethal damage directly to your opponent. They cannot block it, they cannot remove it in response, it just wins the game. Now, Spoils of the Vault and Plunge into Darkness are also key cards in the deck, because they can exile huge portions of your library, right, to feed the Cosmogoyf. while digging for the key combo pieces. Now, Spoils of the Void does carry the risk of occasionally losing you the game on the spot, maybe around like 15% depending on your life total, but that's just what you have to accept when you play this deck. Risky, but really powerful.
Frank, can I ask a question? Is there any other way that the deck can win? Is it an all-in combo deck? Is it linear?
Oh, it can also just attack with a Cosmogoyf, right? That creature is huge, but then the opponent can just block it.
It's not quite as sweet, though.
Yeah. Now, on the other side of the table, Nick Odenheimer is playing Izzet Affinity, which is honestly my favorite deck in Modern. This thrives on these artifact synergies. You know, Mox Opal with a critical mass of artifact accelerates your mana. Kappa Cannoneer grows into a huge juggernaut, and Pinnacle Emissary lets you flood the board with tokens, as does Weapons Manufacturing. Now, the deck can put up a fast clock, potentially even turn 1 Kappa Cannoneer, but there's not a whole lot of interaction. Nicholas will have to rely on the 3 copies of Metallic Rebuke in his main deck, or after sideboard he also has access to 2 copies of Swan Song in an attempt to counter an otherwise lethal Thud in this coming matchup. Now, this matchup is gonna be quick. It's not gonna take too many turns, but it will be exciting for sure.
Wow, I cannot wait to see this, so I won't make you all wait any longer. It's time for round number 12. Ailey and Corey are in the booth.
Thank you so much, Maria. Corey, you looking forward to this one?
Oh, really looking forward to it. And you know Frank is really hyped about a deck when he's more hyped than the Affinity deck here. So that really
Yes, that
tells
is
us
true.
all about
All
how
we need to
sweet
know.
this Jund Goyf deck is.
Jund Cosmogoyf firmly in the other category
Oh, yeah.
in this metagame this weekend. So I cannot wait to see this in action, Corey. You're going to have to be recognizing a whole bunch of cards because let me tell you, I didn't expect to see this here.
Absolutely not. This is a deck that I have played against on Magic Online queues, you know, a little bit here and there. But as far as tournaments, I almost never play against this deck.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it is really awesome and extremely powerful if you get the right stuff. But the most important stuff is kind of the pregame actions here is how many serum powders do we find? How many pregame actions do we have? And I see a lot of exiled cards here, I believe.
Oh my goodness. I wonder what we mold to as Yuya Hosokawa looks at the hand. I wonder how many serum powders he was able to find. And there is that one at least. So
yeah, there is one of the key cards here of this deck, Serum Powder. Whenever it's in your opening hand, you get a free mulligan, but those cards do not go back in. So then you automatically start with 7 exiled cards. You know, Nicholas does have the ability to kind of see these cards. They, of course, are face up, so you can get an idea of what's left in deck. You know, the only kind of train wreck scenario is maybe you have too many Cosmogoyfs in your exile here, then you can't mulligan type things, but for the most part, whenever you have a Serum Powder, get those cards on.
yeah, every single one of them.
Yeah.
Jeez. All right. So is it possible then to have 20 cards in exile at the beginning of the game?
Absolutely.
Yeah?
Yeah. I mean, we get 3. Kind of the
7,
best
6,
draw
5,
you can have is
Or
just
7, 14, 21?
is just 3 Serum Powders in your opening hand. But there's a lot of other stuff that you can have there. Chancellors to reveal, Devourer
Yeah.
of Destinies. So
Yeah. I mean, this seems like...
There's another Serum Powder.
Oh, the preparation is the most important thing about this, huh? Before any game actions are even taken. Good gravy.
Yeah, I mean, Modern is definitely a format already.
Okay.
Oh, that's 2 of them. So there is
Yeah.
only that 2 in that pile. So
Yeah,
there
yeah.
is only 1 more Serum Powder, I believe. Maybe no, that's just 2 so far.
And you can't, it's not anytime you could mulligan and it's in your hand, remove it. Okay, so you can't
Yeah.
do it like, it doesn't trigger twice then.
It
if you got
definitely
2.
not.
Okay.
Yeah, and that was just 1 from each hand there, but still. So
Oh
now,
my
no matter what, if you draw your Cosmogoyf, it's really putting Tarmogoyf to shame, as it's a 2 mana 14/15.
You mean the token?
Yeah. Don't
Sorry.
do me like
Sorry,
that. No, absolutely.
This is cool. I bet Nicholas is having a great time just watching Yuya Mulligan here.
And you had to have had a great record so far with this deck. So,
Yeah, let me
you
see. I
know,
can tell you what it is.
that's kind of Modern is if you're playing a deck like this, your opponent doesn't really know how to play against you. But Yuya for sure knows how to play against Izzet Affinity.
He is on a hot streak, I can tell you that much. And he took a loss in round 4 yesterday and has been cooking since.
Yeah, so only lost once in Modern so far, so 4-1 going into this?
Yeah.
Awesome.
Not too shabby.
And there is another key card. There's a Gemstone Cavern. So we'll see who's on the play. Kind of no matter what,
Yeah?
Yuya is going to be on the play when you have Gemstone Cavern.
Jeez. And so a turn 2 kill is possible.
It is definitely possible with Gemstone Cavern. Yep.
Yeah, Gemstone Cavern, get the guy on the board, and then thud him.
It is very difficult. So does look like Yuya was on the draw. And now that is 15 cards in exile.
Oh my gosh, this is cool.
Yeah, it's really awesome.
This is why you like this format, isn't it?
Oh, it's beautiful. This is a perfect format. There is absolutely flawless.
On the other side of things, Nicholas kicking things off ideally how he'd like to with the Pinnacle Emissary Warped and a bunch of 0 mana artifacts to make a bunch of little guys. His drones will flood the board here, and he'll do his best to try and get a Kappa Cannoneer out as quick as possible.
So Nicholas does have turn 2 Kappa Cannoneer, but here we go. Spoils of the Vault. The game could be over right now.
All right,
Yuya
let's see.
could lose.
What did he name?
Okay.
Let's listen.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't know what he named.
Oh,
it's probably Cosmo
It's got to be
yeah.
the Goyf, yeah.
That would
Okay.
use 2 or 3.
Yeah, 2 it is. Okay.
Okay, so ding ding, take 2.
So now that is 2 more cards in exile. So the Cosmogoyf is a turn 1, 17-18. Uncounterable, thanks to Cavern.
Goyf.
There it is.
My. All right. Okay. What does Nicholas have to deal with this guy, Corey?
So here's kind of the biggest problem with Nicholas's side is his other land in hand is Fiery Islet. So if Nicholas taps both of those, Cosmogoyf is a must-block creature.
And you can't block with anything on the board right now.
Yeah, and we're about to play a Kappa.
And Kappa can block, sure.
Kappa can block, but it will just be... Kappa Cannoneer on turn 2 is usually not a chump blocker.
And look at this, Pact of Negation as well to rebuke the rebuke, as it were.
Yep. Now, Pact of Negation, you, of course, can only really use...
It's a one-time.
Yeah,
One-time
exactly.
thing, yeah. It's a, pull the pin out the grenade and chuck it. You can't exactly sit there all
Yeah.
Thud, anyone? What do we got? All right, what's Plunge into Darkness? What does that do?
Okay, so Plunge is going to make this lethal next turn as you get to decide how many cards you want to exile. So this is going to be the spot where if Nicholas does not block with this Emery, you can Plunge, and the game is going to be over here with Pact of Negation backup. So Nicholas doesn't necessarily know it, but he has to block right here.
Okay. Hey, Emery, there's a bus you need to get under.
He also has the Pact. And there's no ability to cast Metallic Rebuke anyways. Even if we had it, you were unable to fight through the Pact of Negation. So this draw from Yuya, very, very powerful. This was one of the better draws, I would assume, because, well, this is a turn 3 win. Yeah.
Oh, my. That was sick.
Yeah, I got to say, Nicholas was a lot more smiles and happy while we were doing the mulligan stuff, and then realized, oh, wow, this deck is hitting me really, really hard.
I mean, what can you even do against it? What does he have in his sideboard to deal with what Yuya is doing?
I mean, the deck is very, very susceptible to Fatal Push.
True.
Here's another thing that can happen very often. Yuya has mulligan to 4 Magic cards.
Wow. All right, Devourer of Destiny ×2, though.
Yep. So, I mean, really what Yuya is looking for here is to just find a Cosmogoyf. You have the 2 lands, and you can kind of play this fair game where Devourer is going to exile, 6-ish cards here, and it's still a 2-mana 6/7 then. Not so bad.
Yeah, that's it. You do get both triggers there for this one, right?
Yeah, you do. And they stack, so it's kind of awkward as you... if you don't want any of the first 4, too bad. You have to keep 1, so...
Okay, cool. Let's see him do it again. Come on.
Yeah. So as powerful as that draw is, this deck really does have, some of the most high cases of variance.
Stumbling blocks for sure.
Yeah.
On the other side of things, Nicholas Odenheimer getting Emery down just for 1 blue mana, milling a bunch of stuff into the yard.
Nicholas did mulligan to 5 as well. Little less than ideal, but does have a great draw. Turn 2 Emery with Metallic Rebuke ready to go.
Yeah, that's great.
And does fire it off.
No shenanigans yet for Yuya.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Emery didn't hit any of the goods. It only has Kappa in the yard, and you are a little bit short, so isn't able to do, Mishra's Bobble tricks or something like that. But it does look like if that is a land, Or a Mishra's Bobble, that's perfect too. You can bobble, and now Nicholas has the choice. Play a Kappa, which seems better to me, or start doing bobble tricks. But
Bobble tricks?
Yep. But now this looks pretty tough here for Yuya. Devourer of Destiny, you can't really cast.
No.
It's only for the effect.
Yeah, it's done its job. It's on lunch break now.
All right, here is almost assuredly named Cosmogoyf, so the game, once again, can be over. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, down to 9, down to 8.
7, 6, 5.
And I think...
Look at his hands. Ah! Did you see Nicholas like, come on, one time.
But to be fair, it's over no matter what. Kappa is going to come in and be unblockable. So
Yeah. They're having a great time. I love this.
You know, these decks are great, but one thing I really wish, I just wish they were a little faster. Like, it's a little bit too much of a grind,
Where are these turn 1 wins, huh?
Exactly.
Yeah. We need some more vintage in our modern, huh?
Yuya's best start so far is having Serum Potter, and we saw how powerful it was game 1. But you can't just mole,
I can't
mole to try to get them here. So sometimes you just got to keep normal hands of magic.
All right. Devourer, once again, doing its job. Turn passes to Nicholas.
And I just love that every turn is like edge of your seat type things because, well, once again, the game could be over.
Looks like Nicholas's upkeep were spoils of the vaulting.
Spoiling for a card, probably trying to name the correct card or communicate it correctly to Nicholas.
It's a quick judge call here.
Yep. Oh, this is awesome. And saw Yuya qualified for this event by top-8ing Spotlight Secrets here not too long ago. And Nicholas, of course, started his qualifications by winning the very first Spotlight that we ever had.
Love
it. At the beginning of 2025. And Nicholas qualified via, quote, I am the GOAT.
You took my line, Corey.
Sorry.
I was going to say that. Yes, so.
You're good.
Here he comes back to the table.
Copperline Gorge. Okay. Okay.
Yeah. Copperline Gorge. Ah, okay.
Yeah.
Looking for the land.
Yeah, just getting the correct word for the card.
All right, so no life lost there, huh?
Yeah, I think it's either 1 or 0. I can't remember if it's the top card that you get. All others and lose 1 for each exile.
Okay.
So yeah, if you get the first one, it's just a cycle, I guess, for 1 mana.
That's not too bad.
We've seen this card plenty of time in other formats where you Spoils of the Vault with a Thassa's Oracle trigger on the stack, name a card, that's maybe not in your deck, or with Ad Nauseam. When you have Angel's Grace, that's kind of where we've seen it the most. Well, I guess I'm thinking Demonic Consultation for the first example, but...
I heard a collective groan from anyone who's played against Thassa's Oracle.
Yes.
Go to my turn. Yeah. Draw off bobble.
Pact of Negation, ×2 in hand, but none of our cool little combo yet. Well, we got the Thud. We need the guy, and we need the stuff in the exile.
Yeah, right now it's only a 3-power creature, so you really got a lot of work to do here from Yuya.
Here's his Cosmogoyf. On the other side of things, Nicholas is just like, all right, well, you do your thing, I'll do mine. It's kind of like 2 ships passing in the night, really. Until,
Although Nicholas does have a lot of interaction, actually. Like the 2 Galvanic Blast, which is a card that can be good. Like, it will be good right now. There's 3 in exile, so the Cosmogoyf will be a 3/4. Or it could be 4 damage upstairs, and that's all it does type thing.
All right. What are we going to end this time? You're having to think about it.
A little smirk from Nicholas. And you would think normally you name Cosmogoyf, but maybe there's some value in naming Plunge. Name Plunge into Darkness, try to hit that, and then cast that as well.
Wow.
So I'm not sure what we name.
I think you said Plunge.
Okay. Nope.
Oh, no,
Cosmogoyf.
Cosmogoyf. Okay. So 4. So that's a 7/8.
Yep, would be a 7/8. Now, the one thing that Yuya is really missing right now is no Cavern. So this Rebuke countering the Cosmogoyf is just huge here.
But he'd love another Spoils of the Vault to find Cavern of Souls.
Yep. And looks like we're kind of just all in here from Nicholas, as he did not leave up blue mana, so no Rebuke available.
Oh, so I'm just thinking about it.
Well, you can use the Pinnacle Emissary, can't you?
No, you cannot.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so, yeah.
Yeah, it's improvised for the colorless, so you do still need some blue mana available. So the Cosmogoyf will resolve here, and I mean, that was a real choice from Nicholas here, warping in the second one. The first one makes a ton of sense, but it's also like the deck does play so many caverns that it's kind of brutal to just hold up counter magic against this, but
got to be a little more proactive.
Yep.
In this case, and you know, Nicholas is chipping away here. Down to 13 goes Yuya.
And now the double Galvanic Blast could clear up the Cosmogoyf. But now we shall see. Here comes an attack for 7. And Nicholas is just like, I will protect my life total at all costs.
You are not getting through with that guy.
Yep. Nicholas could have sacked that to the Closet Gix, but the land deals you a damage anyways, so it just negates it.
There's a Saga land for turn here, in with the Skyforce.
10, right?
Down to 10 goes Yuya.
So, yeah, 16.
Okay. This is very, very close to lethal. We have 2 Galvanic Blasts, so next turn, Nicholas has this really ready to go. Oh, okay, all right. That was a limited staple from OTJ, giving it Trample.
This triggers when
So now it's a 10-power Trampler.
Yeah, that's what the Aloe Alchemist.
Yeah, okay, I guess 11, because its self goes to exile.
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and so
11. So this should be Nicholas taking 8.
8 damage.
And then Thud is 11 more.
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7,
Yes, you're right. You're right. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
8 damage.
Yeah.
So this, I mean, this is lethal.
Yeah.
This is about to be a Thud for Xaxes. Magic the Gathering is great.
You know what, Corey? I agree with you.
And there's the rebuke, but here's the Pact of Negation, and that's going to be it.
You can't help but smile at that. That is the coolest way to die in this tournament.
I mean, if you just look at how hyped Yuya is,
Look
first
at
of
him.
all.
Yeah.
Number one, if you get to make the top 8 with this cool of a deck, you got to just be having the greatest day playing Magic. That was incredible to watch. I hope we see more.
I have a new favorite.
Yeah.
I'm rooting for Jun Cosmogoyf here. That was sick.
I am now a Yuyu fan for life, so that is awesome.
Congratulations to Yuya Hosokawa picking up a win there in spectacular fashion. I've never seen anything like that. That was fantastic.
I wonder, maybe we'll have Frank run the numbers. How many Thuds we have in this Modern tournament? I bet there are not a ton.
Probably 4, unless one of his teammates is playing that too. So.
Oh, Modern is great.
That was
Modern
so
is
sweet,
so
friends.
great.
We'll have plenty more Modern for you after this very short break. We've got Nick Talbot up against Shi Yang. So don't go anywhere. What's up, everyone? Welcome back to coverage of the Pro Tour here in Amsterdam. It is a beautiful day outside. We've had some lovely weather, and we've had some lovely times inside the hall here. It is MagicCon. It is The Gathering, and we are seeing some incredible stuff here this weekend from players and from fans alike.
Yeah, absolutely. We've been seeing so much cool stuff. You just really step into a different world. Each room you go into MagicCon, it is really, really immersive and really cool.
They get better and better every year. There's no cats here this weekend, which makes me sad as a cat enjoyer. But you know what? Maybe next time.
All those cats got adopted. You know that was the goal of it.
I love that. Please, more kitties. Thank you. All right, friends. More Magic is another thing I would like. And here we go into a matchup between Hollow1 and Izzet Affinity in the hands of Nick Talbot and Xi Yang, respectively. Both are sitting at 8 and 3. Corey, tell us about Hollow1. We haven't seen this much this weekend.
Hollow1 is another deck that just has cards in it that, you know, make it where you don't know what's going to happen. Burning Inquiry, just like we saw from Spoils of the Vault last round, kind of anything can happen. So Hollow1 is a deck that kind of burst on the scene with a fan favorite, Ken Yukihiro, in 2018, making it to the top 4 of Pro Tour Rivals of Ixalan. And I remember it was one of my favorite interviews from him. They're like, how did you all come up with this deck? And we're like, Magic Online, League Dump, copied card for card, and the deck ended up being just incredible. It's very, very powerful. You're trying to put Hollow1 into play for free or for 1 mana by meeting the prerequisite if you've cycled or discarded 2 or 3 cards, and it makes it a lot cheaper. So it's a very fast, aggressive Rakdos deck.
All right, sure. So trying to get free 4/4s down, basically.
Exactly.
Kicking things off here with Marauding Mako. We've seen this guy in Standard for a hot minute. And yeah, he's going to grow nice and large when other things are cycled.
Yep, and this deck did get a little bit of a supercharge with Moonshadow, one of the more popular and powerful cards from Lorwyn Eclipsed. Also gets to play Bowmaster, a card that we did not see in previous versions.
No.
And Xi Yang has a great draw. I think that's 1 or 2 cards left, but one of them is Kappa Cannoneer, so that's going to be a turn 2 Kappa. And why not?
Skateboard.
Kappa can jump on that skateboard and attack right away.
Whee! It's very fitting, considering it is a turtle.
Yeah, that's a good point. That actually is very thematic.
He's auditioning for the team, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I wonder if Splinter's got space.
Here is another really sweet interaction. Both Marauding Mako and Moonshadow, whenever you cycle Street Wraith, 0 mana, put a counter on any of these creatures. Ends up being really awesome. A card that we've seen a lot in Shadow decks, Death Shadow decks.
Yeah, I was watching you playing that on stream once. And you top decked something you needed, and that was just really cool. And Street Wraith was to thank for that. So
yeah, that's another really cool aspect of Modern. Everyone has one of those kind of fringe decks that's their pet deck, and man, Grixis Death Shadow, that one's for me.
Yeah, that's yours. Marauding Mako's growing large here. 6 damage coming on in.
Oh, sorry. 3, yes.
Yeah, really fast clock. Yep, we did just play that Marauding.
He thought he was on the skateboard.
Yep. Yeah. Man, these decks here on day 2, they're looking to play some fast games, it would seem.
Yeah. Hollow1.
1 mana 4/4.
Love to see it. It's almost as good as the 1 mana 6/6.
Yeah, almost. Now, here's the thing, is skateboard is pretty good. You know, that is awesome. Get a hasty Kappa. That's great if you're not under a lot of pressure. But the Shadow Sphere is what we're really, really going to want.
Shadow Sphere, yeah.
Yeah, if we can actually equip it and do some blocking, that's basically GG. Nick does not have a lot of ways to deal with that. But it's looking like we're 1 short.
Does he have any other free artifacts in hand? He basically did a dump last turn, so he doesn't have all that much to work with right now.
I think it was Sink into Stupor and Kappa, so does not have that option, so kind of has the choice of play Kappa, equip Skateboard, and attack and hope you live, or hold it back so then you can equip the Shadow Sphere and then just have a big life-linking threat. I think that's what I would do, is hold it back and hope you get to survive.
In this position, Nick is... There's a possibility that he could win on the spot.
Yeah, very
much
so. Very much so. Because it already has 10 damage. It's not that hard to get that much more. There's lightning bolts in the decks too, so a plethora of ways.
Skateboard.
Ooh, going for it. So Xi Yang is at an effective 7 right now. So let's see if Nick can find 7 more pieces of damage. I see a Bowmaster. That makes 6 more needed, but that does cost 2 mana. Lightning Bolt, Bowmaster, Burning Inquiry, and land. So we might get to do the beautiful aspect of play Burning Inquiry and see what we get. But here's the thing, is you discard 3 cards.
Yeah.
So each of the Makos get +3. So
nice. So they're going to be 6/6s?
12. Yeah, so I think that's just lethal.
That's 16?
Wow.
With Bowmasters?
Yeah.
That's 17?
Yeah, because each player draws 3 cards, then discards 3 cards at random.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, of course. The marauding is whenever you discard 1 or more cards for a 1/1 counter.
Right,
so it doesn't stack in that way.
Yeah, but Bowmasters will ding, ding, ding for 3 here,
Yep,
right? And then
yep.
the upkeep, another draw. That's 4 from the Bowmasters just alone.
Okay, so 8, 12, 16. I count 16! Oh, no! Yeah, and last time I checked, 16 is not 17.
It's not. What?
Yeah, because the Maraudings are going to go to 4/4s.
Okay, he's picking them up.
Yep, the Bowmaster
Yeah.
is 4 as well. That's 12. Hollow 1 plus is 4 more. That's 16 damage. So unless Shi Yang was at 16 and there was a life total difference, which it must have been because Nick did get the win. So Shi Yang must have been at 16.
Oh, it is also when he enters the battlefield. So we
I
missed
counted.
one.
I counted
You counted that one.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, must have been already lower.
That was cool. All right, Pinnacle Emissary. Let's see how many little drones we can get here off of the artifacts that Shi Yang is deploying.
And Shi Yang had a great draw there. And if Shi Yang was on the play, that game would have went to him for sure.
Oh, yeah. Man, Shadow Spear would have made a difference there, huh?
It definitely would have,
Yeah.
because then the sphere would have connected. You would have had a 6/6 attacking in. I mean, I guess Nick's battlefield was pretty gigantic still, so not for sure Shi Yang would have won, but would have been, of course, a closer game.
For sure. Shi Yang on a mulligan to 6. Nick with 7 cards to work with here. Let's see if we can get a peek in. What's he got there? He's got a hollow one. I saw that for sure.
Yep, 1 hollow one. I mean, kind of the ideal draw is you Burning Inquiry, and then you just have 2 or 3 hollow ones for turn 1 for 0 mana.
That sounds like a good plan.
But also maybe the most fun for at least one of the players is Burning Inquiry. It's, it goes both ways. So you could have your opponent have a great hand and all of a sudden you Burning Inquiry on turn 1 and now they don't have any lands to play or something.
Yeah, it's like wheeling in Commander. It's like, hey, would you like 7 new cards? No. Okay, have 7
Too
new
bad.
cards. God damn it.
It's a very fun aspect of these Hollow One decks.
This is cool, yeah. Ooh, Thoughtseize first. I like it. All right. Let's just make sure you have something good that I want you to chuck, and that is a something good. So out of here, Kappa Cannoneer.
Urza Saga, a great follow-up, but Shi Yang just does not have anything to do. And next turn, it was going to be another turn 2 Kappa, which if you can just start your tournament knowing you could lock it in somehow, saying, I get a turn 2 Kappa every time,
Everyone would be playing this deck,
Yeah,
Corey.
Izzet Affinity is one of the best decks.
An unblockable... What? Did he find it?
Kappa off the top.
Oh, beautiful.
I believe for anyone who has played Magic Online for life, I believe that's the Thoughtseize bug.
Oh, is it? Oh, okay.
A not real thing, but...
It's not a real thing, but you need someone to blame.
Exactly.
Street Wraith chucked here for Nick Talbot. Let's see what he picks up. He's got a Moon Shadow in hand. What does he want to kick things off with here? Hitting himself, that's for sure. Down to 11. There's Moon Shadow. That has the ability to get extremely large.
Yeah, great card to play. You really want to play that, before you do any discarding.
Yeah.
And, so this is the same kind of templating as well. Burning Inquiry doesn't work with Moon Shadow any better than it does with Marauding Mako.
Is he not just going to die here? That Kappa is probably not going to get blocked, if the top of the deck behaves.
Yeah, even.
Oh, well, no, even you can activate Urza Saga.
Exactly, and we have one of the best cards in the matchup and just against Affinity in general. There is a meltdown here for 0, which is great.
Yeah,
it's, you know, a kind of 4-for-1 here.
Nice.
But if Shi Yang can just find a land off the top, remember Shi Yang is hellbent.
Yeah.
Then you got to just think huge advantage to Shi Yang.
So any draw is basically a good one.
Well, I mean, like a Tormod's Crypt would be pretty bad. You know.
Well, we'll still can make it unblockable, but
yeah, it's not getting blocked anyways. I'll tell you that. It can just attack for 5, and Nick is not going to block here. Looks like an EE off the top, Engineered Explosive. That's a really good one against this deck. There's a lot of 1s.
Yeah, nice. All right. So we got some backup there for Shi Yang. Need to wait till next turn to explode that.
And now it's just lethal because next turn the Saga will put any artifact into play. And this is very much a matchup of being on the play is just huge.
Oh, yeah.
You know, that's not the case in every matchup in Modern. Of course, the play is very, very good no matter what in Modern. But this match especially is very much heavily dictated. And we might see the turn 1 Burning Inquiry. I got a glimpse of that.
Bloodstained Mire to kick things off. Let's go find a mountain or swamp. We're going to hit ourselves again with the Blood Crypt.
Always. Always the start. Take 3 from Bloodstained Mire. Or any fetch land in Modern. Kind of been the go-to thing to do since dual lands were introduced. Or fetch lands. I'm not exactly sure which one came first.
Duels, I think.
Think so? I think it was
original
Ravnica.
ones? Like,
yeah. I mean, like Tundra and stuff like that, but yeah.
Shocklands, you mean?
Yeah,
there you
Shocklands. I think that was Ravnica, but I
Yes.
could be wrong for the first one.
I believe so.
Another solid hand, and now you choose. Most of the time you take like the most powerful card, which would be Kappa. But when you have 2 of them, the thing you really want to do is cut out the legs so Kappa just doesn't have the ability to get cast. So that might lead to either Mox Opal, which is just maybe the best card, or Bobble, because that finds you more cards.
I thought you were going to say skateboard. You know, the Kappa Cannoneer had an unfortunate skating accident.
I think Skateboard is the one card that's pretty safe here.
Take the legs out of it.
I think it's between Bobble and Opal here. And it's probably just Opal, but once again, if you thought sees away the Opal and your opponent draws an Opal, then you feel a little silly.
Let's see how real this Thoughtseize bug is, huh?
No kidding. We're putting it to the test here.
Absolutely. 2 turtles in hand. 3 artifacts. Non-creature artifacts.
Yep. Wow, takes the Galvanic.
All right.
Must really have a creature that Nick wants to survive. I would really think if I'm in Nick's spot, I'd be like, all right, this is a very vulnerable hand to, if you don't have enough artifacts, you could just kind of do nothing here. So you could really take that opportunity to prevent Kappa from coming into play. And Galvanic Blast is not going to help you get Kappa into play. So that would have been why I would have considered one of the 0 drops.
Sure. Where's a Vexing Bauble when you need it for Nick, huh?
Ooh, there is a Meltdown, too, in Nick's hand.
Oh, that's why he's not scared of it.
That's a solid reason to not take the 0 drops. But, you know, if Shi Yang kind of thinks about it and waits to deploy those until it's time, Shi Yang can get Kappa into play. And, yeah, just like this, get Kappa into play. And then who cares if you lose your couple of your permanents to Meltdown? You have a Kappa.
Yeah, that's exactly, you know, the plan here for Shi is play around the Meltdown. Make sure you can just play everything in one fell swoop.
Yeah.
And if your stuff dies afterwards, it's okay. You have a massive turtle.
Oh, what a beautiful masterpiece of a hand. We have 2 hollow ones in the back there, and there's a Burning Inquiry, no other land, so you're almost priced into going for it. And that just leads to some good TV, I must say.
You just pat yourself on the back there, didn't you?
Oh, yeah.
It felt like it.
Yeah.
This is pretty sweet here, though.
The other choice is Faithless Looting, where you can kind of, you know, select your destiny a bit, and you don't give Shi Yang the chance to maybe improve his hand. Because next turn, Shi Yang has Island plus 2 1-drops. That's just Kappa right there.
Yep.
So as good as Meltdown is, it kind of will do nothing against that draw. And the alternative is what? Nick just plays Marauding Mako. That's not great. So I think we're probably going to see Burning Inquiry. Yes! Amazing.
Alrighty, draw 3, discard 3 at random.
Yep. Oh, there was one land in there and a Street Wraith. So now Nick is, of course, hoping to discard none of the hollow ones.
Yeah.
Because they'll come into play. And, you know, so you have variants on your own draws, but you also have variants from Xi Yang.
Oh my gosh. All right, let's see who picks best here.
I love the play from Nick. And now the hardest part is figuring out how you randomize this when you have more than 6 cards.
Yeah?
Most of the time, if you're just playing at F&M or whatever, it's just like, all right, just
okay,
pick 3, you know? But we're at the Pro Tour. You got to do it right.
2. All right, goodbye 2.
Oh, there's one hollow one.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah.
And that wasn't a white bordered one. I think there were white bordered hollow ones in there too. That was his only other land.
Oh no.
So far, this is about as
Let's
bad as it
Denmark,
goes
yeah.
for Nick. That one's okay to
Yeah,
lose.
that's all right. You
but
can get that later if you need it.
I think Nick is just going to put, I think just 1, maybe 2 hollow ones into play and then say go.
All right.
1 Kappa.
Yeah.
Xi Yang's fine with that. When you got 2 of them, you don't really need the second.
6. 1, 2, 3, 4,
Okay.
6. Yeah.
We didn't know about that one before, so that was one of the one drawn off Burning Inquiry.
This is fun.
There's another
Whoa!
Kappa, though.
Did he get 2, all of them?
Well, might
In
have
hand.
drawn another
let's
one.
Let's see.
There
we
were-
can catch a glimpse here. This would be
There
great.
were 2 unknown draws from Xi Yang.
No Kappa.
Oh, yeah. There's a weapon manufacturing, which is okay, but
Wowza. All right, chuck the Street Wraith. Did he find a land? I don't think
I don't
so.
think so.
We get a free hollow one, though.
Yep,
That's
just
all right,
one.
yeah. Gets the white boarded one. So at least there's some board presence here for Nick Talbot.
And Xi Yang does, I mean, right now Xi Yang doesn't have necessarily that much gas. You're able to play weapons manufacturing, play the other 2 zeros, and get 2 munitions.
Yeah.
Which is fine, but there's no payoff. So
Not yet, no.
The Burning Inquiry made both players' hands worse.
Yeah, it sure did. But you know what? That's the fun of it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of like roll the dice, see what happens. Literally.
Yeah, it's literally rolling the dice here.
All right, so Nick gets the turn back. Fades both of those Kappas.
Heads up play from Xi Yang. Whenever you're playing against a Bowmaster deck, you want to bobble immediately when the possibility is not there for your opponent to Bowmaster in response to get that extra Orc army.
Yeah.
But Xi Yang's hand, everyone, 3 lands.
Yeah, that's the thing that he's going to have to figure out.
And now Meltdown.
Oh.
You don't want to cast that one because that will kill your own hollow one.
Yeah, that's a little awkward. So get the damage in with it while you can, and then when you start feeling threatened, then fire off the Meltdown.
Yeah.
Well, it's X or less, so you can do it for less. What's hollow one? Is 4?
4, but
Yeah.
the munitions are 0 drops, and that'll deal 2 damage each to the hollow one. So,
yeah, that makes sense.
Non-land, that's a Claws of Gix. That actually is excellent.
Yeah?
Yeah, because now
I can kill the hollow one. with
right
that.
now, Xi Yang can just wrath the board, essentially, play Claws of Gix, fire it at hollow one for 2 of them,
Sure.
and Marauding Mako while gaining 3 life. So huge
No,
draw.
that's so cool.
Huge draw step. Now Meltdown's a little better.
It's like lighting a match in a gas factory. I suppose that's when engineered explosives is on, huh?
Yeah, Claws of Gix, EE, they both
Nom, nom,
play
nom, nom.
similar roles here.
What'd you call it? EE?
Yeah,
What's that?
engineering
Oh,
explosives, yeah.
I'm so bad with acronyms.
Yeah, that's
Like,
fair.
I'll know exactly what you're talking about, and then 2 seconds later, you can abbreviate. I'm like, no. What?
I feel you. I've just said that for so many years. It's hard to
Okay,
not call
Claws
it
of
EE.
Gix, Cogs. Cool. Hollow one coming in and getting dead. So Yang is able to Claws of Gix that away, pad the life total a little bit. Oh, Nick. Nick, where is your land?
Yeah, still no lands found. And continues to not have lands found. And to be fair, this deck is usually a deck that plays very few lands.
Yeah,
Usually around 18, 17, something like that.
Yeah, you know, you're cycling so much, you would expect to hit a higher concentration of mana or lands at some point.
Yeah.
So
But I
far,
mean-
we've only seen 1 other land, right?
I mean, yeah, to be fair, Nick did have another land. It just got discarded
Yeah.
to the Burning Inquiry. So you live by the Inquiry, you die by the Inquiry. But at the same time,
Would you say he got burned?
a little burned, yeah. But at the same time, Xi Yang just does not have anything to do next turn.
No.
That's 2 lands in hand.
Yeah, so there's no real way to draw cards in this deck either, is there?
I mean, Emery is kind of the card advantage card for Affinity. That would be an excellent draw, even though it is a little bit vulnerable. But once again, the king is always the best draw, King Kappa. Let's see. Any action?
When did he get coronated? I missed that.
Bobble is actually not bad because what Bobble reads when you kind of have the combination of Claws of Gix and Manufacturing is 0 mana, draw a card, to then deal 2 damage and gain a life as well. So that is still pretty strong.
Bobble, bobble, bobble. And then he gets a card too, so 1 extra thing in hand.
And Xi Yang has officially found gas. Urza Saga off the top. That's exactly what you want.
Hey, look, we found a land, which is in the
ready
yard.
to go.
We're gonna go find another one. It hurt, but hey, it's a land. Land 2, let's go.
Yeah, and you always got to think these munitions do add up. So at any point, for each mana you have, you can send 2 damage to Nick as well. Xi Yang is going to very much prioritize keeping creatures off the battlefield for now. But we'll see. This could be a turn where you want to Meltdown, get rid of Claws of Gix.
Yeah, that I think is going to do more damage in the long run than anything.
Mostly just because, you know, Nick's about to play a Moon Shadow or a Marauding Mako or something. If Claws of Gix and munitions stay around, these creatures are just going to die. So Meltdowning first makes a lot of sense. I was going to be curious if Nick did it for 1 or 0. The only thing you're gaining is getting rid of a skateboard, which isn't the biggest deal, but it's just another permanent that's not on the battlefield.
Yeah, and won't threaten lethal out of nowhere. Nick is down to 10. Like, there's been a lot of incendiary damage dealt, I should say, with the weapons manufacturing going off.
Yep, absolutely. And Xi Yang, of course, just sacking all the artifacts since they're going to die anyways.
Sure. Munch, munch, munch. Turns passed back. Xi Yang, what does he draw off the top?
Still has the Saga. I think that looked
Was
like
that a
another
new one?
land.
Yeah.
Nope, that was the one I think we drew off Bobble.
Okay. All right, Pinnacle Emissary.
Solid draw. It's a lot better on turn 1 when you're getting a bunch of drones with it. But hey, you'll take anything at this point when you're just top decking, kind of hellbent.
Yeah, turn 2, we can make a buddy. Turn 3, make another buddy, go find something else. Here's a Mako. And a Fluting. Faithless Looting. Gonna draw a couple cards. All right, that might be relevant, that second copy of Meltdown.
Yeah, no kidding. And there is 3 Meltdowns here in the board, so that is kind of telling that, number 1, Nicholas probably expected a lot of Affinity, but also maybe not the best matchup. Doesn't seem terrible to me, but of course, you know, this is another deck, just like we saw with Jund Cosmogoyf last round. It has some absolutely amazing draws, and then it has some less than exciting draws where you're forced to discard your own lands.
Oh yeah, this is more of a womp womp womp. All right. Bowmaster's in the bin. Goodbye, Orky Boy. And Marauding Mako getting a little larger. Xi Yang, turn pass back. What do we find? Look like a artifact.
Oh, and Marauding Mako does get 2 counters on it when you discard 2. Apologies on that. It does say that many counters put onto this creature. So, man, Marauding Mako so good with all these Faithless Looting and Burning Inquiry effects.
Oh, lovely. And terrifying. Shadow Spear.
Yeah, another great find.
Yeah. All right.
That is
now we're
excellent.
cooking.
Now it's basically saying Nick has to win the game or deal with that Shadow Sphere basically immediately because these constructs are going to be gigantic. And at 23, Nick cannot win the game, so has to deal with it. Does have the Meltdown, so that's good. But the thing is Xi Yang gets to wait until
I see that.
Nick's end step to then make a construct. So
yeah, not equipping the Shadow Spear. Doesn't need to right now. He's not at risk of dying. So end step after the Meltdown's cost probably we'll see a big old construct. But then, yeah, Nick's not going to have too much to say about that.
yeah, that Shadow Sphere definitely feels like GG to me, as it just makes Nick play in such a way. And honestly, I think the Urza Saga alone would have probably done it. The one thing we see from these Affinity decks is the play patterns from Urza Saga. you make a construct at end step, you untap, make a construct, get skateboard, and then you give your other one haste. Now, we don't have the skateboard, as it's already in graveyard, but this should still be plenty of damage here with the constructs alone.
Yeah, usually only one copy of skateboard being played, so
definitely.
That one's been taken care of, and you can see Nick with his head in his hands, trying to figure out how to get out of this, and it's not looking like there is a route for him.
We surveilled kind of the best card we could from Nick's deck, a Detective's Phoenix into the yard. That card is great. It can really, present lethal out of nowhere, send a big creature to the skies, but at this spot where she hangs at 23.
Yeah, how do you do 23 damage in one go without a Cosmic Wife and 20 exiled cards?
Exactly. How does anyone win game without Cosmic Wife?
Right?
I mean, come on, that looked way too good. And Meltdown, as great as, or as, I wouldn't even say great, as okay as it looks, Nick did make a nice play of making this a 5/5 so the munitions couldn't kill the creature in response, but this is just over here with what's on the battlefield.
Rough luck there for Nick Talbot. Unfortunately, not able to get cooking with this really cool Hollow One deck, but Xiyang doing the artifact thing here, getting the constructs on the board, going and fetching a 1-mana artifact, or 0.
Yeah.
Let's see what he finds.
Could fail to use Urza's Saga both with the construct and the search and still win this game.
Yeah, doesn't matter what, really, but, you know what? Let's just get a munitions out and sacrifice it somehow.
There we go. There we go.
Let's just finish it off like that.
That is exactly what's going to happen.
That's exactly what we're doing. Love it, love it, love it, love it. All right, and that is it. So Xiyang picking up a win there, proceeds to 9 and 3. So congratulations to him. GG's Nick Talbot. Seen him around, really nice guy, and you can see both players had an absolute blast there in the feature match area. So love to see it.
Yeah, modern Pro Tours are so great because we saw our metagame of the most played deck is it Affinity, which we've seen a lot of at 12%, but that just means on average you're going to play against like 7 different decks throughout your 10 matchups. So it is really, really cool and a great format.
You know what? I think we should watch some more Magic.
I think we should.
We should. Justin Chin up against Steve Gann. Let's take a look at this matchup. Is it Prowess versus Jeskai Control? Now, we didn't see all that many control decks registered here this weekend. What do you think their position is like as they came into this tournament?
Sad, because they just lost Flage. That was kind of the card that these Jeskai Control, or Jeskai Blink, if you remember the Matt Costa special from the last Pro Tour of Edge of Eternity. Those were the decks that probably lost the most from Flage getting banned because, well, that was the whole game plan. Kill a bunch of things and then eventually win with Arena, Glory, and Flage. Now, I assume this Jeskai Control deck is just very much counter spells and splash red for maybe Lightning Helix type thing.
Yeah, we got Galvanic Discharges in there. That'll deal with some little idiots. But like in the main deck, there's only that as the red spell. In the sideboard, it's just High Noon,
So this is basically blue-white control, splash red for Galvanic Discharge with the classic Scepter Chant combo that absolutely everyone loves.
Yes, I love it. It's wonderful to play against when my opponent takes all the game actions.
Exactly. The combo of if you get it under Orm's Chant, you can activate it at your opponent's upkeep, and you can pay the kicker off the chant, and your opponent can't attack nor play things.
Fun.
To be fair, up against Is It Prowess, it's not that effective.
No.
It's okay, shutting down combat, that's great, but Is It Prowess has so many instant speed removal spells that they're not dead to it.
Dragon's Rage Channeler here, the ideal start for Justin Chin. 1-drop into 2-drop. Hey, look, Corey, it's your Steel Cutter.
There we go. I'm back.
Red Steel.
Yes.
So getting Surveil there off of the Dragon's Rage Channeler.
Looks like there is another Corey Steel Cutter as well. Doesn't look like you have the combo from Justin of having a Bauble or a Mutagenic Growth to go turn 2 to get the Monk, but...
That would have been cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the ideal place to be. Go faster than your opponent can even register what is happening. But with that on the stack, we see the Spell Snare taking care of Corey Steel Cutter.
Wow. And only a one of in the main. I guess there's another one in the board that we assuredly brought in. Spell Snare, one of, if not the best card against Is It Prowess, because not only does it hit Corey Steel Cutter, it hits
the birdie.
The bird, where, Slick Shot show up.
Yeah.
So if they go to plot that, most of the time, they play it with like 3 mana untapped, so you're not able to rebuke it or mana leak, any of those kind of things. But, oh, there is the truly best card against Prowess. High Noon is here.
You know what? Justin's like, okay, fine. I'll just hit you with my 1-powered creatures.
Yeah,
we'll get there eventually. 7 turns.
I don't recommend plotting Slick Shot Show Off when there's a High Noon in play. I'll tell you that.
No, don't do that. Unless you can kill it, which I don't think there is a way for Justin to do so.
Yeah, not really. Usually there's some kind of bounce that you can do, but...
Into the Flood Maul, there's like 1 of that in the sideboard.
Yeah, nope. Just, we're in a High Noon world now. And that very much favors Steve, of course. It's the single best card against the Prowess decks.
Yeah. There's a reason it's seeing so much play in Standard and in Modern.
Yep.
I'll leave it on top.
All right, so Steve slowing things down, setting the pace, you know, as all good control players do, dictating the terms of engagement here as he deploys a Galvanic Discharge to take care of the Slick Shot.
And we're getting to the later stages of our Swiss round, so these players are in the situation with 8 wins, with 5 rounds left, that they can control their own destiny by winning 4 out of the 5. Actually, they got to win 4 in a row to just be immediately removed from the tournament and sent to the draft tomorrow. Or, of course, they can lose once and hope their tiebreakers are good enough. With the draw, it probably is. So 4 and 1, these players should be good to go as well.
All right, Lightning Bolt. He's going to do what he can. And trying to shape the top of the library. Get Dragon's Rage Channeler pumped up. Get Delirious.
Yep, looks like land, artifact, creature, instant. So we are there. We're good to go.
Going crazy. She didn't get 12 hours sleep last night.
Yeah, yeah.
Chandler.
Yeah, the Javier plan. Which I did do last night, by the way. And I got to say, Javier, I think, is onto something. I feel pretty good with 12 hours sleep, believe it or not.
You're so lucky. I couldn't fall asleep, so I am fueled by caffeine this
There we go.
Caffeine and Cosmic Wife. Let's go.
So Corey Steelcutter, I mean, as much as I love the card, against High Noon, it is a 2-mana equipment where you pay 2 to give a creature +1/+1 and trample. You never can play a second spell in any way, shape, or form.
That's so funny. All right. Well, you know, we got a flyer here, but Steve, I'm sure, has an answer eventually for this critter.
Yep.
Let's see what he goes for there. Lorien revealed into the yard.
Justin did scry. Justin did scry a Spell Pierce to the top and has it in hand, so is able to play that right now if he so chooses. It doesn't get too much better.
No, it doesn't. It's not going to get better than that right now.
But I do think Steve has another Orm's Chant in hand.
Yes,
so.
yeah, sure does.
But this is half of Steve's life total right now. There's an attack for 4.
7, right? Yeah, 11 down to 7.
11 down to 7.
You're on 8 down to 4.
Yeah, we're just checking life totals here. Both players
I marked your
responsible
side.
for keeping track.
Sorry.
Steve's like, I was on your side. He's like, I like it a lot better if we were going down to 7.
Yeah.
That sounds about right.
That's why I was asking.
Yep, down to 4.
Sorry.
Does Steve have a way? He sure does. We see an Orm's Chant, but does he have a way thereafter to keep Justin at bay?
I saw Wrath of the Skies off the top.
Oh.
So Wrath of the Skies for 1 here looks quite good.
Lovely. Yep, he agrees.
Yeah, that is excellent.
So, bye-bye Dragon's Rage Channeler. Need some hasty threats, huh?
Casting Iteration? Yeah, Iteration.
Or Lightning Bolt and then upkeep. Sorry, Birdie then Lightning Bolt upkeep.
Yeah, and of course the Corey Steelcutter does give haste. So if we're able to find a DRC here and give it haste, that would be excellent. Now Steve could respond by playing an Orm's Chant right before combat, but that's not where you want to be doing it. So
consult the star charts here. Steve's going to sculpt his hand a little bit more, find the answers he needs. He's sitting at 4. He's not too concerned just yet, but he will be soon.
I did see Justin has a Lava Dart, so not the best, as it's just 1 damage at a time, but it does open the door for Lightning Bolt being a lethal threat.
How many bolts is he playing?
Gotta be 4. Can't imagine you play anything less than that.
Sure is. 4 bolts in the main deck.
And you do get to Surveil here, as long as we do play the Surveil lands. Prowess, it's not you're not in love with playing tap lands in your hyper aggressive
Yeah.
deck, but the value of just having one is just way too high.
This feels a lot like, you know, the age-old tale between control and mono red aggro.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
This is the closest, I think, in this format.
Yeah. Yeah, Jeskai control definitely not that popular. Blue-white control, same vein.
Yeah.
There's just so many. So the thing is when you play a control deck, in Modern, it's just so difficult because there's so many different decks that preparing for all of them is impossible.
Yeah.
You have to pick a certain amount. So control is usually at its best when a metagame is smaller, like
Yeah.
when there's a deck that you predict to be 30 or 40%.
For
A
sure.
control deck can be great because if you're good against that deck, boom, half the field you're good against.
Oh, alrighty.
That's huge.
Solitude, hey,
That
buddy.
is, there is a lightning bolt here, though. So I believe we can just aim this upstairs.
Yeah?
And kind of curious why we didn't do it at upkeep.
Yeah.
But anyways, it's going to go upstairs now, and it's going to work.
Yeah, it does, because it can't cost any more spells, right?
Yep. It's Orm's Chant and a road in hand, so that's GG.
Nice. All right, lightning bolt to the face. Gets it done here for Justin Chin. Fighting through a high noon. It's a tough job for the Izzet Prowess to do, but he did it.
Yeah, especially on turn 2. I mean, that is really brutal. I believe Steve interacted on turn 1 and then had high noon on 2. That's about as good as it can get, but sometimes not enough.
Yeah, best case scenario. You know, no life gain there, unfortunately, for the opponent. But yeah, excellent win there for Izzet Prowess. We have even more magic to show you, friends, as we get deeper into this round of Modern. We've had a great time so far today. Lots of limited. Oh, look at this. We're being treated now to Ken Yukihiro up against Jake Bailey, who is playing one of my other favorite decks here because there's a cat and an oven involved. So Eldrazi Ramp, Samwise Gamgee combo.
Yeah, absolutely. Both of these decks are extremely spicy.
They are, yeah.
Slumbering Trudge version of Eldrazi from Ken, an aspiring Spike Brew from back in the day, as well as this version of Samwise Gamgee. The only thing we are splashing red for is Goblin Bombardment.
Yep.
And most of the time, this is just an Abzan creature combo deck, but I actually talked to a member of Jake's team.
Yep.
They're splashing for Ajani and Goblin. I mean, Ajani was already, you know, base color, but splashing for Goblin Bombardment and playing Ajani because you can,
Cat oven
you
flips
can
him.
sack Cauldron Familiar, and that flips Ajani, which is pretty spicy.
That makes me so happy. I
Yeah.
love this cat. It's my favorite creature probably in all of Magic, next to Mayhem Devil. So
Yeah.
I'm happy when I see a kitty cat go in an oven and start doing dinging things.
I believe we have seen 8 decks this round now.
Yeah,
This round now,
and they're all
there's
different. Wait, we saw 2 affinity, right?
2
Yeah,
affinities.
yeah.
Every other deck was unique, and some of them were decks that we just don't really see in Modern at all anymore, or new creations.
The
So
goose is loose. Alert, the goose is loose.
really shows how amazing Modern is right now.
Hey, Trudge. Oh, all right. Let's see if does Ken have our fight rigging in hand.
I want to say hence.
He does. Is it? Yeah. No. That was Disciple of Freyalise.
I want to say there is not a lot of lands from Ken, maybe just 1 Disciple, so that might be a problem, but we shall see.
It's a land when you need it to be. Oh, Fanatic of Ronus. Okay. Yeah, we're going to turn that around. Bolt it in.
Yeah, Fanatic of Ronus, if it just read 2 mana, 1/4, tap to add 4 mana, it would be incredible, right?
Yeah, it would be banned, probably.
But with Slumbering Trudge in play, it does meet the requirements already, so a
That's
great
sick.
combo.
Yeah.
Now
Was
Ken,
that another? Okay, another Disciple. We got another Trudge. Malevolent Rumble. That
Yep.
could be good.
Yep. I mean, if you can't deal with Fanatic of Ronus, untapping with 6 mana and probably playing a 7th on turn 3 is excellent. Start with a Rumble. You could easily find the fight rigging.
Yeah, and then just, you know,
could be doing it.
Emrakul and Jake can just start, Ken could just start sacrificing all of Jake's stuff.
Yeah, yeah, no kidding.
That is quite fun. I won't lie.
Now, the flip side, of course, Jake at any moment can win the game on the spot.
Yeah.
A sack outlet plus cat plus Samwise,
Yeah.
Gamgee. That's kind of the combo, and you're good to go. So both very, very fast decks at time, but can both grind.
Yeah. That's ideally what you want, is a deck that can win pretty quick, but can also hold its own if your opponent's slowing things
Yeah,
down.
absolutely.
All right. Where are we going? Mr. Bailey?
Yeah, those are my kind of favorite decks in Modern, where you have an incredible plan A, something that goes way over the top, infinite combo, but has a good distraction element, where you can be like, well, you have to deal with these things eventually, and then when your opponent, puts their attention onto those things, then you're like, oops, combo.
Pockets in.
Yeah.
Distraction tactics, huh?
I mean, something, the most powerful deck we saw in that vein was Temur Breach, that ended up being banned, where it had that powerful way to win the game, but Urza Saga was a great distraction and kind of proved why that deck was just too good.
Whoop. Malevolent Rumble. Do we find the fight rigging?
I don't think we saw it yet. Did draw
There's an Emrakul. Hey,
Emrakul.
buddy. Okay.
So let's see what we got. Still haven't made a land drop. Has an Eldrazi Temple selected off the Rumble.
Mm-hmm.
So Emrakul check is we got sorcery, land, and creature.
And that's 2 mana floating there from
So we're already,
Fnatic.
it's turn 3. We're already at 10 as far as how close you are to Emrakul. So next turn, Emrakul is already ready to go.
Yeah.
And I think Ken had
Slightly
a
terrifying. Was his turn
Thought-Knot
4?
Seer as well to interact a bit.
Yeah. And that's where he's turning to. So I'm going to take a look-ski at Jake's hand. Crack the Windswept Heath in response. Find a land. Does he have anything to play at instant speed?
Yeah, let's see. These decks historically have had Chord of Calling.
Yeah.
As the ability to search something up. So, I mean, if Chord is here, looks pretty good.
Well, he's going to give us a look at his hand. There's Chord.
For 2.
I wonder what he's fetching.
Yeah, let's see.
Sam.
Is Samwise.
Hey, buddy.
Can I see? Of course.
Pull Samwise Gamgee up there. The
Yeah.
card that kind of makes this possible.
Yeah, so with Kitty Cat, anytime another non-token creature enters, he's making food, and he can snack on the foods to return historic cards. That part's largely irrelevant.
Yeah.
But basically, you get something to sacrifice the cat to, it keeps coming back, and it's just ding, 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 gain and drain. All the way to the bank.
Absolutely. Really cool combo.
Where's the oven?
Now we've seen combo decks like this before. These creature combo style of decks. They're usually very fragile.
Mm-hmm. Well, he's been serving Jake pretty decently so far.
And I want to say Jake must have just revealed lands, as I don't know if Thought-Knot actually picked a card, but yeah, it must have been.
Sweet.
I see Ritual drawn off the top and just 2 other lands in hand, so a great draw. Birthing Ritual is another card that kind of enabled this
Nice.
combo.
Yeah, the Birthing Ritual Dex itself didn't do too well here at the Pro Tour, but in this deck, it's going to do a decent job.
Yeah, there's kind of 2 Birthing Ritual decks right now. There's the Samwise Gamgee combo, and then the Simic value play Ice Fang Quaddles and Culling Oracles, and flips into a Boran Oculus. That deck is one of the most fun decks you can play. Maybe not the best position, but it's modern. You can win with anything.
Yeah.
As long as you know your deck. That's really what Modern's all about. You can play the best deck in the format, in air quotes, but if you don't really understand all its matchups, you haven't mastered the deck itself, you probably aren't going to do great. Or you can play Jund Cosmogoyf and know your deck and know the Modern format, and you can probably do quite well.
All right, so what is Jake fishing for here off of the sacrifice?
Like a Viscera Seer is probably the card you want the most.
Yes,
that would just allow you to win the game on the spot, but looks like a Linvala?
Yeah.
Okay.
Haven't seen her in a hot minute.
Yeah. And you get to look first and
Lavinia.
then decide, or Lavinia, yep, excuse me. You get to look first and then decide if you want the card. And then you got to sack something here. Cauldron Familiar goes, gets the food, so you can just bring that back straight away if you want.
All right, so Lavinia Azorius Renegade able to prevent any free spells. And non-creature spells are being shut down as well.
You're at 15. Okay. 15.
So Mana Dorks basically ineffective against Lavinia.
Yeah. Well, the biggest part is each opponent can't cast the non-creatures. So the gigantic
the big
Kozilek's
idiots.
command.
He's fine. Yeah.
The
So
Kozilek's
Kozilek's
command is it's really good against. Outside of that, not amazing.
Yeah, the creatures are chill, and you could see like Jake wasn't super jazzed to see her on top.
Yeah.
No offense, Lavinia, you're.
I'm
sure you're great.
If it said creature spells, then
Yeah.
Emrakul not being able to be cast would be huge. But as it stands, I think it's time for Emrakul.
Yeah.
And man, you can do some damage.
Oh, yeah.
On your opponent's turn when you have sack outlets because Sylvan's Safekeeper
quite likes to chew on dirt. I've heard.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Yes.
Nom 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 nom. Look at all these delicious lands you can destroy.
And I would think that is just going to be GG. Jake can probably do some things to minimize the damage that Emrakul can do. Like try to gain some life with your food. You know, yeah, not much. Not much. Either way, I think Ken is going to be able to have a heyday on Jake's turn.
Oh, boy. Yeah, it's fun when you've got activated abilities to play with on your opponent's side.
Yeah. Yeah. The Samwise Gamgee's combo deck does not fuel very well when it's under the Emrakul turn. Like, there's too many things your opponent can do to just completely wreck you.
Yeah.
There's some decks where you Emrakul them and it's like just a lot of spot removal, stuff like that, where it's not that impactful, but this is not one of those decks.
Emrakul, the Promised End, is going to steal Jake Bailey's turn from him. But he's like, it's okay, you get another turn as a treat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So makes another food. That does make 3 food for Samwise Gamgee, where you could return a historic
Does he have anything
permanent. He does not.
No.
That is a bunch of lands and Court of Calling.
He needs to put red in this deck.
Yeah.
Well, he has, but he needs to put Mayhem Devil in this deck.
Yeah,
That would solve all his problems. Goblin Bombardment.
Oh, that's so brutal, too. Now we can, what it looks like is sack every land, sack every creature, aim all the damage upstairs to Jake, but that's it.
Yeah. Yeah, and then there's the birthing ritual as well you can mess around with.
Yeah, you can fail to find on birthing ritual, I guess.
Yeah. Oh, my.
Oh, not even taking 2 off the Temple Garden? All right, Ken's
Don't be so nice.
Ken's being nice here.
Don't do that.
There goes 5 lands, and the way you get to do it is you get to stack them all.
Yeah, and then they fail because Shroud you can't target anything with.
Yeah, but you can't go like 1 at a time, you know?
Yeah. And then Goblin Bombardment, all of his stuff away.
It looks like we did do 5, but I mean, I'm pretty sure that you could just stack them all.
Yeah, and then you can use Samwise first to sack all the food so the cat even can't even come back.
Yeah. Ken's doing this so you can add a mana here to get rid of 1 food and then sack all 5 creatures to aim them all at Jake. The turn will end with 1 birthing ritual and 2 food in play and a Goblin Bombardment as well.
You could have sacked all the food.
Oh, yeah, you can sack all the food too because you can bring back Cauldron Familiar.
Yeah, but you don't want to bring back Cauldron Familiar.
Well, then you sack it again to Jake. So it's neutral in damage.
Sure,
so
fine.
you
Yeah,
might
okay.
as well, yeah.
But it's doing him damage every time it enters.
Who cares? Ken could go down to 2 and he's going to win this
Fine,
game, you know?
okay, I'm just saying.
You 1 damage and you 2 lose.
I stay at 9.
2 lose, 2 damage to you. You got 2 enchantments. Your turn, Jake.
Well, that is the hand extended there from Jake Bailey. Ken Yukihira picks up the win by mucking with Jake Bailey's board state in the most spectacular fashion. You know, it's all well and good playing a combo deck that sacrifices stuff a lot, except for when Emrakul's staring you down. So.
Yeah, no kidding. I mean, those were just such incredible matches that really encapsulate what Modern is all about.
That was
All the
sweet.
matches we watched this round were just really wild, a lot of crazy interaction, and hey, this is the reason why the format's so great.
Definitely a showcase round.
Definitely.
We got to see some sweet decks in action, some awesome games, and we're going to see even more of that, friends, in the next round. We'll be back with the news desk after the short break.
see you at MagicCon Atlanta, fam. November 13th through the 15th for the final MagicCon of the year. Badges are on sale right now, and you can get yours today at mcatlanta.mtgfestivals.com. Gather for the multiverse. Welcome back to coverage of Pro Tour Marvel Superheroes live here from Amsterdam in the Netherlands. We also have MagicCon Amsterdam going on this weekend. Plenty to see and do here. Check out that prize wall. A lot of players having a great time here. More than 17,000 people here celebrating Magic the Gathering in all of its forms. Over here, we're focused on the Pro Tour competitive Magic. Marie Bartholdi and Hall of Famer Frank Karsten here with you at the news desk. And let's find out where we are at here on day 2 of competition as we work our way ever closer towards our top 8. Well, we have 2 tournament co-leaders now. Eduardo Sajgalik improves to 10-1-1. Timo Bertram picking up a loss finally at 10-1-1, now lead the tournament. Then we've got 4 people sitting at 10-2 right after them, starting with Rei Hirayama on this list, Matea Neto at 10-2, Bernardo Torres at 10-2, and Yuyo Hasakawa at 10-2, who we saw on camera just a bit earlier. Well, we are in the modern rounds here on day 2 of competition. It's an excellent metagame. It's a really awesome format. I know you love it, Frank. So talk to me about how these decks are winning.
Yes, indeed, Maria, because I ran the numbers. I always want to know which decks did well and which ones did poorly. So let's pull up the graphic and show you the whole breakdown. Now, here you can see the day 1 performance in terms of win rate. I want to highlight 2 overperformers and 2 underperformers. Now, the 2 overperformers are Simic Neoform and Eldrazi Ramp, and then particularly the build with Slumbering Trudge. Those decks did well against the very popular Boros Energy and Izzet Affinity decks, and more generally just proved their worth against the field as a whole. So those were among the hottest modern decks on day 1. And also in the other category, I want to shout out Song of Creation, because Rasmus Inegren is 6-0 in modern with his pet deck. Now, in terms of underperformers, I first want to highlight Boros Energy. The most played deck did not actually do so well, 45.7% win rate, similar to the last Modern Pro Tour. Additionally, an abysmal performance by Ruby Storm, 41.7% win rate. Yeah, it just did not do well. Sure, it gained Hex Magic from Marvel Superheroes, good addition, but overall, the sideboards were just filled with hate. From Damping Sphere to High Noon, people were ready for Ruby Storm, and it has not performed well.
Oh, that's so interesting. Frank, if you had a choice now, like moving past this weekend, what deck might you be the most interested to pilot?
After seeing the previous round, I mean, I have to try that Junt Cosmogoyf deck.
Oh, yes.
That was just so sweet.
That was absolutely awesome. If you missed it, you have to go back and check it out. Well, it's time for round number 13. Let's set it up for you here. Like I said, we're trying to get you a top 8. We have Maxim Ravich on the Living End, up against Esper Gorios in the hands of Yeeman Z. Both these players currently sitting on 9-3. Maxim Ravich already accomplished tournament goal here this weekend, advanced to day 2 of competition. This is 4th Pro Tour here, also played an Arena Championship and Arena Championship 9, started playing Magic in 2014.
And in the tournament so far, Maxim Ravich has gone 5-1 in Limited, 4-2 in Modern, but he's been on quite a streak, having won his last 5 rounds and showing no signs of stopping so far.
All right, that's a look at Maxime. Let's take a look at the other side of the table. Yeeman Z, who started playing Magic in 2012. The goal advanced to the top 8, not ticked yet, but we're getting ever closer there. Had a top 8 in the Neon Dynasty Championships in 2022.
And he's finding himself in his 4th event, 3rd day 2, no top 8s yet at these Tabletop Pro Tours. In terms of his stats, really an awesome win rate in Limited, but I mean, we're going into the Modern round, so that's not going to help as much. But he does have an impressive win rate on day 2s. Let's see if he can keep that up.
All right, there's a look at the players. And now let's take a look at the decks. We've got Living End, we've got Esper Gorios, and I know Living End got an unban recently, so perhaps some new toys, Frank?
Indeed it did. Violent Outburst was unbanned quite recently, and not even every single Living End deck runs it, but there are 4 copies in Maxim Ravich's deck. Let's pull up the deck list to show what it's all about. Now, Living End, a classic modern deck that aims to cycle several creatures and then cascade into Living End, just wiping all the creatures from the battlefield while returning all the cyclers. The deck indeed got a boost this year, not only with the unbanning of Violent Outburst, but also with the addition of Wistfulness, letting you just draw and discard on turn 2. Now, with Violent Outburst in the mix, you have 8 Cascade cards along Shardless Agent for consistent access to Living End. Now, in the main deck, I still want to highlight Endurance as a relevant card that can remove the opponent's graveyard so that their creatures won't return. And in the sideboard, I want to draw your attention to Inevitable Betrayal, sort of a bribery effect that can give you an alternative card to cascade into if you feel that Living End won't cut it. Now, on the other side of the table, Yimin-Ji is coming here with Esper Goryo's. Esper Goryo's has been a pretty popular modern deck, around 9% of the field, that wants to return Atraxa or Griselbrand with Goryo's Vengeance. But this is going to be a weird matchup, because perhaps just discarding or milling one of those creatures might already be enough. Right? If the opponent does the work for you with Living End, you might not even need a Goryo's Vengeance. So this is going to be a wild matchup where all the typical rules of the game or the plans of the deck are going to be turned upside down. And that's what I love about Magic. Now, one thing to keep in mind also for this matchup is that Cascade is a triggered ability, so consigned to memory, both in the main deck and in the sideboard of that Goryo's Vengeance list, can actually counter it. I'm looking forward to seeing how this will play out, because this is going to be wild.
All right, we've had a great round last round. Let's get another one. Round number 13. Marshall and Paul are in the booth to take it away.
Yeah, thank you, Maria. Welcome back to the booth here at Pro Tour Marvel Superheroes. Marshall Sutcliffe with Paul Cheon. And we are in the modern rounds now, Paul, where we get a spicy matchup that they just outlined for us at the news desk. We've got Maxime Ravich on Living End up against Yimin-Ji on Esper Goryo's.
Yeah, really interesting matchup here. Living End, of course, getting Violent Outburst back. And I remember when that was first announced, the unbanning of Violent Outburst, people were going a little bit nuts. People were going, you can't do that. That card is far too strong. And then people got to play with it, and it turns out the format has been entirely prepared for the card, and it really hasn't been putting up the results that people expected. But Maxime, of course, having a pretty good tournament with the deck right now. But you know, because Consigned to Memory is such a heavily played card and it counters the Cascade triggers, you know, you're going to be having a tough time when you go against the blue decks.
Both of our players coming into the round are 9 and 3, so very solid records, but not a ton of wiggle room. If they got their eye on that top 8, they're going to need to really stay dialed in here for this next stretch. So far, not a ton of action, though we do see a Thoughtseize now from G. He's going to take a look at what's going on here for Ravich.
Yeah, likely taking, oh wow, 2 Cascade cards there in the Outburst and the Shardless Agent.
And you see the Generous Ents.
Right.
Which
gets you the
are going to end up in the yard anyway.
Right, right. And of course, really works well with the Cascade card. So, you know, it's kind of tough because there's a bit of redundancy built into this hand. Certainly, you could maybe try to get lucky and take one of the Generous Ents, and then Maxime might have to top deck a 3rd mana source. Or actually taking the Endurance here, because this gives G an opportunity to find, for example, Atraxa or Griselbrand that he can draw off the top. And if he gets out a turn 2 Psychic Frog, now Maxime can't respond with an Endurance to exile the large creatures out of the graveyard. But nice hand for Maxime. Kind of has everything you want. You even got that Street Wraith. I mean, you already have 3 monsters in the graveyard. You're going to get 1 more with that 2nd copy of the Generous Ent. Oh, maybe even an additional one with these Hedge Maze, which gives you, of course, that Surveil. Now, it will be interesting to see how Maxime stacks. If Maxime decides to go for the Generous Ent first before running out the Hedge Maze, because, of course, you get that Surveil from the land. That is a
man. That is so many creatures in the yard off of 1 mana. I mean, he did get a little help there.
Yeah, absolutely. And
but still,
it's one of those situations. You get that extra bit of redundancy. Now you have the 8 Cascade effects in the deck here, and yeah, Maxime choosing to get the land here first with the Generous Ent. Good sequencing. into the hedge maze. And, if he does manage to resolve the Shardless Agent here, we're talking about, what, 16 damage at least coming out of the graveyard?
Wow.
So Ji taking the Endurance here, which means now if he top decks something like a Thoughtseize or another hand disruption spell, it's not going to be enough here, given that there are 2 Cascade cards here. Ji would love to find a Consign to Memory, but he only has 1 copy of that in the main, I believe.
Okay, he did end up surveilling into the graveyard, but it was not an additional creature.
Right.
Thundering Falls, but that's fine.
All right, Psychic Frog here, but
wow, that feels fair, doesn't it?
Right, but no big creature here to play. Ji did find a Force of Negation, though, so if Maxime goes for the effect on his turn, then he can use the Force of Negation and exile that Faithful Mending to counter the Living End. So if you're on Maxime's side, if you want to play around a Force of Negation, what you can do is play a land, and on Ji's upkeep, before he gets to the 3rd mana, run out that Violent Outburst and make it so that Ji can't get that Force of Negation into play. Certainly something that Maxime will be considering here. Also just hoping that Ji doesn't have an Atraxa to kind of discard and put into the graveyard here.
Exactly. So funny.
Yeah, right? This is tricky.
It's so backwards from how things normally go. Oh, he's going to let him draw.
No upkeep, so now has that Flooded Strand here. I guess he's okay with it getting countered because he can go Violent Outburst end of turn. If you counter it, then on my turn I can still play Shardless Agent. Ji drawing Quantum Riddler. Not quite enough. I mean, I suppose you do have Quantum Riddler plus Ephemerate here as a combination. But Maxime's hand looking very, very strong here. Even has Subtlety and Sink into Stupor to counter the Quantum Riddler, actually. Maxime now has to decide whether or not he wants to just run out a Living End here, just so that Ji doesn't draw a card here off the Psychic Frog, but might just choose to take the 1 here.
Wow, he's really delaying here. Let him hit his draw step. Now he's letting the Frog hit him. That's going to be another card in the hand here for Ji.
Yeah, if Ji can draw another Force of Negation, that would be fantastic.
Yeah, or as you mentioned, the
Consign.
Right.
Oh, just a Hedge Maze.
Well, Maxime's committed to this line. Now the assumption would be that he tests the waters.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is you can't just let Psychic Frog hit you every single turn, right?
Right.
You kind of need to get something going. I suppose, alternatively, you can run out Sink into Stupor to try to bounce the Psychic Frog to see if Ji will respond and discard a big creature. That's another thing to consider, but it looks like he's got the Violent Outburst lined up here.
Cascade trigger, and here we go.
All right. And this will certainly meet a counter spell.
How lucky.
Yep, fetching off the Flooded Strand here. Has the ability, of course, to just hard cast the Force of Negation. Can also exile and then maybe try to hit something else off of a Faithful Mending. But if you did that, you would have to exile the Quantum Riddler out of your hand. But Ji, of course, knows that Maxime has Shardless Agent in hand here. It's a lot of... So there's 4 creatures in the graveyard there that would be coming in. Street Wraith, of course, with Swamp Walk, which is actually relevant here.
That's funny.
Yeah. There is the Force.
Force of Negation. If you're Maxime, you have to say, what are you targeting?
Yeah. Would you like to counter my do-nothing pump spell or
maybe
my namesake?
The game winner.
Right.
Okay, so does he just go for it here?
I mean,
What else are you doing?
You're kind of setting up for it, so
Right.
yeah, he simply has to. Does he have another surveil land in his list? Might choose to surveil another creature potentially into the
He
graveyard.
didn't do so.
All right, not going for it here.
But here we go.
All right. I mean, this is gonna hit. This will resolve. But G can discard Quantum Riddler here, right, to the Psychic Frog, and at least that would come onto the battlefield. But it might not be enough here.
He's going to hold priority and go for the Scalding Tarn now, it looks like.
Oh, Living End on the stack.
Yes.
Sure.
That's good, clean communication there from Maxime.
And then there's a Commercial District still in the deck here. So Hedge Maze and Commercial District go down to 14. Surveil, try to hit another monster to put into the graveyard.
But Living End is on the stack here.
Yeah.
This is what we came to see.
Right, absolutely.
And it's not going to get countered.
Now the question is.
But that's just Steam Vents.
Oh, that's just Steam Vents. Okay.
Maybe he didn't have another Surveil land left over?
Perhaps not.
All right. Well, either way.
Yeah.
Before Living End resolves, G has a response as well.
I would like to put a creature into my graveyard here.
Yeah, this is kind of in the middle, right? You know, Maxime wouldn't want to see a Quantum Riddler, but he really wouldn't want to see.
Yeah, but it's not an Atraxa.
An Atraxa.
Right, yeah. Yeah, and not much Maxime can do here. Subtlety just counter spells that are on the stack and not creatures that are in play. Yeah, and G actually going and discarding down to one card here so that once Quantum Riddler enters the battlefield, you get to draw 2 cards here. Might just keep the Ephemerate in hand.
Of course, the frog does end up going away.
Right.
3 triggers, endurance, and some life gain, or some food.
You
I
get
should
some
say.
food tokens, and now you get to shuffle everything back into the library here. And G will get 2 fresh cards off the Quantum Riddler, but this is a good amount of damage coming in, and G's already down to 12 life here, just from all the damage he's been taking from casting his spells.
And you can see why he's taking such a risky line, effectively discarding his whole hand here.
Yeah, he kind of needs to try to get a Goryo's Vengeance Atraxa going to kind of come
really
back,
quickly,
right?
yeah.
Psychic Frog, discard, Goryo's Vengeance, something like that. Perhaps Solitude Ephemerate as well. That would also be quite strong here.
Start cleaning up the mess.
Got to look at a bunch of cards, but needs a really explosive turn here. 18 damage coming in. And I do see a Psychic Frog.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I don't know that I see an Atraxa and a Goryo's Vengeance. Yep, that one's unblockable.
Yeah, just even more annoyance here for G.
Yeah, and this is one of those spots where you could even just cast Violent Outburst and not cast Living End.
Wow, Solitude Ephemerate.
Oh, okay, but doesn't have another white card.
Oh, he can't
to
cast the
exile.
Solitude.
Yeah, so if the Psychic Frog or the Flooded Strand was just another white card, that certainly would have been awesome here. So he can Solitude something and play a Psychic Frog, and that's basically his only line here.
And then survive.
Right.
Would be the idea.
Yeah.
Well, we've seen this potent two-card combo a lot already.
Absolutely.
This tournament. But will it be enough to get G out of this mess?
Yeah, I mean, if Maxime can't find a way to get the Quantum Riddler off the battlefield with the Psychic Frog, you do get kind of extra looks here. Maxime does have a Sink into Stupor that he can use to, of course, bounce a creature, perhaps a Quantum Riddler. Oh, he's just going for the Ephemerate here on the Riddler. Okay, sure. Draw 2 cards.
Yeah, perhaps looking for a white card for Solitude. Bad news for G here is that there is subtlety on the other side here for Maxime, right?
Yeah, if G waits Found a Goryo's Vengeance, but does not have a big legendary creature in the graveyard. And just an Archaeologist, so actually nothing. Can't even get the Solitude in play here.
Yeah, I think it's looking really good for Maxim Ravich.
Yeah.
Oliphant was the draw.
couple of mana short of casting that.
Draw and 14. Yeah.
All right.
So can he go for the Sink into Stupor and just kind of go for it here?
Yeah, I mean, certainly could here, especially because the Ephemerate's rebounded. So you can cast that again on the Quantum Riddler. So you might want to just bounce the Quantum Riddler here. The issue is you can't actually subtlety it back when G tries to replay it here. But you do get to get in for a lot of damage.
And can you even force a chump with the Frog here?
Right. So if
he's attacking for 8.
So if you bounce the Riddler and you block the Ent, that's 8, 11, 13 damage coming in.
That's game.
Yeah. But actually looking like not going for it here and just attacking with the giant creatures here.
He's leaving Endurance and Shardless Agent back.
Okay.
There is a Swamp on the other side, so the Street Wraith is freebie.
So this is just 8 damage coming in. This would put G down to 4. And then I would fully expect G to go down to 1 card here again, so that you can get the additional cards here off the Quantum Riddler. Now the question is, now there are 2 food tokens on Maxim's side and the Endurance, which does have reach. So, you know, if you're perhaps looking to try to do some math to see if there's a weird kill with Psychic Frog and Quantum Riddler, it would probably have to happen over the course of a 2-turn cycle here. Yeah, so we got the Solitude. You get some extra draws here off the Riddler. You do get some decent blocks here, but you're down to 3, and there is a lethal Street Wraith coming in next turn that is unblockable. Okay. What was this? A Surveil Land, okay. And I think that was an Ephemerate, which is a white card.
Yes.
For the Solitude.
And he does have the other Ephemerate coming off of Rebound next turn.
Right. And that would be coming off on the upkeep, so won't be able to actually draw. Yep. All right, puts it into the graveyard here. I don't know that Maxim's going to run anything else out here. If he wanted to, he should have done it before attacks. Could have perhaps gotten more damage through.
Yeah, he's going to go to his upkeep. Ephemerate Rebound.
Yeah, I imagine this is going to target the Riddler here.
Yeah.
On the stack, we're going to be pitching some cards here, making a larger Psychic Frog. Get that up to a 3/4.
And more relevant cards in hand.
Right.
But what is he going to do? The Archaeologist seems easy, but...
Right.
Does the way he comes back involve a Goryo's Vengeance?
It might be. It might be the Goryo's Vengeance.
Mm-hmm.
Gain you that life and just try to find an Atraxa, right? Gain you that 7 life and also just find a lot more action.
Exactly. Well, he ended up just getting the 1 card.
Oh, and he found a Griselbrand here.
Oh,
so
really?
You can discard the Griselbrand now, get Goryo's Vengeance down, and that would gain you 7 life. Now, you're in a precarious spot, though, because you might not even be able to actually draw the cards, because that would put you right back down to 3 life. But if you're digging and you're just trying to find, I mean, you do have the Solitude now, right? So you can Solitude, go up to 10, draw 7 cards, Solitude, maybe look for an Ephemerate, right? Get that off the battlefield here. And yeah, we're going to get things going here. Goryo's Vengeance.
And there it is.
Now, there is a Sink into Stupor here, but you can wait and just bounce the Griselbrand and make it so that you can't gain any life with this.
You can see Maxim showing he's got 3 cards in hand
right
at the bottom.
So G looking to attack, probably only attacking with the Griselbrand here just because you want kind of the maximum number of blockers, I would guess. And certainly Maxime's going to cast Sink into Stupor here to just bounce the Griselbrand.
He wants to know where it goes.
Yeah, like does it get exiled or is there something along those lines?
Okay, they're sinking
There
to
it is.
Stupor.
Yeah, and this should get
Be
it done
gone.
here. This should get it done. Yeah.
And that is going to be it for game number 1. Maxime Ravich picks it up, plays it very patiently, kind of waiting to the last second on all of his plays. But the namesake card got him across the line there.
Yeah. Now, that's the thing with the Living Index is you're probably like 65% game 1 against basically everything. The real question is what happens after sideboard once all that extra disruption comes in, especially the Espergorio's Vengeance deck where you have access to potentially going up to the full 4 copies of Consigned to Memory.
Yeah, what are the
Yeah, so there are 3. Yeah, so G is going up to 4 Consigned to Memories and an additional Inquisition and an extra Thoughtseize.
Wow.
So that is a lot of relevant. Oh, and 2 copies of Teferi Time Raveler, which works very, very well against the Cascade cards.
It shuts off Cascade.
So,
well, the Cascaded part doesn't happen.
Right.
They can't cast.
Your Shardless Agent would resolve, but you wouldn't be able to play the Living End because you're trying to play a Sorcery at Instant Speed. So
Woo!
Look at that.
All the consigns there off of that Flagi Archaeologist, but he'll take one.
Yeah, certainly. And especially on the play, right? It's safe. On the draw, it's a little scarier because if you play it on turn number 2 on the draw, your opponent can simply just play a Violent Outburst into a Living End there. So yeah, I mean, I feel like things swing significantly back onto G's side of the battlefield here. And it's one of those, G might be ahead after sideboard, and you're just going to try to steal one of the 2 after winning the first.
Yeah, seems like a deck that's pretty vulnerable to a lot of the sideboard cards in the format. The ones you said, I mean, any other type of graveyard hate's pretty good.
Yeah, and that's precisely why you're not seeing Living End represented as much as you would have expected once Violent Outburst was unbanned.
Okay.
Tons of people were trying it out, seeing how it would work, and there's just a lot of highly effective sideboard. Like, the thing is, Consign is just such a good card in the format where just anybody with Island just kind of plays the full 4 copies after board. And this is one of those decks, of course, that gets kind of hit by that.
But then you also get hit by the graveyard hate for other decks. You're kind of in multiple crosshairs, I guess.
But it is the type of deck where you are pretty good game 1 against most decks and very, very strong, especially against, for example, something like a Boros Energy deck where you just kind of kill all their creatures. Although they do have, I guess, 2 copies of Thraben Charm as a way to interact with you. So Maxime building out the graveyard here. Does have a Force of Negation here with some blue cards. But of course, Consign is a replicate spell, so kind of hard to fight a counter war there. As long as G has multiple blue sources up. Now, no pressure just yet, but G does have kind of that 1-2 punch of Quantum Riddler plus Ephemerate, but might not want to fire it off just yet because, of course, that would completely tap you out.
Untapped Hallowed Fountain there for G.
Okay, might just play an Archaeologist here. And then perhaps try to set up a Riddler next turn. Yep.
Yeah, you can see the...
oh, and there's the Teferi.
Wow.
You take that thing instantly, so now you can set up kind of the lock. If you can get Teferi onto the battlefield and also have Consigned to Memory next turn, it's going to be really difficult for Maxime.
Yeah, Maxime also not good at applying pressure to Planeswalkers, so that Teferi could just sit there for the whole game.
Yeah, I mean, you might get into one of those spots where you're going to just need to start hard casting cyclers, right? It's just like, hey, Curator of Mysteries, go.
And your move. We've seen that, though. It is the primary backup plan when people are over-indexed, especially on graveyard removal, hate, etc. They just kind of work their way up and start casting kind of these vastly underpowered for modern creatures, but they are huge. It's also interesting to see just how well a 5/7 lines up with the format. Like, it's bigger than everything.
Yeah.
A lot of the removal doesn't end up working on it. It's kind of funny.
Yeah, definitely.
But we see Marshflats hit the battlefield here for G, and looks like he's lining up Teferi Time Raveler. The key thing on Teferi, of course, is it says that you can't cast spells except for, anytime you can cast a sorcery. And that means that those cascade spells just simply cannot be cast.
And G playing it slow here because Maxime passing with 3 mana up could also be representing his own Force of Negation. And of course, he does have one in hand. So, of course, Maxime would fire that off to counter that Teferi Time Raveler. All right. A mini Violent Outburst here, just trying to get Oliphant and Generous Hand into play. It would kill the Fallaji Archaeologist, and G going, well, I know you might be trying to bait me here, but I'm still going to counter this because I don't know that I can necessarily beat a 6/4 and a 5/7.
I was going to say,
entering the battlefield. It doesn't take a lot.
Even a modest one like that's
Right.
pretty impressive. I mean,
Yeah.
it ultimately is 3 mana to get. I don't know how you want to kind of translate it for modern costs, right? Because these creatures cost 6, but like, I don't know, you would pay in modern form 4 each or something. But I mean, it's a lot.
And G choosing not to replicate here, and because he's casting it at the end of G's turn, can cast that Force of Negation for free. So now G might be forced to fire off the other consign here, or just let this resolve.
G does not like this.
Yeah.
But I don't think you can let your opponent just kill your 2 guys and get 2 big monsters.
Right, so he does go for the counter here. Now, he does have a Celestial Purge, which would deal with the Oliphant. So
Okay.
he would only be dealing with a singular Generous Hand, but G does not want to fight on that axis. Another thing you can try to do is just ephemerate your Fallaji Archaeologist and hope to just bin like a large creature.
Sure.
Right?
So Maxime
All right.
not able to push through there on that end step.
Yeah,
and he's got another Generous Hand.
Setting up, and hey, I mean, this is going to work here, right? You get your land, you get the Generous Hand in the graveyard, you play Shardless Agent, and G doesn't have a way to deal with this one. So yeah, we might see an Ephemerate here on the Fallaji Archaeologist to just try to hit in Atraxa if G still kept that game plan in after sideboard.
Yeah, I mean, something had to give, so that does get interesting. Here we go. Shardless Agent, and G can really only look on. He's had 3 different sideboard cards come out here with Teferi plus the 2 consigns.
Right.
It hasn't quite been enough.
And now G has to make a difficult choice because he, of course, doesn't have a counter here and probably wishing that he replicated that consign on the first living end.
Yep.
All right. Can we hit a large monster here?
Oh,
no.
3 lands.
A total miss.
And then he says, okay,
Right.
Cascade resolves.
Oh. Was not a living end. And, of course, this is the bribery effect, which you can, of course, also cast.
Inevitable
Betrayal.
Search target opponent's library for a
You can
creature
get an
card
Atraxa.
and put that card onto the battlefield. Under your
Right. I
control.
think I at least saw a Gristlebrand there.
Sweet backup plan.
Right. Oh, maybe not. Maybe it was not a Gristlebrand. Yeah, I mean, if you're expecting your opponent to bring in Inevitable Betrayal.
What, he's not just going to get a frog here, is he?
No, he's got a Quantum Riddler lined up, it looks like.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But that's a disappointment.
Right.
That's not an Atraxa or a Grizzlebrand.
Right.
Even G.
Yeah, so G basically turning into a full control deck after sideboard, not keeping in the Atraxa or the Gristlebrand here. So, hey, this is not as bad. I mean, Quantum Riddler is still obviously a good card here. So just gets a Quantum Riddler in play instead of, what, 15 power from the graveyard.
Exactly. You'll have to settle for 4 power and a card.
Right.
Yeah, 6 power and a card.
Yeah, and G gets to Surveil here.
Oh, he did hit Subtlety, though.
Oh,
So
okay.
it doesn't look like he has another blue card
Right.
in hand at the moment.
Yeah, so now we get to get a Surveil land, and then an Ephemerate still comes off here off a rebound, so you can still try to find some more action off of the Fallaji Archaeologist.
Yeah, Quantum Riddler's annoying, but if I'm G, I'm like, that could have gone a lot worse.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of one of those spots where if you just only had living ends, it would have felt a lot better here, for sure. But Inevitable Betrayal is, you know, it's one of those things, if they kept the big cards in, I mean, you can cascade into it, and also you can just suspend it if you expect the games to kind of go longer, too.
That is a sweet card.
All right, here we go. Hits a Thoughtseize here as the non-creature spell. So certainly going to fire that off here.
And what is he going to find?
It's Endurance, Wistfulness, and Subtlety. So we're getting kind of to the point where Maxime can just start casting all these things.
These are very descriptive cards in hand here
right.
for Maxime. Endurance, Wistfulness, and Subtlety. And he took Wistful.
G can play a Teferi now and just bounce the Quantum Riddler, right? And it just goes back to his own
his hand.
Right. Okay, and this is the issue, right? When you board in the Inevitable Betrayal, I mean, obviously he would have preferred Living End in that spot.
Definitely. He's way behind now.
Yeah, because it's like, oh, thanks. You just gave me my own Quantum Riddler back here. What am I going to do now? And G knows his hand. It's you know, Planeswalkers are difficult to get through, and it's not like the Shardless Agent can attack through these Archaeologists.
Yeah, he drew another copy of Wistfulness here.
It's a main phase Subtlety here because of Teferi that's in play, and that's his only way to actually try to attack Teferi, but G has the mana to just cast Quantum Riddler here, or just play Psychic Frog, and of course, that can also get in the way of the Subtlety.
Yeah, especially with that graveyard. Holy smokes. Yeah, this is desperation time now for Maxime Ravitch.
Yeah, I mean, G just...
hard cast main phase Subtlety, go.
Right. I mean, this is just G transforming into a full-on Esper control deck here after sideboard.
Yeah, and we got to see his library there, and it is very much that.
Yeah.
And here is the
There's
Psychic Frog.
And then what else is he leaving up here?
He's got access to Celestial Purge. Oh, Draw Step Thoughtseize off of the Teferi +1 trigger.
Oh my goodness sakes. Let's go, Yeeman G.
This is also just, and you can't flash the Endurance in either. Taking the Wistfulness here, so G taking full control of this game.
There's an Oliphant, and of course an Endurance there.
And in Endurance.
And he's not getting anything else.
Yeah, this is a really, really tough spot to be in. It's not like this type of deck has access to that much interaction either. The entire deck is about just putting creatures into your graveyard, trying to protect it with some counter magic. You're not really trying to play the fair game where you're bringing in ways to kill Psychic Frog. In fact, Living End is kind of your way to kill Psychic Frog.
Puts a land in off of Surveil.
Hardcast Endurance here, probably.
Main phase again, both flash creatures, and both have to be put in right now, and they're not even doing anything.
G might exile some of these in response just to give the Psychic Frog flying for the turn. I imagine Maxime's looking to shuffle everything back in just to make it less likely for Psychic Frog to be able to have flying to block Subtlety. But not this turn. This turn certainly has flying. And G doesn't want to draw more lands here, so he's actually exiling. It looks like he might be exiling some more lands here before the Endurance shuffles the rest of his graveyard into his library. It's like, what do I not want to draw? I'll exile those cards.
Right. The composition of his library is about to change.
Yeah.
And he gets to have some say in it.
All right, so now everything gets shuffled back in.
These are all presumably cards that he wouldn't mind drawing.
Right. How many cards are in G's hand? 3 cards? Yeah, so Maxime can attack, and Maxime just certainly trying his best here, but a really, really tough spot here. Has another Psychic Frog, or of course, you can just hard cast Quantum Riddler in this spot, and there's not really too much Maxime can do. You have access to 2 flyers in play with that Teferi, so you can't even get Living Ended out here. Yep, and G running out the Riddler here, and things just getting worse every single turn here for Maxime.
Yeah, these post-board games do look a lot different. Would be interesting to see if he had hit another Endurance.
Right, I mean, you're just playing irrelevant creatures at the moment here.
Looks like he is going to hit his own graveyard.
Yeah, shuffling his stuff back in, and she's going, okay, I need to eventually find a way to close this game out. I don't want it to go to time. So let's just kind of go through this. Second Quantum Riddler, Psychic Frog. Looks like he's going to... Ooh, and he found Ephemerate. And with Teferi in play, it can't really get disrupted either. So going to kill your thing. Going to play the Solitude here. And I also have the Ephemerate here to flicker and just basically decimate your entire board if I want.
Yeah, and in the meantime, Teferi Time Raveler ticks ever upwards.
Right.
Has a healthy amount of loyalty and is just making
seems
life
like double block,
difficult.
maybe?
Wow.
Yeah, this is it.
And he's just going to go ahead and scoop him up, and that's going to force a Game 3, a convincing Game 2 win for Yimin Ji.
Yeah,
his post boards are supposed to be better for him.
Right.
Looked like it there.
Now Maxime's on the play this time here, and Ji is down to 6 cards.
Okay, this could get interesting.
Untap the breeding pool here, representing a cycle, a land cycle perhaps. And I do see a Violent Outburst in hand with 2 things to cycle. And a Sing into Stupor and Flare of Denial.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thundering Falls.
Right. Fetching that out. Ji has Thoughtseize and Teferi. The problem is you're on the draw, right? So if you just try to cast Teferi, your opponent can then respond and then just get that Violent Outburst going.
I'll cycle.
Right, main phase cycling here.
Find the what's that. This one. I'll do it.
Okay. Surveil.
Does he find some big creature too? No, but it's a land that he doesn't
But yeah,
want.
but there's 2 things in the yard here and has Shardless Agent and Violent Outburst here.
And that's enough, right?
Yeah.
Just get those 2 creatures going here on turn 3.
Yeah, certainly, unless Ji has Solitude plus Ephemerate to kind of deal with both creatures. But Ji has a solid hand himself. Thoughtseize for interaction, Quantum Riddler Ephemerate, and that Teferi. Ooh, and a Force of Negation here as well.
Okay,
Right.
well, Thoughtseize from Ji.
Certainly going to...
Yikes.
Yeah.
That is a rough hand to look at if you're in Yimin Ji's seat.
Yeah. So this is one of those spots where if you do have a Force of Negation, you want to take the Violent Outburst and give them access to the Shardless Agent so that you can, because Shardless Agent is sorcery speed, you have to play it on your turn, and then you can Force of Negation the Living End if that happens. Yep, takes the Violent Outburst here, forcing Maxime to basically play at sorcery speed.
Yeah, and more importantly, as you mentioned, Paul, on his own turn.
Right. Okay, well, there is the sideboard card there as well in hand in Inevitable Betrayal.
I guess he could just suspend
You
that
could suspend it if you want to kind of play it really slowly, but...
He's
but
not under pressure.
Yeah, but Teferi Time Raveler also kind of stops that too.
Oh, sure.
Right. So
All
yeah,
right, he's going for it.
Maxime's just got to go for it here. Going to go for the Living End, and Ji sequencing this very well. Has that Force of Negation here for Living End.
And I suppose if you're Maxime, you're like, well, this is interesting.
Oh, it's not Living End.
No.
Okay. Well, I imagine anything is getting countered here.
Yeah. But if you're Maxime,
Right.
you're probably okay with this, right?
Right.
I mean, not happy about it, but
sure.
He did have to exile a blue card there.
Right. And Shardless Agent still stays in play here, and Ji does have a Teferi Time Raveler. Even if he plays it, there will be some pressure put onto that Teferi, right?
Yeah.
It won't be able to stay in play forever because the +1 is... It's just a +1, so it would go to 4 loyalty.
That's right.
Yeah.
And you don't want to be returning Shardless Agent to your opponent's.
Right. I mean, it's kind of an interesting spot because you could have also considered just keeping the Riddler and exiling the Teferi so that you can go Riddler Ephemerate and just start drawing a bunch of cards. Instead, Ji going to be leaning on this Teferi in hand.
Looks like he likes what he sees there. And it is
Teferi.
landed at Teferi.
Okay. That gets countered by the Flare. All right.
Flare of Denial.
Yeah, but no great follow-up here for Maxime, right? No, like if he was able to find a Cascade spell there, that would have been fantastic. But now we are simply just suspending Betrayal. G probably thrilled with that because he can just run out the second copy of Teferi. By the way, he has 2 in the board. Drew the second copy.
Both?
Right. And if it resolves, I mean, it just kind of shuts off all of these suspend cards. So now, now Maxime doesn't even have a creature in play. Probably going to be going for that Wistfulness next turn.
Wow. Incredible stuff here from G. Post-board making it very difficult for Maxime Ravich. Does he have a land?
Certainly would need it here. Okay, that is an Endurance. So that is technically, that is certainly a creature here that can pressure the Teferi here. But G did find a Psychic Frog, but not a ton of cards in hand. Now, of course, G can just bounce the Endurance, right? Because it's going to take 3 damage anyways, and this just gives you more looks, right? So now you get to draw an extra card, try to find another Quantum Riddler. That would be great.
Ooh, that's nice.
Yeah. But
the Graveyard Gaun's a little rough. But.
Right. Oh, but yeah, G also has Solitude plus Ephemerate if he needs here. And that Inevitable Betrayal is just not going to do anything now that there's a Psychic Frog to block.
Wow.
Yeah, so
this second Teferi Time Raveler is brutal for Maxime Ravich. Look what it shuts down. Everything.
Just the entire deck. Because Maxime basically has counter spells to try to fight a counter war. Can't do that anymore. And literally, it just shuts off the namesake of your deck.
Right. And even your backup plan off of Suspend won't work either.
Yeah. So now, I mean, Maxime's on the, all right, I'm going to cast Wistfulness here. Try to find some cards and hope that that's good enough. But
put out a big creature.
Yeah, but given G's hand, it's going to find you some cards, but that Betrayal's not going to work. G has the Solitude here, and then he can just start drawing cards with that Psychic Frog in play.
Have 15 to 16? Yes. I'm 16 to 15. 16, 15.
Yeah.
Double checking life totals there from the judge, but
I guess G,
frankly, this is not a super life total intensive.
So G is going down to 0 cards here.
Okay.
Right? He's just using everything, and now he has a Solitude and a Psychic Frog, but his board is incredible. Not going to cast a Rebound because of no other targets. Just looking for counter magic, Quantum Riddler, anything here. And after sideboard, everything is a legitimate disruptive element.
Absolutely. So he's going to go down to 0 cards, but only temporarily because he finds Thoughtseize.
Yeah. And has another Ephemerate here for the Solitude, too. Oh, he's going for the draw step Thoughtseize, of course.
That's right.
Because you can't interact with it at all. Violent Outburst doesn't matter with Teferi in play. Dismember, probably the best card to take here, as it does kill the Psychic Frog.
And Maxime can't even cast it in response. He just has no option here.
Yeah, Teferi completely taking over both games 2 and 3 here.
Main phase Endurance now from Ravich is going to take just the 1 card from G, but G looks like he's in very good shape here.
Yeah, we might just see G going for Ephemerate again, just to get this Endurance off the battlefield, just so you can attack with the Psychic Frog and draw more cards. I think he's considering holding it in case he draws maybe a Quantum Riddler off the top. Certainly a better Ephemerate target.
And you see Suspend resolves and nothing happens.
That's right.
Of Teferi.
Yep. Yeah. What a brutal sideboard package here. G just brings in 7 10 out of 10s.
Right. I mean, Teferi, when it hits your main plan and your backup plan,
right?
What is the deal?
It's like, all right, I'll what's funny is like you want to get maximum value off of the Ephemerate, but that was just Swords to Plowshares.
Yes,
right?
Yes, I would call that close enough to maximum value.
Oh, is it turn 1? This is why she was trying to play faster. It looks. I mean, I see the
They're
die.
counting. There it is, Paul, on the left-hand side of your screen.
Right. G needs to close out this game.
Turns.
It was mine. But your end step.
But he's got to get 20 damage through here?
Yeah, so now you need to find, and he boarded out all the big creatures.
Right.
So he really needs to find Quantum Riddler, right, just so you can
and then
draw a bunch of cards with Psychic Frog and use that interaction to win.
Yeah, he's going to start going straight away. That's
carding
5.
Prismatic Ending. 15. Is this turn 1?
Yes. Or actually, I don't know.
No, maybe it's not. Maybe it's not. Okay. The die threw us off there.
That might have been 0, and now this is 1. That's what it was, Paul.
So Xi has 2 turns to win.
He's got to get 15 more damage across.
And Maxime can certainly try and stay alive here. You can just sink into Stupor and just bounce the Psychic Frog, right?
Man.
And Xi drew Solitude, can't cast it here, only on 4 mana. Kind of has to do it. I think Maxime's wondering, should I wait till next turn? But I feel like you just need to use all your mana every turn if you can. And while a draw is certainly not ideal for both players, it does mean that if you win out, you are locked for the top 8. So yeah, bouncing the Psychic Frog here, and this, I mean, this is going to make it extra tough here. Xi knows that if this game would go on for a few more turns, he's got it locked up. But don't think he's going to have the time here to close it out here.
So how bad or not bad is a draw for these players?
I mean, certainly getting to 10 wins and giving yourself, the opportunity to guarantee that slot into the top 8 would be huge, right? Because if you get to 12 wins before round 16, you're locked. But otherwise, you're going to have now at 9-3-1, you're going to have to win out basically the next 3 rounds. That would lock the top 8, but you have to go 3-0.
And that means that both of them would be in that position.
Right. Whereas if you're 10-3, you can win 2 of the next 3 matches to give yourself a good shot at top 8.
Yeah, I just don't see how it's going to happen.
Yeah. Generous Ent.
Oh, and he cast Generous Ent too.
Right.
And that's food token plus a blocker.
Right. You can bounce it with the Teferi here, of course.
Right, but these are just more speed bumps for Xi, and he just is not going to be able. This is turn 4. He has to win this turn right now.
And I think this is once again one of those like, hey, what do we want to do?
Guys, you know how it works. So be mindful of what you see.
Yeah. I'm not just saying.
I'm just here to prevent.
I'm just asking. Yeah, because my, I know what's going on, so it's very important for me. I'm sorry.
Okay, so basically, Xi said, "I feel that if this game were to continue, that I would win. Would you like to concede?" And Ravage said, "I'm sorry, no."
Yeah,
which is completely within his right.
Completely fine.
He's under no obligation, neither player.
7 extra turns, that's normal. Like, I could win the next turn.
And this is an interesting part of our game.
It's only 5 turns.
Yes, usually
which
we
is,
have 2 turns if there's a slow
the
play.
judge was like, just be careful with your wording.
Yes.
And she is like, am I allowed to say I would win the next turn, or I think I'm going to win the next turn?
Yeah, you got to be very, very careful here. And I think we all know what Xi's trying to say here.
Communicating about the different stuff.
Yeah, he's doing a good job.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
Maxime just said, sorry, no.
Yeah.
So these players will be 9-3-1.
9-3-1
with a draw here.
As Xi was very, very close, but once you board into an all-controlling deck and you're running out of time, it gets kind of rough. Given this situation, it might have been better to actually just try to keep those big creatures going into the 3rd game.
Oh.
Because you think you might not have the time to actually close it out.
Yeah.
This is turn 4 of extra turns.
Turn 4, so I mean, I think it
will
starts
end after turn 5.
It starts with bouncing the Generous Ent with the Teferi to draw a card. Looks like he's thinning out his deck first with the land.
Yeah, you can see Xi shake his head. I mean, he has to somehow get the Ent out of the way and then hit for 12.
Yeah, that's going to be
it's just not
kind of tough. Does it involve drawing Quantum Riddler with Ephemerate?
Right.
Just cutting down to 1 card.
Well, he just put Ephemerate in the
That's
bin.
the 3rd Ephemerate, too. Okay, so now you draw a card. And it has to be Riddler. Yep.
And he just doesn't have enough, so they're just going to shake hands, and it's going to be a draw for both players.
Yeah,
that's tough.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Because if you're on Maxime's side here, if you concede in that spot and pick up your 4th loss, even if he wins the next 3 matches, he'll be at 12-4. But since he doesn't guarantee the slot because he gets it before the 16th round, what that means is there might be a scrum, right? We always see that in the last round. There might be a scrum where there's a bunch of players at 12 wins. He could get 9th. He could get 10th. But at X3 and 1, if he wins the next 3 rounds, he's going to be locked for the top 8. So in that spot, it's just tough. I know he looked like he was going to lose in that spot, but we're playing for the top 8. Potential shots at the World Championship, you just can't concede.
No, that was just a draw. And that's exactly how it ended up for our 2 players, unfortunately, but they will continue to battle on. We're going to take a short break here from Amsterdam, take a look at the scenes from MagicCon. We'll be back with more right after this. And welcome back to coverage here of Pro Tour Marvel Superheroes. We're in Amsterdam, Netherlands, and it's beautiful here, as you can see from that city shot. A lot going on inside, too. Look at all those people playing Magic at the MagicCon. It is a wonderful celebration of our game happening here. 17,000 people roaming around, enjoying the game however they see fit. I'm Marshall Sutcliffe. That's Paul Cheon. Thank you so much for joining us. Paul, really going to put you to the test this round. Take a look at this. Rasmus Enegren versus Hongyi Yu.
Don't worry, Marshall. I know how.
Song of Creation.
Don't worry, Marshall. I know how the Izzet Affinity deck works.
Yes, okay, good.
Yeah,
all right.
You
passed the test.
There
Now,
you go.
Our players coming in are both on an 8-4 record, and that is right up against the wall. A loss from this point out, more or less, eliminates you from any ideas of a top 8, but a win means maybe you get to keep playing.
You get to win out, and of course, getting the 10 wins also gets you a qualification to the next Pro Tour. So every match still very, very important here. Rasmus with a nice brew here in a Song of Creation combo deck here. This deck looks nice.
7 cards in the Game 3 decider as we join this match for Enegren. Yu, he's on 6.
Right. All right.
And he's got a bit of a start here, doesn't he?
Yeah, it looks like only 1 0-mana artifact here off of the Pinnacle Emissary, so just the 1/1.
He warped the Pinnacle Emissary, then played Mistress Bauble, got himself the 1/1.
Yeah, and it looks like that is all that he has in play.
Yeah, he'll get his card as well.
And what does Rasmus have? 1-drop Tameo, maybe? Oh, a repeal on the token, shutting off some of the improvised stuff. And hey, look, 1 mana, kill your token, draw a card. That's great.
That is awesome.
Repeal is not a card that you see that often, but of course, this is a combo deck. It's got a ton of 0-mana artifacts, and with Repeal, it's a 1-mana way to just like pick up those artifacts and draw cards. And sometimes you get to pick something off. Okay, slow hand here, slow start here from you. Could be representing Metallic Rebuke. And Rasmus not using the bubble here. And here comes, that's right, Bruce Banner.
Yes.
Great card, and of course limited. Maybe we'll see a copy in the top 8. We might, but take a look here. The reason why this is in the deck is it is a legendary creature for the 4 copies of Mox Amber that are in the deck. So you have, of course, 4 copies of Tamiyo, which is a much stronger card, but then you need more legends. You need to hit a critical mass of legends to be able to generate mana off of your Moxen. So there you go. Bruce Banner in play. Did not think we would see that in the modern portion of the event.
Definitely not. It's kind of funny to see.
All right, and here comes Mox Opal. We're 1 artifact away from getting Metalcraft. There is an engineered explosive, so Mox Opal is online.
And a land.
Okay.
Sacrifice Misty.
This is great. Hey, you know what you can do here, Marshall?
No, I don't, actually. I have no idea.
Draw 2 cards off Bruce Banner.
Okay, yeah. I like that. I like that. That part I do know. I'm in.
You have to do it at sorcery speed, though.
You do. Yeah, that is a requirement. Namesake card, Song of Creation, 1 blue, green, red enchantment. You may play an additional land on each of your turns. Whenever you cast a spell, draw 2 cards. At the beginning of your end step, discard your hand.
Yeah, so you can absolutely go crazy in this deck.
But it's
with
just
Song
like
of Creation.
it's just on your turn. That's the thing.
On your turn, and then you have all the 0 mana plays, right? So you get to basically draw your whole deck, and then you have a bunch of Mox Ambers and Mox Opals, which can also generate you mana. And
so you do the thing where you tap it for mana, play another one, sack it,
Right.
tap it for mana. There are times when being legendary
And
is
there-
a benefit.
Right, and there is a singular copy of Endurance. So once you tap all your Ambers and Opals, and they cycle each other, and they draw your whole deck, you draw the Endurance, shuffle everything back in, right? And then you just keep playing things over and over again. So basically, you can repeatedly draw your entire deck, netting mana in the process, and then find a way to kind of kill your opponent with a singular copy of Jace, Wielder of Mysteries.
Yeah, I see that. That's a win condition.
By the way,
in
I
and of
didn't piece
itself.
this together while looking at the deck list right now. Definitely didn't do that.
No. All that studying you did is finally paying off.
Yeah, there
your
you go.
part. Yeah,
But hey-
Jace Wielder of Mysteries, if you can draw a card with no library, it's GG.
I mean, it's still awesome to see somebody at 8 and 4 with a deck that literally nobody else in the tournament's playing.
That is awesome.
Right? Just to kind of build your own deck. People probably have no idea what you're doing, right? And then just approaching the format at a different angle and finding a way to win.
I mean, you're the only one in the room that knows how to play this deck besides
Right.
Rasmus, I would
Yeah.
say.
We have a little Discord group here.
Yeah.
We have a little one-on-one.
Song
I was
of
like, have you
Creation
considered
Discord?
Bruce Banner? It's been really good for me in the draft.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
An innovation. Oh, that's a pithy needle. Okay.
A pithing needle and
naming
weapons manufacturer.
Bruce Banner.
Seems that way, yeah.
And then weapons manufacturing still, you seems to have kind of won each of the different things, but
Right.
hasn't been able to really go off. All we've really seen synergy-wise is just the one token off of the emissary on turn 1.
Yeah, you really want something like a Kappa Cannoneer here just to provide some semblance of pressure. It hasn't been able to get enough permanence in play just yet. This is 4 mana, and there is a Galvanic Blast.
Which I guess doesn't do much.
I suppose you can just cast Pinnacle Emissary soon.
Yes.
Not quite there yet.
Well, that
Right.
could be good, though, for
Yeah,
sure.
Definitely.
We see Urza's Saga is going to be going to 3 here. So what does that mean?
Well, could certainly make a construct if you wanted. And of course, in the sideboard, there is, a wide variety of cards that you can get here. Haywire Might, for example, would be a pretty effective card against the Affinity deck.
Looks like Rasmus is still deciding exactly what to do with the Saga.
Right. It's like, well, I mean, if you make a construct, it would be a 5/5, right? It becomes a 4/4, and then you just go fetch out whatever artifact you need here.
Right. But it does eat up a good chunk of your mana for the turn in case you had bigger,
plans,
better things to do.
Yeah, bigger plans, but it's a little bit dicey to just try to run out a Song of Creation even if you have it, just because Hung Yee's been kind of representing counter magic for a large part of this game. But
Okay,
actually,
he did decide just to tap it for mana.
All right, so no construct here.
That 3 die will just disappear. All
right. Gets
Haywire
the
Might.
Haywire Might here. Has access to that green
Probably
mana.
pretty good.
Yeah, sure.
One of the things about Urza's Saga, one of the many, many things about why it's good is it does give you that kind of toolbox.
Right.
Where you can bring in cards like Haywire Might if they happen to be good. So again, that's the 1 mana floating there.
1 mana floating could just kill the Pithing Needle and then just start drawing cards with the Bruce Banner. That's another thing that you could do. Hung Yee has no pressure on the battlefield.
Right.
Yeah, so interesting turn here. Can't quite see Rasmus's hand.
Take 2 from Steam.
Right, take 2. So now has the ability to actually draw 2 cards and use the Haywire Might. Never mind.
Wow, Song of Creation that is.
Song of Creation time.
Is this happening? It does. It resolves. Oh
it resolves. All
now
right.
what? You may play an additional land.
May play an additional land. Does he have more
He
plays
needs to
here?
cast a spell.
Presumably he has more plays here.
Uh-oh.
Oh, we're getting those
the little,
ready.
The little mana counters have arrived.
Mox
And there it
Opal,
is.
here we
Mox
go.
Opal.
Right, draw 2. Can you find more spells?
And I guess those are land drops being measured.
Yeah, there's a
2
Mox
left.
Amber. Okay. Now you have access to
Repeal it.
More cards.
More cards.
Yeah, and Repeal is a mana neutral play that draws you 5 cards with Song of
What?
Creation in play. 2 from the two from casting Repeal, 2 from the Opal, and 1 from the cantrip.
That's insane.
Look at this.
And another reveal for 0 mana.
So better than Ancestral
Wait
Recall.
a second.
1
0
mana.
mana?
It's a free draw 5.
I mean, you have to. That's incredible.
All right. I mean, I'm assuming Rasmus can win from this point.
If you can't, then you pick the wrong deck.
Here we go.
Make another green, play 6.
That is
Okay.
6.
6, and now you can start playing all those cards out of the graveyard and discard lands, right? Because it has the retrace. And here we go. And just shortcutting it by just untapping and tapping the Mox Opal that's already in play, saying that he's casting Mox Opals out of the graveyard. And now at this point, he can probably just, he's going to be drawing out his entire deck and get to that Jace Wielder of Mysteries.
This time I have the Jace left in the deck. It's not exiled, so it's...
And you can see that he's adding up blue mana each time so that he can
now
cast
the
Jace
Jace is still
Wielder
in the deck,
Mysteries.
so new Mox.
Yeah, he's just saying, if I, as long as I didn't forget to board out my Jace.
Yeah, and he was announcing it is not boarded out.
Right. And if Hung Yee had a counterspell, that Song of Creation would have definitely been countered.
100%. Wow, this is absurd.
And if there's any type of counterspell here,
I wonder what Rasmus's record just in Modern is with this deck.
I believe he was undefeated.
What?
I think he was undefeated in Modern with this deck. And guess what? If everything goes according to plan, he's going to be undefeated here again. He's going to remain undefeated, rather. 2 and 4 in draft.
So he went 1 and 2 in both drafts, but is just running the tables.
That's
with
what
this
it looks
deck
like.
as the only player in the field on this deck.
Oh, this is absurd.
Well,
Incredible.
Honestly, though, if he runs the tables and makes top 8, that's incredible.
Right.
Also, I have really bad news for you, Rasmus. This is the draft top 8.
Yeah, that's not going to be. You got to put this deck to the side here.
Yeah.
If Hung Yee kills the Jace here, Rasmus can just.
Oh, did he actually play the Jace?
He did, but that's but the thing.
And there we go. That would be game.
Yeah.
Right there, trying to draw a card from your library with Jace Wielder Mysteries on the battlefield is game, assuming that it's still on the battlefield when the draw trigger resolves.
You has a Galvanic Blast, but it only deals 4 damage.
Right, and also
Right.
if he can have any instant speed thing, anything to respond with, and that does it. Rasmus Ennekryn picks up the match.
Oh, man.
2-1. What? With Song of Creation?
Song of Creation, unbelievable. I'm trying to, I mean, first of all, awesome deck. right?
Dude,
Awesome deck. If you
so
could live the
sweet.
dream, go 2-4 in draft and just win every single Modern round with your home brew, that would just be absolutely incredible. I'm actually trying to figure out which deck I think is cooler because we also saw the Cosmogoyf deck in the previous round, and they're both awesome, and we both saw them win. This one's better?
You draw every card in
It's
your
just so
library.
convoluted, but when you get it done, you just get to draw your entire deck. That was awesome.
Now I have to go home and dig through my boxes to see if I have Song of Creation in there somewhere.
Oh, man.
Wow. Okay, a great finish there, and we'll keep an eye on him as he works his way through the rest of the tournament here. We're going to take a short break here from Amsterdam. When we come back, we'll be at the news desk. Don't go anywhere.
Magic Spotlight Fracture is coming up in Hartford in the US October 23rd through the 25th, and in Beijing, China, October 31st through November 1st. It is standard constructed, so if you're a standard fan, this is the Spotlight series for you. If you want more information, you can check it out at mtg.social/spotlightfra. Welcome back to coverage here of Pro Tour Marvel Superheroes live from Amsterdam in the Netherlands. We've also got the MagicCon going on here this weekend. 220 players back to battle on day 2 of competition here at the Pro Tour as we make our way towards our top 8. Nobody has yet clinched a spot, but we are getting ever closer to the first moment of that happening. Welcome back to the news desk. Marie Bartholdi. I am your host for the weekend, joined by Dr. Frank Karsten. Let's check out the leaderboard and find out where we're at, because this is really where the rubber starts to hit the road as far as our tournament is concerned. As you can see, 3 players there with 11 wins in that column. The reason that's important is because 12 is the magic number. Once you hit that, you get to stop playing here on day 2 and you are automatically into our top 8. So we have 3 players for whom that might be true. They are in reach this round. So a very exciting round of Magic on the way for these 3 players surely. So someone we just saw on camera currently sitting at 9-4 is none other than Rasmus Energen, who is undefeated in Modern with his pet deck. It looks so awesome. Riley had a chance to talk to him after his big win last round.
Well, I don't know how many people are expecting to see Song of Creation go undefeated 7-0 in Modern at the moment, but Rasmus, you've made this happen. Tell us about this wild deck. So many people are interested to learn about the deck, how it came about, its story. Tell us all about it.
So I'm playing Song of Creation, which is a combo deck revolving around like playing the enchantment Song of Creation. It's very similar to a deck that got banned in Modern just over a year ago in Underworld Breach. I would say it plays about between 85 and 90% of the same cards. So in Sweden, we colloquially call this deck IKEA Breach. It originated from Swedish Modern Nationals last year, which happened just a couple months or a couple of weeks after the actual card Underworld Breach was banned. And since the deck was so similar, we wanted to pay homage to the Breach deck, but give it a little Swedish touch. We pondered a bunch of different names. We landed on IKEA, partly because it's really funny and people internationally know what IKEA is. And also if you squint hard enough, it's like you're building a combo, but like drawing 2 cards at a time with the Moxes. So it all fits very well together.
So you build the combo like you build your IKEA furniture.
Basically.
You've gone 7-0 in Constructed, which is obviously incredible at the Pro Tour level. Not such a great result in Limited so far at 9-4, but it looks like you're on track to maybe re-queue, and you're also qualified for Worlds, you were saying.
Yeah, I won the regional championship in Prague just over 6-7 weeks ago. That was standard, now it's modern, but really happy to be playing basically my pet deck. I've been playing this deck for most of the last year, almost year and a half. And it's very intricate. On the camera, it might be shown on the feature match. My Jace, my main win condition got exiled, but thanks to 6 endurance and all the zeros, I can make a loop through my entire deck, making essentially infinite mana and win with basically anything.
Well, there you go. You built a combo just like you built a table.
All over again.
Rasmus, congratulations on the win so far. You've put on such a show for us all, and best of luck for the rest of the rounds.
Thank you.
That is just incredible. First off, great deck name.
I love it.
It's excellent. And that's what makes Modern so great, right? Is you can have these pet decks, you can be the only person in the field playing it, and you can still be undefeated at a Pro Tour. Excellent story there from Rasmus. And if that deck is any example, there are infinite combos and interactions in Modern, and some really wacky ones that are really interesting. And Frank, you've decided to pick out some of those to tell us about today.
Yes, exactly, Maria. It won't be about Bruce Banner, which no one was expecting to see, but if you want to learn about some subtle rules quirks or like weird interactions in Modern, then I got some tips and tricks for you, and all are relevant for Izzet Affinity, which is the most played deck in the field. So let's take it away by taking a look at Urza's Saga. Right, this is, well, an awesome card, but especially its interaction with Blood Moon is pretty wild, because those rules have changed over the years. How does it work right now? Well, currently, if Blood Moon is already on the battlefield, then Urza's Saga enters with 0 lore counters, never gains any more, but it also doesn't have to be sacrificed anymore. Conversely, if Urza's Saga is already in play, and Blood Moon comes down afterwards, then the Saga turns into a mountain, but keeps whatever abilities it had already picked up. That's just how layers work. So if it had already reached its 2nd chapter ability, then you have, well, kind of IKEA created your own mountain that sticks around forever, with an ability to build an army of constructs turn after turn. So that's a sweet, actually potentially game-ending combination that Modern players definitely have to be aware of. Now, while Urza's Saga is seeing a lot of play this weekend, it's not the most played card overall. That honor belongs to Consigned to Memory. Just based on the total number of copies across all the main decks and sideboards. Consigned is mostly a sideboard card against like Colorless Eldrazi, but that's really just the tip of it. The card counters triggered abilities, and those are kind of everywhere once you start looking for the words when, whenever, or at. Now, one type of trigger that's easy to miss but rewarding to catch are the delayed triggers. For example, if you reanimate a creature with Goryo's Vengeance, then a delayed trigger is set up by the game that would exile it at the end of turn. If you counter that trigger with Consigned to Memory, then the reanimated creature will stay on the battlefield indefinitely. Similarly, Philia will set up a delayed return to the battlefield trigger to happen at the end of turn. If you counter that one, then, well, whatever got exiled is gone for good. This is one of the meanest things that Consigned to Memory can do in Modern. Now, Consign can also counter reflexive triggers, which is a type of trigger that's typically signaled by the phrase "when you do" in the resolution of another ability. Guide of Souls is a good example, right? When the opponent attacks with it and pays 3 energy, then a new reflexive trigger appears on the stack. They would try to put 2 +1/+1 counters on something. Well, if you counter that trigger, well, the opponent has burned 3 energy counters for nothing. Ajani, Nakatl Avenger, offers another example. Consign to Memory may not be able to stop the activated middle Planeswalker ability that makes a cat, but it can counter the reflexive damage trigger that then follows it. So if you run main deck Consign in your Modern deck, then these are useful opportunities to remember. Now, a final reason why Consign to Memory is seeing so much play is its Replicate ability, which can reward you for setting up like a whole complicated stack of triggers that you can counter all at once. Just imagine your Affinity opponent is controlling Kappa Cannoneer and just ticked up Urza's Saga to its third lore counter, putting that artifact search trigger on the stack. Now, this seems like a tough spot to get out of, but Consign might be able to do it. How about evoking Solitude in response to exile Kappa Cannoneer, and then cast Consign and replicate it twice to counter, well, the artifact search trigger, the ward trigger on Kappa Cannoneer, and the Evoke Sacrifice trigger. Once everything then resolves, the opponent will lose all their key permanents, and your Solitude still remains standing. So that's a devastating swing, all made possible by replicating Consign and seeing all these opportunities. Note actually that none of these text boxes read when, whenever, or at. You kind of need to know the subtle rules quirks of Magic to discover the triggers hidden in there. Now, if you're the Affinity player on the receiving end of this whole sequence, well, the best answer is actually your own Consign to Memory. Because after all, Replicate itself is a triggered ability, right? So after the Replicate cost would be paid, a separate trigger would go on the stack that will try to generate those replicated copies. If you counter that trigger, the copies are never created at all. So, in conclusion, Maria, Consign to Memory is the type of card that rewards a really deep understanding of the rules in Modern, and sometimes, well, the best answer to a Consign is your own Consign to Memory. This is something that all the Modern experts in the Pro Tour will be keenly aware of, and it just exemplifies the depth of interactions in this awesome format.
Well, thank you for breaking my brain, Frank Karsten. You can always count on it at least once a show. Exciting things are happening here at the Pro Tour. Let's set up round number 14 so we can see them as well. Things are really starting to crank in action here as we have a lot of players who are in contention of possibly making a top 8 berth here. We have Yuya Hosokawa and Eduardo Sajkalik coming up here. Jund Cosmogoyf versus Broodscale Combo. Zooming in on the players, Yuya started playing Magic in 2003, has a top 8 Spotlight Series from Chiba, 2 Grand Prix top 8s with more than 40 played, and just playing a super sick deck this weekend.
Yes, indeed. Now, Hosokawa round by round has gone 5-1 in draft and 6-1 in Modern so far, but he actually started off 2-2, not the best record, before rattling off 9 straight match wins. He is on a roll.
Yeah, the foot is on the gas for Yuya here. Let's take a look at his opponent this round. Eduardo Sajkalik, who's been playing since 2002, has 2 Pro Tour top 8s to his name in 2012 and at Lorwyn Eclipse, 7 Grand Prix top 8s and 1 win and a Draft Master.
Sajkalik is also 5-1 in draft and actually 6-0-1 in Modern so far. Like Hosokawa, he also started with only 2 wins out of his first 4 rounds, and he has won 9 straight matches in a row. So 2 amazing streaks, but one of them will inevitably come to an end this round.
Okay, so those are the players. The deck's very interesting here. This Jund Cosmogoyf deck, Frank, I know you love it. I put on quite a show for us on camera, so let's introduce people to it if they haven't seen it yet.
Yeah, Jund Cosmogoyf is just one of the spiciest decks in the whole field, and especially near the top tables. Now, what does it try to do? I mean, it's just a very surprising choice, registered by only 3 competitors. Well, it can threaten a turn 3 kill, sometimes even 2, by exiling 20 cards as quickly as possible, sometimes before the game has even properly begun, thanks to the Var of Destiny and Serum Powder in the whole mulligan portion. So then after you play, well, ideally a 20 power Cosmogoyf, of course you can just attack with a 20 power creature for lethal, but if you're scared about jump blockers or removal, then the deck also has 4 copies of Thud, which lets you sacrifice it to deal lethal damage directly at your opponent. Key elements of the deck are Spoils of the Void and Plunge into Darkness that can exile your library while digging for all the key combo pieces. Spoils of the Void, a bit risky. Hosokawa actually lost the game to it earlier today, but that's what you just have to accept while playing the deck. And the sideboard holds some transformative potential with Sorin and Chancellor of the Dross. On the other side of the table, Eduardo Sajkalik is playing Broodscale Combo. featuring the 2-card combo of Blade of the Bloodchief and Basking Brutescale. Here, the plan is to sacrifice an Eldrazi spawn for mana, which triggers the Blade, which then puts a +1/+1 counter on a Brutescale, creating another Eldrazi spawn, and this loop produces an infinitely large Brutescale and infinite mana. Now, this particular list by Satchelix splashes red for 4 copies of Writhing Chrysalis, more than most Brutescale decks. And this also gives an alternative game plan, just going aggressive alongside Glaring Flashraker, or perhaps ramping into Emrakul. Now, Eduardo's deck doesn't really have many good answers to the combo. Sure, it can create a whole bunch of Eldrazi spawn jump blockers, but if Hosokawa assembles his full combo of Cosmogoyf and Todd, Eduardo, even in his sideboard, was not prepared for this matchup. I don't think he had this in mind when building any of the cards in his deck. Yeah, it's just amazing.
That is the beauty of Modern. Well, this is a win-in, so let's put somebody into the top 8. Alien Corey, take it away.
Hell yeah, let's do exactly that, friends. Hello and welcome to our first win-in of the tournament. I'm Alien Loney alongside Corey Baumeister.
Hey.
And we have the pleasure of bringing you somebody's top 8 advancements. So let's get into this matchup here, Corey. I absolutely love this deck here from Yuya. Eduardo playing a really cool combo deck as well. So let's see who can combo quickest.
Yeah, this is going to be incredible. Let's see how many Serum Powders we are going to put into exile right away. And I think Frank summed it up very correctly at the desk as well. We didn't play against a lot of Serum Powder Cosmogoyf decks from the Brutescale side, and there's one of them.
There we go. So we get to get a bunch of cards into exile initially. If this was the first mulligan, there's 7 there, yeah?
Yeah.
Cool, cool, cool. All right, let's do it again. Let's see if we can hit another one.
Yeah, one free mulligan are ready to go.
Curses. Doesn't look like we hit a second one there like we did in the last round. We saw this deck in action, so...
Well, remember, you can always just mulligan again, you know, a traditional mulligan.
Eduardo's hand, you see... Does he have a copy? Yeah, he's got a copy of Gemstone Caverns in hand, Ancient Stirring. So let's see if he's got any of his combo pieces that he likes or if he's going to send this back.
Yeah, looks like 7 cards here for both players. Let's see who's on the draw. If Eduardo is indeed on the draw, that one of Gemstone Cavern that he has in the main deck will be extremely awesome in this type of matchup where speed is everything.
Yeah, you definitely want to get out the gate as quick as you can against this Cosmogoyf deck because, you know, it has a propensity to kill you out of nowhere, and it can also, you know, play for the other team if it chooses and, you know, take out Yuya.
Yeah, absolutely. And I will say, as far as the matchup goes, it's so hard to kind of like say this is a 60-40 or whatever because, well, Cosmogoyf is not really a known quantity, but it does feel like it's going to play out that it's going to be a little tough for Eduardo to interact.
Let's just throw stats out there. You know, 50% of stats are made up on the spot, so...
There you go.
We can just make up whatever we like.
That is definitely some a Riley joke right there. Been hanging out with Mr. Knight too often.
I have, yes. All right, there's the luck counter on the Gemstone Cavern, so essentially flipping the play draw there as we see Inquisition of Kozilek. Get to look at the hand here. Glaring Fleshraker, Malevolent Rumble.
Yeah, and
as well as Kozilek's Command.
This essentially puts Eduardo down to 5 cards because, well, as great as Gemstone Cavern is, you do got to get rid of a real card.
Yeah.
And with Eldrazi Temple, a turn 1 Fleshraker, something you do not see every day here from Eduardo.
Modern is sweet.
Yeah, Modern is so incredible.
I did love Frank's comment about, you know, Eduardo certainly wouldn't have played against this. But, you know, luckily for Eduardo, he's really good at Limited, so he can just treat this like a Limited match, right?
Yeah, figure everything out on the fly.
Yeah, I don't know what you're playing. Let's see what you got here, friend.
And let's get real. Eduardo's been playing so long and has played so much Magic that he's probably played against a Cosmogoyf deck.
I'm sure he's,
I hear once or twice.
Yeah, probably played against Tarmogoyf back in the day.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. So a tough choice here, getting a Rumble. You do have the option to get any 3 of these cards, but I mean, Kozilek's Command is just one of the best cards ever printed, so it makes a lot of sense to take that one.
Certainly the most impactful as the game goes longer. You know, Glaring Fleshraker by itself isn't scary, but Blade of the Bloodchief, along with the Brutescale, could be bad news bears very soon for Yuya.
Yeah, and Eduardo did just pick up a Blade, not necessarily great right now, but the one thing about this Brutescale combo deck, there are just a lot of different combos, but one of the low-key combos of the deck, it's just Glaring Fleshraker and a second Glaring Fleshraker. The damage adds up so quickly.
Oh, hey, buddy. All right, I think Chrysalis.
4.
So
Most
now-
fought over common in history,
2,
probably.
1, and 1.
Yeah, Hero in Training would like to have some words with you.
I think Writhing Chrysalis still beats it out.
I think
Just-
so too.
just
So now you get a total of 3 spawns.
Yeah.
And you get 4 damage to the face here
damage.
from the Glaring Flesh Raker.
Here. So 15. Yeah.
Good gravy.
And
All
here is
right.
just how good Glaring Flesh Raker is. You just get to keep replacing these spawns and just kind of get it going.
Yep. So you would have known that this was going to hurt a little bit, having taken the Kozilek's command over the Glaring Flesh Raker. So let's see if he does have an answer for that critter.
Yeah.
And Cosmic Wave does a lot of things, but the one thing it does not do is trample over. So anybody who saw Yuya win the match against Affinity here a couple of rounds ago, the Aloe Alchemist was very key at being able to give it trample.
There's only one of.
Only one, but you are playing Spoils of the Vault, Plunge into
Vault,
Darkness. A lot of cards that you are able to just find that one of.
Yeah, definitely need to dig through the top of the library and hope it plays nice with you and your life total. Let's
Like,
see where we go
even
from
for
here.
instance, you have 3 mana right now. If Yuya thinks that, all right, there's no way I can win
it's fine.
besides
Yeah, for you.
Spoils of the Vault, naming Aloe Alchemist, hope that it's like 14 cards down or less, give it trample and attack for the win, that might be the way to do it.
I mean, yeah. Could we make the same argument for Thud, considering there's one in exile?
Yeah, you could definitely do Thud too. And we'll definitely leave Yuya to the math on which one is more correct. Thud probably would be better.
Damage.
And then 1.
5 damage.
And you gotta be careful because there's also 2 damage on board here.
2,
Yeah,
3,
and I guess you
4, and then I
can.
stacked the spawn, so 5. So you should be at 15.
15.
You
I'm
can
15.
plunge
Yes,
just
that's correct.
for 14 and give yourself 14 looks at Thud and just go for it there. I mean,
Sure.
I like that. That's probably going to be the play.
That sounds pretty good too. So let's see how Yuya approaches this turn here. He has options. Tapping 2 mana though, so we're going for a plunge.
Either way, this game's going to be over
Oh my
either
gosh.
right now or next turn. All right, let's listen in.
Pay 40 down to 1.
Champion.
So now you got 14 looks at a 3 hour.
Wait, isn't he just dead here?
Who?
Yuya. Because we can just sack a thingy in response, right?
No, that
no,
it's
okay.
the come into play. Let's see. Is it a
Oh,
Thud?
gotcha.
No.
No Thud.
No Thud. I would
Yikes.
assume that's just GG here.
Yeah.
I know.
Oh my. Was there an Aloe Alchemist? Did you see it all?
I didn't see. No.
right.
Oh my god.
That one is a little
That was
tougher
weird.
because, well, there was a lot of toughness that Eduardo could have presented, so maybe you could have just blocked and survived that way. So, yeah, I wonder the total time that Yuya has played in his modern rounds.
Yeah,
You know,
I
like what,
bet he's-
45 minutes in
I
this
bet
Pro
he's had a
Tour?
lot of downtime, I will say.
Probably playing some Arena Directs in between rounds or something.
Maybe, yeah.
All right, so Eduardo is 1 game away from another top 8 after just top 8ing Lorwyn Eclipse, which kind of trains him up, playing that incredibly cool Elemental deck that we saw make the top 8 of that one. And man, another top 8 would be incredible. We're already going to see him at the World Championship, but man, whenever you can have one of those seasons where you get 2 top 8s, usually you're just auto in the running for Player of the Year.
Well, Chris Larson, I think, he's going to make that incredibly difficult, if not impossible, for everyone chasing him.
I think so too. I don't think he's top 8ing this one. I think he
Yeah.
picked up his 5th loss, so
You know, back-to-back finals, winning one of them.
pretty impressive, that's for sure.
Yeah. But, you know, don't take anything away from Eduardo. He's having an excellent season so far as well, along with his team, Worldly Council. So,
And the amount of work that he does before the event, he is really the limited teacher. You know, even creating a PowerPoint, creating like binders for their players, takes his role as serious as possible in making his team better. And I mean, that is just what a teammate is all about.
Oh, yeah.
You know, really cool stuff that he does for the rest of his team.
yeah, and not even just the team, you know, the community at large. I chatted to him, and he says he has 20 days of limited practice under his belt because he also took part in the Magic Camp that Dana Fisher and her dad run. So
I love that. Teaching and all these really great Magic players, really helping out the next generation.
Yeah.
I mean, that is one of the coolest things I've ever seen.
here we go. Let's see. What mulligan decisions are we making? Any serum powders for Yuya?
None for Eduardo.
You don't say. All right, Chancellor of the Dross. Okay.
Chancellor helps a bit, as it does just have your opponent lose a little bit of life, so it makes it not as difficult to have a, you don't have to have a 20-20 Cosmoglyph. You can now have actually a 16-16, because it goes to Exile, I believe. Oh, no, it's just a reveal, so it's not Exile.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, lose a 3 life, then you gain life equal to that. Okay, so pad the life total bit. But a flying life linker, it's pretty sweet. I can see why the Sauron's in the sideboard there.
Yeah,
kind of
nice little plan B.
Yeah, kind of doing the Rakdos Vampires trick that we saw with, I can't remember the big guy's
Vein
name.
Ripper.
Vein Ripper, yeah.
Absolutely.
That big old dum-dum that won Seth Manfield that Pro Tour.
Yeah, I believe this is Vein Ripper at home.
It's just Vein Ripper from how many years ago?
I mean, the
Yep.
Chancellors were all a very long time ago, and they've all seen some very fringe play. And there's actually the Chancellor of the Tangle as well in this sideboard.
Oh, okay. So we just chanceling, huh?
We're chancing it up. I mean, this deck is leaving a lot to chance.
It
so
sure is.
It is pretty aptly named, that's for sure.
Leaving a lot to chancellors.
Exactly. So I don't think, we have no cards exiled right now off the Serum Powders. I want to say I saw one Devourer of Destiny. So you're able to put 3 cards into exile. But other than that, this is just a solid hand. The Gemstone Mine, Gemstone Mine, not Gemstone Cavern, not so bad.
Yeah.
And you can still just cast a Goyf.
Yeah, we got Goyf and Thud ready to rock and roll, so we just got to get a bunch of cards in.
Yeah, so that just means 1 Spoil or 1 Plunge into Darkness, and you really supercharge it.
Yeah.
And
So we could see some
Eduardo,
fireworks here pretty quick, huh?
Eduardo saw how fun it was for Yuya to do all that mulliganing, so is trying it out himself down to 5.
I bet he doesn't get a full hand, though, afterwards. Huh?
Yeah, it is less fun on the Brood Scale side.
I was going to say, is he putting that back? Or yeah, okay.
Looks
This
like
is a 5?
Yeah, this is a 5. Looks like a 5 with another gemstone. I don't know if he's going to want to. Oh, I guess so.
Nope. Yep, pregame actions. Yeah, we all got pregame actions. Oh,
Yep.
I'm jealous.
Need a luck counter, please?
I want a pregame action.
There we
Can
go.
you go get me one?
I'll try.
Thanks. Let me know what are you.
Yeah.
But now Eduardo is down to just 3 cards in hand. So.
What's the worst that could happen? Both
Yeah.
Ancient Stirrings going back.
Yeah.
Yeah. Kozilek's. Oh, did he keep one of them? Okay.
I think he did put 2 back. I think he had 3 in hand.
Yeah.
So. All right, a huge game here.
Yep.
Keeping 1 card here. Chancellor essentially lightning helixing.
Yep. Bonk. Lightning Helix before the game.
A little less dramatic when it's not your opponent down to 3.
Yeah, for sure. Ancient Stirrings are going to go digging, find the pieces that Eduardo needs for his combo.
Yeah, so there's Urza's Saga. Eldrazi Temple was pulled to the front. If you really want lands, those are definitely your best option, as well as a Blade. But I think you'd rather have Urza's Saga as it goes and fetches the Blade, if you did really want that. But of course, Eldrazi Temple with 2 Kozilek's Command really supercharged it. And now this is going to be great for Eduardo. The fact that there's a Cosmoglyph, but Eduardo is able to play essentially land 4 here and exile it and either draw a card or get the spawns in play. So we'll see if Eduardo does it now. He should, because there's Pact Negations that could really lead to him losing next turn.
Yeah, could mess with you guys, certainly. So let's see where Eduardo goes here.
Yeah, one lesson if you're playing against Jund Cosmoglyph, if you
Kill the
can
Goyf.
kill the Goyf, do it at as fast as possible.
Yeah, it's going to sacrifice itself. Not in the literal sense of magic,
Yeah.
but that Goyf goes into exile anyway, so maybe you can help the next Goyf get large.
There you go.
Yeah, taking one for the team.
Exile, draw.
All right. Draw a card after scrying 2. Bye-bye Goyf number 1.
And just look at this card. I mean, the options that you have, the duality that you can present here with such a powerful card. But at the end of the day, being able to just go kill a creature, draw a card is already so powerful. That kind of 2-for-1 is just incredible.
I do see the appeal of the Eldrazi decks being able to do such dumb stuff so early. So.
Yeah, that's why I love the Brood Scale deck, because you get to play the powerful Eldrazi stuff, but you have this other, dimension of attack. For what it's worth, Brood Scale is what I would have played. I don't know, Gruul or Mono Green if I was queued for this PT.
Okay.
And now, I mean, another Cosmoglyph. Wouldn't be too shocked to see the exact same play.
Yeah, why not? Just do it for 3 this time. You get an extra look.
Yeah, that.
Unless he wants to get the blade down.
Yeah, or just for 2 and then blade, either or.
Yeah.
Exile free and drop in free.
Okay, 2 down, 2 to go.
Yeah, and that leads to just a really rough situation for Yuya. Now you have to basically Spoils of the Vault for another Cosmogoyf, and when you only have 2 of those in the deck, the chance that you lose, I'll leave Frank to fully run those numbers, but it's high.
Yeah. It's getting into danger territory then.
Yeah, because
I wonder if the Sorns came in.
I doubt it.
Yeah.
I doubt it. I'm not sure exactly what those would come in against. I would guess Control, but who knows? Either way, you got to really like Eduardo's chances here of...
he's controlling the board.
And I just thought about this.
Yeah.
Eduardo, you know, if it were to go his way, Eduardo being the first one into a draft top 8, my goodness, being on the play every single round.
Shudder in your boots, fellow top 8ers.
Of course, we're so far away from that now, though.
Well, not for him. Either of these players, they win, they're in.
Of course. I was saying we still got plenty of game to play.
Oh, yes, right.
Yeah.
All right. Eduardo, content with his turn, passes it back to Yuya Asakawa.
Elemental.
Spoils of the Vault.
Elemental.
Cavern of Souls. Naming Goyf. Oh, Elemental, sorry.
Cosmogoyf must be an Elemental. Yep, there it is.
Yeah. Yeah.
Don't want to name Lurgoyf.
Yeah.
It's just too hard for the label maker to be able to spell.
Yeah. It's like a Welsh name, you know. You can spell it however many times and you'll never get it right.
Not yet. Surveil one?
Yeah.
So we'll see. This could be extremely comical coming up here.
Okay.
This match could be dictated by Yuya losing the game to Spoils of the Vault. And if Eduardo, and it's easily possible here.
All right, cross your fingers. Cosmogoyf fans.
Oh my God. He's got 22 chances.
Let's count. 1.
Oh. To be fair, Yuya did want to go a little deeper.
A little further,
on that.
yeah. That's why we're sad about it. Not because we didn't get to see someone explode.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So now it is, apologies, it is going to be a 6-7 for now, which is not going to be anywhere near large enough to present a clock, and especially because this Emrakul might be ready to go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10, 11. We're at 11.
Okay.
We're at 11 for Emrakul. So the best possible draw is a Rumble right now. If he can find Rumble, that would be just unbelievable.
Yeah, 6.
That would probably be able to... It's a Rumble.
It's a Rumble?
He found it.
What?
Yep.
The hell, dude?
So
You're
now,
just calling top decks left, right, and center today.
So there already was a sorcery, so it doesn't increase for that. But let's see what we can flip over. This might be able to add you mana.
Yeah.
So there's a creature, and I believe that first card in the back was Nature's Claim.
Yeah, so I don't think you added any types.
Just creature.
So cannot these two?
Yeah.
So just creature, so it looks like we're not able to do it this turn, but I would assume we're good to go next turn.
Oh, man. All right, what does you need to win this one then, huh?
No, same.
A plunge.
Yeah.
Sure.
Or a very lucky spoils.
Okay.
But I think, you know, if you're just able to plunge and you just save for 20, and then thud, game's over. So I think
Come on, Cosmogoyf.
I think Yuya has a solid 6 out to maybe win.
This one?
Yeah.
But Rumble was so good there.
Yeah, that was great. Glaring Flesh Raker to hand.
So that's 4. Eduardo's separating it by the types there.
Maybe 9.
The one on his left represents the 4, and the rest is just extra.
Here comes the Flesh Raker.
And Emrakul, pretty good. It would be able to eat the Gemstone Mine by just adding mana, and it'd be able to thud Yuya. Through a Copperline Gorge. I don't think that's going to do it.
Yeah. Yep, chump block in there. So Flesh Raker down.
It's 13.
We can do it.
Yeah, Eduardo's going to be able to do it next turn. And
and if counting too.
Yeah, and if you lose Cosmogoyf and you lose your Gemstone Mine, you lose your Thud, you're going to be left with 2 7-drops in hand. I don't think Yuya can come back in. I think Eduardo's got this. Like, I don't think it's possible Yuya can win unless... Is Yuya considering thudding the spawn just to make that not possible?
I mean, yeah, you kind of gotta play to your outs here, and that's the only one right now, right?
Realistically, that was the air quotes best play, but then Eduardo could just draw a land like he just did, and the fetch land actually adds a type and gives you a land, so the spawn would not have mattered.
Here we go. Big spaghetti monster time. Emrakul, the promised end.
6, 7, 8, 9.
Tap all the things, count all the types.
I guess.
Whenever your opponent starts counting past 9.
Yeah, you're concerned. Here comes Emrakul, and there's the handshake. Eduardo Sajgalik makes it into another top 8 here at Pro Tour Marvel Superheroes. So big congratulations to him, our first player in.
That was really impressive. He comboed off game 1 by, well, Yuya comboing for him.
Yeah.
And then game 2, Emrakul just gets it done. So really nowhere near the actual Blade combo.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen this Blade do its thing once this weekend. So congratulations to Eduardo, running over to his teammates here. Big congratulations all around. Love to see it for him, and you know, as he said in his previous interview, so concerned as well about how well his team is doing. So
yeah, and man, like we were kind of saying a little bit earlier, you really got to like his chances when it comes to a limited top 8. And you know, Eduardo's win rate probably amazing and limited in best of 3. Give him best of 5, where it's harder to lose. Usually the better players in best of 5 are going to shine even more. So gotta like that he is almost assuredly the favorite for tomorrow.
I cannot wait for that draft. It's going to be such an awesome Sunday. We've got 7 more spots to fill in our top 8 here, friends. When we come back, we're going to watch Bernardo Torres and see if he can do it against Justin Chin. Beautiful look at the Amstel River here in Amsterdam. It is the Pro Tour for Marvel Superheroes. We're at MagicCon. Thousands upon thousands of people have descended upon this merchandise booth, I'm sure, to grab their con exclusives, play some Magic, pick up some extremely cool things, and I'm very, very jealous of every cool thing I have seen people post on social media.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, absolutely. When you go to a place this awesome and you get to experience such a great event, you want something to remember.
Some goodies, right?
That's for sure.
I did pick up
yeah.
an artist proof this morning, so I'm happy.
Yeah,
I got what I wanted, friends. What else would I like? Well, I would like to perhaps send one more person into the top 8 this round. Bernardo Torres has the opportunity here up against Justin Chin, who is at 10-2-1, so no shot for him just yet. We are seeing Espergorios up against Izzet. So, Corey, tell me about this matchup. What do you think we're likely to see?
Yeah, so Izzet Prowess up against Espergorios. It is a very much a lightning-fast match that can be a little brutal for Espergorios if they have a lot of spell snares, where you're able to create a fast clock and then spell snare the key Gorios Vengeance. But, to be honest, the worst matchup for Espergorios is itself, just having really awkward draws. So, it's the type of deck where Justin Chin's deck is very consistent. Bernardo Torres' deck is very inconsistent in ways.
Volatile.
Exactly, very volatile. And also, I got to say, the last time we saw Bernardo Torres here on coverage, kind of lost to a couple one-outers in limited round 2, where, he fell to X and 2 record, has not lost since. So impressive stuff.
Yeah, rattled off a whole bunch of wins here. He's like, you know what? My opponent can get that lucky. I'm going to do the same thing and just keep winning here. So Dragon's Rage Channeler, the first critter down on board here for Justin. The excellent 1-2 punch here with the bauble to follow up and start getting things you don't want in the bin.
Eduardo as the first one into the top 8. Bernardo, for this round, is the only other player that could join him.
Yeah, so excellent stuff here from both these players. Bernardo Torres, multiple-time MOX participant and winner, I believe. Yeah, champion.
Yep.
In the top 8s, yes.
Someone who you play against on Magic Online, you just kind of eye roll like, dang it. I did not want to play against him as he's so good.
Do you know his nickname?
Magic Online name? I want to say it is actually just Bernardo Torres, but I'm not 100% on that. I could be wrong on that, but I know I've always whatever name it is, I've connected it to him.
Yes, yeah.
As I've cast a couple of the Moxes and I see him in action. But a great player.
Yeah.
And I ran into him right after that limited match, and he shrugged it off. He was in good spirits about it. And
you got to have a chuckle when your opponent has that good luck, huh?
Exactly.
So, players having a think here, what we're fetching, where we're going. Bernardo Torres down to 14. So, this Dragon's Rage Channeler.
Frog is an extremely tough card for these prowess decks to deal with as well. You can do some kind of tricky stuff. Let's say Justin were to have like 2 lightning bolts. You can aim the first one at it and kind of look at your opponent like, you can keep it alive.
Yeah.
But then you aim the second one and you're like, now I got the frog plus 2 cards, if that's the type of hand you have.
Looks like Justin's not too stressed about the frog right now, unable to deal with it, so we're going to plot the Slick Shot show off and see if we can pop off next turn. 1 bolt in hand.
Got to give Justin a huge shout out as well. Justin XO'd Kuala Lumpur to qualify for Worlds for that regional championship. So I mean,
I assume he won if there was if it was just XO, yeah.
Well, that's pretty hard to not win if you win them all. Yes.
GG, Justin. All right.
Yeah, incredible stuff. Not losing a match to qualify for Worlds and the Pro Tour, so big congrats to Justin.
Ooh. Is it a tracks time?
Yep, tracks good to go, and that's enough for Justin. Wow. Crazy.
I think that's the first time I've actually seen a Traxa hit the board in these Espergorios rounds, huh?
And I mean, that's the bread and butter of what you want to be doing. Turn 2 Frog into turn 3 discard a Traxa. Gorios it back, and then find Ephemerate. That's like the best possible draw you can have.
Yeah, that's the nuts right there. So Bernardo Torres picking up the first game here. Kicking things off with a Monastery Swift Spear for Justin.
And some of the key cards you get to bring in from Justin. Just 2 Tormod's Crypts, that's kind of the big one. And then 2 Spell Snares is going to be excellent as well. So some disruption, probably get cards like Lava Dart out there. Might not be the best, so.
Yeah, those I kind of look at it as, I just want to make my burbs bigger. You know, they're not really doing all that much damage.
Yeah.
They're not there for their damage output, let me say.
Unless you play against a Ragavan, then you're like, oh, I have the greatest card ever.
Yep. Get that monkey off the board. All right, so get things off there, Preordain. Give ourselves some triggers to deal with. Scry 2, draw. prowess triggers on the Swift Spear.
Mutagenic Growth and Mountain as the options. So let's see what we got in hand. Looks like a decent amount of land, so I would assume that's the Growth to hand. And didn't see a Quarry Steelcutter, but of course that will pair excellently with it.
Oh, yeah. With the Mutagenic Growth, that's so sweet. We love free spells in this format.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's a card that's being played in a full 4 of.
Yeah.
4 baubles, 4 Mutagenic Growth, just to maximize that turn 2 Quarry Steelcutter, get a creature, and get on in there. Ends up being excellent.
Quarry Steelcutter, I bet Bernardo Torres would love to meet it with a Spell Snare.
Yep. Love that both players have completely foiled out decks, too.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
They're so shiny.
Winning in style.
5 cards.
Another Growth in the yard there for Justin. All right, where are we going?
All right, I do see Quarry Steelcutter there.
Yeah. Expressive Iteration first and foremost.
So not interested in starting with Quarry Steelcutter. That's definitely a choice here.
Yeah,
most of the time, that's what you want to get first and then start double spelling. But looks to me that Justin is saying, I don't care about putting a small creature into play. I need to find some interaction because, well, Bernardo could just go, end step, Faithful Mending, put a big creature into the yard, and then
whoops, you're dead.
Yeah, and then Atraxa and blink it out, and the game just ends. So there is 2 pieces of interaction.
Oh, Crypt, beautiful.
So
exactly what he needed.
Yeah, Spell Pierce to the hand, Crypt to the exile zone. You get 2 pieces. That was the best possible expressive iteration.
Lovely stuff here for Justin. Gonna cost that Crypt. Doesn't look like Bernardo has any response to it.
No,
unless it's on the stack.
Yeah, I think he is.
all right, he's forcing it.
And that's how powerful, one graveyard effect that just sits around is. You just cannot have that when you're playing Esper Gorios.
Yeah.
Trying to win a fair game against Prowess with just frogs and Riddlers is pretty tricky.
And even gets around the Spell Pierce there, having the 2 mana available to pay for it.
Yep. And importantly, the Atraxa got exiled as well.
Yeah.
So, Bernardo could have a second one or a Gristlebrand, and that's an easy pitch, but that could have been the only giant creature that he had.
Undercity Sewers now for Bernardo. Let's see what he can surveil into the yard, if it can be one of these powerful creatures.
Yeah, this deck always feels very unfair when you can surveil a free gigantic creature.
Oh, yeah.
A free entomb, as we like to say in the business.
It's called Surveil. Yeah, Philology Archaeologist is really what you want to be seeing here, but Otherworldly Gaze, let's see. 3 looks.
And that's a card that has largely been replaced by Faithful Mending, but Bernardo does decide to play a split. 2 Gaze, 2 Mending. And, well, looks pretty good now.
He found Grizzlebrand.
I did see Bernardo does have the Gorios Vengeance.
Yeah,
so we'll
and he's
see
got Ephemerate.
You will see if he goes for it.
Oh, no, is that Solitude?
We'll see if he goes for it because the Spell Pierce is just incredible right now if he does.
Oh, yeah. Here we go.
Good discipline so far. And very good discipline by Justin. If he cracked that fetch, Bernardo would have been like, I have a response before you get a land.
Oh, that would have been brutal.
Yep. So very good understanding of Modern there. Most of the time, you just fetch end step, thin your deck a little bit, but yeah, not
in the face of 3 open mana and a player that really wants to get that Grizzlebrand out.
Exactly.
Now, let's see. Can Justin find another piece of graveyard hate? Just another land, huh?
Yeah, looks like another land. So I want to say we still have Quarry Steelcutter plus the Mutagenic Growth, and then Spell Pierce looks like a Preordain as well. So has a solid turn here. But open deck list, so Bernardo does know that the only way to interact is 1 more Crypt and a conditional counterspell like Spell Pierce. So if he just has the discipline to wait, plays land 4, and then Gorios, even if you just get to connect with Grizzlebrand and draw 7 or 14, you feel pretty good.
Draw 7 or 14, you feel pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah, you sure do. He's pretty good at that. As we preordain once again, 1 mana left open. Here comes the little monk.
Bernardo might be tempted to, in response, Gorios here before a Preordain, theoretically could find it.
Solitude, okay.
Solitude pitching a Solitude.
Yeah. Using those free spells that are available to him in the format, keeping up the mana to fight against a Spell Pierce. There goes the Monk. So Monastery Swiftspear out of there and Ephemerating to keep that on board. Lovely.
Awesome. Great play. Clean up the Monk as well.
Yeah, nothing that Justin can do about that, really.
And that's the kind of plan B plan that you can have here is Solitudes, Frogs, and Riddler normally, but Bernardo actually not playing any Riddlers in this version. There's 2 in the sideboard. So this is very much a little bit more of an all-in version, but Solitude Ephemerate still very powerful.
Yeah, and when it comes back, it's able to hit the other creature, so nicely done here from Bernardo, clearing the board, and now should be able to start turning the corner, huh?
Yeah, absolutely. So now Justin is kind of in the rough spot of, all right, I need to find a Crypt to prevent this Griselbrand from coming back. I need to find pressure to actually lower Bernardo's life total, and you do have to deal with this lifelinker as well,
yeah.
so that's 3 problems. And, this usually doesn't put you in a good position to win a match of Magic.
And also, you know, rebound, if there was another creature out, you could just easily deal with that too, so sheesh.
And great discipline from Bernardo. We know Gorios is there, but just goes instead. End step, Otherworldly Gaze, and is patient.
Yeah.
You have
he's playing this superbly.
Do I have powers?
True master.
Delirium.
Yes, Delirium.
And we've seen so many players that have come from the online circuit that dominate online events, and then when they ever get the chance at the Pro Tour, they kind of just break out. Luis Scott Vargas, LSV, Raptor, Joshua Layton, FF Freak, Brad Nelson, my brother, you know, the people that start on Magic Online and just start dominating when they get a chance.
Love to see them translate their success online to paper play.
Yep, absolutely.
As we see the Faithful Mending you mentioned, 2 of in the main deck. And padding the life total a little bit.
We'll see if that's land 4. I'd be curious if he would prioritize that or a spell.
3 points of damage, though.
Yep.
A lifelink in damage. Gotta bet he's nice. He's happy about that. And here comes the Psychic Frog.
Prioritize the spell instead. And I do like that, as if you go land 4, and your opponent does have some kind of hard counter, there's 1 spell snare that you could have, that would be an absolute nightmare. You just scryed a land you didn't want to the top and still got your busted spell countered.
Corey Steelcutter, number 2 on board, following up with a Monastery Swiftspear. Second spell creates the Monk. 2 monks, in fact. Now, do we have a way to clear the way and get Bernardo Torres dead?
Yeah, I want to say we still have mutagenic
We
growth.
should do, yeah.
Yeah.
I say we. Justin should have it, so yes. We get very invested in the person who's down a game. We just want to see more Magic.
Yeah, absolutely.
Here we go. All in.
So
Choo-choo.
Frog can't get very big, so it's pretty tough to want to block with that one. And when you have a lifelinker coming back, you know, wouldn't be too shocked to see Bernardo just take this.
Yeah, and the Trampler is not really useful blocking. So in front of the Swiftspear, Frog is going to get chucked under the bus. Eventual bus, I suppose.
Yeah.
Now, how much does Justin want to commit to this attack?
Exactly. It is just a 1-2 right now, so they'd bounce off each other, so Justin could just say, okay. Or mutagenic growth. Whenever you can trade a 0-mana spell for a Psychic Frog, I do that.
Listen, it's 2 life, okay? Phyrexian mana is still a cost.
Like I said, a 0-mana spell for Psychic Frog, I say yes.
Frog down. The lifelinker untaps. Bernardo sitting at 10. Has been very patient this entire time.
Okay, I think it's game time.
Yeah, let's do it. Hi-ya!
The great grand Gristlefather here is coming to coming to say hello, and Justin does not have anything to do about it with land 4 being played there.
Yeah.
He can interact in such a way where you can't ephemerate it back. But regardless, you get to attack for 10, probably put your life total right back down to 10, and have a fresh new grip of cards. Bernardo Torres looking excellent here.
Yeah, looks like we might be finding our second player into the top 8 here, friends.
Gain 10, right? You were 10 just
sorry.
Yeah. I'm 3, you're 20.
20, yeah.
Down to 3.
7 cards.
Goes Justin. Back to a starting life total.
And a fresh grip. Even if you have Ephemerate, you know, and it gets spell pierced, could easily draw a second one, or just like a fatal push, something like that. So now, if you really can play nothing here, it is still kind of risky.
Yeah. You want to do it again?
As you know, there's a lot that can go wrong next turn on Justin's side. Top decking Expressive Iteration, for instance, could easily be GG. So Justin has to pierce this. And then we see, is there something Bernardo has? Like a second.
Again, second Ephemerate. This foil becomes blue in the light.
Yeah, I think he'd already have it on the table if there was a second one.
It doesn't look like he's got a second copy.
Yeah. And he was at 10, and attack for 7 went up to 17. Life totals maybe
well,
were wrong.
the life linker.
And the life, of course.
Solitude.
So technically he could draw again, but it is risky.
That's so risky, man. Jeez, I'm on tenterhooks here. I wonder how they're feeling.
I saw a frog, I saw a prismatic ending, but yeah, like you were saying, a little tough to see with all the foils.
They're so shiny. My foils are too blingy.
And I think Justin is also hell-bent, so Bernardo knows, like, hey, Bernardo also knows the best draw Justin could have is Expressive Iteration.
Yeah.
That would trigger anything that would allow Justin to trigger Corey Steelcutter next turn, so Preordain, Expressive Iteration, those are the cards that are just devastating right now.
Any cantrip effect, definitely what Justin is hoping the top of his deck can deliver.
Yep, could be Lava Dart as well, but I kind of suspect that he took those out.
Yeah, I think so.
There's a card we've seen around for a long time, but all right, I think this is going to come down to, does Justin find a way to deal with Solitude or a card like Expressive Iteration or Preordain? Big draw step.
Here we go, drum roll please. What did he find?
Bobble.
Bobble. That's not going to do it, Corey.
Bobble's rough because now, like, you can attack for 3. You have to leave one of the monks back. You can bobble and maybe top deck a Lightning Bolt to interact with Solitude, but letting Bernardo untap and have access to Frog or a plethora of any other removal spells could just be GG.
Yep. Takes a look at the top card of Bernardo's deck. Gets to draw one in its upkeep. Leaves both back. I like that, just in case of removal.
And Bernardo, a very deliberate player, but he drew that one pretty quickly. I think that's a Superior Spider-Man.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, Superior Spider-Man is pretty awesome here if there's a big target.
He's got a frog in there.
So he has Frog, Atraxa, Superior Spider-Man. You don't have 6 mana to just do the thing right away, but even if you just go Frog, go, you know, it's a solid turn no matter what.
Yeah. That's all right.
And then next turn, Superior Spider-Man.
Oh, hello. That's what he drew off the top of the deck. Good job, top of the deck.
The one-of Spell Snare from the board coming in clutch.
Hell yeah. All right. Nothing Bernardo can do about that. So Justin gets another turn here on 3 life. What did the top of the deck deliver this time? Cantrip?
EI?
Ah! Why?
Bobble.
Bobble. What? You got to bring friends with you, man.
Bernardo's just probably thinking, like, not again.
Yeah. Not again. Not like this. Too many top decks here for his liking.
I still think Bernardo's still in an incredible situation.
He's in a great spot, right? Yeah.
These top decks from Justin are just to keep him in the game.
Yep. Flashing back the Faithful Mending.
At least one Atraxa going to the yard, maybe 2. And now, no matter what, Atraxa is coming into play here. I don't think there's a single play that can interact with Superior Spider-Man next turn in Justin's list. The only thing is consigning an Atraxa trigger, but I would not recommend bringing in consigns against Esper Gorios. You just can't dilute your deck that much. Otherwise, you're just not killing your opponent that effectively.
Well, here we go. Superior Spider-Man on the stack. It is going to be a handshake that resolves. Justin Chin extends the hand to Bernardo Torres, the second player into our top 8. Love to see it. With a Marvel character, no less.
Yeah, and look to the heavens there. Absolutely pumped. He lost round 10 of Limited and didn't look back since.
Yeah, no, he's crushing it.
Has translated from the top 8 of a Magic Online event to the top 8 of a Pro Tour. An absolute sicko, so big congrats. to Bernardo Torres.
Man,
That's awesome.
That was sweet. And he played that game beautifully.
Yes.
You know, where the regular Magic player would just jam and try their best to resolve their spells at any position. He waited, he was patient, he knew exactly what his opponent was doing, and he kind of read him the entire time.
Yeah, you said that perfectly. Like that spot, a lot of people would have been tempted in response to that preordain. Why give my opponent more looks at a possible counterspell? Maybe they don't have it right now. But that would have cost him the game and, could have been the match. Could have been a top 8, So, impressive stuff.
This top 8 is shaping up beautifully so far, and we've only got 2 players in it. We have one more match to show you, friends. It is going to be the Song of Creation deck in the hands of Rasmus Enegren up against Shi Yang playing Izzet Affinity. Corey, you are busting out your seat here. You just want to see this deck in action.
Yeah, I think, though, we did get the deck name wrong on this. I believe it's IKEA Breach.
Hashtag not sponsored.
Oh, man. I literally busted out laughing when you said that. That is so funny. But no, I was talking to him a little bit earlier, and he was explaining the different versions or the different choices of the deck. And Bruce Banner, kind of the one that is kind of, maybe it's out of place a little bit. He was explaining to me, and it made a lot of sense. He's like, that's my Tamiyo 5 through 8. Just the fact that you can just play it on 1, pay 2 to draw a card.
Yeah, without having to attack. That's pretty neat.
And Rasmus has not lost a match with Song of Creation so far. 7-0 with this deck. Limited maybe didn't go as well, but who knows? This could be maybe the next big hitter.
This could break the format right open.
In Modern. I mean, the thing is, the shell that this deck is around is a shell that is incredible. It's the shell of Temur Breach.
Yeah.
So if you can ever find that replacement for Underworld Breach, which is incredibly hard, it's one of the most incredible cards ever printed.
So powerful, yeah.
Song of Creation, of course, is a lot worse because, most importantly, it's a blue 4-drop. So Mystical Dispute is so incredible against this deck. High Noon is so good against the deck.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's going to be tough. It's going to be tough. This is the deciding game here between these 2 players. They're sitting at 9-4. So a top 8 spot would be pretty difficult, if not impossible, for them. But, try and finish as high as you can at this point in the Pro Tour.
Yeah.
Xiang's got a lot of permanents on board. Look at him go.
Yep, Affinity doing Affinity things. And most of the time, cards like Crypt, that was just an incredible card against Temur Breach. But this combo deck, it is not as vulnerable to that. 6 is still one of the very popular or very powerful ways to just keep the combo going.
Yeah.
Because Song of Creation is a combo that can fizzle.
Yes.
You're kind of relying on the top of your deck. Play some zeros, draw too many lands, you're in trouble. But when you have 6 in play, you can use those lands to bring back Mox Opals from your yard, and it's near impossible to break.
6, another incredible card.
Yeah.
Love to see it, being played here this weekend.
Yeah, that card just reads too powerful to not find a home, but it really hasn't found one, up until this point. It's always just like a one of here, maybe a value card in sideboards.
I bet there's a Landfall deck that could break the format wide open. Come on,
There
someone's
we
got to
go.
figure it out, right?
I mean, as we've been seeing in the rounds today or just in this tournament in general, there's plenty of stuff you can find in the Modern format.
Yeah.
And every time we get a Modern Pro Tour, there's always
Something new, yeah.
some group of Magic players
Innovators.
that sat in a Airbnb for 2 weeks that find something spicy.
Love it. Love it. We've seen some really, really cool decks. Again, if you want to see some of the coolest lists, unique-wise, go check out Frank's article on Magic GG. There's a bunch of cool stuff there, as well as all those cool interactions that he brought to attention.
Yeah,
earlier
that
in the show.
was maybe my favorite article of his.
I love that. That was so cool.
I love the metagame mentors from him already, but that
Love it,
interaction aspect was really cool.
Haywire Might following there's a Saga. We got a big old Kappa Cannon here on board, so Rasmus needs to start doing something quick or he's going to be real dead.
Yeah, this is the type of deck, too, that like Rasmus is kind of setting up. When Urza's Saga goes to 3, I get a Mox Amber or I get a Mox Opal and then play Song and go off from there. So if Xiang can finish him off before that Saga goes off, I don't think there's too much play to Rasmus here.
Yeah, it's going to be really difficult indeed. So Xiang doing lots of counting, always intimidating when your opponent starts doing that. What's he counting for?
Yeah, probably just trying to map out a 2-turn kill, if possible. And with Emry, you automatically have every turn it's going to be unblockable, and every turn you're going to have an artifact. So Playing a bobble here, I saw at least one crypt in hand for Xi Yang, so that is already up to 7, and then 8 the following turn, so that's 15 damage. So if there's one more artifact, maybe 2, we kind of have it.
Was he trying to math if he could do it right now?
No, no way to do it now.
Nice.
But I think the other card was Mox Opal in hand, so I bet he plays it now because that's 8 unblockable damage, and then next turn you return an artifact from the yard, and that's 9, which is a little short still, especially with Haywire Might being able to eat something. So.
Well, it's not going to eat the Kappa Cannon here, I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, that's true.
Ward 4.
And it's non-creature, but yes.
Yes. It'll do its best, okay?
Yes, yes. You can't consign your way out of that one, that's for sure.
Alas.
So, draw 2. Yeah.
All right, so
bobbles.
Bobble, bobble.
Ooh, okay. Wow, that was good. Weapons manufacturing off the top for Xi Yang with 2 other artifacts and already having Claws of Gix in play.
Ooh.
So if somehow Haywire Might doesn't respect Claws of Gix here, the fact that you can get 4 artifacts into play to boost up Kappa, actually 6 because you'll play one from your graveyard, and then 3 mana you get to send 6 damage. Okay, I think this is it. I think Xi Yang's got it.
You summoned 6, by the way.
I did. Not the kind of 6 Rasmus wants, because there's about to be 6 damage going upstairs and 6 counters being put on Kappa Cannoneer per my calculations there.
Oh, yes. It's time to pop off here, throw that match into the munitions factory here as weapons manufacturing hits the board.
Yeah, I think this is 19 damage in total from Xi Yang.
I think that's enough to kill him.
I think it sure is.
Sure is.
Now, could be maybe Force of Negation, something like that. There is one in the sideboard here from Rasmus, and it kind of has to be there.
Yeah. There or dead, essentially.
And it is. He's got it.
Oh, nice.
Wow, okay. We're still playing Magic.
All right. Yeah.
Now, was there another weapons manufacturing drawn?
It looks like there's a second in hand.
I think there might have been, but you do have to play one of the Mox Opals, so you lose out on getting that munition. Well, let's see.
That should still be enough, right?
Yeah, weapons plus 2 Moxes coming back. That is 4 counters on Kappa. That goes to 11, and then you can deal 4, so that's still 15.
Yeah, still plenty.
Oh, but I think he did just miss the Kappa trigger there.
Oh.
Because a Mox did come into play.
Yeah. He needs to keep these up, right?
Yeah, you need to
resolve them as they happen.
Yeah. That should be 5, yeah. Maybe he verbalized it as well,
Okay,
of course.
sure.
You know.
Yeah, let's make some ammunition.
So now you float the blue so you can have that extra mana for Claws of Gix to be able to sack it. Here you get the other munition. 10 damage with Kappa, and then 4 damage with the munitions upstairs. And that's Xi Yang keeping his top 8 chances alive.
He's certainly fighting here tooth and nail to get there. Xi Yang picking up the victory with Izzet Affinity against a sweet deck from Erasmus Emigrin. Song of Creation combo. You love to see innovation here at the late stages of day 2. Xi Yang advances to 10 wins.
Yeah, tried and true Affinity, still a fantastic deck, and that was Erasmus' first loss with the deck. So 7-1, still pretty good.
That's awesome. You know, he's going to take this home and he's going to keep, iterating and finessing and making sure that, come the next Pro Tour, if he's qualified for it or qualifies for it today, then, we could see it again in action, and that would be awesome.
Yeah, and I think on our break in between this round, I'm going to go fire that deck up. That deck looks awesome.
Yeah. More Magic, friends. We have one more game to show you. It is a battle of the countrymen. Timo Bertram up against Arne Huschenbeth. We have very cool Magic still to come for the entire day. Timo had an absolutely incredible limited deck earlier today. 2 Super Scrolls. And I bet if he's able to make the top 8, he would love to open those 2 bombs again.
But that being said, he was undefeated after Limited, so has lost the first 2 rounds of Modern so far.
That's rough.
So you're at that spot. We've seen it so many Pro Tours and Worlds in a row where someone starts off XO and, you start to lose a few and you're like, that's okay, I got something to give. And then you start to get to the final round and you're like, no, please not the full derail.
Yeah. Buckle those belts, tighten those shoelaces, and, get your head in the game as best as you can, especially up against a formidable opponent in Arne Huschenbeth. Both players at 10 wins.
Yep. And Espergorios definitely supposed to have a very good Boros energy matchup. As game 1, the only real interaction you have for the graveyard is the couple Thraben charms you usually play. Post-board, of course, everything gets worse for Gorios in pretty much every match because, well, graveyard hate comes in, or even Vexing Bauble, pretty good here at preventing solitudes and other things like that.
Vexing Bauble. Certainly vexing for people who like their free spells. Arna Huschenbett gets to take a look at the top of the deck. He likes what he sees. And turn passes back to him.
And of course, Arna, our superstar here, he has just been having such an incredible run at professional level tournaments. You know, any arena championship, he is just always there.
Yeah.
You know, he's qualified for like the
He's
last
a mainstay
5.
of those, I will say.
And he's finding time to also just commentate different events as well. So,
all
like,
European events.
Arna's really doing everything here.
Love to see it from Arna.
And you won't meet a nicer player when you're playing across from him.
Yeah. Just a joy and a love of the game. You know? It's awesome to see. So Guide of Souls here now for Teemo. Nothing else right now to follow it up. Arna gets the turn back. And where is he going to go? Is he going to be able to set up here?
Pretty lackluster turn 2 there.
Yeah. Can we ephemerate this guy away?
Sure
can. Sure going to try.
Looks like that swamp is a little Carl Serap call out.
Yeah.
Also an incredible Magic player.
Solitude in hand. See Arna flicking furiously. Another ephemerate there too.
Yep. And man, whenever you can get Riddler into play on turn 3, it is just so good.
Who needs Atraxa?
Yeah, I saw Atraxa and Psychic Frog as well. And the combo of Psychic Frog and Riddler is, you know, the plan A is Goryo's Vengeance, but plan B, Riddler plus Frog is really, really strong.
Because you just chuck your hand, and then when you draw a card off a Frog, it's 2.
Exactly. And you can do it at your upkeep.
Yeah.
You know, right before before your draw step.
That's so fun.
You can discard down to draw 2, and it is really good.
Shenanigans afoot between the Sphinx and the Frog, I tell you. Blood Moon.
Blood Moon is also a card that is very good against Espergorios. The deck plays one of each basic, but you don't really have the luxury of being able to fetch out basics right away because it is a mana-intensive hand, or a mana-intensive deck, excuse me.
All right, so we're Rakdos deck at the moment here for Arna.
Yep.
But we still have a real chunky flyer that Teemo's going to have to find an answer for shortly.
Yeah, and normally you can like rely a little bit on, sure, I can just evoke a Solitude to, you know, deal with some creatures on the other side, but
not today.
The combo of Vexing Bauble and Blood Moon is really, really difficult to answer.
Yeah.
You know, this could easily come down to Arna either going the distance with Riddler here, which is kind of unlikely, but possible, or having to find the one-outer of the island to be able to play Magic. The plains would be pretty good too, ephemerate your Riddler, but the island is what you really need to be able to get a Frog in play.
Yeah. Arid Mountain. Tap 2 here. Let's get a Johnny and a couple Pariah down on board. Bring a kitty with it.
I saw at least one Ocelot Pride. I might have saw a second one, Ailey.
2 Ocelots?
I saw at least one.
Well, you do need more than one cat to make a Pride, right?
Yeah, so, okay, so this is, okay, we've ascended as well.
Yeah.
So that 2/1 Cat Warrior that's coming into play, we're going to get another one of those. Yep. We're going to get 2 1/1 cats. That'll be gain 3 more energy.
And then we get a flyer to deal with the Quantum Riddler eventually.
Yeah. Well, at this point, I mean...
Oh, yeah.
Teemo is going to be drawing or gaining way more than 4 life a turn, so the Riddler is now...
doing nothing.
A poor puny creature, 4/6.
Pitiful.
Yeah.
Critters! Here come the cats. Johnny's Pride is assembled. Don't touch him or you're in trouble.
Yeah, these are the type of spots where Ocelot Pride just, you got to double check for 1 mana? 1 mana this does
That card is busted. I love it. Teemo Bertrand picking up a win there, advances to 11 wins. 1 more, and he gets it done.
Yeah.
Woo!
And when you start off winning so many rounds like Teemo did, you know, normally it would be 1 more round to lock it up and be in straight away. His breakers are going to be good enough, and with a draw, has 2 win-and-ins ahead. Flip side for Arna, has to win 2 and have a chance there. So.
Oh man, some stressful moments coming up for our players who are vying for the top 8 spots. When we come back, we'll have our next round of Magic ready for you with the news desk.
Spotlight Series Marvel Superheroes. The action continues in Brussels, Belgium, July 24th through the 26th. It's a super sweet format. Team Trios Limited. Get yourself 2 friends and play some Limited. July 24th through the 26th. If you're interested, you can find out more information at mtg.social/spotlightmsh. I know a lot of people heading over to that tournament after this weekend. Hey everyone, welcome back to coverage of Pro Tour Magic the Gathering Marvel Superheroes live from Amsterdam in the Netherlands. We are having a marvelous time here this weekend. See what I did there? There's a look inside the convention center at some of the amazing things you can see here at Magic Con. Turning our attention over to the Pro Tour now. Welcome on in, Maria Bartholdi, Frank Karsten, and Riley Knight with you here at the news desk. Just a couple of more rounds to play as we work our way towards our top 8. Let's check out our leaderboard and find out where we're at, everyone, as the rubber hits the road here in the final rounds of Swiss. As you can see, we have 2 members to our top 8. Congratulations to Eduardo Sajgalik and Bernardo Torres. They have locked up their spots, and we will be seeing them on the Sunday stage. This is Eduardo's 2nd top 8 this year. Congrats to him. That is an incredible accomplishment. And then as you can see, we have 6 players on 11 wins behind them, 12 being the magic number to lock up your spot in the top 8 and stop playing. So those players looking for their chance to make top 8 this round. Well, Riley had a chance to talk with both members of our top 8 so far. Let's hear from them right now.
I'm with Bernardo Torres, 12-2, has locked up the top 8. Bernardo, congratulations. You went 7-1 yesterday, 5-1 today. You're in the top 8. How do you feel?
I feel amazing. Went way better than I could imagine.
You must be so thrilled to be in the top 8 of a Pro Tour. Tell us about your deck. You said to me as we were chatting, you think it's the best deck in Modern by quite a margin?
Yeah, I think as a pretty good matchup against many decks, also as game against everything, which is not the case in most of Modern decks. So I feel very confident playing Gorgeous.
You're already thinking about tomorrow, already thinking about the top 8, sort of planning things out. What's your preparation going to be tonight to get ready for the top 8?
I don't know, good sleep, pray a bit. Let's focus tomorrow.
Yeah, make sure you get in the right mindset. Congratulations, well done on making it to our top 8, and the very best of luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
Eduardo Sajgalik is in the top 8 of a Pro Tour yet again this year. What's going on, Eduardo? You were, this is what stage of your career in? You used to be a player, then you're a commentator, you're a coach, and now you're back on the top.
Look, I don't even know anymore. I think the only thing that helped is I've been helping my team World League Council before I was qualified for 2 years. And this time they pitted back in spades. They gave me a really good constructed deck with all the plans. The deck was fantastic. Only thing, player for Gemstone Cavern, very important. But the deck performed unbelievably well. And honestly, my teammates focused on construction while I did Unlimited for them. So it's really thanks to them that I'm here.
Well, we've talked over the weekend about the role that your team has played in, not just your results, but as a unit. So it seems like it's been a really, really big part of the success that you and the others have had across the weekend.
Yeah, I mean, it's a big thing. There's no way to do Modern's an insanely large format. Limited, especially a month deep, there's a ton to look into. So we got to help each other out. If you compete on your own, it's really hard. Honestly, the advice I could give you is if you really wanted to get to high level Magic, I would get involved before you're even qualified. Because a lot of the folks who I qualified, I need help, which I get, but if you get involved with a group of people or friends, or one of the stories I loved from a teammate Nick Odenheimer is that his first PT, which was from a spotlight win, he couldn't find a team. So what did he do? He made a huge barbecue with all his family and friends, and then did well. And that story resonates with me because it's there are people in your lives that helped you get to that stage in Magic. Be with them. They are part of your journey. Keep them part of your journey as much as you can.
Find your community and the success will come. Eduardo, congratulations. Well done, mate. It's going to be fantastic to watch you at yet another PT Top 8 this year. Oh, my goodness. Congratulations.
This time, draft. I'm excited.
Baby, let's go. Eduardo, thanks very much for joining us.
Thank you.
Congratulations to Eduardo Sajgalik and Bernardo Torres, the first 2 members of our top 8, but we still need 6 people to join them. And as you heard there, Eduardo really excited that our top 8 is draft tomorrow. We're of course in the modern rounds here today, but tomorrow our top 8 is all draft, baby. So we thought it might be a good idea to talk to the people here at the Pro Tour who know draft best. Those are our 6-0 drafters who are masters of 40 cards. What does it take to win in this format? Let's find out.
Chris Kral has a 6-0 perfect draft record at this Pro Tour, but wait, there's more. You're telling me that you're actually 9-0 after having won the Day 2 draft at the previous Pro Tour. You haven't lost a Pro Tour draft match for a huge number of months. Yeah. So what are your secrets? Tell us.
I would say going into these drafts, obviously everybody has their own level of comfort, what their preferences are going into the tournament. I try to put myself in really uncomfortable situations leading up to the Pro Tour to try to be as familiar as I can with the underexplored archetypes. I would say that didn't end up happening for these Pro Tour drafts, but I was really prepared for them. So, because I think it's, I worked with a team for this event, and a lot of people figured out what was good early, and the nice part about a team is that you can divulge information readily. So I was kind of working on the, what are the bad cards? What are the cards that people think are not great, but you can actually get really good applications out of. So I think the all-star for actually both of my drafts was Training Regimen. I sideboarded it in both of my drafts, and I think I regret it. I really wish I would have main decked it, but it's a card that a lot of people were really low on coming into the Pro Tour and actually performed really, really well for me. So,
well, I think people are going to be paying closer attention to not just the Training Regimen, the card, but also the Training Regimen, the preparation. Whatever you did, mate, it's working. We'll see you back maybe on the either in our top 8 draft or maybe the next Pro Tour. 12-0, 15-0. Let's go.
Yeah, I certainly hope so. I'm trying my best.
Well, congratulations on the 6-0 finish in draft here this weekend, and best of luck. Hopefully we'll see you in the top 8 draft as well.
Thank you.
Francisco Sanchez has a perfect 6-0 record in draft of the Pro Tour here this weekend. Congratulations, Francisco. While everyone was out chasing white cards, you managed the double trophy with Rakdos and Gruul.
Yeah. White was the best color in the format, so I was expecting it to be overdrafted. So I try to avoid it if I can. And I like to find all the strategies of trying to grind the games, looking for a small card advantage in giants. Even though if they're not very good, but they're small advantage, so you don't mind going to the long game. And yeah, I built in the first draft a Rakdos deck with a few small 2-for-1s here and there, and I managed to win them all.
So when it comes to your approach or your preparation, are you looking for more unorthodox strategies or trying to find edges that maybe other players aren't looking for?
Yeah, for sure. Like, I think that's the key in Limited. It's very easy to draft a good deck. The hard part is when you're not getting those cards, so you have to find other ways. For the second draft, for example, on day 2, usually the draft tables are more dry than usual because, the level is higher. So in this format, I try to go for the classic red-green monsters. Everyone is it's not getting the cards, you get like short decks. 4 mana is good enough always, and 6 mana, like 6 drops. And
Well, it got you there, Francisco. Congratulations on the 6-0, and best of luck for the rest of the modern rounds.
Thank you very much.
Ramon Santos is one of our 6-0 drafters here at the Pro Tour. Ramon, congratulations. You were telling me, however, it wasn't necessarily an easy road, the first day's draft pod. Holy moly, what was going on there?
We got names, like big names. Javier Dominguez was in the pod. Eduardo. Also Gabriel
Nassif?
Nassif, yes. Yeah. And another good players. I was feeling like at first I was just like, this is gonna be like very, very tough. So I did my best. I did my best. I found out my lane soon. That helped a lot. And then I knew it was not like an easy draft to try to navigate, but I got the right tools and I was able to got there.
Well, tell us about the preparation you did for this event, because it's not an easy thing getting ready for the Pro Tour to draft. So what did you do to give yourself the best chance of success?
Well, I did a couple of drafts back on my stores back in Connecticut. I was able to practice with my friends. I was able to share the data. I was able to look at the pictures of like other good players that they were like doing like all the posting, like all the trios in the limited championship qualifiers. I got like all the information that I could do because one of the things is that even I have very little on the draft portion on the practice that I have like back home. I needed like to grasp more of the knowledge that the other players had.
So your focus, you were looking to gather information and to analyze the data?
Yes. With all the information, I was able to know what colors do I want to like be. And one interesting thing that I did back home on the draft, I put myself in, I was drafting on purpose, like other colors that were not so high. So if that could happen in the coming into the Pro Tour, I will like know what to do.
So you were prepared for any eventuality.
Yes.
Well, Ramon, congratulations. 6-0 in the drafts at the Pro Tour is not an easy thing to do. Best of luck for the rest of the modern rounds.
Thank you so much. This is my first time on the Pro Tour.
First time on the Pro Tour and an easy 6-0. Look at him go, Ramon Santos. Congratulations and best of luck.
Thank you.
Oh, fantastic to hear from those 6-0 drafters, sharing information, texting your friends pictures of your 3-0 decks. So I don't know, maybe we can just start doing that here at the news desk. Will you be able to contribute, Riley? That's my question.
Oh, for sure. One thing that was really interesting about the interview with Ramon there is he was quite nervous to be on camera, and he handled himself extremely. It's not an easy thing to do. It was a very difficult thing to do. We know that. But I just didn't ask him, hey, is this your first Pro Tour? I assumed it wasn't because he was 6-0 in draft. And then at the end, he kind of threw it in. I was like taken it by surprise, but I was like, oh, wow, first Pro Tour and you're 6-0, like crazy stuff from him. So really, really good to see him do so well. And interesting to see one of the other commonalities between those players was they deliberately drafted the not the bad decks, but like the decks that are less drafted. They deliberately put themselves into position to draft the underdrafted archetypes. So if that happened to them, they couldn't get those white cards, whatever they're forced into Rakdos, they had been in that position before.
Right.
I think that's a really, really good thing to keep in mind when you're preparing for a high-level tournament.
Absolutely. Really good thing to keep in mind indeed. Let's get ready for our next round of competition here on day number 2. We've got another win-and-in match for you. Timo Bertram up against Alex Rohan. Boros Energy versus Brood Scale Combo. Zooming in on our players, Timo Bertram started playing in 2008, has already accomplished his tournament goal of qualifying for the next Pro Tour. This is his second Pro Tour, so he's got a third on the horizon here. He loves Modern, says he is very familiar with his deck.
And you can see here his day one went excellently with a draw opening the account before a slew of wins all the way through to round 12, where he has lost to not only Eduardo Sajgalik, but also Bernardo Torres, the two players who have made it into our top 8 so far. He is on the cusp and was very nervous when I caught up with him about this. Obviously, it's a high-pressure environment. I'm hoping that Timo can deliver the goods. He put on a terrific run towards the beginning of the tournament. Hopefully, he can get it done here.
Absolutely. Alex Rohan here, his competitor for this round, has consistently great Pro Tour results. Went 12-4 at the last Pro Tour, so put up a good run there. Part of Team Handshake Moxfield.
It's interesting you say consistency because this is really the story that these numbers tell us. Look at those win rates. 71.4% limited win rate is astonishing, but an overall win rate here of 63.3%. So the thing to note here with Alex is if Alex is in the top 8 with a win percentage like that in limited, you are automatically one of the biggest contenders on Sunday. So a lot to play for, obviously, for both of these players, but really interesting to keep an eye on Alex with that limited win rate.
Absolutely. Number 2 of the entire field, right? Yeah, that's incredible. Talk to me about these Modern decks, Frank.
Well, Boros Energy First is a deck that any Modern player who has played over the past 2 years will know. It leverages the energy mechanic with the Galvanic Discharge and Guide of Souls, but at its core it's just an aggro deck with 12 formidable 1-drops and the capability to burn out opponents with Goblin Bombardment, which also lets you transform a Ajani very easily. Now, after the recent ban of Flage, the deck had to adapt, and like many Boros Energy players, Timo added the Legend of Roku, several Ranger Captain of Eos, but also an unusual choice for the archetype, 2 copies of Solitude in the main deck that may give him valuable interaction against opposing combo decks, creature combo decks, and the sideboard has more interaction, including some ways to attack opposing mana bases. Now, on the other side of the table, it's Alex Rohan on Brute Scale combo. Now, we have seen this deck before, aiming to assemble the 2-card infinite combo of Blade of the Blood Chief and Boss King Brute Scale. There's 3 copies of Vexing Bauble that typically don't do much against Boros Energy, but might actually come up in this exact matchup to counter an Evoked Solitude. Now, somewhat unusual card choices in Rohan's main deck include 4 Sowing Mycospawn and 3 Unholy Heat, while there are no Writhing Chrysalis and only 1 Glaring Fleshraker in the main deck. So this means he doesn't pivot into an aggro role easily. Instead, he'll focus on answering opposing threats, ramping into a game-ending Emrakul, and after sideboard, well, when the games get more interactive, Fire Spout, Whip Flare are cards that may threaten to just answer a whole board of aggressive early drops. This is going to be a close one, Maria.
All right, Frank, who do you think we're going to be seeing in our top 8 here?
Well, I looked at the stats on this matchup, like the head-to-head based on the Modern round so far. The answer is exactly 50-50.
Come on, Frank, every time I ask you, it's 50-50.
It really is. It really is.
As well, Maria, that's the analysis. It's 50-50 because it either happens or it doesn't. There are only 2 outcomes.
That's a great interpretation of probability theory, Riley. But I mean, if I have to really choose, I would give the edge slightly to Bertram. I think those Solitudes might help to break up the infinite combo, and the lack of Writhing Chrysalis in Rohan's deck list may also make his deck a little bit worse in this particular matchup.
All right, it's time for some more win and in magic. I'll send it on over to Marshall and Paul.
Yeah, thank you, Maria. You know, you hire a math PhD to be on the desk, and he just says coin flip. Anybody can win. Who knows?
Get him, Macho. Pick a side.
But sometimes
Pick
it
a
is
side.
50-50, right? It's just poor Frank. That's exactly how it is. And that's what we have here. And that's kind of the most beautiful thing, because we are in the penultimate round here. And what that means is these are win and ins. This next match you're going to see is a win and in for top 8. It's clean. The player who picks up this victory is going to find themselves in the top 8. The player who does not is going to be in that unenviable position of having to win and then kind of see how things break down, tiebreaker-wise, etc. And we've got Timo Bertram versus Alex Rohan here, and it looks like they are ready to go for game number 1. Brute Scale Combo versus Boros Energy, Paul. Close matchup, according to Frank.
Yeah, apparently exactly 50-50, but of course, that could just be an amalgamation of all the different variation flavors of the Brute Scale combo decks. You know, when I spoke to Eduardo Sajkalik about his version of the Brute Scale combo, I asked, you know, what's the deal with the Writhing Chrysalis? And he went, well, it was exactly for this matchup. It was for Boros Energy. It just does such a good job of just buying you enough time to kind of find your combo. It's really hard to attack through the Chrysalis. And, well, Alex Rohan doesn't have that. He has 4 copies of Sowing Mica Spawn, which is a more powerful card, but more, you know, something that's better in more of the mid-range matchups.
That could be the deciding factor. You never know. You see Ancient Stirrings there from Rohan. And he's just going to pass the turn back over to Timo. Both players on 7 cards to open, so a fair fight here.
Yeah, it looks like a turn 1 Ocelot Pride here from Timo.
The classic.
Right, but Alex does have an Eldrazi Temple here, so if he would like, can certainly just start things off by running out a turn 2 Glaring Fleshraker, which would be big enough to get in front of this Ocelot Pride. However, Timo does, of course, have one of the 2 copies of Solitude in his main deck in hand.
Yeah, that is also the only Glaring Fleshraker in the list.
Right.
Some of them run more, but this one just has the one of, and then tries to go bigger.
Right. You can also just cast Kozilek's Command for 1, right? Because you have the Eldrazi Temple, and Kozilek's Command, of course, being an Eldrazi spell, and that might be the safer line. Of course, Command scales better into the late game, so if you hold on to it, you can maybe extract a little more value here.
So let's see what Alex decides to do.
Oh,
and it looks like he's going to go with that line.
Right.
Because you don't want to start getting hit by Ocelot Prime.
Yeah, and there's no reason to, you don't have to fire it off right away. There's no instant speed way to kind of protect your Ocelot Pride here. So Alex certainly going to be looking to fire off this Kozilek's Command here on the Ocelot Pride.
Okay, now Alex is going to go ahead. And then what else? He's going to make himself a...
He can scry 1, draw a card, or make a spawn here.
I think maybe spawn?
Yeah, having access to that mana and making sure you don't fall behind certainly makes a lot of sense here.
Yeah.
He has plenty of action in hand. And decides to go with the spawn here. Doesn't quite have the combo online, but has access to a lot of mana here. Right, at least 4 mana just on the battlefield. Grove of the Burnwillows, and of course can get that Sowing Mica Spawn in play soon as well. And just a bombardment, so no creature here turn 2 for Timo. Would have loved to play something like an Ajani Nakado Pariah.
His hand looks pretty expensive. He's got triple Ranger Captain of Eos.
And he doesn't have a land, right? So
wow.
And he needs to specifically find a white source here to even be able to cast those Ranger Captain of Eoses. So this is not one of those super explosive draws that you're really terrified of if you're the Brute Scale combo deck. I feel like Alex has a lot of time here to kind of set up and find his combo, whether it's just trying to go off with Blade of the Bloodchief or just eventually, you know, getting enough mana in play to be able to just hard cast in Emrakul the Promised End.
Yeah, one of those Ranger Captains probably earmarked for Solitude duty at some point, but
right.
Timo is going to need to find a white source to be able to start unlocking that card advantage engine of cast Ranger Captain, go get a thing, do it again, do it again.
All right, looks like Sowing Mica Spawn is going to be the play here. 4 mana for an Eldrazi spell. There you go.
That'll allow Alex to go search up a land.
Right, so you can go fetch out
another copy of Eldrazi Temple. Really just get all that mana flowing. He already has a red source in hand in Grove of the Burnwillows, which is going to be very important if he ever finds a copy of Unholy Heat. 3 copies of that in the main. And still hasn't played a land for turn, and has that Grove of the Burnwillows.
We're going to see him go for the Rumble then?
Could go for the Rumble or just run out of Glaring Fleshraker, right? Just kind of put an
Maximum
extra
mana.
creature on the battlefield, yeah.
I mean, if he does, it's a pretty nice turn. He's
right?
going to go for
the Rumble.
Instead, but let's see what he finds.
Cavern doesn't do anything. Okay, just going to take the Micah Spawn here. Double Eldrazi Temple, so now you can start kicking the Micah Spawn. So if Teemo doesn't find a land here, we're just going to destroy that Sacred Foundry, and Teemo's just not going to be able to get into this game.
Yeah, if you kick the Sowing Myco Spawn for an additional 1 and a colorless, and I mean colorless, you can exile a land.
Right. It just
like
straight up kills a land.
It just eats a land, and eating the Sacred Foundry here would be huge.
Yeah, I don't know.
Particularly with no white source, and double particularly with no mana at all from Teemo. We haven't seen yet, but
right. What does Teemo have here? It doesn't look like it's a land,
There
right?
it is.
Oh, it does.
Oh,
it is a land.
Plains. Oh, that's kind of perfect, actually.
Yeah, yeah. Because now, even if Alex runs out that Sowing Myco Spawn to kill the Sacred Foundry, well, you're not just completely out of it, right? You can always just draw more planes, and of course, you can use the Ranger Captain of Eos to get some a nice 1-drop that you can just play on the following turn.
Okay, there's a Ranger Captain.
Yeah, there's.
Now, what is the 1-drop of choice here for him?
Yeah, plenty of good options here. Guide of Souls
of
would probably be
Souls,
the
certainly
because
there.
the thing that the Brute Skill combo deck's really good at is kind of mucking up the ground. You get a bunch of spawn tokens or whatever. So Guide of Souls gives you that reach, gives your creatures flying, and that's where a card like Writhing Chrysalis would have been very, very strong in this matchup.
Makes sense. And that is exactly what he's chosen, that Guide of Souls.
But I'm
Boy,
just
that Plains was nice.
Yeah, no, it was huge. I'm just wondering if it's going to be enough, right? Alex is sitting at 20 life with 2 Eldrazi Temples in play, can play out another Sowing Myco Spawn, get another Temple if he wants, and Teemo just needs to find another land next turn to even kind of stay into this.
Yeah,
Six
looks
mana
like
here.
Alex is going to go for the
Right.
kicker cost here. That's going to take out Sacred
Yep.
Foundry.
That's brutal. Just keep getting mana here. Now we're getting to the point. I imagine if Alex just naturally draws Emrakul the Promise, then he should be able to cast it by now, right? I mean, we have 9 mana on the battlefield already.
Yes.
And there must be enough card types in the graveyard.
He
With
would need
Kozilek's command.
4.
Right, so he has Kozilek's command, which counts as 2.
Yep.
Grove of the Burnwillows and Malevolent Rumble. So that's 4.
Well.
Yeah. And an Urza Saga, just for a little bit extra value. You can use this to make a couple of constructs here just to kind of muck up the board. Ooh, double Saga. I mean, hey, that's also just a win condition, right? They work very, very well together. And you got a Blade of the Bloodchief you can play out too, which is an artifact which grows the constructs.
Jeez. These turns for Alex Rohan have been absurd.
Yeah, I mean, that is the power of Eldrazi Temple.
That's what I keep thinking too, Paul. Just look at that temple. He had one, searched up another, and now look at his board state.
Right, and I mean, he's still sitting at a healthy 20 life here.
And he's also knocked back Teemo Bertram off of one of his key dual lands.
Yeah, I mean, it's a rough spot as a Boros Energy player when your Brute Scale opponent's the one who's actually sizing up attacks here on turn number 4.
That's right. Alex Rohan sitting at a cool 20 life.
Right, he's like,
Can
all
I
right.
chip in for 3? Yes,
I'll get
I
in
guess
for
I
3.
can.
And Teemo, of course, very likely to take it here, unless he's looking to play an attrition-based game. Now, he does have some interaction. Got that Galvanic Discharge in hand along with the Solitude.
15.
And with that in mind, he's going to go ahead and take it.
Right.
Excuse me, and maintain his board state.
Really would love to continue finding lands here for Teemo. Did not
found Voice of Resurgence, which is a nice combination with Goblin Bombardment once you can get it to attack,
I was an 18 and he was an 20.
as it does make demobilized tokens, and then you can just
fetch.
sacrifice them with the bombardment.
To 17.
This is a
Gain
3-3.
1 to 18. Take 3 to 15.
Yeah, truly tough spot here for Teemo. It's Guide of Souls, Galvanic Discharge, and Solitude possibly. They just let you play the most number of spells for the turn.
Deploy things.
But Alex is just ahead so much on mana here.
All magic play here.
You can pretty easily just attack with the both of the Micah Spawns next turn, as the Urza Sagas get turned on next turn. You can just make a pair of 3/3s.
All magic play areas remain open.
And then do it again.
And then they'll become 5/5s, and then you go fetch artifacts with both. So they'll be 7/7s.
Wow.
So he'll have 4 7/7s in play over a 2-turn cycle here.
Yeah, I was going to say, you know, these Myco spawns, they're just 3/3s. It's not that exciting.
Right.
He's almost out of gas here with the Blade of the Blood Chief and a Glaring Fleshraker kind of just hanging out. So you're thinking, well, maybe that's it?
Right.
But no, it's not.
Yeah,
close.
Urza Saga,
Urza Saga times 2.
Can win the game by itself here. Just a Verdant Catacombs here. So another mana source here. Might see that go ahead and fetch the 1 commercial district in the deck.
There's a second Blade of the Blood Chief.
Okay. And that, of course, adds to the artifact count.
Right. Yeah, as long as he's got enough mana to just double activate and then untap and do it again.
Would have to sack a spawn here if he was interested in activating both of the Urza Sagas.
So I guess he's just going to
do 1, it looks like.
Oh, well, he has a Verdant.
Oh, he hasn't played a land for turn
Yeah,
yet. Okay,
so
yeah.
he can still do all of it.
So would need to then get an untapped land here off the Catacombs.
Sacrifice this, triggers.
Oh,
Sacrifice this, trigger.
Result.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. Hey, I mean, this is
this
is putting you on a 2-turn clock here.
It sure is.
Use the floating mana to make a construct.
And Alex says he wants to use this thing to make a construct.
Construct, okay. Has a Catacombs to make another one.
Fetch. To 19.
Down to 19 he goes.
Has a forest to get here. And doing this all ahead of time so that the constructs cannot die to a Galvanic Discharge, right? Because if you do it now, all of a sudden the constructs are both 4/4s. And Discharge can only do 3 damage currently.
But if you try to mess around with it, there may be a window for Teemo to snipe one of them.
Right,
if
exactly.
you let him untap with his mana.
And Alex, knowing that he's far ahead, just kind of doing, okay, is there just anything crazy that can happen here with Goblin Bombardment and Voice of Resurgence? What should I keep back? Do I play it safe and just attack with 1 thing, giving me 3 blockers? It looks like that's what Alex is planning to do here. And no great blocks here for Teemo. That Micah Spawn is
tap
up
for 4.
Yeah.
You know, the funny part, Paul, watching this play out from Alex's perspective, it's very, high-powered mid-range, we'll call it.
Right.
Right? Sowing Myco spawns and stuff like that. It's a combo deck.
Yeah.
Like, we haven't seen it.
Right.
But this is a straight-up combo deck as well.
Yeah.
This is a heck of a fallback for your game plan when your combo doesn't come together.
Right. Yeah, in my eyes, the backup plan is getting Emrakul in play. But hey, I mean, you can obviously just turn your Sowing Micah Spawn sideways here and make a bunch of constructs.
Exactly.
So 3 4/4s on the battlefield here. Teemo already down to 11. Does find mana source number 3, but is it too little too late?
Feels like it.
Yeah.
I mean, Teemo is struggling just to get this board state under control, let alone actually start to push his own game plan forward. Remember, he's supposed to be the aggressor here.
Right.
Alex
Absolutely.
has taken 1 damage, and it was voluntary. It was off of his own Verdant Catacomb.
Right. So similar options available here as the previous turn. You can either go Guide of Souls, Discharge plus Solitude, or I suppose in this turn you can also just run out another Ranger Captain of Eos to put a 3/3 in play, but it's kind of a tough spot. Now, Teemo does have Solitude, so you can't, before those constructs get completely out of hand, this turn you can go Solitude, a construct, and then use Discharge to kill the other one before Alex can untap and make a couple of additional constructs for the following turn.
Well, that would be really great because once he makes the additional constructs, the ones that are already there get bigger, and then there's the 2 artifacts that you mentioned before, Paul, and that'll grow those 2. If he can take out these 2 constructs, it means the amount of damage he takes next turn is far fewer.
And Teemo has to be also mindful of the fact that Alex can just fetch out a Vexing Bauble. So if you want to get that Solitude in play, you need to do it before the Urza Saga's trigger. Because you search, and then immediately once the Bauble is in play, well, then you can't cast Solitude anymore.
Now it's too late. Okay, well, he does resolve another Ranger Captain.
Right, okay.
And he grabs an Ocelot Pride, but I don't think he has the mana for it.
No, had to play the land this turn just to even cast the Ranger Captain of Eos here.
But maybe it'll be food for the Solitude or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, if you go Solitude on a construct and also attack with Voice of Victory, that alone would also deal 3 damage to a construct if you'd like. And of course, you can also sack the Solitude to deal an extra point of damage as well.
And we're going to see Solitude here. Okay. Oh, but he's actually taken out a Soin Maiko spawn.
Okay, exiling that, gaining a bunch of life, gaining 4. And then, of course, you can sacrifice this, going to the face.
22, and I get a trigger here.
Okay. So now those are 4/4 constructs. Can't attack then. So yeah, I mean, this is just going to be a tough spot here.
Yeah.
Teemo is just going to have to do some chump blocking here because those constructs are going to be gigantic. You will have a pair of 7/7s if he chooses to make constructs off both of the Urza Sagas. Oh,
did he just put his hand face up?
Yeah, well, because he ripped Kozilek's command with Glaring Fleshraker and is kind of just indicating that he just has it here.
And get the mic from the
Teemo does not seem impressed, says go for it, do your thing.
Alex is just saying, I kill you, but Teemo says, I'm not sure about that. Why don't you just show me?
Yeah.
Just go through the motions.
It's
here.
generally not a good idea just to let your opponent show you some cards and say, okay, we're done here. You just want to make them do it.
Like,
you also just might learn
up.
something, remember something,
sure.
you know, as the opposing player.
Absolutely. Okay, Haywire Might.
Another one of those sacks still.
I've just also seen it too many times where somebody said, yeah, I got you here. And you go, okay, do it. And they go,
like,
oh, there was something I forgot.
Maybe I don't got you.
Yeah. That being said, I think Alex got him.
Alex probably does get him, yes.
This is not one of those situations.
He seemed very confident there. And we are currently in round 15 of the tournament here.
Okay, he's going to use his Haywire Might to kill the Goblin Bombardment.
Yeah, remember, Glaring Fleshraker plus Kozilek's command, I mean, that just itself deals a ton of damage because every token that enters a battlefield allows you to deal 1 point of damage, as you can see here.
Whenever another colorless creature enters the battlefield under your control, this thing does 1 damage to an opponent.
Right. So you run out the Glaring Fleshraker and cast a ginormous Kozilek's command here.
Which you also get an additional...
Right, off the
spawn.
Fleshraker itself.
Exactly. And then the ones from the thing, they all trigger.
And you can also use this to kill one of the creatures in play.
Right. And of course, an additional little bonus is that every time one of these creatures dies, anything with Blade of the Bloodchief gets bigger and bigger.
Right. And then also just, you're playing as Boros Energy. I mean, and you're at 24, like, what can you even do, even if this gets you down to 2 life, right?
Right.
K command.
K command.
Oh, not playing the Fleshraker.
Just want to double check. So.
Might float this construct. I think it's with you.
2. So
Okay. And remember, you can also sack all of these tokens here to grow all the creatures equipped to the blade.
Right, exactly.
So I had 132 mana.
So yeah, now Alex, well, you know, maybe this was not as quick and obvious as I thought. Kind of going through the motions here.
4 mana this time.
Yeah, Alex can see that the pieces are here, but there is some work to do yet.
Still need to execute the game plan cleanly here.
I think it's for 3, yes.
Yeah. Okay. So I'll just exile this, make 3 spawns.
And how many spawns did he make here?
3.
Okay.
This is a 5.
So now he's going to lose both of his ranger captains. So it's not technically lethal here, right?
It's just clock is the concern I have.
Yeah. He has to block both of those creatures with the blade on them, and then he'll take whatever damage this construct is. 6 damage?
Sure.
Yeah. So he'll have no board and is facing all of that.
That's right.
So
Alex
didn't
says,
quite have lethal
"Sure."
immediately, but effectively has Teemo dead here.
Yeah, there's no coming back now for Teemo Bertram here, at least in this game. This is game 1. And if you're just joining us, you are tuning in for a winning in with Alex Rohan, having picked up the first game. And he's now 1 game away from a top 8 here.
Yeah. And that was a big win to pick up there. You got to truly see the power of Eldrazi Temple in action there. Just being able to cheat out that much mana just makes you just play out those Eldrazi 1 turn ahead of time. And then at that point, I mean, the Boros Energy deck is kind of a fair deck. It's playing the format's best 1 and 2 mana creatures.
Right.
But if you're able to kind of kickstart your hands and play a 3 drop on turn number 2 or a 4 drop on turn number 3, well, you're easily able to keep up.
We see Ragavan here to kick things off for Teemo, and it's going to connect.
Okay.
Wow, and take that card you were just talking about at Temple.
And then gets a treasure here.
Gets it out of here. That's kind of interesting.
Yeah, and does have an Ajani here as well. So great start here. No interaction. Now remember, in the previous game, he fired off a Kozilek's command, right? So it was a turn 2 kill your 1-drop and ramp myself too.
That's right.
Yeah. Oh, and
there's Goblin Bombardment. Didn't look too good last game.
Right.
Could do better this time as well, but another pair of Ragavans in hand here for Bertram means he's a little Ragavan flooded.
Right. Had another temple in hand here, so Thief of Existence being cast here to eat the Goblin Bombardment. Teemo was trying to set this up where he played the Bombardment first because it's harder to kill that card, right? And then follow that up with an Ajani, sacrifice your cat and flip it. But now he doesn't have that as an option.
That plan fell apart very quickly. And I don't know if you caught it, but Teemo had a bit of a head shake there.
I mean, it's rough. I mean, it's a turn 2, 3-4 that killed your enchantment.
That is extremely difficult.
And he has multiple copies of Legends in his hand. Now, drawing multiple Ajanis is not the end of the world, of course, because you can just sacrifice one and that would trigger the Planeswalker effect of the other. But the second copy of Ragavan, of course, is a little redundant.
Yep.
In fact, might actually use the treasure here to play out the other one.
No, that's the wrong one. That's still the wrong one. 2-1.
2-1.
All kinds of 1/1 Ocelot Pride tokens here. And here we go. We are going to see the second Ajani. Ragavan is a red permanent, so when you make the cat, you will be able to deal a bunch of damage. And actually, this is going to be enough here. So this is a really great turn here for Teemo.
This is a turn.
Because the Ragavan was able to connect, you get to make another cat here and you kill the thief. So this is huge.
Wow. And that means another Ragavan trigger as well.
Right.
And it's just another land, this time not an Eldrazi Temple, but still. He'll get a treasure token for his troubles, and that was a nice sequence there for Teemo Bertram, perhaps putting himself back into this match with that turn.
Yeah, I mean, just that extra mana generation from the Ragavan with the treasure. I mean, we're looking at 8 damage coming in here next turn. Alex does have a Kozilek's command here, so he could perhaps run that out, kill a creature, make a couple of tokens, maybe look to chump block, but it's not nearly as strong as it was in the previous games here.
has the Brute skill, but doesn't have the sword.
Yeah, if you're sitting in Alex's seat, you have to wonder how that game fell apart underneath you. He had the perfect answer there on turn 2.
Yeah, with the temple, but
stabilize your board and take off a key permanent, and all of a sudden, his plan seems to have fallen apart thanks to the double Ajani. Really cool interaction there.
Yeah, and all turbocharged by the Ragavan.
It's weird because I think most people recognize Ragavan as, one of the best one-drops around, the type of card that's really scary, especially on the play. It just never, ever seems to actually do this.
Right.
It's like it gets killed, it gets blocked, something happens. But when it connects 2 times in a row, this is the type of stuff that it can enable.
Yeah.
And we're going to see it finally get killed here. Kozilek's command.
Oh, and just for 1 here, okay.
Just for 1.
And blocks.
Exile draw.
And then, okay. Kill another token, so minimizing the damage you take because you can still cast it for 0. And then still drawing a card. So very, very good against these tokens. Still going to take a bunch of damage. Ajani will still be able to allow you to make another token. Of course, before you do that, you want to run out that Seasoned Pyromancer first, just to make sure that you have that red permanent in play, just to go to the face with the Ajani. But great turn from Alex, being able to kill 2 things, draw some cards. Still has a lot of work to do.
Yeah, looks like he wants to get this Ragavan on the battlefield, and now he's going to go for Seasoned Pyromancer. That'll kind of empty out the Marsh Flats from his hand, but give him 2 fresh cards.
Yeah, and 1 token here. Oh, discarded 2 lands, excuse me. Okay. So, I mean, this is a lot to handle here. I don't know that Alex has enough. Doesn't even have a land drop for turn. Oh, Drupa Seiju. Doesn't deal with the Ajani, though. Yep. And there you have it. The power of Ajani.
Wow, we really got to see both decks doing kind of not the top end of what they can do, but a really solid version. With Ragavan there hitting on turn 2 and 3, opening up the floodgates for Teemo.
Yeah, but this time Alex is on the play here. And once again, has an Eldrazi Temple in hand here. So things, this hand's certainly looking much, much better. You can even wait. You can, with Guide of Souls on turn 1, it's not like Teemo can get enough energy and play on turn number 2 here. So you can probably wait on that Whip Flare at least 1 turn.
You see an Urza Saga, looks like it got surveilled into the graveyard there.
Yeah, looking for maybe more immediate action here. Has access to a Springleaf Drum, probably just passing here and just kind of hoping Teemo plays out in a Ajani or something, right? Just to be able to wipe up the board here.
Yeah, Teemo, is he going to see this as the green light? Or is he going to see this as, wait a minute, that's all you did?
Yeah, and it's actually interesting because Teemo actually has Ajani in hand, but he also has Voice of Victory.
Oh, okay.
And against a card like Whip Flare, Voice of Victory is significantly stronger.
Yeah, that extra point of toughness going a long way.
Yeah, so actually attacks first, doesn't need the extra energy, and then probably going to play Voice of Victory here. Yeah. So good sequencing here from Teemo, not keeping himself vulnerable to an instant speed removal spell, end of turn, or the Whip Flare. The Whip Flare would only kill the Guide of Souls here.
And he could have done that last turn if that was his wish, but he went for the Springleaf Drum instead. Maybe, as you said, Paul, hoping to get an extra target.
Right.
Teemo does not cooperate.
Now, Alex's hand doesn't really have a whole lot of action, right? It's got that Sowing Mica Spawn, and that's kind of it with a couple of interactive spells. Delighted Halfling a little bit late here. Not interested in playing that out, of course, before you play out that Whip Flare.
Your attention, please.
We'll have to see how Alex wants to proceed here.
He's going to go Whip Flare Unholy Heat to just completely wipe up the board. And that would leave him with no more interaction. He's going to go get a Stomping Ground here. Or excuse me, with the Delighted Halfling, sure.
And then also the Unholy Heat.
Right, yeah. So this gives him access to a lot of mana. So now he has access to 5 mana next turn, can play the Gemstone Caverns, and then actually kick the Sowing Mica Spawn. And that's basically it.
sometimes you're hoping to get a lot out of a Whip Flare, and sometimes, you know, it's that and an Unholy Heat for a 2-for-2, and you just move on with your game.
Right.
2 cards.
And Timo here finds a Witch Enchanter, probably going to just run that out here. Can go Guide of Souls plus a Johnny to kind of rebuild his board. If he wants to maybe try to prevent Alex from getting to 6 mana to kick a Sowing Micah Spawn, I suppose he could consider, you know, casting Wear Tear on the Springleaf Drum and just getting the Guide of Souls in play.
There's the Guide of Souls.
Nope, just goes for the Ajani here.
I see a Johnny.
Yeah, goes up to 3 energy here. So Alex will be able to kick out a Sowing Micah Spawn next turn.
2 cards.
But isn't he behind enough?
Oh, excuse me,
board?
killing the drum wouldn't have even mattered, of course, because we got the Delighted Halfling here. And that is a great draw. I mean, Alex had no action left outside of the Micah Spawn and finds Kozilek's Command off the top here. So that is huge. Now you can kill a creature if you like, and then just look at a bunch of cards or generate a bunch of spawn tokens. And it looks like we're going for the Sowing Micah Spawn here first. Killing the Arena of Glory. Likely getting another temple. Or if you want more action, of course, you can also just go get an Urza Saga.
Sure. Oh boy, Alex Rohan looking like he's moving his game plan forward pretty strongly. A lot of game to go. Both players at 18 life here in game 3, but
the temple is nice because it still gives you the option, if you need, to play a Kozilek's Command for 1. Especially if Timo chooses to give one of his creatures flying.
Nice.
One also really important thing about Kozilek's Command is that it exiles the creature, meaning if you target the cat token, it would not trigger a Johnny and it would not flip.
Replacement land there for Bertram.
Right? Yeah, and Bertram kind of out of action too, right? This is kind of it for him. He's got the Ajani, the Guide of Souls. He can give something flying. Oftentimes, you see people give the Guide of Souls flying. You don't want to necessarily give the cat token flying and then have that get Kozilek's commanded.
Right.
And then you just kind of have nothing. But we'll see.
I took 3 from this last turn.
Yeah.
Sorry, not 3 enough. Yeah.
Now Timo can respond though. He does have a Galvanic Discharge. So if Alex's plan is to go for the Kozilek's Command on the token, Timo can then respond by killing his own token with the Galvanic Discharge, which would then allow him to flip the Ajani. But just going for the Micah Spawn kill here instead.
Sure.
Floating a mana, but not doing anything. All right.
And here comes the team.
Yeah, and I wonder if Alex just takes the damage here, because if you get to untap, you get to cast a gigantic Kozilek's Command next turn.
That's right, yeah. It's just too tempting.
Right.
I mean, he has a little bit of life.
You just get infinite blockers.
Right.
You just have to kill the 1 flyer. You get to look at a bunch of cards if that's the direction you want to go. Oh, what is this? He's tapping his mana quickly.
Is he going for the big Kozilek's Command right now?
It looks like it here. I mean, this is 9 mana.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Kozilek's Command.
For 7.
Yes, 6. Yeah, 6. Got it.
X equals 6.
Oh, excuse me. That's not an Eldrazi Temple. They look very similar. That is a Gemstone Cavern.
Ah.
So it's for 6. So
Still,
makes a bunch of spawns
holy
and
smokes.
just looking for more action here. The problem is if you get a Brood Scale or a Blade, you kind of still need to find the other piece. So if anything, you want to chain this and find another Kozilek's Command or something along those lines. So not the most exciting hit here. Does have access to that Unholy Heat, though, that you can play with the Springleaf Drum in play. And are we at Delirium? It looks like it, right? We got a sorcery, a land, a creature. Yeah. We're totally there. So we can just utilize the Unholy Heat to just kill the Guide of Souls if you wanted. That's the only thing that can actually get through for damage.
Alex almost changing his mind there about which card to grab, but he decided to stick with his original choice.
Yep.
He's now got 6 spawn tokens to soak up some damage or power out his next big play.
Yeah, but there is a world where he just if he just draws a bunch of lands, right? I mean, he's still kind of top decking here. Now, he's got a lot of great top decks, and that's, of course, the Eldrazi deck in general. You just have a lot of expensive cards, but you can certainly miss here. Chump blocking the 2/1 here, and killing the Guide of Souls would be my guess.
6 card types. Yeah. I'm gonna hit this.
Only need 4, but 6 works too.
Yes.
Bridge damage.
That's only 1 damage coming through.
So what did he take? 2?
I think he took 1 from the Ajani.
1 from the Ajani.
Because he blocked the 2/1 with the token here.
Yeah, cashed in 1 token for 2 life.
Does he have another Kozilek's command?
Well, that's what the graphic says.
Oh, wow. He must have drawn one of that previous turn because he kept an Unholy Heat off of the first one. Oh, geez. Yeah, this is... If that really is a Kozilek's command now, he can cast one and look for a blade here with that Basking Brute Scale in hand because he drew the Brute Scale, right?
He did.
7, 12, 10, yeah.
And then he'll have plenty of mana to do all the things.
So make 10 tokens and look at 10 cards?
Can he
Needs
find
a blade.
the blade? Not yet. No.
But hey, Kozilek's command, you just get redraws. That's an Emrakul there as well.
There's an Emrakul and no blade.
Right.
So does he want to redraw, or can he get an Emrakul down maybe next turn?
Might be able to just play it now. He said he had 6 card types in graveyard, and oh no, he doesn't have, because he's going to make a bunch of spawn this turn.
He's going to make what? 10?
10 spawn, and you
so
get the cost reduction
definitely
from the
cast
card
it
types in
now.
the graveyard.
10 of them, right? Yeah, it was 10.
What did he keep?
Emrakul?
I mean, Emrakul would mean that...
He's counting up the delirium.
Okay,
that is not good news for Teemo.
I'm going to say that it was Emrakul,
Yes.
Marshall. We're going to go with Emrakul here.
And this would be devastating for Bertram.
Unless it's just another Kozilek's command.
Yeah, all he can do is sit still and see what Alex Rohan has in mind.
How far do you want to go?
10 here.
Currently has 10 spawn, 4.
Exile this.
Oh, okay. He is going to, in fact, go for the Kozilek's command. This is now going to exile a Johnny Nikotl Pariah.
Yeah.
And how many more?
He already scried about the cards that he wants on top, and now there is the Emrakul
so he just
on
gets
the
to
battlefield.
do it all.
He gets to do everything. I mean, presumably you got to sack a large chunk of those spawn tokens.
Yeah,
but hey,
down to 1, and then he's going to pass the turn. But as we know, this is the fun part for Alex Rohan. He gets to control Teemo's turn.
Yeah, so that's at least going to eat this cat token here.
He just can have it attack into the Emrakul.
Right. And then, of course, Teemo would get his own turn here.
With his board and presumably hand decimated.
Right, and a giant flyer. And remember, Alex still has, I believe, other cards that he kept on top.
He did. I think he kept 4.
So it could have been a blade or something along those lines.
But he just knew he could keep the Kozilek's command in hand and then still have the Emrakul on top.
Yeah.
Draw it.
Chaining the commands.
This is going to be Alex Rohan.
Controlling Teemo Bertram's turn here.
This is still end step, I suppose.
And Alex Rohan has made every single day 2 of every single Pro Tour that he's played in. Has done incredibly in the limited portion, constructed maybe a slight weakness. But if he gets this one, this will be his first Pro Tour top 8.
That's right. And this is, since we've started keeping the stats a few years ago, he is number 2 ranked limited player on the PT. He has earned this. And also, I will remind you, the top 8 of this event is in Booster Draft, his favored format. And Alex Rohan is perhaps a turn or 2 away from securing that first top 8. Now, you do notice that their records are different, Paul, 11-3-0 versus 11-2-1. If Teemo were to be the one to lose here, he's still in a better spot for top 8 with the win next round. Right?
Yeah, I imagine he would be close to a lock, depending on how things break down. But 12-4, some people usually get in. At 12-3-1, you're going to be ahead of all of those people.
That's right. So there is a chance still for both of these players to be in top 8, but it is looking ever closer like Alex Rohan is going to be the one who gets there right now and locks it up guaranteed. And there it is. Alex Rohan picks up the win, flexes his muscles, and why not?
Right.
He's heading into the top 8. Congratulations, Alex.
Yeah, the power of the Eldrazi deck. Everything just completely changes when you find that Kozilek command. You can see his teammates there rooting him on, thrilled that they have a team member into the top 8.
Big smile for him, and I like the flex too. That was pretty, you know.
I appreciate a good flex.
Yeah. Well, I probably shouldn't do that with you. I might get you to like break one of your suits or something if we get into a competition. Great stuff from him, though, and like I said, really going to be somebody to watch out for tomorrow with that incredible draft record.
Oh, right, absolutely. So we have Eduardo Sajklek, limited master, but also Alex Rohan, second highest limited win rate on all people who played in this Pro Tour.
71%.
That's crazy.
At limited. That is a fantastic win rate. We're going to take a short break here from Amsterdam. When we come back, though, more win and in action for you. Don't go anywhere. And welcome back to coverage here of Pro Tour Marvel Superheroes. We are in Amsterdam in the Netherlands. It's a beautiful city, and it's beautiful inside as well. Look at all those Magic players playing in the Pro Tour, playing in other events outside in the Magic Con, and overall just enjoying themselves here. Thank you so much for joining us here from Amsterdam. I'm Marshall Sutcliffe, and this is Paul Cheon, and we've got win-ins for you. We are filling up those seats quickly, as remember, any player who reaches the 12 win mark by this round automatically queues, and that means we've got two 11-3 players here. Ken Yukihiro versus Matteo Oneto. Oneto on Boros Energy and Ken Yukihiro on Eldrazi Ramp. Ken has had a bit of a bumpy ride this particular round. We are joining in game number 3, and he mulliganed to 5 both games 1 and 2, though he was able to win one of them.
So is that a good sign Right.
Well, it's a good sign because he's on 6, which he's not used to. It's more than he's used to.
And Matea's on 6, but I'm just wondering, is that a sign that perhaps this might be a decent matchup, given that he was at least able to steal one of those games?
Yeah, I would take away from that. I mean, mulliganing to 5 is, 6 is one thing. 5 is tough.
I did get a glimpse of an Ugin's Labyrinth, but does not run that out. Instead, just has Fanatic of Ronus, which, hey, blocks Ocelot Pride very well. 2 mana, 1/4. Combos very, very well with, of course, a Slumbering Trudge. If you can get that in play turn 1, followed by a Fanatic of Ronus, all of a sudden you have a ton of mana available.
Ken Yukihiro kind of feels like he's always on the door of a top 8. Sometimes he's in, sometimes he's not, but it's like
he's always in the mix.
So common to be like, oh, let's go to this table and watch it win it. And oh, look, there's Ken
there
again.
It is. I mean, that's what it takes. The man has 8 top finishes already with a really good shot at getting a 4th. Oh, excuse me, a 9th.
It's really, really hard to go 11-3 at a PT. Like, talk to pro players, and they'll tell you that doesn't happen that often. I guess unless you're Ken Yukihiro.
So there's a Green Sun Zenith here. So you can Green Sun Zenith for 1 to get that Slumbering Trudge. That would actually net you mana, because then the Fanatic of Ronus would tap for 4 mana. I also see a Malevolent Rumble here in hand for Ken Yukihiro.
Let's see if that's the plan here for Ken.
Yeah, I wonder.
Looks
if
like he has maybe another option.
Does he have a 7 drop? Oh, okay. He's got a
did.
13 drop.
He did, yeah.
Oh, and goes for the Disruption here instead.
Thought-Knot Seer there for Ken Yukihiro.
Yeah, probably just taking Thraben Charm, as that is the way to kill Thought-Knot Seer here.
What else does he have? Ragavan and Orim's
Orim's Chant. Very interesting card here.
Trying to shut off a key turn here.
Right.
Again.
Yeah. But hey,
but that looks a little desperate.
Not only that, it's just kind of tough. You look at this board, you just can't attack, and you still get the 4 mana here from the Thought-Knots here. You can fire off this Malevolent Rumble. Is that an Ulamog?
It is old school Ulamog.
The Ceaseless Hunger?
Wow.
All right.
And
well,
by the way,
I
he's
already
got 2
like
mana
this,
floating here too, right?
I already like this deck. I'm liking this deck even more. I thought the primary win condition was only the Emrakul's, but also an Ulamog here.
So he got 4 mana, right? So he's paid 2 for the Malevolent Rumble,
2 green
and
floating.
then he'll have 2 green, and then he'll also have a spawn.
Correct. Okay. So 2, 3, 4, 8, 9. If he just plays a land next turn, he can just hard cast Ulamog.
And
you beat that?
That
I
would
don't
be
think
game.
so.
That would be game. Yeah.
Right.
An indestructible that takes out 2 threats or 2 lands or whatever.
And Matea knows about it, so he really wants to just find a kill spell here for Fanatic of Ronus. Or perhaps the Thought-Knot Seer. Maybe another Thraben Charm. Galvanic Discharge wouldn't do it here. Wow. This is turn 3, by the way.
Yeah, no kidding.
Turn 3, Thought-Knot Seer plus Malevolent Rumble.
And that was with no 1 mana play from Ken?
I don't believe so.
Right? It was turn 2 Fanatic and then this.
Right. Well, that's the power of the Ugin's Labyrinth, right? You get to play 4 Eldrazi Temples and 4 Ugin's Labyrinth.
All right, looks like it's going to be Ragavan dashed.
Oh my gosh, you know what Matea might need to do here?
Or is it just Ragavan and that was a
Elegant
Surveil
Parlor?
land? Yeah.
I think he might just have to go, hey, upkeep Orim's Chant you.
Yeah. So
It's like you said, it's kind of a desperation thing here.
I mean, you're
doesn't really
burning
change anything.
cards out of your
right,
hand.
you have nothing.
Right.
Ken has bigger creatures in play and is going to hard cast an Ulamog next turn.
This is very much looking like Ken securing a top 8 seed and putting Matea into that next round where he's going to have to play and then hope.
That would make it 9 top finishes for Ken Yukihiro, getting to very close to that elite 10 top finish club.
And he's got the PT champ status.
Of course. Has an incredible resume. But I did see, I think that might have been the second Thraben Charm in Oneto's hand there. That would certainly slow down the mana production, right? If you kill the Thought-Knots here, you get the card back, and the Fanatic only taps for 1 mana. So then you would only have access to 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. If you play a land, that's still 8. Even if you play an Eldrazi Temple, that's only 9. So you would be 1 mana short.
Most lists play exactly 2 copies, although Matea's list also has a third, so a few more answers. I imagine you start things off here because you get a redraw here, but actually killing the mana ramp creature. Remember,
it's tempting to kill the Thought-Knots here, but then the Fanatic can get turned back on.
Right,
later.
Fanatic has Eternalize.
Exactly, that too.
Right. And that is.
And remember that Ken has Green Sun Zenith in hand too.
And it looks like he's maybe setting it up for 3. No, he's just eternalizing the Fanatic. So hey, that just gives you access to that 4 mana again. So that's why I kind of like killing the Thought-Knots here. But
yeah. And you get the card. Yeah, Ken seemed very okay with that.
Right.
Transaction.
He's like, okay, I mean, you're not attacking me, so.
Right, I'll just do it again next
Right.
turn. We'll see you in a minute.
Right.
And you're falling behind again. The Orms chant was just kind of.
You're down a
up.
card.
Right.
Yeah. And remember, both players mulliganing to 6, too. Yeah, moments like this, when you have no action left, this is where a card, you know, if it was the last Pro Tour, a card like Flage could certainly do some work, but that is no longer an option. So the Boros Energy decks are far more aggressive than they used to be, and much worse at grinding into the late game.
That's right. They just look, you know, like a more typical low-to-the-ground red-white aggro deck rather than having a little more of those wrinkles that it had before.
All right, and here it is. This is 10 mana.
Is it Ulamog O'Clock?
It is Ulamog O'Clock.
Who's hungry? There's Ulamog, the ceaseless hunger, and that's going to do it. Ken Yukihiro locks up another top 8.
I never would have guessed that there would be a deck that can hard cast Ulamog without Urza lands, right? No Tron lands. Just doing it the good old-fashioned way, well, with the Urza's Labyrinth and Eldrazi Temples. Top finish number 9 here for Ken Yukihiro.
Wow. Another one for Ken. He says, I did it. I got another through. All right, we've got yet another winning in here. Again, both players on an 11-3 record. This is Yuya Hosokawa versus Lorenzo Gruppi. We've got a game 3 coming in here as well. Both of these players started this game off with 7 cards in hand after they split the first 2 games. And oh boy.
Oh, come on now.
We're coming
what
in,
are you doing to me?
We're coming into a board state here.
All right, well, I think Yuya Hosokawa made a lot of fans with this absurd Jund Cosmogoyf deck, winning some incredible matches here. We already see a ton of cards here exiled, so a Cosmogoyf would be absolutely gigantic, but it's, you know, Lorenzo hasn't died yet, and it has a bunch of mana in play.
That's good news for Lorenzo.
Right. And Yuya is down to 11 here. If he can, I wonder if he already has it. Perhaps he's waiting for Cosmogoyf plus Stud in the same turn, given that Kozilek's command would be a clean answer. And this is a Malevolent Rumble.
Lorenzo's on Brood Scale combo.
Yeah, and this is generally a matchup that I think would favor the Jund Cosmogoyf deck because there's probably not that much interaction that the Brood Scale combo deck can have to break apart the Cosmogoyf nonsense here.
Is that the exiled cards count there from Yuya?
25? Is that 25?
17 maybe?
So why is there a 2 and a 5?
I think it's a 12 and a 5 there, right?
Oh,
you see that glare?
I couldn't see that one. Okay.
Yeah.
And Lorenzo is, of course, at 17. So Cosmogoyf plus Stud would be enough.
Lethality?
Lorenzo getting a land here, and it looks like some kind of hand disruption spell's been cast because Lorenzo's playing with his hand face up here. All right, Yuya, what do you got?
What do you got for us, Yuya?
There is the 3rd land. Does he have it all? I have no idea.
Lorenzo has to just sit here and hope.
Okay.
No, he's got the turn pass back to him.
He passes, but no pressure just yet. Floating a mana here, now searching out something with the Urza Saga.
Is there anything he can get to?
Yeah, I mean, this is a sideboarded game here too, so got to think about this. I mean,
The thing is, a lot of these disruptive elements don't really stop a giant Cosmogoyf that cares about exiled cards.
Yeah, what are you going to do? Exile the cards?
The graveyard, exactly. It's Grafdigger's Cage, Soul Guide Lantern. None of those cards will really do anything here. Perhaps just going for the Blade of the Blood Chief if you have a Brute Scale, but trying to make out what's in the hand here as well.
Lorenzo's forced to just keep trying to push his game plan forward with this
looming
threat of lethal.
Yeah, I'm just assuming Yuya has at least one of the pieces and is just hoping to draw a plunge or perhaps the Spoils of the Vault to try to find the missing piece. I'm getting a Haywire Might. Hey, that's actually irrelevant here because when you sacrifice it, you gain life. So right now, there are 17 cards exiled. Not quite enough, right? As you can gain 2 life when this dies. So this would prevent Yuya from just straight up going Cosmogoyf into Thud for lethal.
And he does have a target for it in his own.
Vexing Bauble.
Vexing Bauble,
right?
So.
As long as he keeps up a green mana. Does he have a green mana here?
No.
No. Is that a Boseiju? I see a Boseiju as well. Okay, there's a Springleaf Drum. So now has access to green mana, and I believe that's also a Nature's Claim in hand?
Yes.
So that's another way to gain life. So maybe Yuya actually has the combo and needs to find a way to just exile more cards to set up a lethal Thud. And I mean, Yuya is down to 10 life here. Okay, 2 mana.
Is the combo falling apart for Yuya Hosokawa? It looked pretty good when we came in.
Well, when you have everything. Okay, that is the plunge.
7, down to 3.
Doing it for
plunge
7
into
here.
darkness.
And that should be enough here to fight through both Nature's Claim and the Haywire Might, right? Because you can gain, what, 6 life off of that, go to 23? And right now we're on 17, and he's exiling 6 cards.
Right, so
or
that
7
part's
cards.
covered, but assumedly he still needs to find one or both combo pieces.
Right, we have no idea what's in Yuya's hand here. And he's taking his time here, so that's not...
Summoner's Pack.
Right. Okay,
So
I mean, that would be
probably that he already has the Cosmogoyf then?
Right, is he looking for a Thud? We already see a Thud exiled there.
Oh, I see
So
it.
only 3 left in the deck.
Yeah, he did not take the Summoner's Pack.
So it's +6.
Yeah.
So 8.
23?
Excuse me, 23.
23, so this would...
No Cosmogoyf.
No Cosmogoyf. Or Thud, right?
Yuya
We don't
says,
know.
I need a Cosmogoyf.
Spoils. Uh-oh, are we doing it for 2 now? Oh, wait, no. He's trying to hit Thud. And that's not it.
Oh, and he misses, and Lorenzo Krupi gets the top 8 off of it. Wow. That die by the Cosmogoyf, live by the Cosmogoyf. And ultimately, it's Lorenzo who secures the top 8 spot. But as we mentioned before, that's going to be 11-4 for Yuya Hosokawa, which means if he wins the next round and his tiebreakers hold up, he could still squeak into the top 8. We don't know for sure. It looked like he was really close there, though.
Yeah, absolutely. And I will say, I mean, this is probably one of the most entertaining decks to watch because, 5 minutes of the game is just mulliganing. You don't know what's going to happen, but the game ends on turn 3 or 4, no matter what.
Look at Lorenzo. He's like, yeah, I guess I made it.
He missed. He missed and I won.
He saw like half his deck and took a bunch of damage from his own cards, and I somehow made it in. Wow, what a victory there for Lorenzo Krupi. Incredible stuff as you see him get congratulated on the sideline as well. Paul, Modern can be a bit of a bumpy ride, can't it?
Absolutely. I mean, just the swings are absolutely ridiculous. And you just see people winning in all kinds of creative ways, which is, part of the great thing about Modern. You can kind of pick your poison. You want to play an aggro deck? Go play Boros Aggro. You want to kill people on turn 2? Play that deck.
That's right. Now, when it comes to this tournament, Paul, it's worth remembering that the players who are making the top 8, they are going to be playing booster draft tomorrow, not constructed. So this is kind of the last ride for these decks this round and the next.
Yeah, absolutely. And when I talked to a bunch of the players kind of coming into this event, I go, did you change your preparation at all, right? The top 8 is draft, but I think most players only focus on the Swiss portion of the tournament. If I top 8, that's great. If I top 8, I'm qualified for everything next year, that's fine. But I want to focus the majority of my practice time into probably constructed, because you are playing more constructed rounds in the Swiss. But for all the limited specialists, if you can squeak in and make it into that top 8, we're talking about Rohan, we're talking about Shajgalik, they are probably thrilled that limited is the top 8 format here.
Yeah, especially because of what you said. A lot of the players that we talked to were just fine with, I'm going to test exactly how I normally would. But that's because you think, well, if I get to top 8, that's a problem I'll be happy to have. Well, now you're here and you have it. So you might need to do some drafts a little bit tonight to try to get ready for it if you haven't yet already there, players. We're going to take a short break here from Amsterdam. We're going to be back in just a couple of minutes back at the news desk. Don't go anywhere.
See you at MagicCon Atlanta, November 13th through the 15th. Gather for the final MagicCon of 2026. We hope to see you there. Badges are on sale now, and you can get yours today at mcatlanta.mtgfestivals.com. Woohoo! It is time for the final round of Swiss here at Pro Tour Magic the Gathering Marvel Superheroes live from Amsterdam here in the Netherlands. We started the day with 220 players. By the time we're finished, very, very soon, we only have 8 remaining standing. 17,000 people joining us here in the Convention Center for the MagicCon as well. So a very exciting weekend, but it does not get any more exciting than this as we get down to our final top 8. Let's check out our leaderboard and find out where we are at with one round of Swiss left to play on the day. Congratulations to the players who are in our top 8. We can add some names to that list here. Alex Rohan, congratulations. We've got Ken Yukihiro, congratulations. Yet another top 8 for his resume. Lorenzo Gruppi, congratulations. You are also through to our top 8. Of course, we need to add some more names to that resume. That's what this final round is for. But the 3 newest members, I'm sure, are very, very excited to be in our top 8. Riley Knight was on the floor talking to the 3 of them after their huge wins. Let's hear from them right now.
Alex Rohan has made the top 8 of the Pro Tour this weekend. Alex, congratulations, your first Pro Tour top 8. You must be over the moon. Let's talk about the deck that you're playing, because there are a couple of innovative card choices that your team arrived at. Talk us through that.
Yeah, so we're playing Brew Scale with Halflings and Microspawns. So most teams didn't play that card, and we added the Halflings to kind of ramp into it. So in that game, the final game, and it happened a lot through the tournament, you kick Microspawn, take out the lands, get Sagas, and then you really squeeze them on options so they can't really have interaction for your combos. So it's a way to protect your combo, and it's very easy to cast the card. The problem with Chrysalis is that it's really hard to cast, and Fleshraker walks into spots where your hand is forced, you have no moves, and you have to play it into removal when you have bad exchanges. But in that game 1, I only had 1, and I didn't play it for the whole game, and I didn't walk into a bad exchange, so that's a big change you had.
And they say the changes you've made seem to have certainly paid off with getting you into the top 8. You seem so cool, calm, collected, Alex. You're feeling very confident about tomorrow and what it's going to bring?
Yeah, I am very confident. Tony Portland's not in draft, so
that's going to make things a little bit easier for everyone.
And I'm chasing him on the leaderboard, but I don't think he's catchable. He went 5-1 this weekend. I went 5-1, but I don't think I'm going to get there.
Well, you've still got one of the best win rates in the field in Limited. I think it's the second best.
Yeah, and I don't think I'll get first anytime soon. But I do want to know if top 8 tomorrow counts for Limited leaderboards.
We'll have to check that.
We'll have to check.
For your case, in your case.
Yeah, I really want to play the Limited PT next year. It's really cool. It seems like I've never played that before. 5 drafts in 1 weekend sounds really, really tough. So it sounds very exciting, and I really want to qualify for that.
All right, well, we'll see where we go. But we've got tomorrow to get through right now, Alex. Congratulations on the wins today. Best of luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
I'm here with another one of the players that will be taking part in the top 8 tomorrow. Lorenzo Gruppi, congratulations, a Pro Tour top 8. Well done.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Tell us about what has gone into bringing this about. Your deck selection. I know you've worked very hard with your team, but what made you settle on the deck that you did?
So we tested a lot with the team. We played a lot of Modern. And yeah, we had a few decks that we had like as possible choices, but then settled on Brood Scale because we found out that it was really good against Affinity. It was fine into Boros, and then it was, at least in our testing, winning into Titan. So yeah, it looked like the best choices to us. Yeah.
Well, it seemed like your team did very, very well when it comes to preparation, because you're one of the best performing teams of the entire weekend. Has working with this team been a big part of your success at this Pro Tour?
Yeah, for sure. Like, I think we tested really, really well. Like, we played a lot of Limited, and then we got into a testing house, played a lot of Modern, and I think we found like the perfect deck. I think I picked it up like on Tuesday, so didn't get too many reps with it, but I think the deck is like the best in the field.
Well, without too many reps, you've still done extremely well. Congratulations, Lorenzo. Can't wait to see you play tomorrow.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm here with Ken Yukihiro, who has made the Pro Tour top 8 yet again. Ken, how many top 8s is this? 5, 6, 7?
Maybe 7.
We were trying to figure it out before the interview, and Ken's kind of lost count a little bit. Ken, well done. Is it still very exciting to make the top 8 even after all these years?
Yeah, well, very excited.
And you're playing Eldrazi Ramp. Why did you pick this deck, and is it good against the entire Modern field?
Yes, my deck is Versus and Affinity is good matchup, and this deck has strong move and many. And Modern's field, I think so. Strong move, many deck is good.
It's very good against all the decks in Modern, which is very important. Well, Ken Yukihiro, congratulations. Another top 8. We'll go and figure out exactly how many it is, but I can't wait to see you play tomorrow.
Thank you.
Wow, smiles all around from the newest members of our top 8. We'll be seeing these people back to battle on Sunday in top 8 draft, which is going to be very exciting, but perhaps even more exciting. We have 3 more people that we need to add to this roster. We have 1 round to do it. Hey everybody, welcome back to the News Desk. Mary Bartholdi here with Frank Karsten. Indeed, the most exciting hour of Magic is ahead of us, Frank. We've got some playoff matches that mean a lot for these players, so we're going to walk our way through them. All the matches that might indeed be for a top 8 berth. Starting off with Rei Hiroyama versus Mattia Oneto, excuse me.
Yes, indeed. both players have the best tiebreakers by a wide margin of all the 11 and 4s. So this is almost surely to be a win and into the top 8 for the winner.
All right, so that is one to watch indeed. Next up, we have Timo Bertram versus Justin Chin. Tell me about this matchup, Frank.
Well, this one is just the cleanest of win and ins because the players have an additional draw. Whoever wins here, they lock up top 8 100% guaranteed.
Okay, so very exciting. Don't want to take your eyes off that matchup. Next up, Jesse Hampton versus Yuki Ichikawa.
Now, this one might come down to a tiebreaker scramble. If Jesse Hampton wins, given the tiebreaker lead he has on the field, he should very likely clinch top 8. But if Ichikawa wins, well, given that his tiebreakers are so close to the rest, it's going to be a win and pray situation, hoping that his tiebreakers hold up.
All right, win and pray situation, we'll see. Next up, we have Yuya Hosokawa up against Nick Talbot.
Yeah, this is one of the several matches in the true win and pray situation. Almost surely for 9th place, but the winner here with the right circumstances and, you know, not unthinkable tiebreaker jumps might ultimately get to 8th place after all.
All right, we will find out. And finally, we have a battle of the Alexanders. Alexander Kahns versus Alexander Rosedal.
Yeah, this is kind of the same situation. Might very well likely be for 9th or 10th place, but you know, all these tiebreakers of these players are very close together, and the swings that may happen, yeah, it is very well possible for changes to occur and a surprise player to reach it into 8th place.
Okay, so this is always so exciting here, the last round of Swiss on day 2, to find out who the last members of our top 8 will be. Let's turn our attention now back to our main feature match coming up here for the final round of Swiss. We're going to watch Do Battle for a top 8 spot. This is a win and very, very likely. Is that right, Frank?
Yeah, it's not 100%,
Sure.
but almost surely.
Okay, almost surely. Rei Hirayama up against Matteo Oneto. This is a Simic Neoform up against Boros Energy matchup. Both players at 11 and 4. Focusing in first on Rei Hirayama, winner of the Champions Cup final to qualify for this tournament here this weekend, was a finalist at RC Nagoya in 2024, started playing Magic in 2015. Tournament goal of advancing to the top 8 could make that goal a reality in this round.
Hirayama started off day 1 with a 7-1 record, great overnight, and then kind of combined wins and losses to get to the point where he is now, 11-4, needing that final victory to clinch the top 8.
Let's take a look at his opponent for this round, Mattia Oneto, winner of the Mox in 2018, started playing Magic in 2009. This is his 6th major event, part of that Italian team that is just running the tables here, Team Novo TCG eBay.
Well, Oneto went 5-1 in draft overall. Last round he lost a win-and-in match to Ken Yukihiro, and then you're gonna need some mental fortitude to recenter yourself, because that pressure when you're just 1 win away can feel daunting. But all you can do is just focus on a match at hand and give yourself the best chance.
Absolutely. So tell me about these decks in this matchup, Frank.
Well, we're starting off with Rei Hirayama, who's playing Simic Neoform, one of the best performing decks in the field overall. What it's trying to do is to cast Allosaurus Rider for 0 mana and then upgrade it into a game-winning creature with Neoform or Eldritch Evolution. The ideal target is Ghalta, which can then perhaps put a Disciple of Freya onto the battlefield, converting Ghalta into 12 life and 12 cards, or even just win the game outright with Xenagos. Summoner Spect can assemble all those pieces, and if you ever might fear losing to a Pact Trigger, well, Consign to Memory will help. On the other side of the table, Matteo Oneto is playing Boros Energy. Well, we've seen this deck. It's going to be very aggressive, but the interaction might not be all that well suited for this matchup. Galvanic Discharge is unlikely to make a dent on the powerful creatures on the Neoform deck, and overall, looking at the stats of this matchup, Simic Neoform is heavily favored in this particular matchup against Boros Energy. Well, still, anything can happen, because with this combo deck you do need to find the right pieces, and Boros Energy can come out of the gates quickly, and it won't give you a lot of time.
Absolutely. Let's find out what happens. It's time to fill out our top 8 with the final round of Swiss. I'm going to pass it on over to the booth.
Thank you so much, Maria. Thank you, Frank. Exciting stuff indeed here in our final round of Constructed, friends, of the weekend, because tomorrow it is going to be top 8 draft. But before we get there, Corey, we've got 3 players to put there.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be really exciting. We haven't seen a lot of Simic Neoform really on the broadcast, it seems. But yeah, the deck, 60%-ish win rate from yesterday.
It was the best conversion.
Yeah.
Best deck of the day.
Absolutely. So yeah, going to be really exciting. And this is kind of the reason you play the deck. Combo decks that are this fast and tough to interact with are very strong against Boros Energy. So this is the reason you play Neoform, and let's see if it pays off for Ray.
Ray's been playing excellently thus far. Doesn't have the play here. Mattia Oneto is going to need to go as quick as possible. Ocelot Pride to kick things off here for the Boros Energy player. Opening hand of 5 cards for both players, so an even playing field.
An even playing field for sure. I would think that will probably still favor Mattia as they have a good start. You really need the right pieces from the Neoform deck, and right now, looks like we just need to find lands from Ray.
Yeah. Bridgeworks Battle being used for the land side there. Definitely would like to find some of those because as it stands, no land in hand, so land 2 needs to come swiftly here for the Japanese player.
Yeah, absolutely. Planar Genesis is a great turn 2 play, but although Hooting Mandrill is kind of a 1-drop, but not with any graveyard at all here. So yeah, got a lot of work to do.
Needs a little bit of help here, you know. This deck, all about getting these expensive creatures down for as cheap as chips. You know, this is like the clearance discount sale that you would be seeing in your stores. But here comes a Ragavan. Let's see what it finds off the top of the library here for Ray. Not a land, he's saying.
Ray is really hyped that Mattia top decked Ragavan at this point.
Woo! Ragavan, would you like to cast a Gulta?
Yeah, getting Gulta, not drawing that right now, especially if Ray is able to pick up a land. That might have been the worst possible top deck for Mattia.
My word. All right, let's see. Do we find a land?
Nope, that was an Endurance.
So, all right.
Truly a brutal situation for Ray as you mull to 5, and this is kind of the best that you could muster here. But hey, Neoform, you're playing a lot of cards that, I mean, some of which you cannot even cast. Gristlebrand, for instance. Galta, pretty impossible to cast. All the 8 drops.
Yeah.
So you really do need to find the right combination. Otherwise, your deck does do a little bit of nothing.
Allosaurus Rider, yeah, it's possible to play it, but, you know, without having the way to Neoform directly after it resolves, you're not really doing much of anything except putting an idiot down on the board.
Yeah, you never really want to make it susceptible to a removal spell before you're about to do the thing, which is Eldritch Evolution or Neoform.
Yeah, it will come down as a 2/2. That's an expensive 2/2.
Yeah, no kidding.
All right, but on the other side of things, Mattia Oneto is just going to keep pushing his advantage here with a Seasoned Pyromancer. So chucking 2. Yep.
Got rid of the Ragavan and the Charm.
Nice. So flooding the board, going wide, and with this Ocelot Pride down on the board here, we are going to see a bunch of weenies.
Yeah, and we'll see. I don't believe Mattia has played a land so far. Maybe he has, but now you get up to 9 permanents. So close to being able to get 3 more 1/1s there. You would have got the elemental copies as well as the cats. And there is a land. It's unfortunately a tapped forest, not what you want at this moment.
No, definitely not.
But we'll see. This doesn't look like a lethal attack here, so Ray is going to have one more turn to find a land, and then if so, you get the Allosaur Rider down, you get to Eldritch Evolution it, and let's see, we have Atraxa in play.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you can go for any 8-drop that you want. Galta and then put Atraxa into play would be pretty strong.
Would be, but some blue mana certainly necessary here for Ray. On the other side of things, Mattia Oneto setting up for, could possibly be a turn 2 kill. Or a 2-turn kill.
Yeah, almost assuredly a 2-turn lethal here. The enchantment being able to give you a couple extra bodies just doesn't get you close to winning this turn. But with Ocelot Pride connecting...
you make those tokens again.
You definitely would.
Yeah.
Yep. think even if we just attack right now for 5, 6, 7, and then put in 2 cats, 8, 9, up to 16, so really doesn't have to put anything else on the board. So this is just going to come down to, does Ray draw any untapped land? If so, Ray is probably going to win, and if not, game 1 to Mattia.
Easy mode here for the Boros Energy player. You know, technically no lands in hand for Ray. Hasn't seen a single one.
Yeah, and as far as sideboard cards, there's not even a ton that Mattia has in this matchup. So these are kind of what the games are going to look like, is try to go all in. And if it works and Ray's draw is less than exciting, which it's been very much less than exciting here so far. A mull to 5 and miss a land drop for presumably 2 if this game would go to
I get
Mattia.
4 more because I have cities
and two cats, right?
Two cats.
Two cats and 2 total.
Oh, he did encampment. Okay.
Yep.
Cool.
Encampment's excellent when you're already ascended, and here's the draw step. Is it a land?
Let's see. That's rough.
Really, really bad luck.
Woo. All right, this might be a quick win and pretty much in here for Mattia if he gets another game like that. But let's take a look at these opening hands. There's the Neoform. Land. Hey. Oh, okay.
Yep.
We cooking almost?
Well, we still, once again, need a land here. Another mull to 5 from Ray, but a card on top. So we are kind of doing the thing here. If it is indeed a land on top, this is going to be a turn 2 Neoform. And when you don't have a lot of other creatures in hand, presumably you want to get an Atraxa to get something gigantic going that refuels your hand.
Be the ideal situation here for the Neoform player. On the other side of things, though, would you like some Planeswalker? Well, almost Planeswalkers. 3 Ajani's.
Yep.
And 2 Ranger Captain of Eos.
Oh, wow. It was a tapped land, but Ray at this point couldn't really do too much about it. But here's the thing. Mattia is able to play Ranger Captain here of Eos, and in response to the Allosaurus Rider, you're able to just sacrifice it. So there's no ability to play Neoform or Eldritch Evolution. And then Mattia has the next turn to kill Allosaurus Rider. And if you can do that, the game's over.
Yeah. I think he surveilled the Consign to Memory on top because that Bridgeban Battleworks friend was in hand.
Gotcha. So a consign. Consign is okay. Yeah, that is pretty scary here. Now, that being said, there is no way to straight away deal with the Allosaurus Rider. But if Mattia is able to connect with the Regavan, then double Ajani would deal with it. So big draw step here.
Yeah. One Johnny to sacrifice it to the Legend Rule, flip it, and then ding this dino off the board. Well, the Elf Warrior riding the dino.
Yeah, and right now you just don't have enough green cards here to both put the Allosaurus Rider into play and then Neoform it. So the green land we had to play was really needed to pitch to the Allosaurus Rider.
A Born Oculus off the sideboard here in hand.
Yeah, just a one of, not ideal here either. You really would have just taken any green card.
Yeah.
Any green card at least gives you the chance to go for Neoform, and who knows, maybe Mattia wouldn't sack the Ranger Captain in response.
Elegant parlor the draw here. Guide of Souls, Mountain, Ranger Captain, and 3 Ajani Nacatl Pariahs. Ray in a tricky pickle right now. Mattia looking to get this over and done with in a clean 2-0.
Yeah, about as clean as it gets when Ray would just essentially do nothing. But I mean, that's what Neoform is. You either sit around and do nothing and lose, or you do one thing and it's usually enough to win the game.
Yeah. All right, Ajani number 1.
And then the second Ajani to be able to flip it, get a little extra pressure going. Now this consign can do a little bit of something.
Yeah.
You can counter.
Can prevent the flip? Or?
Yeah, prevent the flip. Or you can, I mean, that's about it here.
Yeah, it can prevent the when you do part as well.
Yeah.
You know, the four, well, however much damage it would be. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah.
Yeah. So
5?
with Legend Rule, you can actually double consign here, where you can consign the cat coming into play and Johnny flipping.
Nice. Very cool.
You double
Replicate.
Yeah. So Legend Rule comes on the stack where the putting the cat into play is second, because Legend Rule and getting rid of one of the copies has to happen first.
Yep. Ray explaining it there to Mattia.
Yep.
All groovy. And a
All
very,
right.
I think that's the first replicated consigned memory I've seen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's fair.
At least
So
here this weekend.
Now we need to find a green card, and Ray kind of has to hope that Mattia doesn't sack the Ranger in response to the Allosaurus Rider. That is a tall ask.
It's an island.
Man. Brutal draws here from Ray.
I mean, we can Summoner's Pact for another green guy. But
Yeah.
then can we win on the spot?
No, then
No?
Summoner's Pack is one of the green cards already being pitched.
Oh,
so
okay, okay,
that
gotcha.
doesn't do anything.
Never mind.
Yeah.
A response.
And, you know, Ray got him to burn it here because, well, he didn't have the Neoform anyways.
Yeah,
so
yeah, yeah.
smart
Alright.
play from Mattia, but wasn't needed at this very moment. So now it is...
It's a 4/4?
Yeah, it is a 4/4.
It's a roadblock at the very least.
Yeah,
Not what you want to be using it for, but hey.
What it is I'm sure Mattia is going to think about all the outs and then eventually go for a Johnny number 3 here.
Uh-huh.
That is going to put a cat into play. It's going to flip. You're able to negative it, deal 4 damage to Allosaurus Rider, and at that point, it's not like Ray can just top deck another one or anything.
No.
You've now got 4 for 1, you know, and you're just unable to ever come back. I guess just 3 for 1, but still.
Oh, that is so rough, man.
Yeah.
I think we caught the Simic Neoform on a very bad round, I will say.
Yeah, oh, for sure. Because this matchup is heavily lopsided in the
Yeah.
favor of Neoform.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, you're still playing a combo deck that needs a lot of pieces.
Sure does. Another copy of a Johnny. So he'll get to do what he attempted to last round, but no consigned memory to interrupt it this time.
Again, 2 life.
Yeah, and now negative deal 5 to Allosaurus Rider. For Allosaur Rider, and that should just about do it.
Johnny get another Cat Warrior.
Yeah, explaining it as he goes through and gets
kill
all of
this,
his
get 1
tokens.
energy, 1 life.
Rider down.
Yep, and a Boron Oculus is a powerful card, but...
Can he cost it even?
No, definitely not.
And Regiven.
That is gonna do it. So Mattia Onito picking up the win there and is very likely into our top 8. We expect that he'll be in 7th position, but
Yeah.
we'll have to see how the rest of these matches shake out. But, you know, gotta be feeling pretty good there. Would have loved to have picked up the win in a round earlier just to secure, you know, control his own destiny. But yeah, now he gets to hang out with the other players who are vying for those last 3 spots.
I mean, no matter what, he just won 4 PTQs in a row as you're qualified when you get to that 12th win for the entire next year.
Hell
So
yeah.
gotta be pumped about that. You get to really kind of turn your focus to, I can take Magic a lot more seriously when you're trained up like that. Plus, of course, you get to play for $50,000 in a booster draft tomorrow, which you know he's going to be pumped about.
Love to see it. Congratulations to Mattia. We are going to take a very short break, friends, but we've got plenty more Magic to determine who is going to take the other 2 spots in this top 8. So we'll see you very, very soon. Welcome back to coverage of the Pro Tour here in the Netherlands, everybody. We are in our final round of Modern for the weekend. We believe we have filled up 6 spots of our top 8. We've got 2 more spots to give out.
Yep.
And 6 players vying for it, so we can't fit them all in. As much as we'd like to, we don't have a clown car with us here at the weekend. So, yeah, Corey Baumeister, Amelie Loney, and we're going to take you through these next 3 deciders to see who has the best shot, Corey.
Sounds great. Yeah, this is going to be really exciting here. And as they were saying at the desk, Jesse Hampton with the much better breakers. That one looks a lot more clean if he's able to get in, and Yuki would be in the tiebreaker scrum here. Jesse also with a much better matchup here against Neoform. I know we just saw Boros take it down on the back of a couple bad draws from Ray, but this one gets tougher, mainly because there's a lot of counter spells to be able to interact with Neoform and Eldritch Evolution. 3 Force Negations in the main, as well as Disputes in the board, and a Spell Snare, which is going to be excellent too. So I would put big advantage to Gorios on this one.
Well, as we
Less
jump in,
advantage when he's down a game.
It's fine. Less of a advantage, like you said. So Yuki Ichikawa was able to do the thing, we assume, in game number 1 as we join this match in progress. So Jesse Hampton has got a lot of work to do, but like you mentioned, he's got plenty of options in the sideboard to break up this combo.
Yep, absolutely. And yeah, definitely did the thing in game 1. Simic Neoform does not have the best plan B. Allosaur Rider beatdowns is about all you got.
Yeah, it's not going to get that much done.
Yeah.
He's cool and all, but he's just there to bring in his
stronger
big,
drops.
yeah,
for sure.
his big strong buddies over there. So let's see if we can get a better showing of the deck here from Yuki Ichikawa. Misbehaved in the previous game that we saw. Jesse Hampton has a lot of work to do, so here we go.
Both players incredible, have great resumes. Jesse Hampton was in the top 8 of the first Modern Pro Tour.
Yeah.
Way long
was
ago.
2011.
Yeah, exactly. I believe lost to the inevitable winner.
Yeah, he's got a great resume too, you know. Top
Really
8
does.
of Pro Tour. Fate Reforged 2014, Arena Championship 5, Mox Season 1, and the U.S. Regional Championship in Houston last year.
Yep, absolutely. And we see him at all the RCs, all the spotlights, at least in the U.S. He travels to a ton of tournaments and really shows off his stuff. I believe was just in the top 4 of the team event as well. And,
yeah.
Yep, the limited team event
Nice.
with the rest of his team handshake.
Doing some good work here on the competitive scene. Yuki Ichikawa, another stellar player. So, you know, either of these guys would be an excellent addition to this top 8. I bet they desperately want to be there. Yuki Ichikawa 1 game up, so has the advantage here over Jesse Hampton so far.
See that Abhorrent Oculus, that is just a one of in the sideboard, brought in as well. Didn't look so good here in the last match. But,
very stranded.
Yep.
Very stranded in hand. Meticulous Archive doing some surveilling for Jesse. Says top, so likes what's on there.
He's 7, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, Jesse's really looking to get something like a Psychic Frog down and then just hold off as much interaction as possible, because most of the time, if you win a counterspell battle against Neoform, you usually win the game because they have to give away so many resources to an Allosaurus Rider, getting rid of 2 extra green cards. But
Oh man, Veil of Summer in response to the Thoughtseize says, "No thanks, I don't want you to look at my hand."
man, Veil of Summer, we have not
What a
seen.
flashback, huh?
Yeah, we haven't seen that much these days, but the card is just such a blowout in these kind of scenarios. When you counter a Thoughtseize for 1 mana, that's already great, but redrawing a card is incredible.
Yeah, it's like, oh, thank you for doing that. I actually needed it. Cool. So good stuff here for Yuki, being able to keep his secrets against Jesse Hampton.
Yeah, and that's the thing, is you kind of got to fight through the Veils anyways, because, well, Jesse's deck is largely Dimir. You know, all the counter spells, all the Thoughtseizes. Veil is just going to be great against everything. Most of the white cards, Jesse kind of sides out anyways. So, yeah, if it were up to Yuki, knowing this was a win-and-in matchup, would have played 4 in the sideboard for sure.
yeah, absolutely. Does have 2 Veil of Summers in the main deck, and then the 2 in the sideboard. So he came prepared. for the Espers of this tournament.
Giving it another read to be like, you
Yeah.
can't draw a card as well. And
What?
wow,
Oh,
that,
nice. Okay.
that shows the power of it. Looked
Huh.
like he is about to surgical a veil. And there's
Can he do that?
Yeah, and there's
Oh,
only
yes. Yeah. Okay. It's
And
not a spell he controls.
Yeah, and there's only one other veil in the entire deck. That shows how devastating that card is. And he had it! Oh my goodness. What a read.
Oh my goodness.
My good. Yeah, there was no other information gained.
Yeah, he gets it, and he gets what he wanted. You know, he gets to get rid of it, gets to dig through the deck and find them if they're there, and then gets the information he wanted from the hand too.
Yeah.
Lovely.
Oh my goodness.
Lovely. So no more card draw from Yuki, and any black and blue spell Jesse wants to cast, well, he's free to do so.
Honestly, this is kind of wild. I looked and I saw only 2 in the board. Yuki actually mained the other 2.
That's
so
what I thought.
There
Yeah.
are 4 of them. That's incredible. Okay. That is a good card to have.
Yeah. Kind of pre-boarded, huh?
Yeah, yeah.
Good stuff here from Jesse. Excellent read. Now has information on 5 cards. Sees that there's 2 of the shepherds, as well as a battle. Let's see where he goes from here.
50.
So going to take 3, can play it untapped, and can just go for it. Right now has the green cards plus Eldritch Evolution,
Yeah, 60, yeah.
but decides not to in the face of open mana, which that's totally fair.
Yeah.
It doesn't look like Yuki has any other counterplay.
Thunder Trap Trainer here.
And I don't know if Jesse actually had any way to interact with it here, but he does have a Spell Snare. That wouldn't have affected the combo here.
Yeah, so that will at least be able to keep this little guy from digging deeper into the top of the library here for Yuki.
15.
Yeah, that was a, if Yuki ends up not making it into the top 8, this moment right here will be one to look back on, because I don't think Jesse had the ability to interact with a 3-mana card. So he had Neoform locked down with Spell Snare, but he did not have Eldritch Evolution locked down from what I saw. I think I saw Faithful Mending, Gorios Vengeance, and another card in hand.
I will trust your eagle eyes, my friend. You can identify the top left corner of a card.
Yep, Riddler, Faithful Mending, and Gorios. So it was not there. He could have Faithful Mending into a force and pitched the Riddler. That still could have been possible, but...
Yeah, sorry.
I didn't write it down. Allo, X2, Evolution.
Rider, Eldritch.
You can make your just thinking. So.
Yeah.
Hooting Mandrills.
Hooting Mandrill still works with the Eldritch Evolution as well. And it is a decent plan B.
Yeah.
You know, not the best, as Gorios is going to usually go a little over the top. But still a very powerful card.
What's his best hit off the Hooting Mandrills?
You know, it is all kind of contextual to the spot of the game, but in this matchup where your life total is not at risk that much, I would think Gristlebrand is something you really want to go for. Just draw a bunch of cards, and then you can find Endurance to interact with Jesse's Gorios Vengeance and stuff. Yeah, so I'd probably say Gristlebrand's the best, but if you also have a bunch of other creatures in hand, Galta can just win the game when you have a Zendegos next to it.
Oh, yeah. Stampede Tyrant lets you play things for free, once again.
Yep.
All these free spells in Modern, huh?
It is definitely...
It's a bit of an obscure one, though.
It is, yes. Big things here from Jesse. Deciding what to discard to the Mending. And makes sense. This is definitely a spot to slow things down as there's so much on the line.
Okay, nice. So Riddler down, Gorio's in the bin. He's got no good target right now, so...
And he only had one other card in hand. So this should be Yuki's sign that says, I'm going to go for it. If you just drew Force and Negation and blue cards, so be it.
Yeah, you got to go for it. I mean, he's tapped out in inverted commas, but now's the better time as any.
Exactly. So this could easily be Yuki hopefully into the top 8.
We hope so, yeah. Jesse does have the better breakers. Yuki is going to win and hope and see where we go from here. Eldritch Evolution on the Allosaurus Rider. Let's see what he goes to fetch.
Is there a force? There's no force.
My life 15 now? Yeah.
Yeah, and there's Gristle.
Ooh, hey, buddy.
And I mean, it's just so tough to lose from this spot.
Mm.
You know, especially it would maybe be a little bit more possible for Jesse to win if there was a big creature already in the yard.
Yeah.
But Jesse has to find a way to get that into the yard, find another Gorios, and hope Yuki doesn't have anything and is about to just draw, could possibly draw 14 cards. Going to 1 against Esper Gorios is not the biggest deal. There's not really any reach. Now you probably don't go take 7 more
No,
if
let's
you're
not
going to
do
crack that, Misty.
Especially if you want to find a Shockland off
Yeah.
of it and use it. All right. Thunder Trap Trainer in the bin. Misty Rainforest on the board.
And I saw at least 1 consigned, so if anything, you can just consign an Atraxa trigger or something.
That's so gross. It's amazing what you can get done with 1 little mana.
Yep. And pretty wild going from Neoform, you know, getting wrecked by Boros in the last match that we saw, and then not looking great here from Jesse so far. Kind of flip-flopped a little bit with Gorios.
He is attempting to take a peek in the hand here of Yuki Ichikawa. Does he have anything to say about it? Nope, just says, here you go, take your pick.
Yep.
Yeah.
And I think I see Frog and 2 lands. So no matter what, Gristlebrand's going to connect, and that equals 7 more cards. A great run so far from Jesse, but this is about at 0% for him, and it
Way
looks
out
like
of this,
Yuki
yeah.
Ichikawa is going to be very nervous for the next
Very
35
nervous.
minutes or so.
Absolutely. Got to wait for all the other matches to finish, and then we got to check all the numbers, and then
Exactly.
we got to sweat it out backstage when Riley does the top 8 announcement. So still lots of waiting and praying for these players. Jesse Hampton passes the turn back. Yuki Ichikawa on the cusp of a victory.
And table 4 with Yuya and Nicholas are also very much watching in on this match. They're going to be happy that their match actually probably matters now.
Yeah, it does, because they needed Jesse to lose this to have a chance.
Exactly.
In with the big demon.
And I know we're not going to be seeing Modern tomorrow, but this is a lot of combo decks that ended up making it into the top 8. You know, multiple Brood Scale decks, Simic Neoform, so really shows, kind of like Edge of Eternity last year, combo kind of is
still
king here.
huh?
Yep.
Take that, Boros Energy Infinity.
Yeah, Boros started off pretty decent as far as, you know, putting the number 1 and number 2 player from yesterday into day number 2. The win percentage was still not great, so.
Unfortunately, I don't think either of our leaders on day 1 had an excellent day 2.
But the next Modern Pro Tour we have, you know, next year or whenever it is, surely it'll be good then, you know?
Yeah, yeah, Corey. You just keep telling yourself that.
All right, there's Atraxa in the bin.
Okay. All right. Do we have a game? Are we gaming?
We have a game.
That is not going to do it. Yuki Ichikawa picks up the 2-0 against Jesse Hampton, and now he gets to wait. He gets to wait, hold his breath, cross his fingers, hold his thumbs. If he's got a rabbit's foot, I'm sure he's holding onto that too for dear life, because he has to wait and see what happens with the other matches.
Yeah, and in like a classic, really great gamers fashion, instead of going to hug friends first, talk about the little aspects of the game. You know, we're all fans of the game first, and of course, you know, care about the results as well second, maybe still first.
Yeah, it's a great moment for both players, but
Exactly.
they're sweating it out, you know, so we're going to have to see what happens there. But we do have the other games to show you, friends, so let's jump right back into it. Timo Bertram up against Justin Chin. Boros Energy once again trying to get it done here for one of its players up against Izzet Prowess. We're going to join a game 3.
This is the winner. No matter what, they have a draw, so they're going to be above all the players that we've seen already this round. So this is to see if Timo is able to prevent the, I wouldn't say big collapse, but was X01 going into Modern, so has lost 3 out of 4. So is hoping to just go 2-3 into the top 8.
Yeah.
Of course, Justin would not like that to happen.
Kicking things off here as all energy decks wish to with Guide of Souls on 1. As the turn goes back to Justin.
And this matchup's just very close. You know, Boros Energy, a phenomenal deck where you really got to deal with a lot of their creatures, but Justin does have a good amount of removal. A lot of bolts, lava darts for Ragavans, for instance. So, you know, maybe that might be a card you kind of have to take out because it's such a liability. And there we see it, the Lightning Bolt to deal with Guide of Souls. So this one is just very close. The mulligan from Teemo, a little unfortunate for sure.
Yeah. Oh, hello. A High Noon against the Prowess deck. Well, we've seen this before, huh?
It just got a lot less close, that's for sure. The single best card against Prowess. But of course, when you do mulligan to 6, you're already short on threats. That becomes a real thing. But something like a DRC is what we want now. The Corey Steelcutter turn, that's been taken away. That card is... you know, in the face of a High Noon, basically unplayable.
Yeah, you definitely need to just rely on little guys that get larger the more you play. So this Corey Steelcutter, like you mentioned in the previous round that we saw this, it's just an equipped creature, or a piece of equipment that needs to be put on.
Exactly. And pretty brutal because Justin did have a bobble that he didn't play last turn. But because of this play, you could have went Corey Steelcutter into bobble. But if we would have had perfect information that there was High Noon going, Justin would have rather played that and gotten out of his hand.
Yeah, and Teemo is looking really, really good here. Voice of Victory down 2. This is basically just shutting down anything Justin could do, you know, because half the time you're like, okay, it's fine. High Noon's down. I can still do something on your turn.
Yep.
Not anymore.
Yeah, exactly. So this does shut down any Lightning Bolt that you can cast on Teemo's turn. To be able to deal with a creature and then play a threat on your turn. That's kind of the best you can do from Izzet Prowess. But, man, all weekend when we've seen Prowess against High Noon, it has been the High Noon every time that has won, at least on coverage.
Oh, yeah. Well, there's the Dragon's Rage Channeler, like you mentioned, was needed. It's going to get suited up here.
Yeah, 3 lands and a Lightning Bolt. It is a 2-2 with haste. Your turn.
Oh, boy. Have you ever seen a Dragon's Rage Channeler just sitting there once it's been able to attack?
Yeah, not with haste, not too often, that's for sure.
Yeah, he's going to be careful, too, because, he's going to have to start attacking with that as soon as he gets Delirium.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, you'll be happy to attack with it when it becomes a 4/4 for sure. But now it really all comes down to, is there any follow-ups? And, man, just pretty much anything from Teemo is going to just be excellent.
Yeah, just push the advantage, keep going.
Yep. I think it might have just been all removal. I think the other one is that a Lightning Bolt?
In Justin's hand.
In Teemo's hand.
Teemo's?
Yeah, I think it was either that or maybe a Blood Moon. It was one red card.
Yeah. We'll get
Seasoned Pyromancer would have been the best red card, but...
Prismatic Ending dealing with the DRC, so no scrying possible for Justin.
Yeah, and that's great. Just make sure to minimize the threats, as it's just so hard to present damage when you have a High Noon in play. The Corey Steelcutter definitely helps, but, I mean, look at this. Like, Slick Shot, show off, equip, attack for 2. It's kind of the best you can do so far.
It's got to stick. Use it as best he can. Justin down to 11. Teemo is sitting pretty on 20 with the game on lockdown, essentially.
Yeah, absolutely. Really, the only thing we're missing is one of these real threats. You know, Voice of Victory is solid, a solid clock. It's something like a Seasoned Pyromancer that you could exert Arena of Glory and get in a little extra damage would be excellent.
Yes. Certainly would.
And this might be in response to the equip. If it is indeed a Lightning Bolt, you can surveil first to get some information, see if you want to deal with the Slick Shot show-off.
Elegant Parlor. Off the fetch. Definitely a response here, and it is indeed a Galvanic Discharge. So, goodbye, birdie.
Smart play there from Teemo. Just doing it in response to the equip. You get that extra energy.
Yep.
Almost assuredly won't matter, but of course it is just tight technical play.
Yeah, you know, you get the little edges. That's what separates the great players from the good.
Exactly. Well said.
Well, thank you. Corey Steelcutter with nothing happening for Justin Chin. And, you know, one more land, and we could just be, okay, I'm going to sacrifice this high noon now and deal 5 to your face.
No steal to cut in sight. A lava dart off the top. Not excellent. Looks like a bobble and a violent urge.
Wow.
Really, step one, Justin needs Lightning Bolt to just continue to play, because at this point, this
Voice of
Victory is a 3-turn clock.
It's going to go the distance here, man.
Yeah, it's looking like it. And if you get too low, then at some point, any creature is going to get haste off the Arena Glory, and you're just never really going to be safe from any top deck.
I mean, if Teemo has a land in hand, right, we just attack, we hit for 3, and then
High
sack
Noon,
the High Noon
5 upstairs, absolutely.
Lava
Yep.
axe.
So yeah, basically has already missed the opportunity.
All right. Doesn't look like we found land 5.
No, but I think
Or what are we doing?
We were tapping 3 mana and exerting for a Season Pyromancer. Had to have been the best possible draw.
Lovely. All right. Season Pyromancer hits the board. It has haste. It brings a friend with it.
Yeah, draw a couple extra cards, get to attack in for 5. Whee. Now we have land 5 for High Noon to be able to send the Lava Axe upstairs. And that is going to do it here for Justin, but a great run.
Yeah.
And,
excellent run indeed from Justin. Congratulations to him. But Teemo Bertram
is probably going to be pretty hyped to get
is
back
gonna
to
be
Limited.
extremely hyped to get back to Limited after his excellent run. Justin completing his game actions, and we're going to see Teemo into our top 8 very soon.
Yeah, absolutely. Teemo had some amazingly thrilling Limited matches to start the day. Try to get a couple more Super Scrolls tomorrow.
Yeah. Imagine if he does it again. Oh my gosh. All right. Justin draws. Does he find something to keep him in this? I strongly doubt it, and that is going to be the hand extended. Teemo Bertram picks up the victory, 12 wins, and into the top 8. Congratulations.
Yeah, big congrats there. That is for sure our 6th player. We presumably think our 7th player has been decided as well. And now, well, we got one more slot, and it looks like 2 players that are going to be fighting for it.
Oh, yes, indeed. You can see he's just trying to contain it. He's like, yeah, I'm super happy right now, but I have to decide board.
You don't even have to play the deck tomorrow. You definitely do not need to decide board
If
there.
there was ever a tournament to lose your constructed deck before top 8, it's this one. Maybe don't lose it because they're expensive and stuff, but yeah, you don't have to just
get it
sort
out
it out
of there,
later,
for
man.
sure.
Congratulations, Teemo. Go celebrate with your buddies and get
there we
ready
go.
for a very cool announcement later by the one Riley Knight. So, I believe we've got one more match to see, huh?
Yep, amazing. Big hug from the friends.
Yeah.
Respect the cat there in the middle. A very popular Magic Online gamer.
I was about to say, there's a cat where? Alrighty, let's go here. One of the final groups of players vying for that spot, Yuya Hosokawa up against Nick Talbot, John Cosmogoyf, which has provided some fireworks in our feature match area today, up against the Hollow One bringer of Nick Talbot. So let's see how this goes.
Yeah, 2 decks that really add some randomness to the games here, and them playing against each other is really fitting for a tiebreaker sweat here.
A fiery finish, if you would.
I am so excited to get to watch more of this Jun Cosmogoyf deck.
So fun.
Yeah. Yuya has lost a couple of win-and-ins so far, so a little demoralizing here, but you know, Yuya has not been in low spirits at all.
No, he's been having a blast.
Yeah, understands what this Jun Cosmogoyf deck is all about. There's definitely some randomness involved.
Yeah, you know, sometimes you just let the deck drive and just see what happens.
Exactly.
It's brought him to 11-4, playing hopefully a top 8 spot, but time will tell as we look at the mulligan decisions here. And yeah, if you've just tuned in, well, this deck cares a lot about pregame actions.
Definitely. So we'll see if Yuya has already resolved the mulligans or if this is just kind of Nick going first here. Looks like Nick down to 6. And for now, Yuya at 7.
Yeah, looks like he's happy with what he's kept. No Serum Powder shenanigans to speak of, so a safe keep. Yeah?
Yep, and we'll still see there could be Chancellors, there could be Devourer of Destinies, revealing those kind of things as you wait for that until the mulligans have been completed.
Yep. 2 marauding Makos in hand there for Nick.
Also, yes.
Yeah! It's like, you do have to put one of those back there, Nick.
Excuse me, sir.
It's like, but I had serum powder.
Where is this going to go?
Yeah, let's
What's
see.
going to go, I should say. All right.
Couple marauding Makos, though, is great.
Yeah, it's a good
Oh,
good start.
my goodness.
What? Oy. All right. Chancellor of the Dross ×2 and Devourer of Destiny.
And honestly, the life gain and the damage is pretty relevant here from Yuya, as you're playing against Hollow One that is trying to be very aggressive. And if you're playing against such a hyper-aggressive deck, well, that's less life you have as a resource for your plunge into darkness and for your spoils of the vaults.
11.
Oh, my goodness me. Oh, and he's hitting himself, too. He's helping
Yeah,
Yuya. You
yeah.
just need 11 cards in exile now. Come on.
At this
I
point,
wanna
this
see a
Cosmogoyf
thud.
can just be tiny.
Yeah.
A mere 11-12.
A mere 11-12. That's almost like Ulamog and Emrakul territory.
And those creatures have paled in comparison to some of the Cosmogoyfs that Yuya's had.
Oh, yeah. I actually want to find out what his biggest one was.
Yeah.
It has to be ginormous. Marauding Mako to kick things off here for Nick Talbot. And we get to look at the top 4 cards, courtesy of Devourer of Destiny.
There was 2 thuds, a serum powder, and it looks to be a land. Does not want any of those.
Not even a thud? Does it mean he's a thud in hand?
Yeah, must.
Yeah.
Is the Eldrazi?
Yeah, so no choice.
Okay. So, oh, that goes back to your hand. Okay.
This must be Nick's first time playing this today.
I mean, 100%. There's not many Jund Cosmogoyf decks. But the flip side, this is probably the first time Yuya has played against Hollow One as well.
Yeah, true. You know, these are 2 very fringe decks, and they've served their controllers very well.
Yeah. And to be fair,
Street Wraith.
and to be fair, playing against the Hollow One deck, though, it definitely plays out a lot more straighthtart.
Yeah,
You know, it's still just a deck that's trying to play aggressive. Playing against the Jund Cosmogoyf deck is really tricky.
This is fun.
I will attack you for...
Yeah, get in there, mate.
24.
Down to 24 he goes. All right, so what again? 9 damage next turn, possibly?
Yep, but
Whoop,
all right, there is Cosmogoyf.
Hi, buddy.
4/5.
All right, he's not
4/5
big
flat.
yet. But he can be a blocker if needs be, but Yuya's got so much life to work with at this point.
Yeah, I mean, it's a 4-5 when Nick is at 7 already through these series of events.
What's he got there?
Let's see, that is definitely a land.
Yeah,
I'm not
that's
sure what those other cards were. I didn't get a good glimpse.
6.
He's playing with fire here, man.
Yep, probably getting the basic on this one and not trying to put yourself in Goyf range.
Yeah, nothing fancy, no Boros land destruction to worry about. Man, we've seen some really sweet brews here this week.
Really sweet. And Nick definitely has to have something to get these creatures a little bit bigger, because if you can't even attack into the Cosmogoyf, you know, giving Yuya more time to just find a plunge into a thud or something is very dangerous.
Indeed. You know, he doesn't even have to do all that much work. Nick is doing it for him. He's down to 6. Hoo-wee. All right. Go on, Makos. The little fishies that could.
Yeah, incredible start. I mean, 1-drop into double 1-drop is great. And if you can follow it up with a Burning Inquiry or something and supercharge all these creatures, that would be excellent. Especially because you could mess up Yuya's hand, but you could also get those Chancellors out of his hand, you know?
Yeah, you could.
Oh, no, just a pass, though.
That makes me sad.
So this
Poor
is Yuya's
little
time.
shark friends. Here we go. Let's see if we can get a couple more things in exile and a thud, a Cosmogoyf at Nick Talbot. No play.
Okay.
Okay. Bit of a standoff here.
Could, of course, just have a plunge. We've seen this from
Sure.
Yuya a lot.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
just no real point in
Instant
playing it
plunge,
early. Ah, okay. Looks like those last 2 cards were probably hollow ones in hand.
We don't have black mana there, right?
4.
Plunge.
No, there's the Blooming Marsh there.
Oh, right, yeah.
Yep.
Oh, okay, Phoenix.
I thought that was the Selesnya land for a second. I'm like, no, that's not in here.
All right, so here is
nice.
at least a
Phoenix.
clock.
Yeah, Detectives Phoenix.
It's still a pretty rough clock, as Nick needs like 3 or 4 turns. So you gotta think still huge advantage to Yuya,
Oh, yeah.
especially if there's a plunge on the stack here. Oh no!
There
okay.
wasn't. Okay, so
Wow.
his hand is not being kind to him.
Yeah, no kidding. I mean, to be fair, there's a plethora of cards you could draw that do nothing, like Serum Powder,
Yeah.
Chancellors, Devourers,
Those you don't want in your hand
Active
after,
Negations.
after the beginning of the game. You don't want to see those cards ever again.
Exactly.
Oh, okay.
Okay, double
This is
Goyf.
interesting. Now let's see how pushy Nick wants to get here.
Ooh, I think Nick did find a Faithless Looting, which is excellent.
Ooh.
Either way, that represents 6 damage, 2 +1/+1 counters on all 3 of the creatures. Yuya's helping out.
What a nice guy.
Yep.
Thanks, Yuya. Both players' responsibility to maintain the board state.
There you go, yep.
Keep everything accurate. On the up and up, etc., etc. Oh, big thing here for Nick.
Feels like Yuya's just like, I'll help you because I need to draw one specific card.
Yeah.
I need to draw one specific card anyways, and I just want to hurry this process along. And now the Marauding Makeodes do outsize the Cosmogoyfs, so they can all get in there. You know, you can have one good-ish block of double blocking 1, but then you are just going to take 12, so putting Yuya down to 7.
Does he need to block?
No.
Could he just risk it for the biscuit?
Definitely
maybe?
could, and maybe that attack won't even happen because if there's not any blockers on the flip side here for Nick, wouldn't
He
be
just
able
dies.
to. Yeah, exactly. Oh.
Oh, okay. So Thoughtseize and another Detectives Phoenix in the yard.
But no ability to get it from the graveyard yet. But just going for another Faithless Looting, the flashback to increase the creature's power once again. I don't think that really changes it too much. It's going to be 7, 14, 15, 16. And 1 can just get double blocked. So it'll put Yuya down to 3. And it does mean one of them has to be blocked.
Yeah.
But I think even the all-in attack is still risky. I think you still just get in.
Just with the flyer?
Just with the flyer, yeah. Because if you double block 1, then 1 is going to connect, and all you would have to do is put 2 cards into exile. So I think the all-in attack from Nick would be a big mistake here.
7, 9, 16.
16 by his math.
Yeah, it'd be 16 if you attacked with everything,
Yep.
but 1 Cosmogoyf would live from Yuya's side because you can double block.
Yeah, you don't want those guys living, so just doing the disciplined attack
I think
with the flyer.
Yuya kind of did a little bit of the pen trick
pre-blocking,
there.
yeah.
Like, I'll block right here. You want to attack? It's all good.
To 10. So
I see 19 is going down to 10. Second.
Yeah, take 10 down to 9, right?
6, 7, 8, 9, yeah. +2/+2 of the bestow.
Okay.
Yeah.
Final turn.
Ooh, here we go. What you got, Yuya? Come on, Goyfs.
Yeah, do we have a red?
Gosh.
Even red mana and just thud straight away isn't enough. You
No.
do really need like,
There's too much that he needs. Look at that hand.
yeah, you need like plunge into thud, plunge for 8, and then thud or something like that.
Yeah, no, not gonna do it. Jeez. Nick Talbot scraping over the line there. Congratulations to him and his School of Sharks. What is it?
Yeah,
I
we'll
think it's
take
a
that.
school. I think it's a school. Good job, man. Congratulations to Nick.
And now, you know, Nick has been doing it all weekend, leaving his draws a little bit up to chance with the Burning Inquiry.
Yeah.
Now he has to leave one more thing up to chance, and that will be his tiebreakers to either be in 8th place or 9th place.
Oh, man.
Big condolences for Yuya.
Yeah. He gave us some awesome moments there. Like, absolutely loved the deck. Loved his whole response to the experience. So.
Losing 3 win-ins in a row is very difficult, but Yuya definitely did it with class and, you know, high spirits and stuff, and that's commemorable in itself,
Oh,
too.
yeah.
So, and just an incredibly cool deck, and
We'll
it
see
was
him
fun to
back.
watch.
We'll see him back.
100%.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Awesome sauce. There you go, friendos. I believe that is everything that we need
I
to
want
get
more
through.
win and ends.
Another one?
I want more.
We might need to go to another tournament.
Okay. Well, unfortunately, I guess we'll have to settle with some draft tomorrow, huh?
How about it, friends? Alrighty. Well, the moment that a lot of people are waiting for, especially what the 10 people backstage who don't know if they're in the top 8 or not, it's coming up real soon. So let's send it back over to Maria to set us up for the top 8 announcement.
Tell me.
Thank you so much, Ailey and Corey, Maria Bartholdi, and Frank Karsten here. Lots of excitement from the crowd as we get ready for our top 8. Frank, I got to ask you, this weekend, we're doing a top 8 draft tomorrow, but I want to give Modern its flowers. What an amazing format. What deck stood out to you over the weekend?
Yeah, absolutely, Maria. Well, Brute Scale Combo put 3 players in the top 8, so that's definitively the deck of the day. But overall, Modern was just a blast to watch. We saw 2020 Cosmogoyfs, and the best performing deck was actually one that no one saw coming in Azurius Loki, played by only one player, 7-2-1. Modern just remains a paradise for innovation and diversity.
Oh, that is awesome. And speaking of top 8 draft tomorrow, Frank, for these players tonight, how are they going to prepare for that? It's the first time in 15 years.
Yes, exactly. Some players I talked to were just saying, well, I'm going to sleep and rest up. Others were going to review the entire draft footage from the live stream with their team, trying to gather any insights that they could get. But one way or another, this is an awesome draft format, and I cannot wait to see how it will shake out tomorrow.
Do you have any maybe thoughts if you were one of these top 8 players heading into draft tomorrow? What would you be thinking as far as strategy goes?
As far as strategy, I mean, I would just go to sleep after having a nice dinner with my team. But I wouldn't change up the strategy that has brought me here. Whether that's like finding your open lane or like favoring certain colors, I would stick with what I know and just pilot it to perfection, hopefully.
All right, well, we'll see what happens tomorrow. Right now, it's time for our top 8 ceremony with Riley Knight.
Thank you very much and welcome to the feature match area here at the end of day number 2. After 2 days of hard-fought competition, it is time to welcome this Pro Tour's top 8. In 8th place, his 6th top finish. Please welcome, from Japan, Yuki Ichikawa! In 7th place, from Italy, Mattia Oneto! In 6th place, playing in his 2nd Pro Tour, he's made it to the top 8 from Germany, Timo Bertram! In 5th place, also from Italy, put your hands together and welcome Lorenzo Gruppi! In what is an incredible 9th top finish. From Japan, he's here again, the one and only Ken Yukihiro! In 3rd place, from the United Kingdom, please welcome Alex Rohan. In 2nd place, joining us from Portugal, it is Bernardo Torres. And finally, the top seed in 1st place, joining us in his 2nd top 8 this year from Canada, Eduardo Sajgalik. My friends, once again, congratulations to the top 8 of Pro Tour Marvel Superheroes.
Congratulations once again to our Pro Tour Marvel Superheroes Top 8. We hope you join us again here tomorrow. For the first time in 15 years, it is a draft Top 8, and what an incredible draft Top 8 it is shaping up to be. As you can see, our top 8 here out on the stage as hundreds of people onlooking from the gallery. Make sure you join us tomorrow for draft as these 8 players will sit down to build some 40 card decks. There are the times on your screen: 10 a.m. CEST, 4 a.m. ET, and 5 p.m. JST tomorrow for our top 8. As day 2 comes to a close here at Pro Tour Marvel Superheroes, I can say pretty confidently that we've already had a very super weekend indeed. 362 players entered the fray on Friday, each with dreams of making Magic history by making it to Top 8 Sunday. Day 2 saw 220 players return to battle it out in another 3 rounds of draft, a format that is really proving its staying power, followed by the final rounds of Modern Constructed. We saw new decks surprise and delight us, and those same decks fall on their own swords. We saw old favorite decks retooled and packing new and different kinds of punches, and we saw players one by one make it into our storied Top 8. Be sure to come back tomorrow, friends, for the first Top 8 draft in 15 years, where truly anything could happen. $50,000 is on the line, and somebody's life is about to change forever. But who will it be? You've got to be here to find out. See you then.